Deep within the depths of the Tianhe water mansion, my emotions surged like an incessant waterfall, interwoven with anger and resentment. The smile of the frail elder seemed to mock me, while each word uttered by the celestial star of Tai Bai felt like an unearthing of the scars within my heart. What sinister plot lay hidden behind the fairy in rainbow garb's broken engagement? I clenched my fists, pondering whether to remain silent any longer, allowing my dignity to be trampled upon without resistance. The elder, with utmost seriousness, declared, "No, the fault lies with the marshal. It is the fairy in rainbow garb who has withdrawn." Oh, I could not suppress a laugh. So you mean to say that my lineage from the north is devoid of shame, and the Tianhe water army can be slaughtered at will? The celestial being, Tai Bai Jinxing, raised his brow slightly, indifferent to all else. It was a mere error, solely concerning the marshal. I clenched my fist and then relaxed it, fully aware that this old man excelled in mediating discord, yet I had never forgotten that he was a manifestation of the Western golden essence, presiding over matters of life and death. Is this how His Majesty treats his loyal subjects? Loyal subjects? He appeared somewhat dissatisfied, to bear the blame for him, to shield his shortcomings. Does that not constitute loyalty? I refused to yield. Tai Bai approached the bookshelf and picked up a finely crafted porcelain pot, toying with it momentarily before retreating in hesitation, forming cliques for personal gain. Such behavior hardly embodies loyalty. With a crash, the teacup beside me shattered into fragments in a fit of rage. Long Gung, one may indulge in the delights of the world, yet one must not speak indiscreetly. A year ago, when the demon monkey wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, why did you shy away from battle? Stationed at the heavenly river, you abandoned your post without authorization, akin to treason. The dragon palace of the four seas, the 10 Yama kings, and the myriad stars in the sky, those who call each other brothers in arms, are plentiful across the 3 realms. What is the purpose of such grand displays? Does the art of socializing transgress heavenly laws? I retorted, is friendship paved with celestial crystals? The Zhu family extends their generosity more lavishly than the Lingxiao palace. Whence comes their wealth? I silently scoffed, yet spoke only of their long-standing family fortune. Are you aware that the palace of Guanghan collects the most celestial crystals? The palace lanterns flickered, casting 2 distorted shadows upon the wall, stirring a sense of unease. Tai Bai Jinxing fell silent for a moment, his tone softening. In the past, this was known as the nurturing of marital ties, a matter of fundamental propriety. From this moment forth, let not be mentioned again. Such urgency to silence? I felt a sense of dissatisfaction rising within me. To bring it up again is to harbor resentment and slander the virtuous. A virtuous one, indeed. A hint of sarcasm graced my lips as I recalled what promises were made during the betrothal. Do you remember? 8 years ago, the Heavenly River's naval forces vowed to march forth to the northern Julu continent, with the Jade Emperor personally sending them off, while the myriad celestial beings stood witness to my marriage arrangement. Marshal Tianpeng, a hereditary title, the foremost among the 4 saints of the north, bestowed with 90,000 finest incense offerings to eternally guard the heavenly river. The celestial star of Tai Bai clasped the hand of the young man, bidding farewell to an old friend, vowing earnestly that with him by his side, the young commander would not suffer even the slightest grievance. As time passes and the world changes, especially when it concerns His Majesty, we find ourselves devoid of choices. Generations have laid their bones upon the battlefield, brushed aside lightly. Do we not fear the chilling hearts of our soldiers? Thus, the heavenly waters of the river of heaven have always been graced with favor. In your youth, frail and delicate, it was the emperor himself who sought the 9 revolutions golden elixir from the Eastern Emperor to aid your ascension to immortality. Therefore my eyelid twitches. It leaves me feeling belittled, a marshal ripening only through the consumption of elixirs, forever deprived of the hope of becoming a celestial being. To lack gratitude is to be cold-hearted and unfeeling. The celestial star of Tai Bai gazed at the ring upon my hand, reminiscing fondly. A magnifice aura soudain érupté. And from between clenched teeth, Zhu Ganglai managed to voice his indignation. Do you think I am merely performing? Though this ring may be of lowly grade, it is a relic of my mother. Whoever dares to touch it shall face a relentless fate. The celestial lord, Tai Bai Jinxing, gently returned the teapot to its rightful place. Marshal, exercise caution in your words. The treasured Qinjing Raketer town was bestowed by His Majesty, who would covet an ordinary ring of acceptance. Remember, a minister must adhere to his duties. Impulsiveness can lead to fatal consequences. Adhere to one's duties? Zhu Ganglai replied coldly. Acknowledge one's mistakes and accept punishment. Then reflect in solitude. A thunderous roar echoed outside as the Milky Way cascaded down like a torrent, stirring towering waves. Yet, no matter how magnificent the splashes, they ultimately merged into the vast mist and flowed downstream. After a moment of silence, Zhu Ganglai inquired, "What news from the Purple Tenuity?" "The Emperor of Ziwei is in seclusion," Tai Bai Jinxing answered. "And what of the palace of Guanghan?" "The Moon Lord has departed for the Yaoqi." Tai Bai's smile grew warmer. With the Emperor's favor, she is poised to transcend to the realm of the true immortal of Tai, specifically seeking enlightenment at the Yaoqi. A bitter pang struck Zhu Ganglia's heart, reflecting on years of service, only to have the credit ultimately rest with the Emperor's patronage. Even grievances serve as a form of training. Tai Bai Jinxing consoled gently, though he could not hide the pride in his eyes. Zhu Ganglai, feeling indignant, retorted, "I demand to see the Moon Lord." "That is out of the question," Tai Bai firmly rejected. "The palace of Guanghan is comprised of women, bound by engagements. Your interactions are permissible, but discretion must be exercised. And what of His Majesty? When may I see him?" Zhu Ganglai pressed. "The Emperor is preoccupied with myriad affairs. It is not for a minister to speculate on his availability." Zhu Ganglai countered. "Back when the sea demons rebelled in the 16 realms of Beijuluzhou, the Emperor was not so busy. He visited the Zhu family daily. Is it glorious to coerce the Jade Emperor into compliance? Your Zhu family wields considerable influence. Even now, do you fail to grasp the crux of the matter?" Tai Bai's expression darkened, embodying the disappointment of unfulfilled potential, sending a chill down Zhu Ganglia's spine. A strange thought suddenly arose. Could there be hidden circumstances behind the demise of his kin? With gritted teeth, Zhu Ganglai bowed towards the Lingxiao Hall. "Let bygones be bygones. This time, it is our turn to beseech His Majesty for permission to march into Beijuluzhou and avenge our fallen." Such folly. The current stability is a rare occurrence. How can you act on impulse? You cannot hinder us. The Admiral of the Water Forces can request an audience with the court at any time, an honor earned through sacrifice. You understand the weight of that honor. Can it be wielded as a mere bargaining chip? Tai Bai admonished sternly. You hold a distinguished status, exercise reason, and do not allow personal grievances to entangle you. Personal grievances? Zhu Ganglai rose abruptly, but Tai Bai Jinxing waved his sleeve to obstruct him. Their confrontation resulted in a clash of energies, and both retreated half a step, resuming their seats with varied expressions. How could he be so strong? To confess, one must first comprehend the nature of the transgression. Zhu Ganglai extended his hand, brushing away non-existent dust from his shoulder. What is the concern of the Lord of Chang'an? Is His Majesty hesitant to meet me? Chapter 2. The shameless Jade Emperor's script. The venomous master and servant host a feast silence. If you wish to act recklessly, do so after my departure. Tai Bai Jinxing rose in indignation and strode toward the exit. I come with good intentions to offer a warning. Your decision regarding the annulment of the engagement, whether you agree or not, will not alter the outcome. The old fox, has he discovered something? Zhu Ganglai suppressed his anger and followed him out, bidding him farewell at the gate. To heed counsel is a skill. Marshal, take care. Tai Bai Jinxing left those words behind and swept away with a flourish of his sleeves. Tianpeng clasped his fists in farewell, remaining silent throughout. Once Tai Bai had vanished into the clouds, he summoned his trusted confidant. The recorder officer, Yibo, fumed. Old fellow, have you forgotten how you once humbly beseeched the Lord? Wei Jiang Xianyuan, composed, refrained from interjecting. Zhu Ganglai offered no explanation. His fiancée, he had been caught in an affair with the Jade Emperor, and he had stumbled upon it. Such matters, if made public, could lead to dire consequences. Yibo, take the invitation to Tianyu, Yisheng, and Yoshing's residences and inform them that I wish to pay a visit. Marshal, isn't this a bit too formal for someone you regularly associate with? Zhu Gonglie's gaze turned sharp. Ibar recoiled, too frightened to speak further. Xian Yuan, send the gifts for the Wheel King ahead. 2 boxes of celestial crystals. Each crystal can be exchanged for 100 premium spiritual stones. 2 whole boxes amount to a fortune. Even Xian Yuan, with his steadfast demeanor, could not help but change color upon hearing this. Double the amount? Marshal Yu, go, do not ask further. The 2 generals obeyed and departed. 3 hours later, they returned in succession. The Wheel King said nothing, accepting the gifts without comment. Friends and acquaintances were either abroad or suffering from illness. Having replayed the reactions in his mind, Zhu Ganglai understood that the situation was precariously unstable. Iba, furious, insisted on mobilizing troops to teach everyone a lesson. To act without orders is tantamount to rebellion. Xian Yuan glared at him and advised, Marshal, do not forget the late matriarch's admonition. The family's survival is of utmost importance. Mentioning his deceased mother only deepened Zhu Gonglie's sorrow. Marrying Ni Chong was her dying wish. His parents had 3 sons and a daughter. His elder sister, Zhu Jiuzhen, had pursued the arts under Demu Yuanjun for 10 years without returning. His brothers had all perished alongside their father in battle. His mother, overcome by grief, succumbed to the perils of her cultivation. The once mighty Zhu family lineage was left with him as the sole survivor. Should he fail to produce an heir, the ancestral spirits would lack a place to rest, ultimately leading to their obliteration. His parents' and brothers' souls would never again find solace in the ancestral shrine. From that day forth, the celestial river water mansion closed its doors to visitors. Yet, what is meant to come cannot be evaded. Within a few days, Tai Bai Jinxing returned once more, bearing the Jade Emperor's decree. Zhu Ganglai, in 3 days, you shall indulge in wine, create chaos in the Guanghan Palace, and tease Chang'e. Lord Chang'e, do you not find this absurd? You will also need to prepare 300 celestial crystals. Tai Bai Jinxing appeared quite pleased. As the Guanghan Palace was lacking in resources, would you support the banquet once again the day after tomorrow? Zhu Ganglai burst into laughter, fueled by rage. The Zhu family is wealthy. This is common knowledge. Do not be stingy. Tai Bai brushed off the dust, declaring, the will of the heavens is not to be defied. Comply with the decree. Comply? I host a banquet, indulge in wine, cause a ruckus, and tease my fiancée, Zhu Ganglai rushed before Tai Bai and exclaimed, is it truly necessary to fit the chamber pot so meticulously? Do I need to memorize the nonsensical words I uttered beneath which tree after collapsing? Heaven above, how considerate you are. Tai Bai Jinxing's expression shifted slightly. Youngster, tread carefully with your words. Is it within your right to utter the Majesty's name? And then what? Ni Chong will naturally withdraw from the engagement. Shall I acknowledge my mistakes, accept my punishment, and confine myself to reflection? Tian Peng, the marshal, adjusted his crown. Is this appropriate? I feel it should be even more severe. Best to implicate my entire clan as well. And while we're at it, should we not also disturb my ancestral grave? Otherwise, the wrath of the people will be insatiable. Sighing, Tai Bai Jinxing took 2 steps back, lamenting, the die is cast. Further words are futile. You are a pillar of the heavenly court, and I trust the Majesty will not be overly harsh. Not overly harsh. Zhu Ganglai chuckled. Li Changgung, are you attempting to deceive a child? The youth is impetuous. I do not blame you. Tai Bai spoke earnestly. Rest easy. No matter the gravity of your transgressions, I shall assist you in navigating through this. His acting skills were superb. To vent further would merely provide more fodder for ridicule. Zhu Ganglai yearned to slap that aged visage, but after weighing his options, opted instead to utter some polite platitudes to get by. I am but a fish on the cutting board, and you the butcher. I can only proceed step by step, unaware of who else may partake in this grand performance. How many are oblivious? How many are fully aware? On the 3rd day, at the Guanghan Palace, Marshal Tian Peng arrived as promised for the banquet, having specifically invited Neza to accompany him. The celestial palace was resplendent, adorned with myriad towers and pavilions. Accompanied by radiant clouds, the lunar sovereign descended with a host of Chang'e. Only the messenger, Zizhu, who often conveyed messages between Ni Chong and the Water Palace, was notably absent. Celestial music floated through the air, and dancers moved gracefully. The assembly of illustrious guests was joyful and harmonious, their demeanor indistinguishable from usual gatherings. Tai Bai Jinxing had arrived early and, upon seeing Tian Peng sharing a table with the three altars of the sea, felt a flicker of apprehension. Zhu Ganglai silently scoffed, bringing forth a stubbornness that would not tolerate any nonsense, eager to observe how this play would unfold. During the feast, cups were raised and exchanged. The Chang'e took turns toasting. The Moon Palace's sovereign, adorned with a Longhuan jade pendant, exuded grace. Ni Chong followed, closely behind, her ethereal beauty and piercing gaze emanating an air of aloofness that had once captivated Zhu Ganglai, occupying his thoughts day and night. When they reached Tian Peng's table, the former expressed admiration while the latter reciprocated with warmth, their expressions more sincere than ever. Ganglai, today's grand event at Guanghan Palace relies on your generous contributions. Both Ni Chong and I are grateful for your kindness. Immediately asking for money, such audacity, Zhu Ganglai inclined slightly, explaining that due to the rush, the celestial crystals were insufficient and he would need some time to gather more, requesting the Star Lord's patience. No money? The lunar sovereign's expression shifted slightly before regaining composure. Such trivial matters are of no concern. Third Prince Ganglai, come, let me toast both of you. The young prodigy, Neza, raised his cup and drank. Yet, Zhu Ganglai merely lifted the celestial tea before him and took a delicate sip. Huh? What is this? Is Ganglai disdainful of Guanghan Palace's brewing techniques compared to the waters of the heavenly river? The lunar sovereign teased, his demeanor friendly. Please do not misunderstand, my lord. Neza swiftly intervened, for he had recently encountered a mishap in his cultivation, resulting in a disarray of his vital energy, rendering him unfit for imbibing alcohol. Seated together, Zhu Ganglai had just conveyed the reasons for his arrival. Neza, with a deep-seated affection for his mother and an understanding of the past events in the River of Heaven and the Water Palace, felt a profound sense of empathy. Initially offering comfort, he now took the initiative to extricate them from the awkward situation. The Moon Laurel Elixir, renowned for invigorating the blood and dispelling stagnation, was precisely what one needed when their vital energy was in turmoil. The Lord of the Moon, with his captivating gaze, extended his wine cup forward once more. Zhu Ganglai cast a glance at the ethereal figure beside him, catching a fleeting glimpse of disdain upon her countenance. An indignant pride surged within him. Was the Star Lord apprehensive that this commander would remain sober and thus fail to fulfill his obligations to the sovereign? Chapter 3. The hypocritical old man's futile schemes. The cunning Tianping's erroneous choice. Zhu Ganglai. Mind your words. Ni Chong chided lightly. Oh, such fury? Zhu Ganglai smirked, leisurely finishing his tea. Is the mask being ripped off already? The fairy ought to reconsider, without the payment. The accusation shall morph from drunken flirtation to dispute at the table. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense. Neza, sensing the shift, discreetly took a step back. Ni Chong, feeling indignant and ready to retort, was halted by the Taiyan Star Lord, who suggested that perhaps Ganglai was merely experiencing a plateau in his cultivation and urged not to escalate matters among kin. Her voice, neither too high nor too low, was discernible to the nearby tables. Old hag, blocking the door with one foot and digging a pit with the other. Unable to get drunk, yet training recklessly. Such deep scheming. The palace master is overly cautious, Zhu Ganglai replied loudly. With the old lord's personally imparted Qingxin Puxian mantra, my spirit is stable, and there is no fear of loss of control. The Taiyan Star Lord appeared to be oblivious, turning away to continue toasting. The awkwardness hung in the air, yet it was contained within a small circle, quickly overshadowed. The Chang'e ladies redoubled their efforts. The banquet grew warmer, the atmosphere more harmonious than usual. Ni Chong's performance, typically the highlight, was marred today by her restless spirit, leading to several mistakes, prompting the Taiyan Star Lord to seize the opportunity to replace her. Zhu Ganglai feigned ignorance, indulging in food and drink, occasionally exchanging a few words with Neza. Both were cautious, their conversation as bland as water. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhu Ganglai noticed the increasing frequency of the Tai Bai, jinxing-esque glances in their direction. A sense of vigilance arose within Tianpeng. Not wishing to wait for the old fox to approach, he excused himself early under the pretense of feeling unwell, bidding farewell to the third prince, who returned the gesture respectfully. In the realm of immortals, comings and goings were free, and none probed further. Only Tai Bai, jinxing, observed from a distance, a cold smile curling on his lips. That one is cautious. This one is easily manipulated, yet breathes defiance. Curious indeed. He managed to extricate himself without leaving any incriminating evidence. Upon returning home, Zhu Ganglai felt increasingly anxious. Could tearing up the script truly alter the outcome? He slowly entered the ancestral hall, placing 3 sticks of incense on the empty altar. The note left by Yi-Ba was cast into the ash urn, gradually consumed by the flames. This young man, usually impulsive, had this time acted with diligence, refraining from carelessly using the communication talisman. A fluffy white rabbit darted to his feet. Zhu Ganglai picked it up, instinctively kneading the back of its neck. There, a cinnabar mark inscribed with Meizhuang. The emblem of the Moon Palace was present. Years ago, when his mother fell gravely ill, the Tian Star Lord had sent this little companion for solace. Time passed swiftly, and though everything else changed, the rabbit remained adorably unperturbed, untouched by the passage of time. Go on, the waters of the heavenly river cannot protect you, nor does it concern you. From now on, the world is vast and free. Zhu Ganglai released the jade rabbit, turning back towards his home. The little creature scampered into the grass, reluctant to part. It looked back every few steps, its eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The awareness of being a traveler in time had already led Zhu Ganglai to prepare for the worst. The outcome was not far from his expectations. However, the methods of the Lingxiao Palace were more crude and brutal than he had anticipated, not much different from the ruffians of the mortal realm. Later that day, an announcement from the celestial court reverberated throughout the 3 realms. Marshal Zhu Ganglai of the Heavenly Canopy, having lost his virtue under the influence of alcohol, brazenly flirted with Chang'e, with ample evidence to substantiate his misdeeds, rendering him beyond redemption. The Jade Emperor, incensed, decreed an immediate revocation of his title and banishment to the cycle of reincarnation as a warning to others. The estate of the Heavenly Marshal was temporarily entrusted to the pagoda-bearing King Li Jing, who would select a capable member from the Zhu family's collateral branches to inherit the title. Neza was implicated as well. In the public eye, numerous celestial beings bore witness. Faced with absolute authority, Zhu Ganglia's final struggle appeared utterly futile. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Rumors spread faster than the waters of the heavenly river. Have you heard? The marshal has flirted with Chang'e, and there are not just one but several. TSK. In front of his fiancée, Yi no less. The celestial maiden in resplendent garments was heartbroken on the spot and has already called off the engagement. Prince Neza, unable to bear it, nearly took action. The Lord of the Moon, magnanimous, even spoke on behalf of this scoundrel. Zhu Ganglai sat in his residence, listening to the uproar outside, his heart disturbingly calm. To fabricate charges, one need not lack for excuses. The accumulated infamy would be his undoing. Words were of no avail. Yet, the thought of his parents' legacy in ruins and revenge an elusive dream left his righteous indignation unresolved. The heavenly soldiers swiftly surrounded the marshal's estate. Xian Yuan, following orders, restrained the water forces of the heavenly river. Throughout the process, no ripples were stirred. The recording official, Yi-Ba, had vanished. Along with him, the ancestral tablets housed in the shrine were also missing. Such trivialities went unnoticed. Zhu Ganglai was directly escorted to the reincarnation platform. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing personally oversaw his punishment, wearing an expression of appropriately measured regret. It had come to this. One must resign to fate. He sighed, suggesting that Zhu should endure his trials well. In the future, he would surely find a way to restore him to the ranks of immortals. Zhu Ganglai responded with a cold, silent scoff. Enough. Tai Bai Jinxing waved his hand, considering their past acquaintance, thus waiving the Mumpus soup. Furthermore, The storage ring left by your mother should be taken along as a memento. He had already thoroughly examined it. It was merely an ordinary storage ring, possessing only a single compartment, devoid of any contents. Much obliged. Such a grand favor. Zhu Geng's bitter smile mirrored a heart turned to ashes. Before he could utter more, he was abruptly thrust down from the reincarnation platform. A buzzing pain coursed through his entire being, akin to a myriad of insects gnawing at him. The world spun chaotically, and he soon lost consciousness. 3 incense sticks later, Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly returned to the water palace of the heavenly river. The spiritual officials dispatched to seize assets came before him, each bearing a grim countenance. What news? Tai Bai Jinxing felt a jolt of anxiety. An empty shell? Merely a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Impossible. Tai Bai Jinxing exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Genglai was known for his lavish expenditures. The celestial crystals he had scattered could have sufficed to rebuild the Lingxiao treasure palace. Have you searched thoroughly? We have. Dug 3 feet deep. We enlisted a treasure-finding rat from Ling Mountain, leaving no storage artifacts or hidden compartments unchecked. Official Wang leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Star-Lord. The military pay for the Heavenly River forces next month, by regulation, requires at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Tai Bai Jinxing felt as though struck by lightning, his body swaying. Chang. What did you say? 1 million high-grade spirit stones? Wang Lingguan forced a bitter smile, realizing he must promptly inform His Majesty to arrange military funds at the earliest, lest a great calamity ensues. Alas! Tai Bai Jinxing stamped his foot in frustration, wishing he had not been so hasty. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Qianlian and Xuanfeng'er hurriedly approached, reporting, Star-Lord. Zhu Genglai has already been reincarnated. Where has he taken birth? In the territory of Fuling Mountain, within the nation of Wuzizang. However what? Speak quickly. It appears there has been a slight error. What kind of error? He has mistakenly taken the form of a pig. Chapter 4. The Ring of Power, Time Law Cheat, the energy fluctuations had long since dissipated. Ebal remained concealed in the shadows, too apprehensive to move. After waiting for another half-hour, he stealthily entered the pigsty, his movements gentle as he lifted a small pig adorned with a storage ring. With the incantation incinerated, the piglet instantly transformed into a plump infant, notably more robust than an ordinary baby. Ebal carefully laid the swaddled child upon the stone slab strewn with straw before returning to the pigsty. The hefty sow was forcibly dragged out, thrashing her legs in panic and emitting terrified shrieks. Upon uttering a true word, the mother pig fell silent. Ebal awkwardly pinned her down, guiding her nipple to the infant's mouth. Zhu Genglai, with tightly shut eyes, had warm, foul-smelling milk poured into his mouth, and a wave of humiliation surged within him. Good heavens! After 10 years of scheming, I have finally descended to the mortal realm. Those who owe me shall pay back with interest upon my return. After a considerable time, witnessing the infant's transition from resistance to voracious consumption, Ebal felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thankfully, I did not fail in my mission. The Marshal, a true divine being, could accurately foresee the location of this birth. The thought sent shivers down his spine. What if I had not been adequately prepared for this? The consequences would have been dire. For now, I must endure this hardship until you grow up. As he pondered, a bitter smile crept across his face. Having fled from the heavenly court, battling against all odds, I am now at the end of my strength. My spiritual stones are depleted, and my injuries weigh heavily upon me. With a helpless infant in this desolate wilderness, survival itself seems a daunting challenge. How can I even dream of grand aspirations? In this cursed place, living requires learning anew from the very beginning. Ebal scoffed at himself. The fallen leaves at the cave's entrance were blanketed by snow, which melted into spring mud, merging with the earth. The infant, placid and untroubled, ate, slept, and basked in a carefree existence. The scribe, who accompanied him, grew increasingly haggard. Fearing the cold and wolves, he often questioned whether he had fulfilled his mission, until one day, a tender yet authoritative call shattered the silence of the cave. Ebal, come in. The chubby infant, swathed in animal skins, wobbled as he took his first steps. After a few shaky attempts, he plopped down onto the ground, grinning to reveal tiny milk teeth. His voice, sweet yet commanding, resonated through the cave. Iba, who had been dozing at the entrance, sprang to attention upon hearing the summons. Marshal, you can speak now? You remember me. How wonderful. Give me the storage ring, Zhu Ganglai said, gently patting the scribe's tear-streaked face while extending his chubby little hand. Iba, not daring to delay, swiftly produced the ring and handed it over. The relic of the late matriarch was well known throughout the Water Palace as the marshal's precious item. He had kept it close to his heart for the past 6 months, living in constant fear. As Zhu Ganglai took the ring, he immediately bit into his tiny hand. Blood dripped onto the ring, instantly absorbed, and a faint glow began to emanate. Are there any wild fruits? The infant inquired. Yes, Iba exclaimed, rushing outside and soon returning with a bountiful handful of fruits. Zhu Ganglai selected the finest among them and placed it into the storage ring before unsteadily crawling back to the pile of straw, preparing to sleep. Marshal, won't you chat with your subordinate? Iba asked, his face brimming with anticipation. For the past 6 months, he has been on the brink of insanity, surrounded by a horde of brutish creatures and perpetually silent infants. Tomorrow, he shall ascend the hillside to construct a dwelling. What? If I remain in this wretched cave any longer, I shall be cursed for eternity. Alas, how foolish. If you're incapable of building, why not seek a craftsman at the nearby market? Reflecting upon the torment endured over these months, Zhu Ganglai's anger surged uncontrollably. After all, you are a celestial being, are you not? How could one be so utterly inept? Countless nights have been spent in regret. Why arrange for a mere foot soldier to assist? Initially, why not choose a wet nurse or a maid to accompany me? Iba gazed at the contorted face of fury, struggling to suppress laughter. Get lost. The scribe fled the cave in a panic. Before he could distance himself, a childish voice echoed from within, demanding that those filthy pigs be driven away. At least a mile. No, 3 miles away. The following morning, Zhu Ganglai could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened his storage ring. The wild fruits remained unresponsive. He gasped in disbelief. Could it be that upon arriving in the mortal realm, the ring had ceased to function? Daring not to contemplate further, Zhu Ganglai hastily summoned Iba to retrieve some spirit stones. Iba hesitantly produced a collection of low-grade spirit stones. Zhu Ganglai casually selected a few and placed them into the storage ring, only then noticing Iba's peculiar expression. What is the matter? Marshal, upon our descent, most of the spirit stones and celestial crystals were utilized to establish connections, leaving only this meager stock. There are some higher and mid-grade ones, but I did not bring them with me. Would you like me to fetch them? Zhu Ganglai waved his hand dismissively. Low-grade spirit stones will suffice. Keep the rest for your own use. Marshal, enough of this nonsense, get lost. On the 3rd day, the low-grade spirit stones within the storage ring began to resonate with a powerful energy, transforming into celestial crystals. Zhu Ganglai's anxious heart finally found peace. He refrained from disturbing those celestial crystals, instead summoning Iba once more to venture out in search of wild fruits, this time requesting that he return with branches included. The scribe obeyed and soon returned with an ample collection of wild fruits, reporting that construction on the hillside abode had commenced, though due to the treacherous terrain. Completion would take some time. On the 4th day, the ring transmuted the celestial crystals, allowing a thread of primordial energy to seep into his being. Though minute, it bestowed an indescribable sensation of euphoria, as if washed by the vast cosmos. Zhu Ganglai was overjoyed. The ring of infinite magical potential had not disappointed him. Everything is prepared. I have no desire to create chaos in the heavenly realm, for I shall turn it upside down. The magic ring is not some relic of my mother, but rather an unexpected treasure obtained by my father and brothers during their conquests in the northern realms. When it was returned, it was said to harbor a tremendous secret. Only when Zhu Ganglai inadvertently placed the precious golden rake within did its miraculous effects manifest. It was a mere thought away from disaster. Upon discovering its uniqueness, he tested it with spirit stones, ensuring the rake remained intact. Zhu Ganglai placed the wild fruits he had gathered onto a tree branch into the storage ring. Indeed, the next day, he reaped the reward of a premium celestial fruit, suffused with ethereal energy. Within the ring, two laws concurrently took effect: the law of time and the law of ultimate deduction. The fruit adorned with branches symbolizes the compressed process of growth and evolution, while the fruit bereft of branches, subjected to the ravages of time, reveals a state of decay. The outcome of evolution is inferior to the original, hence there is no transformation. Zhu Ganglai grasped the celestial fruit and bit into it fiercely. The sweet juice instantly flooded his mouth, a warm current coursing through his limbs and bones. What a delightful treasure! No more would he be forced to consume the foul-tasting pig's milk. He could swiftly enhance his cultivation instead. He devoured the remaining spiritual fruits, settled into a meditative posture, and commenced his breathing exercises. The 8 desolations swallowing the heavens technique. Zhu Ganglai silently recited the incantation, allowing the true energy within him to circulate slowly. The Zhu family's ancestral technique, the 8 desolations swallowing the heavens, originally a celestial level method, had been elevated to the primordial level through his storage ring. In his past life, he had forcibly elevated his realm using the 9 revolutions great elixir, resulting in a fragile foundation. Rebirth granted him the opportunity for reconstruction. With a heavenly treasure at his side, he was determined to establish a flawless foundation. In the realm of cultivation, there are 20 levels, each typically divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and completion. Those with extraordinary talent can continue to solidify after reaching completion, suppressing their realm until achieving great completion before ascending. After 19 years in the celestial realm, Zhu Ganglai tirelessly explored and ultimately discovered that beyond great completion lies a realm of exhaustive culmination. Adding another stage equates to augmenting the exponent. The power achieved after promotion multiplies several times over. If each level could attain exhaustive culmination before further ascension, what a terrifying entity that would be. As he pondered these thoughts, Iba, bloodied and battered, sought an audience outside the cave. Chapter 5. The Emergence of Tusks, What Transpires. Zhu Ganglai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the situation carefully. Only after confirming that Iba bore no new injuries did he release a sigh of relief. Didn't Tu instruct to drive the pig herd out of the valley? Upon ascending the mountain, we are met with a pig demon. Iba busied himself, drawing water to wash his hands. As spring arrived, it seemed the creature had been pent up, daring to approach our mother pig. I merely acted on impulse. Hith hith. I didn't expect it to be so juicy, splattering me all over. A pig demon? What realm does it belong to? Zhu Ganglai's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Too weak. I was too focused on the kill and failed to observe closely. Iba scratched his head and swiftly emerged from the cave. Moments latte. He dragged in the corpse of a creature with the head of a pig and the body of a human. Zhu Ganglai rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "Search it. See if there's an inner core." "As you command." Iba effortlessly tore open the chest of the corpse and began to rummage within. Soon, he produced a meatball the size of a pigeon's egg, indeed possessing an inner core, albeit not fully formed. He was accustomed to battling at least 8th-tier great demons and was quite intrigued to encounter such a rudimentary demon core. "Can you inscribe runes?" Zhu Ganglai inquired. I cannot." "So, can you or can you not?" "Commander, I specialize in the art of combat. I understand only the basics of formations." "What do you intend to do?" "No, I should go out and find a formation master." Zhu Ganglai, uninterested in further discussion, beckoned him closer and softly imparted the most fundamental incantations from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. He then took the limp meat core, guiding Iba on how to inscribe the corresponding formation runes upon it. Iba, lacking finesse, toiled for a good half hour. The patterns he created resembled more of a doodle than a proper formation, though they were barely functional. Zhu Ganglai stored the meat core away, tossing it carelessly into his storage ring. A day later, Zhu Ganglai retrieved the demon core. The meatball had undergone a transformation, evolving into a 6th-tier demon core, enveloped in a faint golden glow, solid and round. The inscribed transformation formation was profound and intricate, emanating the aura of a 5th-tier formation. Alas, its foundation was weak, Even with the catalyst of the storage ring, it remained unsatisfactory. Zhu Ganglai shook his head in resignation. Little did he know, should this artifact fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Once a demon achieves transformation, it nurtures its inner core within, connecting with the heavens and storing true essence. The initial stage produces a meat core, equivalent to the Qi Sea established by a human cultivator in the fourth realm. Upon reaching the sixth realm of foundation establishment, the meat core gradually solidifies, termed a fourth-tier false core. Eighth-tier great demons are comparable to human golden core cultivators. When the inner core reaches perfection, its body covered in golden light, it is classified as a fifth-tier demon core. As for this sixth-tier demon core, it takes a ninth-tier great demon years of arduous cultivation to bring it forth. In other words, to forge this artifact, one must first slay a ninth-tier great demon and then summon at least a sixth-tier formation master, expending countless efforts. Only with the right timing, location, and support can one achieve success. Ebal returned to the cave, only to be startled by the sudden disappearance of his commander, finding instead a pig demon with ears like fans and golden eyes and tusks, causing him to lose all composure. As he was about to charge forward, he witnessed the pig demon transform, reverting to the form of an infant, cradling a shimmering golden artifact. Could it be a sixth-tier golden core? Ebo's eyes widened in astonishment. General, your prowess is truly extraordinary. Even a 10th-level Yuaning cultivator could find no flaw. Zhu Ganglai was quite pleased with the effect of the demon core. With a swift motion, he returned to his pig demon form and began to stride outward. General, Ebo interjected, blocking his path. Regardless of the form you take, you appear as an infant. How can you wander about freely? We have little time. In no more than 3 days, Hao Qian will gain control of the situation. Before that, we must establish a firm foundation and become an indispensable part of the grand scheme of heaven and earth. Zhu Ganglai gently pushed aside his fallen comrade. Otherwise, we shall not escape the fate of retribution. Ebo's body stiffened. Indeed, the matter was far from over. Time above ground flows quickly, whereas below it stretches slowly. They had merely 3 years. But how does one become an indispensable part of the grand scheme? In the form of an infant, many inconveniences arose. Zhu Ganglia's voice was deep and resonant, more fitting for traversing the outside world in this guise. Upon exiting the cave, the fresh air of the wilderness enveloped them. A few wild boars cautiously peeked from the thicket, eyeing them warily. Zhu Ganglai bared his tusks, silently reciting incantations to stimulate the aura of the demon core. The wild boars hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching, nudging their noses inquisitively around Zhu Ganglai. Ebo was left dumbfounded. General, have you truly befriended the wild boars? What is the geography of Fulling Mountain? What powers are present here? The pig-headed creature suddenly inquired. Ebo was momentarily taken aback before swiftly responding. This place is characterized by its continuous mountains and dense forests. The human populace is sparse, with numerous snakes, insects, and vermin. The nearest power is the Yunjian Cave to the north, ruled by a rabbit spirit known as Sister Mauer. As Zhu Ganglai listened to the report, he continued to grunt and communicate with the wild boars, verifying the information. The demon core unexpectedly granted him the ability to converse simply with his kind. Where's the nearest town? Gathering intelligence was Ebo's forte. He answered with precision and detail. This area lies on the border between the Ustaz and the Hui nations. The nearest significant city is Qingtang, located 500 miles to the south. 100 miles beyond the mountain, there is a village called Gao Lao Zhuang, populated predominantly by the Huaxia ethnic group, with ample farmland and bustling commerce. Fulling Mountain is situated along a crucial trade route, abundant in yang sui. There are many merchant caravans, refugees, bandits, and spirits. Skirmishes occur every 3 days, larger conflicts every 5. Weapon workshops serve as the pillar industry, sustaining both humans and demons. What is the strength of both nations? General, for the past 6 months, I have remained within the cave, fearing to stray far and have yet to investigate. Ebo's face flushed with embarrassment. Shall I summon the mountain deity and land god for inquiries? Before he could finish, a sudden gust of wind swept through the mountains, accompanied by a booming voice. Which demon dares to wreak havoc in Fulling Mountain? A tall, thin figure descended with the wind, clad in a wooden crown and earthen robe. Appearing as a withered specter, his expression one of ire. Indeed, the local mountain deity. His gaze swept over Zhu Ganglai and Yi Bo before finally resting upon the carcass of the disemboweled pig demon. Such audacity to dare slay even the mountain patrol general. And with such brutality, Yi Bo stepped forward, placing himself protectively before the commander. Withdraw, he commanded. Zhu Ganglai squinted his golden eyes, puffing out his chest in arrogance. A mere mountain deity dares to prattle before me? His true essence was insufficient to significantly wield the demon core. Yet it could not entirely conceal the aura of a formidable ninth-tier demon. The old man, despite possessing divine attributes, was merely of the fourth tier. Sensing the overwhelming presence before him, his bravado faltered. You brazenly slay the mountain's minor, just a worthless being, let it be slain. Zhu Ganglai interrupted rudely, gesturing disdainfully at the corpse on the ground. You intrude upon my territory without so much as a greeting, and even dare to mock my sow. Shall I spare you to continue your disgrace? When did the domain of Fulling Mountain become your territory? The mountain deity, infuriated, retorted. I have claimed it. It is mine. What will you do about it? You're insolent. The mountain deity's fury was palpable, yet he remained inwardly timid. This land is decreed by the heavenly court. It is under my jurisdiction. You are committing acts of murder here, according to the law. Speak of rules to me? Zhu Ganglai scoffed. You, a mountain deity, harboring monsters. How many travelers and woodcutters have perished at the hands of these creatures on Fulling Mountain? I would wager that the incense offerings in your dilapidated temple have been bartered for blood and flesh with those demons. You slander me. The mountain deity protested. I adhere to my duties diligently and earnestly. Diligently and earnestly, Zhu Ganglai advanced menacingly, his massive fangs nearly grazing the mountain deity's face. Within that cave lies a precious spiritual spring. Have you reported it to the heavenly court? Or have you concealed it, intending to enjoy it yourself diligently and earnestly? Chapter 6. The dual approach of authority and persuasion. The mountain god could not help but stretch his neck and peek into the cave. Yi Bo stepped forward, blocking his line of sight. He did not reveal his true cultivation, yet the aura of a heavenly general, steeped in the essence of combat, suffused his every gesture, emanating an unspoken dominance. What? Are you entertaining ulterior motives? Zhu Ganglai chuckled, moving closer. Seizing the moment of distraction, he swiftly plucked a hair from the mountain god's chin with the swiftness of lightning. Ouch! The mountain god winced, tears welling in his eyes as he covered his face. Too frightened to utter a sound. To be frank, Zhu Ganglai twisted the hair between his fingers before casually discarding it, declaring that there was no spiritual spring within the cave. Just as the mountain god exhaled in relief, he heard the pig demon cackle. It is a spiritual river, abundant in vitality, sufficient for my ascension. Henceforth, this shall be my abode. The mountain god's face contorted in anger, witnessing the pig demon's brazen demeanor. He no longer doubted the cave's hidden treasures. Regret welled within him, turning his insides a deep shade of green. Why had he not discovered this cave sooner? With a heart full of dissatisfaction, he summoned his courage and threatened, is there not a sovereign domain in the three realms? To monopolize the spiritual river. Do you not fear the retribution of the celestial court? It is first come, first served, or rather, the capable shall inhabit it. Zhu Ganglai adopted a posture of obstinacy, asserting, no matter how you calculate it, this river rightfully belongs to me. I have long known of its existence. The mountain god, with a glint of cunning in his eye, began to fabricate a tale. He had initially intended to renovate the cave and then report it, but his unintentional encounter led to the misunderstanding that it was unclaimed land. Oh, so it is a misunderstanding? The elder clasped his hands behind his back. Since you have inadvertently occupied it, feel free to vacate. A minor infraction I can easily cover for you. Nonsense. Zhu Ganglai's expression twisted into a snarl. Who told you it was an inadvertent occupation? I have seized it with intent. You dare. Such audacity! The mountain god trembled, pointing at him. Indeed. Perhaps I have overstated, Zhu Ganglai retorted with a cold smile. While the audacity may be in question, the overthrow is merely a matter of time. He pushed forward, forcing the mountain god to retreat repeatedly. Ibo, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of worry. "Oh, my handsome lord, you are but an infant, so fragile you might shatter at a touch." He wanted to intervene, but held himself back, fidgeting nervously. In the mountain god's eyes, the atmosphere hinted at impending violence, sending chills down his spine. "You may certainly report to the celestial court, summoning heavenly soldiers to eradicate me. However, before that, I shall dismantle your frail body piece by piece, simmer your flesh in a broth, extract oil from your bones, even your very soul shall be ground to dust." The mountain god could no longer maintain his composure, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "O esteemed immortal, please temper your fury. This old man merely acted in folly. Do not take it to heart." Zhu Ganglai straightened his posture, satisfied, beckoning Ibo with a gesture. "Now this is more like it." Ibo understood and produced several mid-grade spirit stones, offering them forth. The mountain god, bewildered, "Dare not accept. Take them. Consider it the purchase of your well-fed pig," Zhu Ganglai remarked, recalling that he too was akin to a pig, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness. "From now on, we shall be neighbors. I shall cultivate here, following the customary offerings." The venerable deity, "What is your perspective?" The mountain god appears bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. "Alas, old fellow, my sovereign inquires of you." The fierce and formidable Iba. "Oh, very well." The mountain god, suddenly alert, acknowledges the wisdom of the sovereign. Indeed, I shall inquire, and you shall respond with sincerity." Zhu Ganglai resumes his seat upon the stone stool and immediately commences a pressure assessment. He gestures southward, inquiring about the strength of Wuzizang. The mountain god replies, "Wuzizang is situated on the plateau, dominating the western regions with remarkable momentum. At this juncture, the Middle Kingdom is preoccupied with the north-south standoff, affording ample opportunity for its development. Does Wuzizang have any significant sects presiding over its prosperity? None. The vast land is sparsely populated. Who would venture into such a remote area? The local populace primarily venerates the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and the incense offerings are indeed abundant. Think carefully before you speak." Iba glares. "There are." The mountain god hastily corrects himself. The Ling Mountain has two branches that entered Wuzizang 2 years prior, known as the Red Temple and the Yellow Temple. "You lie." No, I would not dare." The mountain god, in a state of panic, insists that these two places are the arenas of Manjushri Bodhisattva, fiercely competing with the local temples. The royal family, caught in the middle, is unable to attend to its own affairs, and thus, the lords are fragmented. Qingtang City is a quintessential example. Aside from the banners of the Zampu, everything is determined by the city lord. Do you know the city lord? Ido. I do not. Realizing he had misspoken, the mountain god turned pale, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. "Speak. How do you typically collude?" Iba presses, brandishing his spear. The mountain god nearly faints, stammering a denial. Zhu Ganglai, unwilling to apply excessive pressure, rises and waves his hand. "Enough. Let us depart. We shall strive to be good neighbors, communicate more, and speak less." The elder, as if granted a reprieve, scurried out of the cave entrance, plunging headlong into the rocks, vanishing in an instant. Ebal released his divine sense, confirming the distance before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Marshal, you nearly frightened me to death. You were right in front of that old rascal. Had you not intimidated him, I would have had no time for rescue. If he possessed such audacity, he would not have been relegated to this forsaken place." Ebal felt a profound admiration. "Marshal, how do you know of those sordid affairs? What reputable deity possesses cleanliness? The most cunning of them thrive on deception and manipulation." Ebal sighed softly, reflecting upon the battlefield. He felt a deep sense of disillusionment, having fought to protect such individuals. "What are you pondering?" Upon returning to the cave, Zhu Ganglai resumed his youthful form. Maintaining the wild boar visage is too taxing. That old fellow will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Will he not secretly lay traps for us? One cannot solely suppress. A balance of benevolence and authority is essential. Moreover, there is an observer present. Eba stroked his chin. Do you speak of the land? Judging by the mountain god's reaction, they should be unaware of the matters above. Tied by Jin Xing acts with caution. How could he possibly favor the unremarkable? Zhu Ganglai scoffed. However, through the mountain god, the land will undoubtedly monitor our circumstances. What then? Concealing the Ling River, only to be preempted by passing demons. Zhu Ganglai chuckled as he splashed a basin of water, declaring that their strategy was not mere bluster. Before him lay two paths, either to confront the situation head-on, reporting to the heavenly court and stubbornly awaiting salvation, or to acquiesce and engage in collusion. He glanced at Eba and inquired, if you were in my position, what would you choose? I would certainly resist, Eba pondered. However, they will most likely bide their time, seeking ways to share in the spoils. It is not merely likely. It is certain. Yet we lack the river spirit stones will suffice. You must hold the fort and swiftly establish avenues for generating wealth, herbal fields, grains, and ironworks. If all else fails, we can resort to being enforcers or bodyguards. Zhu Ganglai washed his hands and face, carelessly discarding the dirty water, which formed a small puddle on the ground. The wild boars have informed me that there's a swamp nearby. There is indeed, Eba responded. However, that area has been quite unsettled lately, frequently plagued by packs of wolves, and they are numerous. Perfect. Zhu Ganglai's smile widened uncontrollably. What one thinks, one attracts. Let's conduct a ritual. We shall offer blood and sustenance to the mountain deity and the land spirits as a token of our respect. They were elevated due to their earthly merits, lacking roots or connections, and their cultivation relies entirely on the offerings of incense, making their thirst for blood and sustenance far greater than for spirit stones. Suddenly, recalling the blood sacrifice, Zhu Ganglai slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish of me! Having finally encountered the mountain deity, I neglected to inquire about the essential matters. Chapter 7. Cultivating the Blessed Fulling Mountain. Paving the way to reunite with kin at Gao, Laozhuang Marshal? No witties. Before letting that old fellow escape, one should inquire about his origins. Who are the depraved parents that abandoned their infant in a pigsty? The local tyrants must possess some knowledge of the situation. Should we extract the land and interrogate them? There is no need for that. Zhu Ganglai shook his head. Actively seeking them out would only draw attention. He is now known as a fearsome pig demon. Having just established his reputation, his foremost task is to ease tensions. A stable development requires two essential conditions. In the heavens, the discerning eyes and keen ears must not perceive any anomalies. On the ground, the grassroots officials must remain tight-lipped, assisting in the cover-up. Eba set up a sand table, reminiscing about the words of the mountain deity while crafting a situational map of the surroundings. This is a tradition among old military personnel. The sand table, though rudimentary, contained all necessary elements. The undulating mountains and meandering rivers were clearly marked with known forces. Yunzan Cave to the north, Qingtang City to the south, and the nearby Gao Laozhuang. This area is abundant in sunlight, with numerous blacksmiths in the towns. We could certainly emulate their methods. The weaponsmithing techniques of the Tianhe Water Army must surely surpass theirs. Relying on the mountains, we could hunt or engage in timber harvesting. Eba furrowed his brow, rambling as his fingers incessantly traced the sand table. It appeared as though he was devising a battle plan. Marshal, I contemplate. After much deliberation, he raised his head, clearly feeling uncertain. At the very least, with my meager skills, I could serve as a bodyguard for passing merchant caravans, or perhaps take on some less reputable jobs to make ends meet. His voice dwindled, aware that many of these options were hardly respectable, especially the last suggestion, which would tarnish the reputation of the Tianhe Water Army. Fool! Zhu Ganglai kicked him lightly, exasperated. Is your only talent in brawling and manual labor? Eba's face flushed crimson. Marshal, we must first survive. Living like cattle or horses. Zhu Ganglai waved his chubby hand dismissively. Hunting? Timber? Blacksmithing? How much can we earn from that? What purpose would it serve? Iba found himself speechless in the face of the question. Without the means to conduct exclusive trades, we must cater to the demand. Whatever is lacking, we shall provide. This is what it means to seize the opportunity. Exclusive. Exclusive trade? Seizing the opportunity? Iba was bewildered by this series of esoteric phrases. After a long pause, he stammered, "Marshal, the area surrounding Fulling Mountain has abundant mountains but scarce arable land. It is most lacking in grain. Gao Laozhuang has a hot spring. Yet due to excessive sunlight, it cannot be used for drinking or irrigation. Thus, while it is nominally a grain-producing area, the actual farmland is limited and can only sustain itself. Following this logic, we should cultivate grain. But in this mountainous corner, there isn't even a decent flat land. How can we plant? Who says cultivation requires flat land?" Zhu Ganglai grinned widely. "The grain grown on the mountains tastes even better." Grain grown on the mountains? Iba was even more perplexed. Without soil or water, would we need to seek the help of the Dragon King and the Earth God? "Fool!" Zhu Ganglai exclaimed. "We can transform the slopes into terrace steps, creating flat surfaces. Soil can be accumulated on these steps, surrounded by stones. This is what we call terrace farming. Build a dam in the mountain stream to collect water, then use a water wheel to divert water to the higher levels, allowing it to flow down and irrigate. One tea that suffice?" Zhu Ganglai snapped a small stick and drew rudimentary diagrams of terraced fields and water wheels on the ground. Staring at the unfamiliar shapes, Iba was left speechless. As a divine general of the heavenly realm, his knowledge of agriculture was rather limited. At that time, terrace fields had already appeared, albeit not widely adopted. "What are you dawdling for?" Zhu Ganglai urged. "Get moving. We need to bring in laborers using wild boars." "Bring in more people? Didn't you mention that there are many refugees nearby?" Zhu Ganglai feigned a kick, questioning whether he wished to remain in the pigsty. "Why, yes, indeed." The recording officer rubbed his hands together, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Additionally, you should head to the nearby mountains and forests to gather wild rice, wheat, and millet seeds. The more, the better." "Yes, I shall do that." Though incredulous, Iba understood that the marshal's orders were not to be disobeyed, so he set out from the cave. Observing his hurried departure, Zhu Ganglai wore an oddly satisfied smile, his cunning evident. With terraced fields, irrigation, and the extraordinary power of the magic ring, they were poised for success. That day, Iba returned with 2 large bags of seeds. Zhu Ganglai accepted them without so much as a glance, swiftly storing them in his storage ring before retiring to bed. The following day, when the seeds reached Iba, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The once shriveled and oddly shaped grains had transformed into plump, fragrant kernels, exuding vibrant vitality. This was a gift of nature, if planted in categories. They could yield 3 harvests a year, regardless of seasonal extremes. First, clear the land with all your might until the yield can sustain 5,000 people for 3 years. Understood. Iba was in awe, realizing that the marshal possessed a hidden ace. This was an unparalleled divine method of turning waste into treasure and transforming stone into gold. He pinched a grain of wheat, feeling the immense life force contained within. Of the harvested grains, consume 1/3, plant 1/3, and sell the remainder. Understood. Iba was thrilled. Qing Tang was in dire need of food, and selling there would surely fetch a good price. "Where is the nearest major grain producer?" Zhu Ganglai inquired. "Gao Lao village." "Then let us sell the grain to Gao Lao village." "What?" Iba was taken aback. "Sell it at a loss? Gao Lao village has no one to cultivate grain." Zhu Ganglai turned to walk back. "Merely surviving is insufficient. We must control Fulling Mountain, starting from Gao Lao village." In Gao Lao village, a raspy breath echoed within a thatched cottage. For a full half-hour, the intense gasps finally subsided. The maid, Chun Tao, flushed and leaning against the hunter Zhu De, paid no heed to her perspiring body, her gaze vacant, her face clouded with worry. "After not seeing him for so long, why do you seem so dispirited?" "Dajie, do you think that child? Is he doing well now?" Zhu De's sturdy frame stiffened as he tightened his embrace around Chun Tao, reassuring her. "It is fate. If the child remains, the 3 of us shall perish. That boy is extraordinary, with a ring hanging from his neck that none can remove. He may well be a divine being incarnate." We can only hope he can turn misfortune into fortune and grow up safely. In the mountains, there are either bandits or monsters. Chun Tao sobbed. We are not human. We will eventually face retribution. The village chief worships that so-called great mage, seeking to break through his realm with the blood of an infant. The bond of kin is not easily severed. We do not wish to harm him. Rather, we seek to save him. Zhu spoke with a heavy heart, recalling the ample nourishment of the wild boar's milk and the child. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. After all our diligent years of toil, can we not beseech the Lord of the Manor for assistance? Foolishness, without name or title. If this matter were to leak, not only the child, but we ourselves would face immediate execution. Then, shall we retrieve the child and take refuge in the mountains together? I have contemplated this, but what shall become of my mother and siblings at home? Zhu sighed, as recently a pack of wolves had descended upon them, leaving the hunters with grave injuries and losses. Life grows ever more arduous. As he spoke, the stalwart man could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Zhuda, Zhuda, just as they were steeped in sorrow. A loud call echoed from outside the dwelling. The hunter quickly rose, adjusted his attire, gently kissed Chun Tao, and stepped out. I am here. What is the matter? The Lord has commanded the hunters to assemble and venture into the mountains. Zhuda trembled at the news. Into the mountains again? With the wild boar in abundance and the wolf menace, the merchant caravan cannot pass. Chapter 8. A triad of chaos. Humanity outdone by beasts. Flesh sacrifice. The lament of lost souls. The night was as dark as ink, and a torrential downpour fell relentlessly. Zhu Ganglai stood atop the mountain, surveying the gruesome spectacle below, a veritable meat grinder. For 4 continuous days, a fierce battle raged in Fulling Mountain, where 3 factions clashed. Wolves lay strewn about, their innards ruptured. Pigs were savagely torn apart, and men, caught in a dizzying spiral of conflict, were manipulated like pawns. The wild beasts exhibited an unsettling cunning. They eschewed prolonged combat, opting instead for swift ambushes before retreating. The hunters, wearied by their relentless pursuit, suffered minimal casualties. Most of the horses had scattered in fright. Zhu Gonglie's eye twitched as he recognized a familiar figure among the fray. Was it Gao Ping? Indeed, the son of Gao Gongjin, a young man who reveled in the art of wielding weapons. Yibo gestured towards the camp, where the young lord was mercilessly cracking his whip, nearly toppling a burly man with a vicious strike. Shall I take him down? Zhu Ganglai mused. Let us note the head for later reckoning. Their instincts were astute. With a mere glance, they discerned that the man being struck was Zhu Gonglie's biological father. Yet, there was no intention of revealing their connection. To involve mortals in divine matters would only complicate fate. He was in no rush to intervene, believing that the one who abandoned his kin to the wilderness deserved to endure some hardships. The rain-drenched night hunt had originally been a trap prepared by Zhu Ganglai for the invading wolves. It was intended to hone the swine and, incidentally, offer a blood sacrifice to the mountain deity and the land. However, the foolish villagers from Gao's estate barged in, disrupting the carefully laid plans with their raucous entrance. What on earth are you all doing? Chase them. The young lord's voice echoed, laden with exasperation. The hunters, resigned to their fate, began to press deep into the dense forest despite the downpour. Fools! Think they are clever. Yibo spat venomously. Zhu Ganglai remained silent, channeling his will through the demon core to direct the pig herd. All of you, into the marsh. In the depths of the rain-soaked mountain, the wild boars thundered ahead, pursued by wolves, with the hunters lagging at the rear. Visibility was poor. The ground was a treacherous mix of standing water and muddy pits, interspersed with tree hollows and hidden channels. The succulent wild boars tantalized both wolves and men alike. Yet, as they navigated the forest, none could claim victory over the swine. It was indeed a peculiar phenomenon. When had these beasts grown so astute? Gao Ping, undeterred by the wetness, drew his bow and loosed arrows in a frenzied attempt. But they fell like mud cows into the sea, utterly fruitless. Enraged, he watched his subordinates tread cautiously, fury bubbling within him. Are you all incompetent? Move with urgency. If you fall behind, I shall have you whipped. Zhu Ganglai observed from a distance, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. The traps originally intended for the wolf pups were now set for the reckless hunters. If they sought death, he would grant it. Silently, he cast his spell, urging the boars to accelerate. Zhuda, compelled to halt, felt a sharp lash across his back, a stinging pain that he could scarcely ignore. Master. He wiped the mud from his face, his voice trembling with fear. Ahead lies the marsh, a dark mire. He coughed violently as the mountain wind mingled with the rain, forcing its way into his mouth and nose. Gao Ping's heart sank. Though impulsive, he was not a fool. He recalled that the swamp in the valley lay merely a few miles ahead. A frenzy of wild boars surged forth, and in just a quarter of an hour, they would collide with their pursuers. The marshes of the mountains were unlike those of the plains, scattered widely and unevenly, cloaked in darkness. Wolves, wild boars, and humans jostled in that wretched place, a recipe for mutual destruction. Retreat? A wicked fire ignited within Gao Ping. Impossible. After 3 days of exhausting toil, returning empty-handed would render him the subject of ridicule among the Long family. His fierce countenance revealed his determination as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Pursue. A reward of 501 for every wild boar slain, and for each gray wolf, a full tael of silver plus 2 stones of millet." The hunters erupted into fervent cheers, their spirits ignited, as they recklessly plunged into the forest. Zhuda shivered. He sensed that the boars seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence, as if they were deliberately leading both men and wolves into a dead end. The wolf pack, too, had its own strategy, following at a measured pace in an attempt to drive the wild boars deeper into the mire. Once the rain ceased, they would return to drag away the carcasses, as they would feast upon the decaying flesh. Humans, ever self-assured in their cunning, were perpetually led by the nose. The chase persisted for another half hour until the boar herd reached the marsh's edge. Recognizing the opportune moment, Zhu Ganglai issued a command for a decisive strike. The hundreds of wild boars abruptly pivoted, splitting into 2 groups, racing toward the marsh's perimeter. After a few breaths, they circled back, forming a flat 3, and fiercely charged at the flanks of the wolf pack. A cacophony erupted. The wolves, caught off guard, were instantly divided and dispersed. The wild boars, their eyes aflame and tusks like blades, charged and bit with abandon. The hunters, drawn near by the gruesome spectacle, were momentarily stunned by the carnage. The roars of boars and the howls of wolves echoed through the mountains. Limbs and shredded flesh flew in all directions, and mud mixed with blood. Quick, forward! Gao Ping's eyes glinted with fervor. Seeing the chaotic clash of beasts, he believed he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Ignoring the exhaustion of his men, he unsheathed his dagger and viciously spurred his horse into the fray. A few of his followers, witnessing his audacity, hastily followed suit. Fools! More foolish than the pigs. The seasoned hunters cursed silently, yet they could do nothing but don their lassos and wooden clubs, grimly pursuing the chaos. The once cohesive formation shattered upon colliding with the frenzied beasts, resulting in chaos and disarray. Zhu Ganglai observed the unfolding battle silently, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. Ultimately, wild boars were still wild boars, lacking intelligence and prone to reckless behavior. Driven by instinct, they could grasp the basics of encirclement and charge, but once blood was shed, their commands fell into disarray. Each beast fought for itself, relying on instinct to bite and charge, even turning upon one another. The tactical acumen of the wolves far surpassed that of the boars. They understood the art of division, excelled in ambush, and acted with purpose. The hunters, though physically weaker, wielded weapons and exhibited practiced coordination. Their shouts echoed in the darkness, guiding one another and signaling their positions. Groups formed back-to-back, wielding their clubs like the wind. Gray wolves, attempting ambushes, were mercilessly struck down. Quite intriguing, Zhu Ganglai mused. Both man and beast possessed their strengths. If they could be integrated, their combined might would be exponentially greater. In comparison, the hired hands brought by Gao Ping displayed commendable skill, yet each fought as an individual. At first glance, it appears formidable, yet in reality, it serves merely as a living target. Not long after plunging into the pack of wolves, it is left in tatters, suffering grievous losses. The only recourse is to huddle against the mountainside and resist stubbornly. The chaos persists, with casualties continually mounting. Zhu Ganglai remains a passive observer, treating the bloodletting with indifference. Zhu De and his comrades, fearing that the young lord may falter, strive valiantly to offer assistance. However, as they press further in, vulnerabilities multiply, and a significant number of hunters sustain injuries. Suddenly, a malevolent wolf seizes the opportunity, pouncing on a hunter from the side and instantly rending his throat with its razor-sharp claws. Blood spurts forth. Zhu De swings his wooden club, toppling the beast. Unfortunately, another wolf stealthily approaches from behind, sinking its teeth fiercely into his shoulder. The excruciating pain causes the man to drop his club, and in a frantic response, he grapples with the creature, ultimately gouging out its left eye with sheer force. The foul warmth of blood splatters across his face. The primal ferocity of both man and wolf ignites simultaneously. The gray wolf howls in agony, refusing to relinquish its grip, and with a violent shake of its head, it brings Zhu De crashing down. Man and wolf, drenched in blood, tumble into the muddy pit. Chapter 9. The Pseudo-Immortal, Slaying Wolves to Save Father. A good master never suffers losses. With a crack, the formidable wolf's head was crushed as though it were mere rotten tofu. Zhu De could scarcely comprehend who had come to his rescue, for the figure had already darted away several dozen paces. How foolish to bite the father of a marshal. Yi Bo, like a specter, flitted across the battlefield, delivering lethal blows with every strike. In his wake, corpses lay strewn across the ground. The wolf pack, startled and disoriented, scattered in retreat. "Do not flee," Yi Bo bellowed, declaring that the commander had ordered a blood sacrifice to appease the mountain gods and the earth spirits. When the temple is erected, if you harbor grievances, you may seek retribution on your own. He, a practitioner of martial arts, was not adept at large-scale offensive spells, thus resorting to direct confrontations, dispatching foes one by one. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously. The leading wolves fell one after another, quickly trampled into a pulpy mass by the charging wild boars. The wolf pack, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating to a distance while the remnants regrouped outside the marsh. Panting and growling, despite their fear, their bloodlust remained, and their discipline was unyielding. In stark contrast, the hunters from the village were sluggish in their reactions. Amid the chaos, they failed to grasp the unfolding events. The wild boars, in a display of utter disgrace, disregarded commands, their eyes bloodshot, lost in a frenzy. Faced with their mindless charge, Yi Bo, with commendable restraint, forcefully herded them back into the mire to cool off. After the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, the beleaguered boars, mired in the sludge, regained a semblance of calm, resigned to their fate. What a nuisance! Yi Bo resumed his task of retrieving the boars, using both hands and feet to toss the muddy creatures back to the shore. The splashes of plop echoed continuously, as a few boars struggled to stand. The surviving villagers approached, their bodies battered and exhausted. Mistaking the large man rescuing the pigs as an opportunity for gain, their greed ignited anew. "Begone or perish!" Yi Bo halted, casting a cold gaze upon them. "You dare to snatch prey from Gao Lao village?" The villagers shouted defiantly. Yi Bo, disinclined to engage in further discourse, flicked his fingers. Whoosh! An invisible force pierced through the rain curtain, precisely striking the foreheads of the 2 leading men. Their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. The chaotic battlefield fell abruptly silent. The remaining villagers turned pale as if confronted by a ghost. One among them regained his wits, screamed, and fled. The others followed suit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the rain intensified, the sounds of battle were replaced by wails of despair. The old hunters, supporting one another, gradually converged. Surviving this ordeal, they felt a lingering dread. Zhu De sat despondently in the mud, his body icy. The image of that demonic figure lingered in his mind. To crush a wolf's head with bare hands. Was this still human? He gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, only to collapse heavily once more. His left shoulder, torn by a wolf's claw, was a mangled mess, the pain intensely piercing. Yet, the sense of despair was even more profound. It was over. All was lost. His companions, some dead and others wounded, had returned empty-handed. Could they even go back? In the days to come, how shall I endure? As he recalled his kin abandoned on this desolate mountain, a grim smile crept upon his lips. He laughed, and yet tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Oh, Tao! How swiftly does retribution arrive? Through his blurred vision, 3 gray wolves crept closer, low growls escaping their throats. Saliva dripped into the mud, splashing conspicuously. He sighed deeply, closing his eyes in resignation to death. Suddenly, a series of soft sounds echoed near his ears, akin to swatting flies. The tragedy of meeting a wolf's kiss did not unfold. After a prolonged wait, Judah opened his eyes to behold a tall, handsome youth gazing curiously at him. The rain did not touch him. It was as if a luminous aura enveloped him. Beside him lay the 3 great wolves, already lifeless. A celestial being. Judah was at a loss. Was it you who saved me? Thankfully, he had kept his attention fixed on this figure. Otherwise, he would have been robbed, and the formidable Shuaida would have flayed him alive. Ibo, still trembling from fear, had not clearly heard what was said. The youth reached into his bosom, retrieving a small deer-hide pouch, and handed it over. Inside were 2 medicinal pills. Consume one now, and take the other home for your wife. A rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air, perceptible even through the pouch. For minor ailments, consuming it would suffice and also fortify the body. Ah! Celestial being. Thank you, celestial being. His mind instantly cleared. Judah, inexplicably filled with newfound strength, rolled over to prostrate himself, bowing fervently. Gather everyone who can breathe and quickly depart. Do not touch the carcasses of these beasts. Ibo, hesitant to accept such reverence, quickly stepped aside, urging him to take the medicine. Judah dare not refuse. He retrieved the pill and swallowed it with a tilt of his head. Instantly, a warm current coursed through his body, alleviating his pain. When he looked up again, the celestial being had returned to the pond 100 paces away, continuing to hurl mud balls. Enormous wild boars, weighing hundreds of pounds, were effortlessly retrieved from the mire and tossed ashore, as simple as throwing sandbags, one after another. Judah was nearly blinded by disbelief. After a moment of stupor, he resumed bowing from a distance. Before long, he suddenly realized that not only had his strength returned, but the wound on his left shoulder was also healing rapidly. He stood there, utterly astonished, as if ensnared in a dream. This will be taken back to you. Moments later, the celestial voice resounded once more, advising him that one should not rely solely on brute strength, but also employ intellect. In the future, I shall watch over you. Thud. The unconscious young lord was unceremoniously cast beside Judah. Though injured, his breath was steady, clearly having received some form of treatment. Judah was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He yearned to bow again, but the presence of the celestial being had vanished from the forest. Marshal, Ibo, having accomplished his task, prepared to claim credit. Yet, upon seeing his marshal revert to a mere infant, perched atop a tree and drenched like a drowned rat, all words caught in his throat. Do you wish for this marshal to freeze? It dawned on Ibo that he was now an infant, devoid of protective talismans, fragile and weak, akin to any ordinary child. Your subordinate is to blame. Let me take you back to your residence. Quickly. Is the battlefield all tidied up? Quite so. Judah took the medication, and his injuries would soon mend. Ibo, aware of the commander's concerns, quickly added that he had rendered a small service by rescuing Gao Ping, with the merit of saving the master. Judah would likely be able to report back satisfactorily. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhu Gang's expression visibly softened. He inquired whether there were any unusual fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. There were none. Both the mountain spirit and the earth deity remained quite docile. However, there were shape-shifting demons lurking within the wolf pack, all of which I have dealt with. Shape-shifting demons among the wolves? They were well concealed, and I only discovered them after engaging. Zhu Ganglai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Yibo settled Zhu Ganglai comfortably and was about to take his leave when he was called back. Prepare 800 pounds of grass seeds at once. 800 pounds of grass seeds? Yibo's lips twitched, incredulity washing over him. Truly, what a master. He would not suffer any loss. What could such a vast quantity of grass seeds possibly be for? Surely, he wasn't attempting to burden me on purpose? Though he grumbled silently. Upon seeing that innocent yet fierce little face, he dared not utter a word of inquiry. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. Yibo bowed and accepted the command, braving the rain to begin collecting grass seeds throughout the night. Chapter 10. The Celestial River Water Palace conceals the Celestial River. The peaceful and ensures safety collecting grass seeds in the rain is indeed a laborious task. The following evening, Yibo arrived to deliver the seeds, his body caked in mud, appearing utterly exhausted, more so than when he had previously dispatched over 100 starving wolves. Here, Zhu Ganglai casually tossed a celestial crystal towards him. Yibo seemed to grasp it as if it were a hot potato, struggling to secure the lustrous gem in his hand after several attempts. What a disappointment. How could there possibly be celestial crystals in the mortal realm? He found his thoughts somewhat muddled. Marshal, consider this as a reward for your efforts. Despite being bare and having nothing but the storage ring, he pondered whether spells could genuinely conjure spirit stones without depleting one's spiritual energy. Marshal, this is far too precious. What are you hesitating for? Use it for healing, or else I shall reward you. Now, hurry and rest. Yibo expressed profound gratitude as he exited the cave, his fatigue seemingly vanishing. On the third day, Zhu Ganglai retrieved the upgraded seeds from his ring. He selected 3 varieties that he deemed satisfactory and handed them back to Yibo for planting. The 5th-tier purple wisteria alfalfa, which fortified the foundation. The 5th-tier purple crystal cuckoo flower, which healed and countered toxins. And the 4th-tier goldenrod ephedra, known for its efficacy against febrile ailments. Having learned from the previous experience with grain, Yibo was no longer taken aback. He diligently marked out the designated planting area, prioritizing the feeding of pigs while simultaneously outlining the preliminary layout for a medicinal field around the cave. The soil, previously assessed by Zhu Ganglai, was barren. However, as soon as the seeds were sown, they took root and sprouted in an instant. Before the day had passed, the once barren hillside transformed into a lush expanse. Shrouded in ethereal mist, the wild boars, having never encountered such a spectacle, hesitated upon being brought to the alfalfa garden, frozen in their tracks. Do not gnaw at the roots. Yibo firmly kicked the boar king a few times before it finally responded, mustering courage to be the first to charge into the pasture. The rest of the wild boars soon followed, plunging their heads into a frenzy of consumption. 3rd-tier spiritual herbs are already treasures in the mortal realm, with most sects unable to cultivate even a few. Yet this mountain was brimming with 4th and 5th-tier spiritual herbs, akin to an endless harvest of chives. Marshal, that old mountain deity must be regretting his decisions, thinking this bounty was a gift from the spirit river. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us establish the temple promptly. Understood. I shall wield both grace and authority. Zhu Ganglai chuckled, instructing Yibo to set up a simple spirit-gathering array alongside the medicinal garden. The purple wisteria alfalfa, abundant in spiritual energy, was remarkably satiating and possessed vigorous vitality. Just as one area was stripped bare, new shoots would emerge from the earth elsewhere. After consuming the celestial herbs, the pig's excrement was astonishingly fertile. The manure nourished the land, allowing the spiritual herbs to absorb the spiritual energy. As long as their roots remained intact, this pasture would flourish endlessly. Foolish pigs grow faster. Zhu Ganglai expressed satisfaction with the results. Indeed, young pig meat tends to be more tender. Yibo instinctively licked his lips. Do you resemble meat? Do not tempt me to bury you as fertilizer. Zhu Ganglai jested. Marshal, do not take this humor to heart. Yibo chuckled awkwardly. With a steady diet of such fine fare, the old pigs will soon gain wisdom. Perhaps they might even attract nearby pig demons, ensuring their labor will be secured. Wild boars are known for their combative nature, ferocity, stubbornness, and generations of prolific breeding. Qualifications can indeed be enhanced, serving as a foundation for a direct lineage. Marshal, do you truly intend to use swine as your core? Ibo scratched his head, feeling that this creature was somewhat unworthy of the stage. Begone! It is you who is unworthy. The young boy's expression darkened as he forcefully struck his chest with a small hand. Buzz! Golden lights surged. In an instant, the jade-like figure vanished, replaced by a towering demon god, with a black face and sharp fangs, long snout and golden eyes, broad shoulders, and a formidable presence. A misplaced choice of swine lineage. This was a performance for the Jade Emperor and the Great White. At least, before entangling with the grand schemes of heaven and earth, no flaws must be revealed. Thus, he could only embody a pig. The demon lord bared his fangs, his voice booming like thunder. Remember well, my name is Pig. Just bristle. Ibo swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. After the blood sacrifice, the rhythm of life in the valley accelerated dramatically. Ibo frequently ventured out, gathering the displaced populace. During leisure, he led them in constructing homes and cultivating the land. With enchanted seeds, farming tools, and the divine techniques of manure and wood ash. The beleaguered populace soon realized that possessing fields and produce was not a mere fantasy. Dreams could indeed be realized within this valley. The initial fear of being abducted by the Fairy King was swiftly replaced by the joy of finding a stable livelihood. Loyalty blossomed within their hearts, not for the banner of a king, but for their own modest plot of land. Zhu Ganglai officially named this valley the Heavenly River Water Mansion. The black and red battle flag marked a territory of 1,000 acres. On the surface, it appeared as a small village constructed around the mountain god temple and the land god temple. The water mansion lay at the village's heart, with a back courtyard concealing a cave shrouded by a magical array. At its deepest point, the Zhu family ancestral hall was reconstructed. Perhaps due to the ferocity of this battle, tales of the pig demon claiming dominion over the mountains and his brutal slaughters spread like wildfire. Numerous scouts began to appear in the vicinity. There were spies from the Green Pond, scouts from Gao Laozhuang, and various demon generals from nearby caves. Zhu Ganglai welcomed their arrival with open arms. Thus, outside the water mansion, a robust wooden lodge sprang into existence. This inn was dedicated to receiving guests from all directions. A simple sign hung above the entrance, awkwardly inscribed with the words "Safe Passage." The innkeeper, Keita, was astute and cautious, claiming to be a scholar from the East who had fled after repeated failures, with ancestors involved in salt trading in Yangzhou. 4 or 5 waiters were carefully selected from among the clever young men of the displaced populace. Remarkably, a boy appearing to be 4 or 5 years old often sat behind the counter, exquisitely carved with exceptionally bright eyes. This was, of course, Tianpeng. The inn's business was diverse and its rules peculiar. Meals and lodging were its primary functions. Outside, a simple arena was encircled with rough wooden posts, paved with bluestone. A notice was posted on the wall. No private duels within the inn. Grievances shall be settled on the arena. A fee of 5 taels of silver for the New Year's bowing ceremony. There were even unique tour packages. For the payment of 1,500 coins, one could be accompanied by a guide to explore the Heavenly River Water Mansion. Visitors could choose 3 out of 6 areas: the training ground, workshop, farmland, pig pen, blacksmith shop, an alchemical chamber. Wherever one wishes to go, one may go. However one desires to perceive, one may perceive. For the modest sum of 10 taels of silver or a single tael of gold, one can acquire a VIP token, granting freedom to roam within the water palace for a day, with the exception of the governor's residence. The most exorbitantly priced offering is the Celestial Feast, situated beside the medicinal fields, featuring both spirit herbs and elixirs. Each feast requires 5 spirit stones or 50 taels of gold per guest. Should one choose the spirit herb banquet, fresh and unlimited consumption of 4 to 5 tiers of spirit plants is permitted. Conversely, the elixir banquet boasts an open supply of elixirs from the alchemical chambers, available until satiation. It is imperative, however, to sign a document beforehand. Takeout is strictly forbidden, and any consequences arising from gluttony shall be borne by the individual. The innkeeper, Keita, boasts that this celestial feast enhances beauty, prolongs life, and significantly amplifies one's abilities with minimal effort. The inn's walls are devoid of paintings or calligraphy, instead plastered with various bounty notices and trade announcements. Posting an advertisement costs merely 8 won. Since its recent opening, the inn has been bustling with activity, drawing a diverse crowd and creating a lively atmosphere. Guests initially sought merely a convenient place to rest, dismissing the eccentricities of the establishment. By day, they occupied the inn, while at night, some ventured into the valley. Soon, they discovered the valley's grim reality. Lurking in the underbrush and upon branches, several corpses appeared, each met with a distinct and tragic fate. Some had their essence drained, others were gruesomely dismembered, while the most horrifying were those devoured to the bone, with not a morsel left uneaten. Gradually, fear silenced the daring, and the reputation of the peaceful inn, alongside its catchy rhyme, began to circulate around the surrounding Fuling Mountain. The heavenly river conceals the water palace. Within the golden elixir chamber, elixirs are refined. On the path to heaven, souls ascend, the peaceful and ensure safety. Consequently, fewer souls sought to probe the water palace, and information became a commodity at the counter. On this particular afternoon, 3 swift steeds thundered to a halt before the inn. The foremost rider, short and dark, with an eagle-like nose and hawkish eyes, was adorned in the attire of a Tibetan noble. Keen-eyed patrons recognized him as Dan Zung Duo Ji, a powerful intelligence officer from the borderlands. Following him were 2 companions, a burly man, a formidable strength practitioner, and a sinister-eyed monk, a practitioner of the arcane arts. Dan Zung dismounted and casually tossed the reins to the strong man, ignoring the dazed young lad at the entrance, and strode directly into the inn, striking the counter with force. "Where is the innkeeper? Has he perished?" His voice was hoarse, his tone haughty. The old innkeeper, Keita, emerged from the courtyard at the sound. "Dear guest, pray do not be angry. Are you here for a meal or a stay?" Dan Zung Duo Ji selected a nearby main table and seated himself with abandon. "I have heard that you offer numerous attractions. What tours do you provide?" "Many activities, plentiful benefits, and abundant information." However, Dan Zung abruptly interrupted. "Spare me your trifles." "What nonsense! I wish to see who can impose control here." "Anyone can impose control." A bright, youthful voice chimed in. Zhu Ganglai leisurely finished the last of his orchid beans, discarded the skins, and returned to the counter. Upon entering this door, one must adhere to the rules of this place. Chapter 11. The Arena Duel. Lord Zhu Mang's Trepidation. A Bold Challenge. The narrow path of the child, K. Da hurriedly introduced. "This is our esteemed master." "What?" Dan Zung paused, his gaze falling upon the diminutive figure barely taller than the counter. He erupted into laughter. "Oh, ha ha ha. A mere child dares to claim the title of master? Such audacity." The powerful warrior stepped forward, his eyes wide as copper bells, fixated on Zhu Ganglai, displaying a menacing glare. "Mind your manners." A cold voice echoed from the entrance. Ibo, appearing seemingly from nowhere, stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, his expression indifferent. When did this person arrive? Dan Zung felt a surge of alarm, glancing at the similarly expressioned mage, raising a hand to halt the warrior. "To enter the Tianhe Water Manor, one must traverse the Tongtian path," he stated, pointing outside. The mountain trail had been opened 6 months prior, barely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. Don't misconstrue, it is merely a path. It leads to the Tianhe Water Manor, hence the name, Tongtian Path. Zhu Ganglai grabbed a handful of crushed beans, popping them into his mouth with a crunch. "For only 1,500 coins, a guide will accompany you, making the journey quite manageable." "And what if I refuse to pay?" "Simple, without a guide, you must climb on your own." "Oh, Dan Zung Duo Ji laughed heartily. "I thought it was something grand. Turns out it's merely external rumors." "Rumors? What do they say?" Dan Zung chuckled. "They say, this path is treacherous. Those who tread it face death." "Oh, that is not mere rumor. Forcing through indeed leads to peril." "What did you say?" The warrior bellowed. "Have you lost your wits? Eating crushed beans. Are you afraid the wind will slip your tongue?" The child, disinterested, waved his hand dismissively toward the door, resembling someone shooing away a fly. His demeanor exuded disdain, impatience, and a hint of perfunctory irritation, an awkwardness for one so young. Danzeng was nearly apoplectic, but refrained from engaging the child in public. With a vigorous wave of his hand, he declared, "Let us see what this path holds." He strode purposefully outside, followed closely by the warrior and the mage. Keita lowered his head to tally accounts, while Zhu Ganglai searched for snacks. Ibo gazed skyward, and the attendants busied themselves with cleaning tables and sweeping floors. Throughout, no one cast a direct glance at them. Oblivious, Danzeng Duoji, brimming with confidence, stepped onto the Tongtian path. Initially, the road appeared relatively even. However, after several hundred steps, the terrain abruptly steepened, becoming rugged and arduous. The trees on either side flourished, casting shadows that obscure the sun. "Is this it?" Danzeng Duoji scoffed. "This is far inferior to the narrow paths of the Tibetan snow mountains." His arrogance endured for merely half an hour. They soon sensed something amiss. Despite ascending along the mountain trail, the surrounding scenery seemed to repeat endlessly. The trees, stones, and even the muddy pits on the ground felt eerily familiar. "What is happening?" Danzeng Duoji halted, scanning the surroundings. "Chief," the warrior exclaimed, pointing at an old tree trunk nearby. "Look, this is the mark I left earlier." The evidence was clear. They were indeed going in circles. The mage's expression grew grave as he calculated briefly, stating, "An illusionary formation. Someone is manipulating it from the shadows." It was only then that he realized how foolish he was. A languid child's voice floated through the air. "Who?" Danzeng Dorji's expression changed drastically as he drew his sword and bellowed, "Who dares to show themselves?" In the forest, only the sound of the wind answered, devoid of any echo. "Chief, I can't help but feel. It resembles that brat from the inn," the strong man said, filled with suspicion. Danzeng glanced at the sorcerer, who remained silent. They dared not continue along the narrow path, attempting instead to traverse the dense forest beside them in search of an escape. Yet, no matter the direction they ventured, they inevitably returned to that accursed little path. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the forest grew dark and damp, an oppressive chill in the air. This cursed place. Danzeng Dorji, exasperated, swung his sword wildly, hacking at the surrounding trees, leaving them in disarray. "Conserve your strength. The night will be even more arduous." This time, all heard the child's voice clearly. "Damn it! How dare you mock me?" Danzeng suddenly swung his sword, lunging toward the source of the sound. The cold light flashed, only to sever a rotting piece of wood. "Dumber than my pig." The child's voice echoed everywhere, as if whispering in his ear, yet also calling from the distant mountains. The strong man swung his fists, only to strike the air. The sorcerer incessantly chanted incantations, attempting to dispel the illusion, but to no avail, his throat parched and dry. The voice had vanished completely. The sky turned pitch black. They remained lost in the forest, exhausted and in disarray. The following morning, the three returned to the inn, their faces and clothes covered in dirt. Danzeng Dorji appeared even more disheveled, with scratches adorning his face and hands. Zhu Ganglai sat leisurely behind the counter, savoring a bowl of fragrant meat porridge. Upon seeing Danzeng and the others, he set down his utensils and with a smile inquired, "How was the taste of Tongxiando?" Danzeng Dorji, seething with anger, wanted to pounce but was restrained by the sorcerer, who subtly gestured towards the counter. Ibo stood with crossed arms behind Zhu Ganglai, unable to discern the depths of the situation. Danzeng pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Ganglai, demanding, "You brat, this is clearly a black shop. You are toying with me." "Toying with you?" Zhu Ganglai casually picked his ear. "I merely said, if you have the ability, step forward. If you lack the skill, who can you blame?" "You." Danzeng Dorji trembled with rage, yet dared not act recklessly. After consecutive failures, he had calmed down, realizing that the people in this inn were not to be trifled with. Their quarrel attracted onlookers, with guests pointing and whispering. Immediately, a gambler proposed a wager on whether the three could enter the water palace for free that day. "I bet on Lord Danzeng winning. He is accustomed to grand spectacles. I wager on the Pinyin Inn. Many skilled individuals have faltered here. What do they have? Look, the people's sentiments are clear. Will you take the bet?" Zhu Ganglai stood and approached Danzeng Dorji, tilting his head and speaking in a youthful voice. "I offer you a chance. Do you see that group of pigs over there? He pointed to the pig pen behind the inn. Choose one at random. If you win, the pig is yours, and the inn will treat you to a feast of spiritual herbs. What do you say? Danzing was infuriated. You brat. How dare you compare me to livestock? Just as the situation was about to escalate, the mage leaned closer and whispered in his ear, My lord, it is said that the pigs here thrive on celestial herbs. Should we manage to bring one back to Wuzizang, it would be worth a fortune. A glint of greed flickered in Danzan Duoji's eyes, his expression shifting in an instant. As an intelligence officer, he was well aware of the price of the spiritual herbs feast. It was a staggering 50 taels of gold per head, with the pigs consuming such delicacies daily. The pent-up frustration he had endured was instantly transformed into a flurry of calculations. Although wild boars are fierce, they are, after all, mere beasts. With his and the warrior's prowess, dealing with a pig would be effortlessly simple. Could it be that the Tianhe Water Mansion seeks to curry favor with me, using this opportunity to forge a connection with the Wang clan of Wuzizang? Very well, I accept your proposal. Danzan Duoji gritted his teeth, his demeanor considerably softened, his words as unyielding as a mountain. There could be no turning back. Rest assured, my word is my bond, Zhu Ganglai declared, clapping his hands as he rose to lead them toward the pig pen. Upon witnessing the legendary wild boar with their own eyes, all prior chaotic thoughts dissipated. Danzan and his companions felt a chill of trepidation. This creature was indeed extraordinary. Its size rivaled that of a small calf, with sharp tusks glinting in the sunlight. The wild boar emanating a peculiar violet sheen. My lord, perhaps I should test the waters first? The warrior suggested in a hushed tone. Danzan waved his hand dismissively, feigning calmness. No need. How could a mere beast pose a challenge to me? He casually pointed to a boar of moderate size. Zhu Ganglai beckoned, and without any sign of a swineherd to shoo it away, the designated wild boar exited the pen on its own accord. Striding with an air of indifference, it dashed onto the stage, circling around before letting out a thunderous roar. Look at that. Such an imposing wild boar. The idea of a beast on the stage. If word of this spread, it would not reflect well. Do you believe that pig fighting will become a staple attraction at the Pinyin Inn in the future? The profits would surely amount to dozens of coins. As onlookers gathered, the arena became a bustling spectacle. Danzan felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Damn! It seems this creature is on the verge of becoming sentient. Fortunately, I did not step forward. The warrior took a couple of steps back, swallowing hard as he suppressed a large gulp of saliva. Chapter 12. The wretched feeding the swine, traitors on the run, and the fiend's fiery encounter on the stage. Danzan Dorji's complexion turned pale, silently cursing his own hubris. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward. The wild boar bellowed, its hooves scraping the ground, charging headlong. The collision of man and beast was instantaneous. Danzan wielded his blade fiercely, but the boar, undeterred, thrust its razor-sharp tusks towards his abdomen. It was a reckless exchange of blows. Zhu Ganglai nodded slightly. This was indeed a battlefield behemoth. In every battle, it charged forth, fearless of death. With sheer momentum, it could vanquish nearly all foes. Danzan, however, did not belong to that rarefied 1%. His noble standing precluded him from trading wounds with a mere beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped. In a contest of raw power, to show weakness was to invite defeat. The wild boar lacked strategy. It simply charged, head-butting and tossing its head about, regardless of one's skill or weaponry. As long as it persisted, it would relentlessly pursue its adversary. Its tusks, a foot long and honed to a sharper edge than any sword, remained fixed on its opponent. Danzan, employing every ounce of his skill, found himself increasingly beleaguered. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had passed. The intelligence officer panted heavily, drenched in sweat, his techniques evidently disordered. With a sudden splatter, blood gushed forth. A momentary lapse in focus left Danzan Dorji vulnerable, and he was gored by the tusks. With a cry of anguish, he clutched his abdomen and stumbled backward. Should the wound have penetrated deeper, it could have spelled disaster. The boar, sensing its advantage, relentlessly pursued him. Young master, Danzan's attendant, aghast, disregarded all decorum and leaped onto the stage. A hidden monk rushed to save him, while a mighty warrior attempted to restrain the boar. The crowd erupted in uproar, hurling insults at their shamelessness. Yet Zhu Ganglai remained unfazed. 3 capable fighters were perfectly positioned to test the boundaries of the beast's ferocity. Fueled by the scent of blood, the creature became frenzied, intent on annihilating its opponent. Without warning, it received 2 fireballs to its back. Shortly thereafter, a resounding thud echoed as its left flank was struck by an iron fist, sending it staggering 5 or 6 steps, nearly toppling over. With a roar, the wild boar spewed blood from its nostrils, its ferocity laid bare. The warrior was jolted back by the recoil, his arms numb, and before he could regain his composure, the acrid scent of blood assailed him. Instinctively, he turned. In a moment of peril, he grasped the beast's tusks with both hands, employing a 1,000-pound grip, yet was still pushed back 6 or 7 steps. The struggle between man and beast ensued, a frantic contest of strength. Renowned for his might, the warrior found himself somewhat overmatched against the boar, which had been nourished on spiritual herbs and was now in a frenzy. In a stroke of inspiration, he freed one hand, relentlessly pummeling the creature's head. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike landed as if on solid rock. Not only did he fail to inflict meaningful damage, but he also lost the tenuous equilibrium he had managed to maintain. The giant cried out, forced to retreat. The tusks grazed his arm and chest, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. Blood flowed freely. The loss of blood dimmed his vision, and the foul, hot breath from the beast nearly caused him to faint. "Quick, come save me," he cried out in desperation. Meanwhile, the hidden monk was preoccupied tending to Danzan, already overwhelmed by the chaos. Upon hearing the cries, he turned around and was taken aback by the sight of the warrior's grim fate. Everyone awaited his confrontation with the colossal beast. Unexpectedly, a fierce glint flashed in the old monk's eyes, and without hesitation, he hurled 4 or 5 fireballs directly toward the young spectators. Zhu Ganglai felt slightly surprised. Was this a diversion tactic? Could it be that this monk discerned my attempt to provoke the wild boar's ferocity? The fireballs, of course, missed their target, extinguished effortlessly by Yi-Ba. The ineffectiveness of the spell sent the old monk into a panic, causing him to flee. The pursuit of fame and fortune paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. Yi-Ba prepared to chase him down, but was halted by the commander, who argued, "If we all perish here, who will carry our names forward?" The arena was filled with continuous screams, the stench of blood permeating the air. In a mere moment, Dan Zeng and his retinue were torn to shreds. A deathly silence fell over the audience, which soon erupted in outrage. "Shameless bald monk! Innkeeper, why did you not stop the traitor?" Many were left dumbfounded by the gruesome spectacle of dismemberment. Zhu Ganglai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly composed. Is the master simply letting him go? Keita expressed his concern, for Dan Zeng was affiliated with the powerful Dorj family, whose influence in Wuzizang was considerable. What is there to fear? He has a mission, Zhu Ganglai replied with a dismissive smile. The Dorj family's strength aligns perfectly with our objectives. Are you not weary of dealing with petty nuisances? Wuzizang lies over 2,000 miles from Fuling Mountain, requiring a traverse across the plateau. Yi-Ba patted the old innkeeper on the shoulder and remarked, "That monk will return to spin tails and gather forces. We have several months to prepare." Zhu Ganglai nodded. "At least half a year. We can enjoy fame and fortune from the comfort of our homes." Everything unfolded as Zhu Ganglai had anticipated. After the mage's escape, he immediately spread embellished tales and slander, leading to the notorious reputation of the Peace Inn. Merchants and spies alike became more circumspect, wary of violating the inn's rules. Business flourished instead of waned, becoming ever more prosperous. In just 6 months, it transformed into the preferred resting place for spies, as well as the largest hub for news within a radius of several hundred miles. During this time, the Water Mansion rapidly expanded, evolving into a medium-sized village with 500 to 600 able-bodied men. The surroundings remained tranquil. Zhu Ganglai seized this opportunity to diligently cultivate his skills. With an abundance of celestial crystals at his disposal, any surplus was stored in his ring, transforming into primordial energy to nourish his body. He swiftly advanced to the fourth realm, the Qi refinement stage, his physique resembling that of an ordinary child of 8 or 9 years. The fourth realm marks the boundary between the mundane martial arts and true cultivation. Comprehension of the heart's state, mastery of true essence, and the tempering of the physical body are all essential components. Progressing further poses exponentially greater challenges. Zhu Ganglai remained unhurried. Having been reborn, he aimed for a flawless foundation. In the mortal realm, cultivators of the same Qi refinement stage were at the stage of transforming Qi into spirit. Warriors who had just mastered their internal energy possessed the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Naturally, Zhu Ganglai could dispatch them with ease, akin to slaughtering chickens. According to the estimations of Marshal Tianpeng, he should be capable of handling 6th realm martial arts masters or even defeating the purple-robed celestial master in single combat without significant difficulty. One day, after listening to Keita's report, Zhu Ganglai walked alone toward the back mountain. The river flowed gently, and the grass was lush and green. He found a flat stone and sat cross-legged upon it. Summoning the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, he cleansed the barriers of his meridians. His mind immersed. His senses became extraordinarily acute. The slightest rustle of the wind, the scuttling of insects, even the flick of a fish's tail, all were within his grasp, with not a single detail overlooked. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation of vital energy captured his attention. Not far away, a group of wild rabbits was grazing on the tender grass. Among them, one was slightly larger. Unlike its companions who paused in vigilance, it continued to eat while keeping a watchful eye, its gaze busier than its mouth. A little demon? How clever to infiltrate the depths of the water palace. Quite impressive, indeed, thought Zhu Ganglai with amusement. It seemed that the native of Fulling Mountain could no longer restrain themselves and had commenced a new round of probing. He did not rise immediately, maintaining his meditative posture. His spirit subtly fixed upon the rabbit demon, while simultaneously expanding his consciousness outward as much as possible. Soon, he identified 3 similar targets on the back mountain, all of which were lesser demons yet to take form. Zhu Ganglai frowned slightly. He promptly sent a message to Yibo. Come. In the next moment, he flicked his fingertips. The essence solidified, and a silent, ethereal sword of energy accurately pierced through the gaps in the grass. Thud! The rabbit demon's body stiffened abruptly, maintaining its prone position. As its head slowly drooped, a tiny blood hole appearing in its brow. The remaining wild rabbits remained oblivious, only scattering in panic when Zhu Ganglai approached leisurely. He lifted the rabbit, weighing it in his hands, around 10 pounds, quite plump. Then came the process of bleeding, skinning, eviscerating, and cleaning, followed by wrapping it in mud. His technique was deft, imbued with a hint of rustic charm. The rich scent of blood mingled with the fragrance of birdsong and blooming flowers. A smile crept upon Zhu Ganglai's lips. Raw tearing and skinning 1T reveal your presence. But what about roasting you whole? Chapter 13. The Fiery Feast and the Daring Bodhisattva. Guanyin plays matchmaker. Hints of the journey to the west, the earthen shell rapidly dried and turned yellow under the intense flames, soon cracking in small fissures. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the crevices, tantalizing the senses. A drop of fat splattered, igniting sparks. Alas, a maiden emerged gracefully from the woods. Her slender figure surprisingly ample, with a delicate nose and almond-shaped eyes. Her furrowed brow as she gazed at the roasting rack compelled Zhu Ganglai to feel an instinctual urge to bow his head in apology. Channeling his true essence to dismiss distractions, he deliberately twisted off a greasy rabbit leg. My lady, how fortuitous, just freshly roasted. Before he could finish, a talisman was hurled towards her. The talisman, enhanced by a ring, flew with unprecedented speed, precision, and power, serving as Zhu Ganglai's means of survival. Potent enough to severely injure an 8th realm golden core cultivator. The maiden deftly leapt, her form as light as willow fluff, narrowly evading the attack. The talisman struck the rocks, erupting in a burst of flames. Who dares approach? State your name. Zhu Geng's heart sank as he feigned nonchalance, clapping his hands together. I expected to attract a formidable opponent. The maiden landed, her expression one of ire. Such arrogance, commander, slaughtering innocent creatures, and now threatening me. The law of the jungle. Indeed, Zhu Genglai scoffed, tearing into the rabbit leg and taking a hearty bite, fully aware that her inquiry was a deliberate provocation. If I failed to respond, it would be rather unbecoming. The maiden's brows furrowed. Were you to test me? Did the rabbit graze upon your lands, you petty-minded fool? She stepped closer, her voice laced with indignation. Zhu Genglai advanced, his gaze sharp as a blade. My dear maiden, has your reach not exceeded your grasp? Instinctively, the maiden took a half-step back, surprise flickering across her features. I merely detest your senseless slaughter. Senseless slaughter? Zhu Genglai laughed heartily. You of the Yunzan cave, devour without remorse. When did compassion find its way to your heart? Such slander. The maiden bit her lip, a blend of embarrassment and fury washing over her, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. How did you come to that conclusion? Zhu Genglai, undeterred, reached out with his greasy hand, feigning to brush against her skirt. Alas, it appears sullied from the recent explosion. No escape from that. How dare you? She exclaimed, conjuring an invisible barrier that thwarted his advance. Zhu Genglai merely smiled, akin to a mischievous child relishing a prank. Bodhisattva, you of the bold and brazen spirit, would you fear a child's jest? Your vulnerabilities are rather pronounced. As his words fell, the atmosphere thickened, silence enveloping them save for the crackling of the fire. Surprise flickered in the maiden's eyes, her anger gradually giving way to a placid demeanor. Commander, when did you discern my true identity? Zhu Genglai inclined his body slightly. Upon our first meeting, I surmised much, yet dared not confirm. Subsequent encounters only served to test the waters. Forgive my suspicion. What say you? How could a mere spirit of the mortal realm refer to me as commander? Who among the populace knows my past and could find their way here? Not sufficient. If you were truly of the esteemed Bodhisattva, you would not be deceived by the talisman's illusions. Your realm far surpasses mine, and you would not evade so easily. Still, it is not enough. Zhu Genglai returned to the fire pit, adding 2 pieces of firewood, chuckling softly as he wrinkled his nose. Despite our brief acquaintance, I can still discern the fragrance of the 9-petal lotus from Mount Luojia. The young maiden fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a light laugh, a blend of helplessness and admiration. Truly, you are the great Marshal Tianpeng, were it not for our face-to-face encounter. One might easily mistake you for a pig demon based solely on your keen sense of smell. You flatter me, Bodhisattva, Zhu Genglai replied, clasping his fists respectfully. What brings you to this desolate mountain, far from your practice in the South Sea? Avalokitesvara reigned in her smile, her expression turning solemn. I have come in search of a protector for a seeker of the scriptures, a monk from the east, traveling to the west to pay homage and seek the sutras. Zhu Genglai confirmed. Indeed, she replied. The child's face registered surprise. As far as I know, the Central Plains are rife with turmoil, and the north and south are in disarray. Where does this monk hail from? In times of chaos, the teachings of Buddhism are even more essential. The suffering of the common folk reveals the necessity of seeking the scriptures. Avalokitesvara paused slightly, then continued with a smile. As for the monk, he comes from the east and aims to journey to the west. Journey to the west. At last entangled in the grand scheme of heaven and earth, the Jade Emperor's reckoning has been cleverly evaded. Zhu Genglai's thoughts raced, not wishing to be seen through. He arched an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What does the propagation of the Dharma have to do with me? Does the great marshal not desire an opportunity to restore his rightful place after being cast down due to his arrogance? Avalokitesvara's hands came together in prayer. I, a humble monk, have come at the behest of the Buddha to enlighten those with affinity and assist you in returning to the righteous path. Why not be direct and say, I am ensnared by desire? Zhu Genglai thought with a cold laugh in his heart, maintaining his composure outwardly. As a sinner, I dare not entangle the Buddhist path. Moreover, I now reign over this mountain, living freely, unburdened by the constraints of rules and precepts. Such words from a great marshal are misguided. Avalokitesvara responded calmly. The journey to the West to seek scriptures brings immeasurable merit, allowing one to attain the fruit of arhatship and transcend the suffering of reincarnation. Surely, this surpasses being a mere demon king in these wildernesses? Arhatship? Zhu Ganglai scoffed. That sounds too ethereal. I prefer something more tangible. Oh, what benefits does the great marshal desire? Avalokitesvara inquired, her interest piqued rather than angered. Simple. Zhu Ganglai rubbed his fingers together, grinning like a sly fox. The Jade Emperor's slander and my exile from the heavenly court. Could the Bodhisattva intervene to help me avenge this grievance? Matters of the heavenly court are decided by the heavenly court itself. They are beyond the scope of a humble monk. Avalokitesvara shook her head. Your obsession runs too deep. It will be better to release your hatred. Upon the successful completion of your scripture quest, I could advocate on your behalf to absolve you of the transgressions of that loyal celestial general who descended to the mortal realm. Do not move. Avalokitesvara had come prepared, even using Iba as leverage. Zhu Ganglai, aware that he could not escape Avalokitesvara's keen gaze, chose to alert the scribe hiding in the shadows. Avalokitesvara was a master of negotiation, employing both coercion and inducement. He swiftly shifted the conversation. If vengeance is unattainable, surely marrying is within reach. I had a betrothal with the Fairy of the Rainbow. Could the Bodhisattva act as a matchmaker to facilitate this union? Once more, Avalokitesvara shook her head. The bond between the Fairy of the Rainbow and the Great Marshal has run its course. It cannot be forced. However, I could arrange for you to wed Sister Mao Air from the Cloud Stack Cave as compensation. Sister Mao Air? Zhu Ganglia's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the woman before him, then pointed at himself. Bodhisattva, are you jesting? A rabbit spirit as my match? Is still you. Please be more restrained. The marshal has transformed. Guanin's wrath left Zhu Ganglai momentarily stunned. Bodhisattva, might you revert to your original visage? Is it not awkward to speak in such a guise? The true self is formless. If it is formless, how can one return to the original form? Guanin smiled, her words laden with profound meaning. Circumstances are fated by heaven. Though the rabbit spirit is indeed a creature of there exists a deep connection between you two. In time, the marshal will come to understand. She paused before continuing. I shall impart to the marshal a method of fierce combat. The intricacies therein can be gradually comprehended. Ah, I'm about Buddha, Zhu Ganglai exclaimed. Bodhisattva, you are so considerate, so magnanimous. Just imagine the effects of this technique after enhancing it with a ring. His heart raced. After a moment, he regained his composure. Are you not concerned that I may become ensnared in a web of comfort, thus neglecting my duties? No matter. Your bond is but a year. A year? Who decreed this? Zhu Ganglia's expression darkened once more. Every occurrence has its cause and effect. One cannot force it. Guanin's responses seemed to convey much while saying little, as if veiled in allegory. As long as it does not hinder the journey westward. As long as it does not hinder the journey westward. Zhu Ganglai murmured softly, suddenly lifting his gaze. The small village had already gathered 500 to 600 people. To seek the scriptures, they must first ensure their safety. The marshal is compassionate, surely connected to our Buddha, Guanin remarked, retrieving a cloth bag from her sleeve and presenting it to Zhu Ganglai. These modest spirit stones should suffice to alleviate your concerns. Zhu Ganglai accepted the bag, feeling its substantial weight. Upon opening it, he found it filled with low-grade spirit stones, their worth far inferior to this bag of holding. How stingy! He felt a surge of delight within, yet feigned a complaint. The bag of holding, akin to a storage ring, possesses the benefit of accommodating living beings and has an active absorption function. Though Guanin provided stones of lesser quality, Zhu Ganglai had the magic ring. As long as the foundation is solid, reaching its utmost potential would surely yield an extraordinary artifact. As for the spirit stones, they were precisely what he needed. He feigned indignation. Bodhisattva, are you so calculative as to send me, Zhu Ganglai, away with mere scraps? Certainly not, Guanin replied with a smile, suddenly closing the distance. Her jade finger, swift as lightning, pointed towards Zhu Ganglia's brow. Before her fingertip reached him, a grand and profound energy had already ensnared him completely. Chapter 14. The enchantment of the rabbit spirit golden light seeped into Zhu Gonglia's brow. Do not move. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ganglai could only send a warning to Yiba. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. His intervention would be futile. A wave of coolness washed over his consciousness, bringing no discomfort, merely a subtle sensation of being constrained. This was the realization attained by the monk during his ordination, a consequence of his aspiration to the righteous path. As recorded in the text known as the Sutra of Avalokiteshvara's prediction, which could bind the martial as obsessions. Zhu Ganglai silently cursed, yet wore a smile upon his face, expressing gratitude for the Bodhisattva's bestowed teachings. If the martial could immerse himself in diligent practice, he would eventually comprehend the monk's earnest intentions. Avalokiteshvara's smile grew warmer as she produced a folded longbow, presenting it to Zhu Ganglai. This artifact, a treasure of the postnatal realm, was not particularly valuable, but could aid the martial in hunting for sustenance and fostering self-reliance. The bow, once held, felt both supple and light. Its body was intricately carved with elaborate inscriptions, faintly emanating a chill. It was portable, barely sufficient to serve as a belt. Zhu Ganglai stroked his chin in contemplation. After a moment of forced deliberation, he nodded. Very well, since the Bodhisattva extends such kindness, I shall accept this task. Avalokiteshvara clasped her hands together, exclaiming, Indeed, Marshal, your understanding of righteousness is boundless. After imparting a few more words of guidance, she transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. The forest lay in serene silence, with only the campfire continuing to crackle. Zhu Ganglai toyed with the soft bough in his hands, his gaze inscrutable. Marshal, how do you fare? Absent any command, Yiba hesitated to reveal himself, instead sending a mental inquiry. All is well. Zhu Ganglai flipped the rabbit over, applying clay to the severed leg. That was Avalokiteshvara. What? Yiba's voice conveyed surprise, clearly perplexed. The fish is on the hook. However, it is far larger than anticipated. Too big to fit in one pot. Marshal, go summon the black mane. The pig demon. The pig demon. Black mane practiced punches on the riverbank, mumbling this peculiar title with unclear speech. For a full hour, Zhu Ganglai feigned instructing his subordinate, probing Avalokiteshvara's intentions through mockery and even distant ridicule. Yet, the forest remained silent, and the coolness in his consciousness showed no signs of change. Had she truly departed, or was she merely observing these antics? As Zhu Ganglai strained his mind for answers, Yiba relayed news of a woman resembling the Bodhisattva swiftly approaching. The pig demon. The pig demon. Black Mane's gaze was foolishly clear, reminiscent of a university student. What? Do you not like it? I do not like it. The wild boar spirit grinned foolishly, revealing its still uneven tusks. Demon. Sound like a villain. A villain? Who told you to file down your tusks to play the good guy? An inexplicable irritation surged within Zhu Ganglai as he grasped its large ears, delivering 2 sharp slaps. The roasted rabbit smells divine. Why are you not tempted? Speak. Why are you not tempted? Marshal, I am vegetarian. You are a demon. What do you eat vegetarian for? I am a demon. Do you have an opinion? No, no opinion. Black Mane endured the blows, too frightened to evade. Whatever you say is what it is. With no objections, then get back to training. Zhu Ganglai waved his hand in irritation, warning his descendants who only knew how to eat and sleep, questioning when they would become warriors. If you continue to grow lazy, one day you'll be slaughtered and stewed with sauerkraut. The black-maned horse, as if granted amnesty, galloped away swiftly. Zhu Ganglai remained in his spot, taking a moment to steady his breath. He realized that Guanin's appearance had thrown him off balance. After a while, he glanced at the forest and pulled out a copper hammer from his pocket. He shattered the muddy shell and peeled back the lotus leaves. The rich aroma of meat burst forth instantaneously. He eagerly tore off a large thigh, disregarding the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Ah, a fine young lad, stealing a moment of respite here. A voice, charming and sweet, emerged as a girl stepped gracefully from the woods. Her slender, yet curvaceous figure, almond-shaped eyes, and delicate nose exuded an air of languid allure. If Guanyin were to see this woman, she would undoubtedly understand why her disguise was uncovered. Zhu Ganglai cast a fleeting glance at her long legs, then turned back to continue feasting, mumbling, "Your skirt is dirty." Why mimic others by sneaking into the woods? If you're going to peek, at least find a better excuse. The girl boldly lifted her skirt, revealing her snowy, rounded legs. "Do you like it?" "Such a flirt, I do indeed." The girl paused, then burst into a fit of giggles, doubling over in laughter. Was so amusing. Laughing at a child who hasn't even weaned yet. How lewd of you. "Oomph." "Women," he retorted, always making a fuss over nothing. The girl composed herself, a cold huff escaping her lips. "Do you know who I am, to dare speak so insolently? Even if the spies have been roasted, I still wouldn't know who you are." "What did you say?" "Ah, it seems I truly don't know. May I inquire your name?" "Miss Mao." "Such audacity." Sister Mao immediately took a stance, her brows arched. "Knowing my name, yet behaving so rudely, if it weren't for the grace of your lord. Even a child like you would have met a grim fate." "My lord?" Zhu Ganglai broke off another rabbit leg, if yes around. "You'd better act quickly if you wish to fight." Sister Mao turned around and indeed spotted a tall young man with crossed arms standing not far away, gazing at her. "When did he arrive?" "I was completely unaware." A chill crept over her. Sister Mao's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder that young lad was so brazen. It was unexpected that this newly emerged pig demon possessed such strength. His true form was indiscernible, and his cultivation level remained unclear. An advanced practitioner of the nascent soul stage? Coughing slightly, Yibo glanced at his commander before slowly asking, "What do we call you?" "I am from the Mao clan, named Mei Zhuang. In our household, I am the second daughter, known to acquaintances as second sister." Sister Mao rapidly reigned in her imposing presence, reverting to a more delicate demeanor. "Ah, Mei Zhuang." Yibo felt the name resonated with familiarity. He looked towards Tian Peng, who showed no reaction, compelling him to bravely continue. "What brings you to the Heavenly River Water Mansion?" "Alas, it is somewhat embarrassing." Sister Mei Zhuang revealed a perfectly timed look of sorrow. "The blacksmith in my cave was poached recently. I heard that many talented individuals reside near the Heavenly River Water Mansion. So I came in search of a master skilled in the art of forging with both water and fire." "Is that so?" Zhu Ganglai felt a surge of exasperation within him. What a clever tactic to divert attention while shifting all blame onto the water palace. With just a few words, they cast responsibility entirely upon them. When their subordinates were sent out to recruit, they were branded as spies and met a grim fate. He exchanged a glance with Yibo. This woman was no ordinary foe. Having played with fire and water since childhood and equipped with my own skills, I might as well lend them to Sister Mao for a few days. Yibo pointed towards the fire pit and then turned towards the riverbank, where remnants of cleaning rabbits still lingered. "Here's the culprit. Do you dare claim them?" This time, it was Sister Mao who appeared taken aback. Her opponent was also formidable, not adhering to conventional tactics. Was the chief merely toying with a young woman? Sister Mao wore a look of melancholy. "What do you mean?" Yibo feigned surprise. "Do you think I am one to fabricate stories so easily?" She casually prodded, yet unexpectedly encountered a master craftsman, albeit a child. Such coincidences were rare in this world. She scrutinized Yibo, who wore a sincere expression. Doubts began to creep into Sister Mao's mind. Could this young boy truly possess such skills? Or was he merely an ancient entity cloaked in the guise of child? Crafting weapons was no simple task, and payment was a separate matter. Zhu Ganglai exuded authority, further solidifying Sister Mao's belief in her assessment. Payment was negotiable. Yunzan Cave had no shortage of common goods. "It's agreed. It's a loan, considering we are neighbors." Yibo maintained a serious demeanor, asserting that they relied on him for tools and iron implements. Zhu Ganglai secretly chuckled. The rascal was becoming increasingly astute. A straightforward declaration of intent, while simultaneously endorsing Zhu Ganglai's smithing skills. The agricultural tools from the Heavenly River Water Palace were unparalleled in the region. Such information was undoubtedly within Sister Mao's grasp. As predicted, after a brief contemplation, her expression brightened with joy. "If that is the case, I, the humble lady, extend my gratitude to the great king. May I inquire the name of this young gentleman?" Zhu Ganglai remained silent, gesturing as if counting money. Sister Mao promptly stated, "If you can forge usable weapons, the reward shall be generous, and I will not haggle." Yiba added, "This young lad has a peculiar temperament. I will accompany you, but must be ensured he remains unharmed. That is only natural. I am called Zhu Ganglai." The young boy wiped his greasy hands, his face radiating pride. "Seeing your sincerity, I will reluctantly make the journey." Sister Mao was overjoyed. Not only could she resolve the immediate crisis, but she could also forge an alliance with the Heavenly River Water Palace, an exquisite dual victory. She ceased her idle chatter and hurriedly bid farewell to Yiba. Ascending into the clouds, she led the young boy towards Yunzan Cave. The demonic winds howled. The young boy sat steadfastly amidst the clouds, his expression unyielding. Sister Mao's conviction deepened. This was indeed a figure of great prowess. Along the way, the female leader subtly inquired about his background. Zhu Ganglai only vaguely mentioned being a wild child from the mountains who had learned some skills from an old blacksmith. Sister Mao remained skeptical, unable to discern any flaws in his tale. Soon, the air grew thick with demonic energy. The outline of a colossal cave began to emerge. They had arrived at Yunzan Cave. Chapter 15. In the Cloud Stack Cave, disaster reigns. At the forging platform, a gamble for dominance. The scene within the cave starkly contrasts with that of the Heavenly River Water Mansion. There are no orderly houses or fertile fields. Instead, makeshift stone dwellings of various sizes are scattered across the mountains. The air is tinged with a faint scent of sulfur, mingling with the pungent odors of diverse demonic beasts. Upon the return of Sister Mao Air with a rosy-cheeked child, the monsters within the cave expressed astonishment. Whispers circulated among them, while others openly cast scornful glances. Zhu Ganglai was slightly taken aback. It appeared that Sister Mao Air's reputation was even lower than anticipated. "Ha ha! Is this a love child or a child bride?" Laughter erupted around them. Sister Mao Air cast a cold glare at the gathered demons. "Nonsense! This esteemed master craftsman is someone I have hired with great expense. Show some respect." A few demons stepped forward to rebuke the mockers, clearly supporters of Sister Mao Air. The group that had previously jeered remained unconvinced. "Master? More like a bargain for outsiders, leaving us with nothing." One scoffed. "Don't be deceived by this pretty boy, helping him raise his son." Zhu Ganglai observed quietly as the two factions in the cave became increasingly defined. Sister Mao Air, her expression frosty and on the verge of retaliation, felt a gentle tug at her sleeve. "Sister, do not be angered." Zhu spoke with a child's innocence, yet with an uncharacteristic maturity. "Is it not beneath you to squabble with the ignorant?" The demons paused, then erupted into even louder laughter. A little child, still without hair, yet so sharp-tongued. Zhu Ganglai continued, "I heard that your master was poached, and I came to save the day." Seeing the commotion, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. In that case, I shall take my leave." "Not so fast." An elderly man with white hair stepped forward slowly. The crowd bowed, addressing him as the Grand Elder. By the looks of it, his status rivaled that of Sister Mao Air. "Mi Zhuang, is this the master you summoned?" Sister Mao Air nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. "Indeed, this is the master craftsman I have brought back." Zhu Ganglai felt a shift within. The simple change from master to craftsman suggested the pressure this elder exerted on her. The Grand Elder circled the two of them, offering no welcome or affirmation. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "Many extraordinary individuals and events exist in this world, but one must display some skill to earn respect." Zhu Ganglai accepted the challenge without hesitation. "Where is the blacksmith's forge?" Sister Mao Air was equally eager to witness his true capabilities. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she led him to the workshop. Upon hearing that the newly arrived craftsman was a child, the cave's demons flocked to the workshop, creating a bustling scene. The Grand Elder handed over damaged weapons to Zhu Ganglai for repair. The child operated the bellows and wielded the hammer with precision. After a brief period of labor, they concluded their work and presented the repaired weapons. Several elders inspected the restored items, passing them around for scrutiny. To say he lacks skill, this child works swiftly and with finesse. Yet, to claim he is truly capable, the repaired weapons are rather ordinary. Sister Mao Air could hardly conceal her disappointment. Contemplating her next steps, the child must be returned whole, without tarnishing the reputation of the heavenly river water mansion. She could discern that this young lad possessed some skill. But at best, he was merely a craftsman. The idea of him revitalizing the Cloud Stack Cave to its former glory was nothing short of a fantasy. Eventually, the weapons fell into the hands of a robust wild boar spirit named Fong Pai. After Sha Huang's departure, he became the foremost blacksmith recorded in the Cloud Stack Cave's accounts. He presumed that he would naturally be reinstated, only to be confronted by an unexpected contender, a mere child. Yet to fully mature, if he truly possessed extraordinary abilities, he would concede. But with such mediocre skills, how could he tolerate this? He had anticipated a formidable opponent, yet discovered a charlatan instead. With such trifling aptitude, scarcely superior to that of an apprentice, he dared to flaunt his talents in his celestial abode. Beware, for I may strip you bare and steam you alive. The elders' faction of demons immediately joined in the uproar. Fraud! Get out! A cacophony of jeers erupted. Sister Mao attempted to quell the chaos, but the presence of the elder granted them audacity. Zhu Ganglai remained composed. Once the commotion subsided, he spoke slowly. What uproar is this over merely showing you a procedure? Procedure? Is it not finished? Of course it is not finished. Zhu Ganglai beckoned to the wild boar spirit. You wish to consume me? How can a scoundrel like you dare to eat? Noticing Sister Mao's displeasure, Fong Pai stubbornly held his ground. Concerned about his own interests, he realized that failing to contest now would mean no chance of redemption in the future. Can you forge metal? A young demon stepped forward, boasting, Master Fong Pai is the greatest blacksmith of the Cloud Stack Cave. You? What? Are you discontented? Shall we compete, then? Zhu Ganglai pointed to a pile of damaged weapons nearby. Let us compete. Fong Pai, eager for an opportunity to showcase his skills, welcomed the challenge. A fair contest would not only allow him to suppress the child, but also alleviate tensions with Sister Mao. Choose 3 items. The young lad approached the heap of ruined weapons and casually rummaged through them, selecting a broken sword, an iron halberd, and a shield with a large, gaping hole, an utterly pitiful sight. The one who restored them best would be deemed the victor. Excellent. I fear you not, Fong Pai boasted, picking up 3 weapons of similar disrepair, gaining no advantage over the young lad. Merely competing seemed lackluster. A twist was needed. A glint of cunning crossed Zhu Ganglia's eyes. A twist? What twist? Simple. The loser must bow 3 times to the victor and call him grandfather. Fong Pai quickly added, What must I call you? The young lad feigned ignorance. Grandfather. Ah, good child. Zhu Ganglai laughed heartily, extending his small hand in mock support. Daring to take advantage of me, Fong Pai, filled with fury, was on the verge of exploding. Fong Pai, Sister Mao admonished sharply. Only if you win in forging can you claim superiority. Is it not shameful to bully a child? The gathered demons echoed their support, prompting Fong Pai to relent. The elder cleared his throat, preparing to declare the contest's commencement. Zhu Ganglai raised a hand to halt him. Wait, I have conditions. What conditions? The elder's face darkened. The crowd of demons erupted in noise once more. Will this ever end? In the face of adversity, one must swiftly concede defeat and depart. You insolent child, if you continue to prattle, I shall be compelled to deal with you harshly. Zhu Ganglai casually cleaned his ears, asserting that his skills were a closely guarded secret, revealed to none. What do you desire? Inquired the Grand Elder. Thus, during the contest, I require a private chamber. This. Zista Mao hesitatet momentarily. The crowd began to jeer, their vulgarities echoing incessantly. What? Do you wish to pilfer my skills? Zhu Ganglai retorted with a sly smile. Certainly not. I shall provide you with a room, the Grand Elder commanded. Soon enough, a solitary chamber was cleared within the workshop, fully equipped with all necessary tools. The old man raised his hand once more, poised to declare the commencement. Yet, before he could lower it, a young lad interrupted him. I have one final condition. You. Fong Pai fumed, his mane bristling with agitation. Speak swiftly, the Grand Elder intoned sternly. Zhu Ganglai yawned, stating, My talents require considerable focus to manifest. And then? It is too late today. We shall await tomorrow for the verdict. Will you? be able to endure the weight or not. Even Sister Mao Air found this excessive. Just as she was about to concede, yet the Grand Elder intervened, asserting that the young brother's conditions should be honored. After all, the esteemed Cloud Cavern must select its chief artifact refiner, and surely, one day's delay is not insurmountable. His intentions were not benevolent, but rather a calculated belief that this young lad was merely seeking an excuse to evade confrontation. This presented an excellent opportunity to demonstrate Sister Mao Air's poor judgment and discerning character, a chance not to be squandered. After much deliberation, Mao Air ultimately acquiesced. The outcome would be determined by the quality of the finished product a day hence. In truth, she held little faith in this young lad, viewing him as a mere blusterer. However, unable to retract her commitment without losing face, she steeled herself to comply. This is how it ought to be. Heed wise counsel and prosper. The child bore an infuriating expression. The spirits were stifled with ire. Yet, upon the pronouncement of Sister Mao Air and the Grand Elder, they dared not voice further complaints and begrudgingly dispersed. All would be revealed come morning. Let us see, then, how you shall lament. Chapter 16. The Wild Boar Bows Down. Willing to bet and accept defeat, the enigmatic one offers a new strategy to prevent Zhu Ganglai from cheating. The Grand Elder deliberately dispatched 2 minor demons to guard the entrance. Upon entering the room, Zhu Ganglai closed the door and stored the meticulously selected small-sized remnants of weapons into his magical ring. The space within was ample. He then laid down to sleep, free from any worries. The next day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, the little gatekeeper demon knocked frantically on the door, calling out urgently. Zhu Ganglai finally stirred, stretching luxuriously, feeling refreshed. He opened the door to find a throng gathered outside, blocking the way. Before Fong Pai, the wild boar spirit, lay several expertly restored weapons, exuding pride, as if the words "I am formidable" were written on his face. The gatekeeper demon, having endured an entire night without sleep, bore dark circles under its eyes. Yet at this moment, it was invigorated, leaning closer to the Grand Elder's ear and whispering flatteringly, "Elder, there's been no movement. He has been sleeping soundly all night, doing nothing." The Grand Elder stroked his beard and nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sister Mao Air. "How will you conclude this?" Sister Mao turned away, biting her lip tightly. Last night, she had tossed and turned, unable to devise a feasible plan. It seemed that when the moment arrived, she could only accept her fate. The life of the child must be preserved. After all, she could not afford to offend the one from the heavenly river water mansion. The expressions of the gathered demons were all too telling. Zhu Ganglai smiled slightly, choosing not to prolong the suspense. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 streams of light flashed by. The weapons materialized out of thin air, landing steadily on the ground. The short dagger gleamed with a cold light, its blade adorned with flowing runes. The halberd shimmered with silver, its tip razor-sharp and exuding an intimidating aura. The shield, covered in intricate runes, seemed ready to summon a spirit beast, showing no signs of previous damage. Each weapon radiated a formidable presence, unmistakably not of ordinary caliber. The jaws of the gathered demons nearly dropped to the ground. Could these truly be the same 3 battered remnants from yesterday? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fong Pai, in disbelief, slapped himself twice. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. Compared to these divine weapons, the items I repaired were hardly fit for the trash. Sister Mao Air quickly regained her composure from the shock, her spirit revitalized. The Grand Elder's face turned ashen, his gaze fixated on the 3 weapons, filled with jealousy and resentment. "What do you think?" Zhu Ganglai asked with a smile, turning to Fong Pai. "Are you convinced?" Fong Pai, simple-minded, gritted his teeth and fell to his knees with a thud, bowing repeatedly. "Grandfather, I yield. Grandfather, I'm utterly convinced." Rather than taking advantage of Fong Pai's defeat, Zhu Ganglai pulled the proud wild boar spirit to Sister Mao Air's side, proclaiming, "From now on, we shall be brothers, working together to rejuvenate the Cloud Cavern, and success is just around the corner." Fong Pai sighed deeply, thoroughly convinced. This child was remarkably astute, his strategies unfathomable. With a burst of joy, Sister Mao Air embraced Zhu Ganglai, and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid red imprint, blooming like a flower. To the outside observer, this act seemed entirely natural, for before them stood a charming and youthful child. Within Zhu Geng's heart, a lament echoed. I am no longer pure. The gazes of the assembled demons shifted, a blend of reverence and intrigue. Could this young lad be of noble lineage? Or perhaps a prodigious talent emerging from a prestigious sect? The Grand Elder harbored a simmering resentment, yet was compelled to feign a smile, offering his congratulations. That smile was more grotesque than a frown. Sister Mao adjusted her emotions, dispersing the crowd. Subsequently, she extended an invitation to Zhu Genglai for a detailed discussion in the rear hall. The two traversed to the depths of the cloud stack cave. The reception room, though modest in size, was elegantly connected to the boudoir. Once settled, the maidservants presented fragrant tea. Sister Mao, unable to contain her eagerness, proffered an olive branch. Join the cloud stack cave as our chief craftsman. You may name your price. I shall not haggle. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Genglai declined. Sister Mao was taken aback. Why? A waste of time. Zhu Genglai set down his teacup, stating, You seek to solidify your position and suppress your rivals. Am I correct? Indeed. Sister Mao gracefully adjusted her hair, adopting a striking pose. Do you not know that it was the wolf demons who abducted from Shaohuang? The wolf demons? Zhu Gengli feigned surprise. This woman was adept at offense, accustomed to seizing the initiative. The wolf demons were the masterminds behind the previous siege of the Tianhe Water Manor. By assisting the Cloud Stack Cave in crafting weapons, not only would you receive ample compensation, but you could also exact revenge, 2 birds with 1 stone. What vengeance? That night, the wolf pups suffered severe losses. If vengeance is sought, they shall come to me. Zhu Genglai inquired with a smile. Judging by your tone, their influence is substantial. How do they sustain themselves? By farming. Farming? Cultivating medicinal fields. The wolf demons plunder the populace, forcing them into the mountains to till their medicinal crops. Sister Mao sighed. Their control is ruthless. Thousands of acres yield only 1 or 2 crops. The prices of the selected herbs will soon plummet. In just a few decades, this pack of wolves has squeezed the local medicinal trade to the brink of extinction. Now, they extend their grasp into the blacksmith's forge. Their intentions are nefarious. Are they outsiders? Indeed, the wolf clan originates from Haifeng Mountain, 2,000 miles to the east. 3 families reside there: the bears, the wolves, and the snakes, living in harmony and tightly knit. Ah, I see. This is a pattern of expansion. Zhu Genglai clicked his tongue, feigning an air of wisdom. It is not difficult to deal with them. Targeting their roots is the best strategy. Do not get entangled in the forge. This tone, it sounds so awkward, as though an elder were lecturing a child. Sister Mao did not refute. Instead, she mulled over his words. After a long pause, she remarked, This area is rich in yang sui, the finest material for forging. Various sects, all interdependent, thrive through weapon crafting. If not for forging weapons, then, are you suggesting we rely on farming tools? Or do you have a better idea? With someone riding on our necks, how can we not think critically? Zhu Genglai retorted. Have you not noticed that while there is no shortage of capable hands around Fuling Mountain, truly native top-tier experts are scarce? Sister Mao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Why is that? It is no secret. It is all due to yang sui. Sister Mao's hair fell in delicate strands. This substance enhances the toughness of weapons and possesses corrosive properties. The atmosphere was thick with resentment, and prolonged exposure to it could inflict considerable harm, rendering individuals irritable, eccentric, and hindering their ability to cultivate inner peace. I have heard that your father, the former head of the Yunzan cave, succumbed to madness due to his inability to dispel this malice, leading to his demise. The young girl's expression shifted several times before she eventually nodded in acknowledgement after a prolonged silence. Dissipating such resentment is not particularly difficult. Elixirs like the resentment-dissolving pill can achieve this. However, they are prohibitively expensive for ordinary cultivators. Are there alternative methods? Certainly, there are. Sister Mao Air, having uttered this, immediately covered her mouth, realizing her indiscretion. Zhu Genglai smiled. lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Your sect practices the Tying Profound Art, which allows you to harness the power of moonlight, correct? Sister Mao Air managed a wry smile, surprised that her secrets had been so easily discerned by him. Could it be that the Tianhe Water Mansion harbors ulterior motives towards us? The leader possesses formidable strength, and this child exhibits cunning intelligence. If their intentions are indeed malevolent, would they not prove more troublesome than wolf demons? Hey, what are you thinking about? Sister Mao Air was interrupted from her thoughts, adjusting her attire to alleviate her embarrassment. The flustered and bashful demeanor left Zhu Ganglai momentarily stunned. While the power of moonlight could indeed alleviate resentment, channeling it requires significant energy and comes with numerous limitations. Otherwise, my father would not have faced such a fate. Moreover, even if I were willing, I cannot help too many people at once. Who said you had to take action yourself? Zhu Ganglai urged, downing 3 cups of cool tea in quick succession. We can create spirit talismans inscribed with the moonlight array, which, when worn, can dispel resentment. Sister Mao Air's eyes gradually brightened, only to dim again as she realized the complexity of the method. It's a viable solution, but drawing the array is challenging, and mass production is out of the question. You needn't worry about that. I have my own clever plans, the young boy said with a mysterious smile. You merely need to persuade your followers to transition to the production of spirit talismans, and I shall handle the rest. Chapter 17. The craft of engraving talismans and the misguided pursuits of the uninformed. After much contemplation, Sister Mao Air finally acquiesced, willing to embark on this endeavor. That very day, the two commenced their efforts. Sister Mao Air elucidated the method of guidance imparted by Yuehua. Zhu Ganglai swiftly grasped the concept, transforming it into a formation inscribed upon the talismans. He then selected the most effective among dozens of talismans, crafting a mold for engraving. With the talisman paper laid flat, he dipped the mold in ink, infused it with true essence, and with a gentle press, the new spiritual talisman was born. Yuehua, maintaining her composure from a few paces away, felt an inner tranquility. Sister Mao Air, astounded, could only stare in disbelief. This was nothing short of miraculous. She printed several more, only to soon encounter a dilemma. Though the method was ingenious, the mold's material was subpar, rendering it incapable of withstanding multiple prints before succumbing to damage. Mass production remained unattainable. Fear not, for I possess a clever solution, Zhu Ganglai declared confidently, pinching Sister Mao Air's cheek playfully before making a hasty retreat, leaving the beauty in a state of flustered indignation, both vexed and doubtful, yet helpless. The following day, Zhu Ganglai returned to Sister Mao Air with an upgraded mold, enhanced by a magical ring. The talisman paper and ink remained unchanged, but with a gentle press. The talisman was effortlessly imprinted. The spiritual radiance pulsated, exponentially stronger than before. Could this be of 5th-grade quality? Sister Mao Air mused, holding the talisman in her hands, turning it over in disbelief. In her moment of astonishment, Zhu Ganglai swiftly produced a dozen more. The talismans were robust and their energy stable. Fear not, for the paper and ink remain the same. It is merely that you might find yourself enamored with me. He jested as he stuffed the talismans along with the mold into Sister Mao Air's embrace. Ah, the elasticity is commendable and the pressure just right, he remarked, stepping over to the tea table to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea. With all the talismans being of 5th-grade quality, the mold exhibited no signs of diminished spiritual power. In fact, it seemed to actively absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. Is this truly a 3rd-grade artifact? Sister Mao Air pondered, clutching a stack of talismans, her voice trembling with excitement. How did you accomplish this? Your discernment is commendable. Allow me to elucidate, Zhu Ganglai replied, finishing his tea. In the mortal realm, talismans, formations, treasures, and elixirs are categorized by grade, with the 9th grade being the entry level and the 1st grade as the pinnacle. It is said that there exist realms beyond the 1st grade. Sister Mao Air's voice faltered, her own astonishment evident. Indeed, beyond the 1st grade, there are superlative and extraordinary ranks. Yet these require the adept craftsmanship of a Yuanying stage cultivator to truly manifest their potential. Such matters are often negligible. A tremor coursed through Sister Mao Air's heart. The Yuanying stage represents the pinnacle, the revered figures of the 10th and 11th realms, half-immortals, the most exalted beings in existence. She quickly comprehended that these individuals primarily pursue the path of the Tao. Talismans and formations are mere sidetracks in their eyes. Thus, superlative and extraordinary elixirs and talismans are treasures that one may encounter only by chance. Zhu Ganglai continued, if such treasures are hard to come by in the mortal realm, one might seek them in the celestial realm. The extraordinary is the boundary between immortals and mortals, with the 12th realm's transformation stage being referred to as earthly immortals in the mundane world. There exist various appellations, such as ghostly immortals, earthly immortals, and extraordinary beings transcending the mundane. These ancient entities, should they happen to be talisman masters endowed with extraordinary fortune, could potentially cultivate talismans surpassing the highest grades. He is acutely aware that the hierarchy of talismans in the celestial realm extends far beyond this, encompassing divisions such as earthly, heavenly, divine, immortal, profound, sacred, and Tao. However, it is unnecessary to elaborate excessively for the earthly spirits. Sister Mao Air listened with rapt fascination, her gaze towards Zhu Ganglai growing ever more perplexed. How could this young child possess such vast knowledge? Could it be that he has been possessed by some ancient being? Or perhaps he is merely a manifestation of a powerful figure? As memories of their recent close encounters flooded her mind, Sister Mao Air suddenly felt her cheeks flush. Zhu Ganglai seemed to penetrate her thoughts and continued, do not indulge in fanciful speculation. I am simply myself, a unique spark of existence. What? Spark? Sister Mao Air was taken aback. To conduct business, one must comprehend the market. Zhu Ganglai cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, explaining, our clientele primarily comprises cultivators at the 5th realm and below, specifically those in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. To meet their needs, talismans of the 5th or even 6th grade suffice, and with our mold, we can produce hundreds in a single day. Sister Mao Air gasped in astonishment. Hundreds in a day? What market? Clientele? This is utterly unprecedented. Then, do you not aspire to be the chief talisman master? She inquired. I am merely here temporarily to assist. We are in a collaborative relationship. Do not always envision me as your employer, Zhu Ganglai replied, a hint of disappointment evident in Sister Mao Air's demeanor. So, what conditions do you seek? To provide military protection and intelligence for the Heavenly River Water Mansion. Before Sister Mao Air could respond, Zhu Ganglai added, we shall not ask for it for free. We will exchange it for provisions and spirit stones. This offer was akin to a windfall for the Yunzan cave, which was in dire need of food and spirit stones. You possess a nascent soul stage grand cultivator overseeing matters. Do you truly require our protection? Sister Mao Air remained level-headed. You have stated he is a grand cultivator, so he is undoubtedly preoccupied with his cultivation. Zhu Ganglai replied with a faint smile. Minor disturbances shall be left to you, relieving you of worry and effort. His ulterior motive was to deceive the Heavenly Palace. The surveillance methods employed by the Heavenly Palace were primarily twofold: the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear, supplemented by daily reports from the mountain deities and land spirits. Zhu Ganglai initially employed a wolf pack for blood sacrifice, then established a temple for incense offerings, covering all bases. As long as the mountain deities and land spirits refrained from causing trouble, they would feign ignorance. Ultimately, he sought to obscure the Fade of the Yunzan cave. The 1,000-mile eye, separated by realms, would find no flaw to exploit. Sister Mao Air still harbored doubts. This youth seemed to assert complete control. How much weight did his words truly carry? She resolved to probe further. Surely, there must be additional requests? Blue cherry grass, the more the better, he stated. Blue cherry grass serves as a catalyst, maximizing the efficacy of the yang sui. However, the use of this substance is intricate, being locally common, yet not a mainstream material. Sister Mao Air questioned, what purpose do you have in stockpiling this? To feed pigs. He replied, Zhu Ganglai spoke with confidence, asserting his representation of the Heavenly River Water Mansion. Of course, he declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Risk and opportunity coexist. After much hesitation, Sister Mao finally resolved to agree. Excellent. Thus, a verbal accord was reached, marking the alliance between the Heavenly River Water Mansion and the Cloud Platform Cave. The extent of their collaboration remained contingent upon future developments. Zhu Ganglai did not impose, merely encouraging Sister Mao to initiate the plan as a trial. Sister Mao was swift and resolute, promptly announcing the news to the myriad of demons. The Cloud Platform Cave would abandon weapon forging to focus on talisman crafting. As anticipated, this declaration stirred a cacophony of dissent among the majority of demons. Yet, with the backing of Zhu Ganglai and Fong Pai, and the skilled artisans of weapon forging now under Sister Mao's command, they were left with no choice but to acquiesce. In the ensuing days, Sister Mao was exceedingly busy, tirelessly organizing the acquisition of blue cherry grass, which was soon transported back to the cave in batches. She seized this momentum to reorganize the factions, reallocating resources and urging the spirits to hone their skills, familiarizing themselves with the talismans for dispelling negativity. The previously lackadaisical Cloud Platform Cave began to regain a semblance of its former glory under her firm leadership. Zhu Ganglai, however, remained secluded, engrossed in talisman crafting and cultivation, never stepping outside. Curiously, he showed no interest in the returned blue cherry grass, which lay untouched, accumulating in the storeroom. The supply was limited, and soon the neighboring towns, villages, and various apothecaries had been thoroughly scavenged. The first batch of talismans had already been distributed, and the demons began mobilizing their channels to promote them. However, the response was dismal, with almost no interest generated. Within merely 10 days, Sister Mao could no longer remain idle. She hastily sought out Zhu Ganglai. This plan, it seemed, might be unfeasible. Chapter 18. Revealing the cards, the insider watches the commotion. Establishing a bet, clarity in a month, what could possibly go awry? Zhu Ganglai wore a smile, his demeanor composed. Sister Mao heir, fully aware that he could hear the commotion outside, deliberately opened the door a crack. It's futile. We simply cannot sell this. I had mentioned before that this item is nothing but a deception. Why forego a fine weapon to sell talismans? The clamorous voices from outside surged in, each wave louder than the last. The crowd of demons hung their heads in dejection. Despite distributing the talismans for 10 days, the market remained utterly unresponsive. The efficacy of the dispelling talismans was slow to manifest, and most patrons were inherently skeptical. Silence. Sister Mao heir's sharp rebuke echoed through the door, momentarily quieting the ruckus. Yet, it soon resumed its incessant buzzing. Enough with the theatrics and the indirect approaches. Zhu Ganglai cast a glance at Sister Mao heir, exasperated with the pitiful lot around them. Even Sister Mao heir felt the sting of his words, her cheeks flushing. The chief, feeling both indignant and aggrieved, hesitated a moment before closing the door, settling obediently beside the child. Zhu Ganglai finally took a sip of his tea, contentedly proclaiming, "The dispelling talismans are indeed valuable, but you cannot peddle them this way. Pushing them door to door, akin to street performers, who would take such a proposition seriously? Then how should we sell them? Zista Maui accountat. The average cultivator knows nothing. Isn't explaining it a bother? Even if someone shows interest, they trust professionals, not merchants." Zhu Ganglai set down his teacup and picked up a softened tea leaf in his hand. Buyers inherently believe that sellers have ulterior motives. That is human nature. Therefore, one cannot sing one's own praises. It must be the users who declare their worth. That is what gives them value. Zista Mao e ponda deeply. And after a moment of realization, she exclaimed, "You mean, the target clientele is the weapon shop?" "Indeed," Zhu Ganglai nodded. "You all are so eager to cultivate human forms. Merely adopting appearances is insufficient. One must understand the human heart. Blacksmiths, who toil with iron year-round and are most susceptible to the corrosive influences of the sun, are precisely those who most require dispelling talismans. Once they endorse the product, others will naturally follow suit." Sister Mao heir interjected, "So, we should first market to the craftsmen, then return to the customers, ensuring that everyone will be inclined to purchase." compliment you for a moment, and you falter. Zhu Ganglai shook his head. The goods are to be wholesaled exclusively to the weapon shops. Whether they choose to sell them at a markup or on their own is their concern. We only need to focus on collecting payments. But during stable business times, it is always the minority that seeks change. Zistamao hesitated. What if we first send a batch for trial? Are you not familiar with that local official in Yuzikang, Pingbasenkyuo? Zhu Ganglai shifted the topic. Sister Mao Air's expression turned grave. How do you know? The enmity between humans and demons is well known. Despite the proximity of Yunzan Cave and Qingtang City, they have coexisted peacefully for so many years. Aside from that fool Zongpu from Luosi City, anyone with a modicum of insight could surmise that something is amiss. Zhu Ganglai remarked with a hint of mockery. Sister Mao Air fell silent, feeling an unsettling vulnerability before this child, as if all her secrets were laid bare before his piercing gaze. The Lord of Qingtang City, Ping Ba Sang Kuo, is indeed one of the most significant trump cards of Yunzhan Cave. The two sides share a 30-year bond. Yunzhan Cave supplies expendable troops to Qingtang in exchange for money and provisions. Qingtang City sacrifices its merchant caravans to the cave as resupply. They maintain a mutually beneficial relationship, shrouded in tacit understanding. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. The visitor was the Grand Elder, accompanied by his trusted confidants, arriving to exert pressure. As the door swung open, the elder wasted no time in addressing the issue at hand. This talisman business seems to have been poorly considered. I have also heard that you have invested the cave's accumulated savings into purchasing blue sakura grass. Immediately, voices behind him erupted in mockery. Indeed, can that nonsense be consumed? Can it be wielded as a weapon? Such reckless behavior will inevitably deplete the resources of Yunzhan Cave. Exactly. If the late cave master were aware, he would surely be enraged. The cacophony of voices criticizing the new leadership was evidently premeditated. What do you mean by that? Grand Elder? The expression on Sister Mao Air darkened instantly. How I conduct my affairs is not for you to dictate. Yunzhan Cave is not a fiefdom of the Mao family. In the days of the late cave master, he would consult with his brothers regarding all matters. Elder who interjected, his staff striking the floor with a resounding thud. Impudence! Do you wish to revolt? The boar spirit, Fong Pai, bellowed, his imposing figure shielding Sister Mao Air. Revolt? I believe she is the one causing chaos. She has only been in office for a few days, and already the cave is in disarray. Fong Pai, you were removed as the chief craftsman, yet you still rush to fawn over her. The Grand Elder is wise. We all support the Grand Elder. The atmosphere surged with fervor, resembling a tide that threatened to unseat the newly appointed leader. Cold light flickered in Sister Mao Air's eyes. She ceased her chatter as the pressure of her golden core erupted. The aura of demonic energy swept through the air like tangible waves crashing against the assembly of beasts. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, cultivation grants the utmost authority. The raucous spirits fell silent, retreating in fear. Good, good, good. The Grand Elder's complexion darkened, forcing himself to respond. At such a young age, you rely on strength to bully the weak. You truly have a promising future. He too unleashed his aura, being at the early stage of the Golden Core. Yet most of his strength was likely derived from elixirs. His potential waned, and his lifespan diminished, rendering him weaker than Sister Mao Air. Fortunately, a few elders at the peak of Foundation establishment stood behind him, their combined presence barely allowing them to contend. Since you refuse to yield, let us wager. Internal strife would only benefit the wolf demons. How does the young master wish to wager? The Grand Elder's faction clung to their words, refusing to acknowledge the legitimacy of Mao Air's position. A month's time, Sister Mao Air declared resolutely. If the talisman business fails, I will voluntarily abdicate. A collective gasp of disbelief resonated throughout the chamber. All eyes turned toward the Grand Elder. Very well. You possess courage. I shall accept your wager. The Grand Elder's hair bristled with fervor. 1 month. If this neglected talisman truly opens a market, I I will step down and retire. And we too shall yield. Several trusted elders promptly stepped forward to enhance their commitment, fearing that Sister Mao heir might suddenly withdraw and squander the opportunity to bring her down. A deal is a deal. A deal is a deal. A glint of excitement flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes. You, a mere yellow-haired girl, and with an infant still in need of nursing, think you can turn the world upside down within a month? Chapter 19. The forge competition intensifies. Targeted marketing advances steadily bang. Sister Mao heir forcefully slammed the door shut, isolating herself from the clamor and stomping of her loyal subordinates. The tumult receded. Leaning against the cold door, her chest rose and fell gently, her heart in turmoil. Such a grand wager, settled with a few words, was indeed impulsive and somewhat reckless. Yet, she chose to trust him in a manner that was inexplicably profound. A warm teacup was presented before her. Zhu Ganglai approached her side, his tone laced with a hint of irreverence. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Anger can lead to an early demise. Sister Mao heir held the teacup, her lips finally unable to contain a smile. This little rascal always uttered the most peculiar things. I will set off immediately to visit Pingba Sankyo. Do you have any further instructions? The change in her tone was subtle. Even she was unaware of it. Gone was her initial astonishment at the child's clever schemes, replaced by a newfound respect and an inclination to seek counsel, tinged with an implicit reliance. Zhu Ganglai took a sip of tea, his demeanor shifting from casual to focused. But remember this, the human heart is a complex enigma. Do not toil in vain, only to craft garments for another. I have considered this. Our talismans are of a 4th or 5th grade standard. The threshold is high. They cannot replicate it, she retorted. Resolving hostility does not necessarily require such high-grade talismans. Sister Mao heir was taken aback. So, what do you mean? Lower the price. Zhu Ganglai swallowed a mouthful of tea, discarding the leaves. Sell 4th-grade talismans at the price of 2nd-grade ones. What? Sister Mao heir's head jerked up, nearly convinced she had misheard him. Are you certain? This is not merely a slight reduction. 4th-grade spiritual talismans typically fetch at least 2 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 20 low-grade spirit stones, or 20 taels of gold. What is a 2nd-grade spiritual talisman worth? Less than 1/10 of that. You will incur severe losses. Zhu Ganglai chuckled, waving her concerns aside, urging her to remain calm. In the initial phase, do not harbor excessive reservations. Swift, precise, and decisive delivery, tailored to the symptoms, will yield significant results. Once everyone accepts the talismans from Yunzan Cave, we will naturally have ways to recoup our costs. Sister Mao heir, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the wisdom in his words. The severity of hostility, its causes and manifestations, varied greatly. As long as the community trusted Yunzan Cave, subsequent business would flourish without concern. One more thing you must pay attention to. Stabilize Pingba Sankyo. Stabilize? Shouldn't we be urging him to act swiftly? Promotion of the talismans must accelerate, yet we cannot allow him the leisure to fully comprehend the nuances. A glint of cunning flashed in Zhu Ganglai's eyes. How so? In the Yangshui production area, anyone utilizing weapons must carry a dispelling talisman. This does not even account for goods flowing from Qingtang to other regions. Just imagine, a sudden influx of such abundant resources. Wouldn't this local potentate become envious? What if he mandates all merchants to procure goods exclusively from designated channels? And those channels do not include ours? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? So how do we stabilize him? Envision a grander scheme, one that leaves him overwhelmed and devoid of time to contemplate monopolistic channels. Let us delve deeper into this matter. What is the most lucrative enterprise under his governance? Armaments? Precisely. With a snap of his fingers, Zhu Ganglai encouraged Ping Bong to orchestrate an extensive competition for refining weapons. Let the event be grand, inviting heroes from all walks of life. You shall convey to him that leveraging the popularity of the competition to promote spirit talismans will yield extraordinary results. It allows him to consolidate loyalty while seizing a lucrative opportunity. What could be more advantageous? Mao Erji felt a surge of excitement, pacing back and forth, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The attitude of Wuzizang towards demons contrasts starkly with the oppressive extermination seen in the eastern lands. It is not only tolerant, but selectively inclusive. Qingtang embodies this state to its fullest. The border town serves as a vital transportation hub, strategically positioned. In this narrow space, Pingbong often takes the initiative to recruit demon cultivators and dark mages. As long as they are loyal, he welcomes all. Various outlandish beings traverse the town, and even the common folk have grown accustomed to them. This creates fertile ground for the grand weapon refining competition. Having grasped the crux of the matter, she halted, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Zhu Ganglai. Should the competition proceed, will you represent Yunjian Cave or the Tianhe Water Mansion? Zhu Ganglai chuckled. Women, with their finely tuned perceptions, always manage to focus on the peculiar details. I shall not participate. Neither shall the Tianhe Water Mansion. Would that not merely benefit others? Mao Erji stamped her foot in exasperation. Let Fang Pai take part. Fang Pai. Mao Erji hesitated. Its character is commendable, yet its strength is limited. Even if Zhu Ganglai abstains, the talents drawn away from the Sand Wilderness are superior, let alone the skilled individuals from outside. Are you suggesting that our focus should be on participation, to confuse them and lower their guard? Ultimately, it circles back to hastening the promotion of the demon-slaying talismans. Foolish. Zhu Ganglai covered his face, exuding an air of frustration. We must emerge victorious. The champion of the weapon refining competition is the finest promoter. But can he truly manage it? With my presence. Even if he cannot, he shall succeed. Mao Erji fell silent, her eyes brimming with doubt. Could it be that this youth intends to play the role of a hidden observer? After all, the talismans are his creations, while Yunjian Cave merely acts as an intermediary. Oh, you are quite the troublesome woman. Zhu Ganglai discerned her thoughts immediately and stated plainly, the molds will belong to you, and from now on, the proceeds from the talismans will be divided 5-2, half for each family. Let be known, I shall only accept low-grade spirit stones. At this, Mao Erji felt her cheeks flush, a mix of guilt and embarrassment washing over her. The endeavor relies entirely on your efforts and the returns. You need not concern yourself with that. I, Zhu Ganglai, never withhold assistance from friends. Friends. Mao Erji murmured the word several times, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Women, why do they so easily become moved? Zhu Ganglai felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation and hurriedly urged, Enough, enough, let us set forth. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. I shall depart immediately. Mao Erji inhaled deeply, quickly regaining her composure. During my absence, I will arrange for 2 elders to provide you with close protection. You must also take care of your safety. Oh dear, please do leave. Thank you, but no need to see me off. Zhu Ganglai could no longer endure the incessant nagging, and with a reluctant push, he ushered her out the door. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Yet, Zhu Ganglai found himself staring at his hand, momentarily dazed. Just a moment ago, his fingertips seemed to have brushed against her. There, the sensation, so soft, so warm. A sudden realization struck him. It had been ages since he had been intimate with a woman since his arrival in this realm. Ahem. It was not until Yi-Ba's persistent coughs roused him from his reverie that he recognized his parched throat and reached for tea, standing there like a doorkeeper. Marshal, what is the meaning of this? Get lost, and do not pry into matters that do not concern you. I instructed you to diligently practice the 36 transformations of Tiangang, and yet you want to transform into a bee? Have you lost your wits? Huh. Yi-Ba, proud of his newly acquired transformation technique, had initially intended to show off and earn accolades, only to be met with an unexpected reprimand that left him utterly bewildered. Perhaps you should just take my surname, Zhu. From now on, you shall be known as Zhu Bo. Truly, you are as dim-witted as they come. Zhu Ganglai, observing Yi-Ba's oblivious demeanor, was infuriated, pounding his chest in frustration. Can't you even transform into a fly or a bug? An ant would suffice. The Yunjian Cave stretched for miles, barren and desolate. Aside from stones and soil, were there any flowers or grasses? Was there even a place where bees could thrive? Yi-Ba was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. Zhu Ganglai vented his anger by kicking him twice before finally calming down. Iba, meek and submissive, took a few sips of tea to steady his nerves before beginning to report on the situation at home. Everything at the Heavenly River Water Mansion was as usual. The peaceful and was thriving in business. The intelligence regarding Gao Laozhuang had been largely clarified, with Iba having personally visited. The village was conveniently located in Wuzizang, a no-man's land bordering the eastern lands. With a population exceeding 10,000, it resembled a small town. The Huaxia ethnicity predominated, surviving through trade with the Central Plains and the western regions. Engaging in commerce? Zhu Ganglai scoffed. Isn't plundering the main business? Is the village chief human or a monster? Chapter 20. The Grand Elder's Duplicity and the Strategist's Opportunism. Ibo flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up to his master. Commander, we've clarified the situation. The cultivator is not a monster. What level? He has just grazed the threshold of the fourth realm. His name is Gao Gongjin, a former bodyguard, in his 50s. The fourth realm is the muscle transformation stage. Zhu Ganglai inquired, don't mortal martial artists refer to it as the transformation of strength? Indeed, it signifies the initiation into Qi refinement. In the celestial realm, it equates to the ability of a 10-year-old child. The terminology varies greatly in the mortal realm, so I took the liberty of creating a detailed list. Ibo produced a silk scroll from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. At this stage, one's strength significantly increases, akin to that of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, enabling one to live for a century. Impressive. The military discipline has not dulled due to comfort. Zhu Ganglai mused, nodding inwardly. He unfurled the silk scroll for a meticulous perusal. The mortal realm is a tapestry of humans, gods, demons, and monsters, where martial arts and cultivation share a common origin. Except for the elite sects, most human cultivators begin their journey through martial prowess. The 3 realms of martial arts are as follows. The first realm, where one possesses agility and vitality, exhibiting extraordinary bravery. The second realm, where external strength is fully realized, capable of wrestling with bulls. Many formidable generals and heroes from the martial world fall within this category. The third realm, where internal strength reaches its zenith, resulting in robust muscles and bones, qualifying one as a local master. The fourth realm of muscle transformation is the threshold for cultivators. Quite detailed indeed. Zhu Ganglai closed the scroll and reflected upon its contents before returning it. Gao Gongjin is indeed a person of significance. Ibo accepted the scroll and stored away. Otherwise, Gao's residence could not stand firm in the midst of the 4 wars. What is his relationship with Wu Xizong? Is there any involvement with Danzeng Duoji? Gao Gongjin shares a close bond with Ping Ba Sang Tso. Much of what they plunder must be sold in Qingtang City. What is the scale of their operations? Quite extensive. The majority of the pawn shops and silver stores in Qingtang are likely fronts for the underworld. Zhu Ganglai contemplated briefly, then retrieved a communication jade slip, inscribing the words pawn shop and silver store, which he dispatched to Mao Air. Gao Gongjin is pragmatic. He likely knows Danzong, yet the connection through Ping Ba Sang Tso would prevent him from interceding on his behalf. Ibo produced paper and ink, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map. Pointing to a location, he remarked, Qingtang City is situated to the south, blocking the vital artery. The people of Gao's residence cannot circumvent it to enter Tibet. And Juda? How is he faring? In Zhu Gonglia's eyes, a 4th realm cultivator was but an insignificant insect, and surrounding threats were mere trifles. His thoughts were more preoccupied with his biological parents. However, his proud nature made it difficult for him to lower himself. After much circumnavigation, he finally broached the main topic. Zhu Lao, Mr. Zhu and his wife are both quite well. Ibo chose his words with caution. Zhu Gonglia's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean, my mother has also been located? Yes. Madame Zhu was originally a maid named Chun Tao. Now, she's the head coach's wife. Oh, my subordinate played the part of an immortal and revealed a few skills. Ibo explained, Mr. Zhu has rendered service to his savior, and with a little push from me, he has become the head coach of the estate. Have connections been established? Indeed, Juda is immensely grateful to my subordinate and is willing to comply with any request. Ibo scratched his head, suddenly changing color. Commander, I assure you, I did not take advantage of them. Not only did I refrain from bowing, but I even dared not accept a greeting. Zhu Ganglai was amused, coward. You certainly play the part of a deity quite pathetically. Well, that will suffice. Your performance has been commendable. Zhu Ganglai produced 2 talismans from within his robe and handed them to Ibo. Make another trip to Gao Laozhuang and ensure they wear these protective charms. This will allow me to verify their efficacy. Zhu Ganglai recounted the origins of the dispelling talismans once more, instructing him to approach Zhu De in the guise of an immortal, arranging for the merchants of Gao Laozhuang to don the charms without delay. Ibo accepted the mission but hesitated to depart, concerned for the safety of his commander. He endured a fierce kick and was unceremoniously expelled from the cave. Zhu Ganglai remained stationed at Yunzan Cave, receiving messages in succession. First, there was a communication from Sister Mauer. Ping Bong, it seemed, was indeed a seasoned trickster, promising to promote the talismans, yet continually postponing his actions, while expressing unrestrained enthusiasm for the weapon refining competition. This was all within expectations, prompting Zhu Ganglai to respond swiftly. The competition will serve as a catalyst. The talismans will facilitate the channels. Just as he finalized the jade slip, a bright light shone above him. Ibo's communication talisman had arrived. Marshal, the plan at Gao Laozhuang is progressing smoothly. The entire merchant convoy has donned the dispelling talismans. As per your instructions, everyone is heading to Qingtang, regardless of whether they are disposing of stolen goods or acquiring new stock. Any dealings related to weapons will require inquiries about the talisman. However, there is something off with Gao Gongjin. Speak, Zhu Ganglai replied. As Ibo was still at the early stage of qi refining, his spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain lengthy communications through the talisman. A quarter of an hour later, Ibo's voice returned. Though he speaks little, he has dispatched a trusted aide to investigate the source of the talismans. I fear this might lead back to us and implicate Zhu De and his wife. He drummed his fingers against the stone table. Tap, tap. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ganglai responded, protect him and allow the investigation to proceed. He took a sip of his cool tea, feeling his temper flare even further. Blood ties were not something one could disregard. Before long, Fang Pai knocked at the door seeking an audience. Military advisor. The Grand Elder is indeed acting in contradiction to his words. Fang Pai's voice was low. After Sister Mao's departure, he was temporarily responsible for managing the cave's affairs and intelligence. Military advisor? Zhu Ganglai found amusement in this and chose not to correct him. This large wild boar might lack meticulousness, but he was still earnest. The dispelling talismans had been collected, and they wore them closely, yet refrained from promoting them outwardly. Instead, they spread the notion that our talismans were mere trinkets. The true means of quelling malevolence lay in the power of the moonlight, a technique understood solely by the Grand Elder's faction. Zhu Ganglai snorted softly. What a seasoned group, full of tricks. They are also quietly acquiring blue sakura grass, in small quantities and with great discretion. What do they want with blue sakura grass? Zhu Ganglai inquired. Perhaps they are following the trend, hoping to reap some benefits. Fang Pai speculated. What is the current market for blue sakura grass? The price is skyrocketing. We are acquiring it, and the wolf demons are also in pursuit. Regardless of the cost, whatever quantity they can obtain, they take. The area around Fulling Mountain has been completely cleared out. We must search further afield for supplies. One can fish for turtles while bringing up stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Zhu Ganglai rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth, and then smiled as he instructed Fang Pai. Select some clever and reliable brothers and uncover the transportation routes of the wolf demons. Fang Pai raised his head, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Do you mean, seize what can be taken? Zhu Ganglai replied in a calm tone. If we cannot seize it, then burn it. If it cannot be destroyed, then flee. Safety comes first. In any case, do not allow the goods to fall smoothly into the hands of the wolf demons. Understood? With a renewed spirit, Fang Pai bowed in acknowledgement, declaring, I shall attend to this matter at once. He then withdrew. The stone chamber lapsed back into silence. Zhu Ganglai approached the entrance, gazing out at the overcast sky. A skilled hunter never seeks to ensnare all at once. Instead, he harvests while reaping the benefits. Chapter 21. The tumultuous Wolf Fong Cave, the new water manor brimming with vitality. At Black Wind Mountain, within the depths of Wolf Fong Cave, torches crackled, casting flickering flames that rendered the visage of the Wolf King, Li Ning, even more fearsome. The old sheep, Sha Huang, stooped over, his fingertips swirling with true essence as a sprig of blue cherry grass silently dissolved. Suddenly whoosh, the flames leapt high, their hue transforming from orange-yellow to azure-blue. Clang, clang, clang. The iron hammer fell swiftly, revealing the outlines of a curved blade amidst the sparks. An aura of sharpness permeated the air, causing the onlooking wolf cubs to retreat in fear. Hiss! Li Ning squinted, savoring the taste of something truly remarkable. Indeed, the king is wise. The yang sui was domineering, its ferocity difficult to tame, yet with the infusion of blue cherry grass, its fiery essence could be ignited to its utmost potential. Sha Huang straightened his back, realizing that there must be some secret formula, a bid for a comeback. How naive. Report, Your Majesty. It's terrible. A bloodied little monster tumbled into the cave, breathless. To the west, the convoy gathering grass has been ambushed. The goods are burned, and our brothers are half dead or injured. What? The Wolf King sprang to his feet, clutching the little monster by the collar. Who did this? I don't know. They moved with incredible speed and struck ruthlessly, seizing what they could and fleeing. Before he could finish, another messenger stumbled in. Your Majesty, to the south, the southern convoy has also been attacked. At Eagle-S Cry Gorge, 3 carts of blue cherry grass, completely burned. Useless. A pack of useless fools. The Wolf King roared in fury, smashing a stone cup onto the ground. Boom! Fragments flew. Sha Huang and the cunning strategist exchanged glances, remaining silent. The Wolf King, suspicious and arrogant, was not one to provoke at such a moment. The cave fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, yet another messenger burst in. Report, Your Majesty, Qing Tang has sent word. Ping Ba Sang so intends to hold a grand competition for forging across the entire region. The tempestuous Wolf King suddenly calmed, a knowing smile gracing his lips. So that's it. My king. Li Ning licked his lips, issuing orders. All land within our territory shall be converted to cultivate blue cherry grass. My king, what is the meaning of this? The cunning strategist interjected. Isn't it a bit rash to convert everything? Perhaps we should start with just 30%. Alas, the strategist worries too much. Li Ning reveled in his state of clarity amidst the intoxication of others, seizing a piece of raw meat and devouring it voraciously, juices spilling forth. Increase the mining efforts for yang sui, and ensure that all newly forged weapons are supplied in abundance for my use. Sha Huang, as if struck by a revelation, suddenly looked up at Li Ning. What is it? Have you come to understand? The king is astute. I am in awe. Sha Huang bowed deeply, leaving the wolf cubs bewildered. He rose with composure and explained, robbery, competition. On the surface, these events seem unrelated. However, coupled with the accumulation of blue cherry grass at Yunjian Cave, the connection becomes clear. Are you suggesting the robbers are from Yunjian Cave? Who else would dare touch our goods besides that harlot from Fuling Mountain? She must have foreseen this competition and intends to utilize the blue cherry grass to emerge victorious? The cunning strategist realized suddenly. Not merely that, this wretched competition is likely orchestrated by that insufferable one, whose deceased father has perpetually colluded with the Qing Tang. What is there to fear? The esteemed blue bellflower will also be utilized. Let us charge forth and eliminate them. The horde of demons seethed with indignation. Silence. Sha Huang raised a hand to quell the uproar. The king intends to turn the tables. He paused momentarily, capturing the attention of all. We must continue to acquire blue bellflower and seize their stock. As long as we monopolize the supply and triumph in the competition, then unveil the efficacy of blue bellflower. At that time, the Wolf Fong Cave shall reign supreme. Indeed, let us deplete the external blue bellflower supply and then double our own cultivation. What grand endeavor could possibly fail? The strategist, Bei, exclaimed triumphantly. Excellent. The multitude of demons hesitated for a moment before erupting in a thunderous cheer. The king possesses foresight. Fuling Mountain will ultimately belong to us. Commands were swiftly disseminated, and the entire wolf demon territory sprang into action. Countless medicinal fields were raised, replaced with tender sprouts of blue bellflower. Within the mines, torches burned throughout the night, the clanging of metal resonating endlessly, and the yang sway or piled high like mountains. A fervent atmosphere enveloped the entire wolf den. Yunjian Cave. Zhu Ganglai had just refined a wisp of primordial essence when Fong Pai appeared at his doorstep, his face alight with excitement. Strategist, it has been accomplished. What has been accomplished? As per your instructions, we dispatched several teams to gather wolf cubs and seize 2 carts. The remainder was incinerated. Zhu Ganglai raised his teacup, gently blowing away the steam. What was their reaction? It caused quite the uproar. Fong Pai ran a hand through his bristled mane, vigilance heightened. Our losses have also increased. And it is said they are gathering herbs with greater fervor, driving prices sky high. Strategist, what shall we do next? Zhu Ganglai drained his cup in one gulp and declared, continue the plunder. Understood. Fong Pai turned to leave. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Zhu Ganglai quickly called him back. While we plunder, let us slightly alter our tactics. What do you propose? Fong Pai inquired, eager to listen. Let us raid a few more times, making a considerable noise, but refrain from seizing everything. The moment has come. Zhu Ganglai rose, gesturing for Fong Pai to follow him. The two entered the warehouse, where blue bellflower was piled high. Zhu Ganglai casually picked the stem, inhaled its fragrance, then handed it to Fong Pai. Fong Pai took the stalk, mimicking the action, and exclaimed, "We are destined for success, strategist. The price of blue bellflower has quintupled, and it is in short supply everywhere. How many stable supply points do we have?" "Many." "Very well. Let us package this herb and enlist unfamiliar brothers to disperse the goods. Indeed, we shall make a handsome profit. Strategist, how much shall we sell?" "Not a single half shall remain. First selling half at 80% of the market price, then the next half at 80% discount, and finally clearing the remaining stock at half price. Within a month, we shall aim to sell all." This. Fong Pai's expression froze. "Strategist, the prices are still soaring. Should we not retain some? Or perhaps seize a few more carts? Our brothers are accustomed to bloodshed. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. 2 principles. First, raid, but do not overreach. Second, clear the blue bellflower stock in batches, swiftly." Zhu Ganglai chuckled as he patted the shoulder of the wild boar, declaring that the lives of his comrades were equally valuable. "Go forth." "Very well." Fong Pai responded with a respectful gesture, departing with determined strides. As he watched Fong Pai's figure recede into the distance, Zhu Ganglai nodded to himself, contemplating the importance of discipline and the gravity of conflict. The elder awaited the spectacle of Miao Mei's folly, while relying on the prosperity brought by the blue bellflower. Choosing to refrain from disturbances for the time being, Zhu Ganglai meticulously reorganized the plan for distributing goods, assigning it to Fong Pai before setting off back to the Tianhe Water Mansion, accompanied by the 2 elder guardians, Hua Hu and Yun Bao. Upon their arrival, the 2 were rendered speechless. This was no makeshift assembly. The valley was enveloped in meticulously arranged fields, and the houses were systematically laid out. A multitude of wild boars was engaged in drills, charging and roaring, exuding a semblance of military might. It was unmistakably a fortress brimming with an air of solemnity. Layer upon layer of fertile farmland encased the valley with neatly arranged dwellings. At the valley's entrance stood the Ping an inn, bustling with activity. Further afield, a growing number of refugees, armed with rudimentary weapons, were diligently training, their shouts resonating with an undeniable ferocity. "Yuan, you have returned." Yibo hastened forward, eager to share his thoughts. Yet, with a mere glance, Zhu Ganglai quelled his enthusiasm. Chapter 22. The Valley of Villains lives up to its name. The heart of a false youth is dark, and ruthless Yibo's gaze swept over the 2 figures, Hu and Bao, and in an instant, a pressure akin to a surging mountain torrent emanated from his nascent soul. The 2 foundational elders turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. In their hearts, they silently praised Sister Mao for her wisdom. The grandeur of the heavenly river water mansion, coupled with the presence of such a formidable cultivator, indeed made for a strategic alliance. Ebo arranged accommodations for the two elders, then guided Zhu Ganglai back to the rear cave. The residence on the hillside was still under construction, with the old cave now serving as the main hall, newly refurbished. He produced a stack of reports and, adhering to the old customs of the Heavenly River Water Army, presented and summarized the findings. A herd of wild boars had amassed to 300, ready for battle. From the refugees, 500 able-bodied men had been selected, prioritized for the distribution of weapons and armor, training day and night. The high-priced weapons acquired were indeed effective, far superior to the surrounding scrap metal. In a hushed tone, Ebo disclosed, I specifically procured a batch of newly forged weapons from the wolf demons. They are formidable, exuding a terrifying aura. Fortunately, we possess the demonic dissipation talisman. Otherwise, prolonged use may lead to adverse effects on our brothers' minds. Zhu Ganglai nodded in agreement. Continue purchasing. Stockpiling more is prudent. Understood. Ebo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware of what stockpiling weapons entailed. Those young wolves believed they had outsmarted us, making a tidy profit, their tails nearly soaring to the heavens. Zhu Ganglai poured himself a cup of water and casually tossed a bag towards Ebo instinctively. Ebo caught it, but his expression shifted dramatically upon feeling its weight. The bag contained 5 pieces of celestial crystals, which, unlike spiritual stones, held energy that was subtle and often imperceptible to the untrained eye. Marshal this. Ebo's voice trembled, wanting to inquire where such celestial crystals could be sourced from in the mortal realm. Yet he knew well the rules of his commander and stifled the question just as it was on the tip of his tongue. The expenditure must have been considerable. The spiritual stones he had brought along were nearly exhausted. Zhu Ganglai produced another celestial crystal, playing with it in his hand. Keep 2 for yourself, and 3 for the water mansion. As for the spiritual stones and provisions, you may decide how to exchange them. Marshal, during this nascent stage, I have no need for these celestial crystals. Enough, Zhu Ganglai interrupted. First, stabilize your injuries. You haven't had the opportunity to meditate these past 2 years. And while the water mansion appears to be on the rise, your actual combat strength is singular. Upon hearing this, Ebo ceased his reluctance. He had clandestinely crossed into the mortal realm and had sustained considerable injuries. However, lacking anyone to safeguard the still young marshal, he had never found the chance to recuperate. With the celestial crystals, at least he could ensure his condition would not worsen. Rest assured, Marshal, I can still endure. There are no significant enemies in the vicinity, and the pressure is manageable. Indeed, how is our reputation faring externally? Not very well. Ebo scratched his head. This region is filled with desolation and hardship, and the refugees are seen as a scourge, avoided by all. Naturally, those we shelter draw all manner of criticism. What do they say? The most common term used is Valley of Villains, claiming this place harbors filth and is home to outlaws. Valley of Villains? Huh, quite fitting. Zhu Ganglai sipped his water. Go find a large stone and engrave the words Valley of Villains upon it. Place it behind the Ping and Tavern. Understood. What about Gao Lao Village? Ebo, aware that the inquiry pertained to his parents' well-being, pondered briefly before responding. The merchant caravans are quite active, posing no conflict with us. As for Zhuda, Master Zhu is currently esteemed by Gao Gongjin, and it appears that the turmoil surrounding the talismans has subsided. Just as he spoke, a herald responsible for sentry duties rushed in. A group has arrived from outside the valley, claiming to be envoys sent by Lord Ping Besenkuo of the Yusang Sampo. They demand to meet the lord of this estate. Both men displayed little reaction. The emissaries from a minor realm were not enough to stir their emotions. The herald, taken aback by their indifference, wondered how these 2 lords remained so unperturbed. They arrived rather swiftly. Zhu Ganglai set down his cup and gestured for them to enter, advising against being overly stern, for they were merely here to gauge the situation. Ebo complied, while Zhu Ganglai feigned the demeanor of a young boy, standing behind him. They exchanged glances, both finding the situation somewhat amusing. The delegation comprised roughly 10 individuals, led by a middle-aged official whose demeanor exuded arrogance. Beside him stood an elderly monk clad in gray robes, his presence serene, with a glimmer of wisdom evident in his eyes. Are you the lord of this estate? The official inquired, surveying Yibo with a dismissive gaze upon taking his seat. Yibo, following Zhu Gongye's lead, leaned back casually in his chair, adopting the swagger of a ruffian leader. Indeed, I am the great king. What brings you here? By the command of the Tsampo, we come to deliver an edict. The envoy unfurled a scroll, fixing his gaze upon Yibo, awaiting his submission and bow. Yibo remained unmoved, smiling benignly at him. Just as the official was about to express his frustration, he was nudged by the elderly monk behind him. Thus, he swallowed his anger and began to read aloud, his voice resonating with authority. He spoke in Yusang, reciting a formulaic proclamation of amnesty and peace. After he finished, Yibo waved his hand dismissively. What a cacophony! I cannot comprehend your words. He pointed at the old monk. Translate for me. Impudent. The guard behind the envoy barked. Fear not. The monk stepped forward, blocking the guards, a smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes. The Lord's ability to stand here surely speaks to his extraordinary nature. However, this falling mountain ultimately lies within the borders of our Yusang. All must abide by the laws. What? Do you seek to negotiate my submission? Or do you prefer to engage in combat directly? Yibo's eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glare, but recalling his commander's instructions, he tempered his tone, adopting a tone of defiance. I do not understand. This valley is merely a refuge for my brothers to earn a living. We have neither provoked nor offended anyone. Behind the screen, Zhu Ganglai nodded slightly. This rascal learns quickly. If the Lord complies with the Qing Tang's directives and continues to pay taxes, not only can he reside here peacefully, but he may also attain an official position. Wouldn't that be splendid? Qing Tang, whose official am I to become? Qing Tang or Yusang? Although Qing Tang is fragmented, it remains legally a territory of Yusang, and the envoy's arrival bears the Tsampo's name. Yet, such matters are understood implicitly. They cannot be spoken of openly. The envoy's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, but the old monk stepped forward once more, chanting a Buddhist sutra. Amitabha, the Lord possesses profound cultivation, which I admire. However, judging by your complexion, it seems you bear old injuries that have yet to heal. If not addressed promptly, they may pose future complications. Before the words had left his lips, an invisible force descended upon Yibo. Unperturbed, Yibo smiled and remarked, You possess a discerning eye. Merely a slight ailment, hardly worth mentioning. A mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator could be effortlessly extinguished by his hand. The so-called injury was intentionally displayed to provoke the other into action for testing purposes. Otherwise, entanglements would lead to an endless waste of time. His mental prowess reached out, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. The old monk's pupils constricted as he clasped his hands in greeting, stating, Forgive my verbosity. I have come primarily to inform the lord of the estate that Qing Tang is to hold a grand competition in weapon forging. I wonder if you would be interested in participating? Quick to seize the opportunity, Yibo chuckled internally and retorted, Not going? I am no blacksmith. However, if you possess any weapons, you may sell them to me. This is defiance against the king's authority. The envoy's eyes widened in indignation, his anger palpable. Is there anything else? Yibo inquired, lifting his teacup. The old monk, recognizing the situation, ceased his entanglement, leaving a document behind. The Lord may ponder this matter thoroughly. We shall return in 3 days to await your response. With that, he seized the flustered envoy and turned to leave. Once their figures vanished at the cave entrance, Yibo promptly set down his teacup, rubbing his hands as he approached Zhu Ganglai, a sycophantic grin upon his face. Commander, how did I perform in this act? A mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator employing a 5-realm bald monk. Qing Tang seems to regard us with a measure of importance. Zhu Ganglai approached the spot where they had previously stood, observing the shoe prints intentionally left behind. Having been bested, he was unlikely to relent easily. Shall I pursue them and eliminate them? Spare yourself. Wait until he comes tonight. Zhu Gongye's lips curled into a subtle smile, instructing. Make arrangements for a few sharp-witted individuals to stand guard outside tonight, feigning a relaxed vigilance. Understood. I shall ensure everything is meticulously arranged. Eba displayed a mischievous grin, comprehending that the commander was plotting something cunning. Chapter 23. The mundane act of silencing and the theft of treasures the night was as dark as ink, completely engulfing the contours of the mountains. At the mouth of the Tianhe Water Valley, the night watchmen leaned crookedly against the wooden fence or propped up their weapons, their snores rising and falling like a lullaby. A shadow melded into the darkness, stealthily gliding along the mountain wall. It was the gray-robed old monk who had come with the envoy during the day. He had not ventured far, having lurked in the periphery for quite some time, observing the lax defenses with keen eyes. The newly established stronghold atop the mountain lacked depth. Though the lord possessed formidable strength, his subordinates were merely a rabble. Qingtang needed a living witness to unveil the truths of this villain's valley, particularly the true capabilities and injuries of that individual. The architectural layout seen during daylight flickered in his mind. He deftly avoided several subtle fluctuations in energy, making his way directly toward the back hall, the core of the stronghold, where it was most probable to capture a person of significance. As he approached the cave, he paused. Someone staggered out. Judging by the figure, it was merely a child of 8 or 9 years. Clad in short garments, the child hummed an off-key tune, seemingly having risen for a nighttime convenience. An opportunity. Blessed be the Buddha. The old monk felt a surge of joy. He recognized the child distinctly. It was none other than the personal attendant of the valley's master. With the child's fragile spirit, he would be easy to control and interrogate. The old monk suddenly quickened his pace, akin to a weasel pouncing on its prey, silently closing in. The child seemed startled by the night breeze, turning back in confusion, just as the monk's bony claw reached out. There was no scream, no struggle. The large hand precisely grasped the nape of the child's neck, and with a slight exhalation of true essence, the child slumped into unconsciousness. He retrieved a pre-prepared cloth bag, ensnared the child within, tightened the opening, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, swiftly retreating like a specter into the night. His path was unimpeded, and the monk inwardly reveled in his success. Indeed, the Tianhe Water Valley was weak at its core. Once outside the valley's periphery, he found a secluded hollow in the mountains and halted. He discarded the cloth bag onto the ground, revealing a cruel smile. There would be no need for questioning. With the soul-searching secret technique, all the secrets of this villain's valley would be laid bare. The child, subjected to soul-searching, would surely be rendered useless. Compassion of the Buddha, one must understand that those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. He untied the bag and glanced at the still, slumbering child. Sitting cross-legged, he formed a hand seal with one hand while gently pressing the other against the child's forehead. As the old monk intoned the incantation, he divided 6 parts of his divine consciousness to probe into the bag. Just as his spiritual awareness was about to touch the child within, an abrupt change occurred. A force far more refined and overwhelming suddenly manifested. Like an icy tide, it surged back instantly, freezing and shattering his probing consciousness. A searing pain shot through his mind, and darkness enveloped his vision. He stifled a groan, desperately channeling his energy to resist. Crack! Crack! In the moment of his desperate struggle, 2 distinct sounds of bone breaking echoed. The arm that had pressed against the child's forehead experienced indescribable agony as both the elbow and shoulder joints were violently shattered by an immense force. The bag fell away, and the child stood, flexing his wrists. The innocent, bewildered expression was entirely replaced by a cold indifference and mockery, as if he had seen through the follies of the world. You're not a child. Who are you? The old monk, horrified, retreated, his consciousness wounded, and his left arm hung limply at his side. The excruciating pain twisted his features, yet the dread within him overshadowed the physical torment. Such a means could not possibly belong to someone in the Qi refinement stage. The assault on his consciousness was both tyrannical and precise. Could it be a master of the 6th realm? If not, it would be impossible to so easily freeze his consciousness and cripple his arm. Yet, this was clearly a child, even if he had trained from the womb. Who could he possibly be? Could it be that an ancient monster was impersonating him, usurping his body? Who I am is of no consequence. What truly matters is that you should not have come. Zhu Ganglai brushed off the weeds clinging to him, stating, I will ask, and you shall answer, and you may be spared. Dream on. Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. I inquire, how many troops does Qing Tang have this time? The old monk hesitated before responding. There are 35 in our party. However, if the city lord desires, 3,000 soldiers can arrive in an instant. Are you here to seek amnesty? The old monk fell silent, pondering why the other party was asking such trivial questions. If Ping Bong so were to learn that you were a spy for Wuzitang, how might he react? Zhu Ganglai suddenly questioned, his tone urgent. The old monk's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to retort, realization dawned upon him, and he emitted a harsh, dry laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Is it amusing? Danzing Duoji is dead, yet your disciple emerged unscathed, not even a scratch. Zhu Ganglai locked onto the monk's consciousness, immediately discerning that he and the monk who had abandoned Danzong and fled were of the same origin. The old monk was momentarily taken aback. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Surely, you're not the only spy? If I were to send someone to ambush the envoy and deliver you intact to Wuzitang, what do you suppose Qingtang's reaction would be? You. The old monk's eyes widened in disbelief. You are the lord of the estate? It is not too late to realize now. Despair suddenly flickered in the old monk's eyes, swiftly transforming into madness. He opened his mouth, as if to signal or cast some secret technique. Zhu Ganglai offered him no opportunity. With a swift motion, he closed the distance between them. His hand sliced through the air like lightning, precisely striking the old monk's throat. Ha ha ha. The monk emitted a sound akin to a punctured container, his eyes bulging as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. His resolve was firm. He divulged little useful information. Zhu Ganglai sighed softly, crouching down to swiftly search the monk's corpse. Before long, he unearthed a storage bag. Delving his consciousness within, he found a meager collection. A few identity tokens, some low-grade spirit stones, a stack of talismans, and 2 communication jade slips. He examined the talismans. They included both offensive and defensive types. Though their rank was low, their foundation was solid, evidently crafted by a prestigious lineage. Upgrading them with a magic ring would serve as a useful safeguard. He then shifted his focus to the jade slips, immersing his consciousness within. The contents detailed a map of the power distribution within a 100-mile radius of Qingtang City, marking the names of various peaks and cave abodes along with a rough assessment of their strength. The Tianhe Water Manor was prominently listed, marked as a newly emerged demon manor, with the strength of its lord uncertain, suspected of being injured. The second jade slip contained similar information, with additional notes on the movements of Qingtang City. It seemed my conjectures were not far from the truth. This indeed saved me considerable effort. Zhu Ganglai carefully stowed the items into the Qinkuan bag gifted by Guanyin. This bag, transformed by the magical ring, had its potential fully unleashed and had become a formidable celestial artifact. Typically used for storage, it possessed vast space, ample enough to contain the waters of the heavenly river. In critical moments, it could also serve as a weapon, capable of contending with powerful adversaries of the 13th realm. Zhu Ganglai rose, gave a kick to the corpse, and stepped out to tidy up. Yibo appeared, bowing in obedience, swiftly attending to the remnants of the scene. 2 hours later, several dozen miles away from the water palace, in a narrow sky passage, the canyon loomed perilously, with the faint light of dawn barely illuminating the constricted post road. The remains of over 30 riders lay scattered, weapons shattered, and banners torn. Bodies were strewn haphazardly, painting a gruesome tableau. It was indeed the delegation from Wuzizang, returning dejectedly after their daytime summons. They had not awaited the old monk and could not return to Qingtang City. Several bodies clad in night attire were also abandoned nearby, dressed in the common garb of the heavenly river's foot soldiers. One individual still clutched a broken sword, its hilt engraved with the word peace. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air as vultures circled ominously above. A passing woodcutter, startled, fled in terror. Chapter 24. Restless at hand. Strategizing from afar, the news of the annihilation of the envoy reached the city of Qingtang 3 days later. Ping Besenkuo sat upright, his expression grim. Misfortune had befallen him. In recent days, accidents had plagued the army, with soldiers inexplicably going mad, resulting in numerous casualties. The physician concluded that excessive use of the weapon known as yang sui had led to the invasion of malevolent energy into their bodies. The elixirs were prohibitively expensive, and the talismans from the Lord's mansion had yet to be crafted. Was he truly to be reduced to relying on that wretched Maui? As he grappled with these concerns, more dreadful news reached him. His personal guard knelt, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The entire envoy had been wiped out. The scene was horrific, and initial assessments indicated that it was the work of the Tianshui water mansion. How audacious for those pig demons to dare assassinate our envoys from Qingtang. Ping Bisenkuo suppressed his fury, forcing the words from between clenched teeth. "Where is the Grand Monk?" His response was disheartening. "Master is missing." No body was found at the site. The voice of his guard grew fainter. "Incompetent fools. A pack of useless wretches." Ping Bisenkuo's chest heaved violently, his horn cup shattering in his grip. The envoy had been obliterated. His trusted advisor had vanished. This was not merely a loss of manpower. It was a public humiliation, a provocation, a desecration of his authority. "Investigate. Inform Chongbin and Sibin to conduct a thorough inquiry for this lord." Ping Bisenkuo nearly roared. "Do not give me half-hearted measures. I demand evidence. Concrete evidence." "Yes, yes." The guards, as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated. The hall was left empty save for Ping Bisenkuo. As his rage began to subside, he regained his composure. The Grand Monk was a practitioner of the Fifth Realm, even stronger than himself. To have eliminated him without a sound, the opposing force must be far more formidable than anticipated. Where did this pig demon come from? He murmured to himself. Previously, he had dismissed the Evil Man Valley as a mere petty faction. He had not expected them to be so formidable and audacious. Turning the tables so swiftly, Ping Bisenkuo paced back and forth, realizing that his plans regarding Yunzan Cave would likely require alteration. The immediate priority was to attract talent through the upcoming weapon refinement competition and to bolster his armament. "Come here." The steward hurried in, bowing respectfully. "What are your commands?" "Convey the order to expedite preparations for the weapon refinement competition. The grander the spectacle, the better. Extend invitations to all esteemed heroes." Ping Bisenkuo instructed solemnly. "As for Yunzan Cave, you shall personally extend the invitation. Inform them that this lord has high expectations for their participation, as long as they send capable individuals. All expenses will be borne by the lord's mansion." The steward hesitated momentarily, puzzled. Previously, the lord had expressed disdain for the talisman business, intending to suppress it covertly. Why the sudden change of heart? Ping Bisenkuo elucidated. "Circumstances have shifted. Yunzan Cave possesses profound foundations. It is wiser to stabilize relations than to create enemies." "Circumstances have shifted." The steward recalled the recent news and immediately grasped the situation, hastily replying, "This old servant understands. I shall attend to it right away." Also, Ping Bisenkuo added, "Maui has been quite active lately, promoting talismans far and wide. Convey my message to her. Facilitate her efforts. We need to ensure the talismans are distributed throughout the city as soon as possible. Procure some supplies and distribute them to the personal guard." "Understood." The steward acknowledged and exited. Ping Bisenkuo let out a soft sigh. The talisman of dispelling evil is a remarkable treasure that can bring both fame and fortune. Originally, he intended to monopolize this business. Alas, the interference of the Tianhe water mansion has muddied the waters. One cannot afford to make enemies on both sides. As for the Yunzan Cave, Mauer has just inherited the family business and is still finding his footing. What a splendid opportunity for consolidation. It has been tragically missed. The more Ping Bisenkuo pondered, the greater his resentment towards the Tianhe water mansion grew. At the Qingtang City Inn, Sister Mauer has been overwhelmed with work these past few days. After receiving guidance from Zhu Ganglai, she shifted her marketing focus towards the silver shop, the pawn shop, and the weapons store. There has been some progress, yet the obstacles remain substantial. The talisman of dispelling evil is highly effective and holds significant market potential in the heavily afflicted area of Yangshui, but sales have yet to take off. The reason lies in the constraints imposed by the city lord's manor. Without Ping Bisenkuo's approval, no one dares to make large-scale purchases. After much contemplation, Mao Er decided to send a message to Zhu Ganglai, inquiring about a solution to this predicament. Approximately half a tea's worth of time later, a reply arrived with just 4 words, "It will be done soon." Just as she held the jade slip in confusion, a servant came to report that the steward of the city lord's manor had come to pay a visit. "Please do come in." The steward entered with a beaming smile, exuding utmost respect. "Miss Mei Zhuang, I apologize for the intrusion. You are too kind. What brings you here today?" Mao Er distinctly recalled that 10 days prior, during a visit to the city lord's manor, this old man had worn a haughty demeanor. "I dare not presume. I have come on the city lord's orders to discuss a business matter with you." "Oh, please go on." The old steward cleared his throat and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Tongji and Yongji weapon shops?" "Yes, they're the premier workshops exclusively utilized by the city lord." Mao Er's heart filled with caution. Could it be that the city lord's manor had come to warn her against overstepping? While they cannot be deemed the best, they are indeed reserved for the city lord, supplying arms for the military. The old steward produced a document from his sleeve and handed it to Mao Er, stating, "The city lord has instructed me to request 600 talismans of dispelling evil from your esteemed establishment on behalf of these 2 shops." 600? Zista Mao Er gasped, deliberately feigning astonishment. The innocent visage of Zhu Ganglai flashed in her mind. Once again, this prodigy has hit the mark. This is indeed a substantial order. The old steward, stroking his beard, could hardly conceal his delight, adding, regarding the price, "I kindly ask for your leniency." "Not at all. I shall immediately arrange for the goods. As for the pricing, let the city lord decide. I have no objections, regardless of the amount." "Then, thank you." The steward clasped his hands in gratitude. Rising, Mao Er performed a deep bow, saying, "No, I must thank the city lord and you as well." After the exchange of pleasantries, Mao Er instructed her assistant to retrieve the goods from the storeroom. Unexpectedly, he soon returned with a troubled expression, saying, "Mistress, we do not have enough. Mewe a full hiaplau." How can that be? She had brought back a total of 1,500 talismans, originally intending to sell any surplus at the upcoming weaponry conference. The assistant hesitated, casting a furtive glance at the steward who was enjoying his tea. "But it is of no concern. We are in the city and rely on the steward's care, not outsiders." Mewe emphasized here wills deliberately. The old man found great value in the words of Maedir. The assistant bowed and informed him, this morning, the Gao family caravan entered the city specifically to procure a substantial quantity. Gao family? Both Maedir and the steward felt perplexed. The assistant nodded emphatically, stating that he had inquired and confirmed it was indeed the caravan from Gao family. Each member was adorned with talismans to dispel malevolent spirits, prompting a rush of eager buyers. We are left with merely over 200 talismans in our inventory. Both individuals at the table exhibited expressions of surprise simultaneously. However, the steward was rapidly calculating the potential profits. Maedir's mind was consumed with a memory of Zhu Gonglia's enigmatic smile. Could it be that this was all part of a scheme he had orchestrated in advance? Such grand ambition. After a brief silence, Maedir preemptively apologized for the shortage. "No worries, no worries," the steward responded. "The talismans are indeed in high demand. It is my abrupt arrival that has caused this inconvenience." The old steward became increasingly courteous. "The talismans can be produced swiftly, and I assure you, we will replenish the stock within 10 days, at the latest, delivered to the lord's residence." The steward, taken aback, inquired, "If I am not mistaken, the talismans sold by the head of the house are of the 4th rank, to produce several hundred within merely 10 days. Maedir smiled and deflected the question. Sensing the moment, the steward refrained from probing further. He then shared the idea of inviting the city lord to participate in the artifact refinement conference at Yinjiang Cave. Maedir's sister readily agreed. The atmosphere of their conversation became congenial, with both parties feeling satisfied. The old steward departed with 200 talismans, his spirits high. This journey held significant information, and he needed to relay it to his superior swiftly. Just as he turned the corner, the city lord's residence came into view. However, the old man was taken aback. A throng of unfamiliar retainers blocked the entrance. The discipline was lax, with chaos reigning as they engaged in trivial antics. The guards at the door merely observed, taking no action whatsoever. Chapter 25. The Scheme at Qingtang, a feather plucked from the passing goose. The Water Manor's highway robbery, not a hair's breadth, offended the old steward. Sensing something amiss, greeted the gatekeeper and hastily stepped inside. In the grand hall, Pingba Senkuo was seated across from a middle-aged man, both engaged in sipping tea. The man, sturdy and short, bore an air of arrogance, adorned in lavish attire. His insignia, a wolf's head. The old steward immediately recognized him as Gongbu Duoji, a noble from USI, the foremost intelligence officer of northern Tibet. "My lord," the old steward prostrated in respect. "Rise, why are you in such a fluster?" Gongbu Duoji spoke in a boisterous manner, as if the place were his own. The old steward, feeling awkward, lifted his gaze just in time to catch a fleeting glimpse of anger on the city lord's face. "Duoji has bid you to rise. Respond accordingly." Only then did the steward stand, recounting the events of his journey to the relay station. Pingba pondered deeply, increasingly perplexed by the origins of the transformation talisman. However, Duoji was evidently more intrigued by Sister Mao Air. "I have heard that Sister Mao Air of the Yunzan cave is as beautiful as a celestial being. She is a rabbit demon, conservatively estimated at the 8th realm," Pingba Senkuo subtly reminded, his dissatisfaction growing. This man had brought 600 to 700 elite troops, claiming vengeance for his brother, intending to flatten the Water Manor of Tianhe. Yet upon arriving at Qingtang, he had accomplished not a single substantive task. Instead, he engaged in petty theft and disturbances. Now, he set his sights on Sister Mao Air. Was he truly reckless, or was he merely playing a part? The 8th realm? This poses a challenge. I shall immediately notify Luoxia and summon a few masters to our aid. Pingba's expression shifted slightly. Can Luoxia spare personnel for the northern front? Deterring the wicked and vanquishing demons is within their purview. Gongbu Duoji's eyes glimmered like a wolf's. All 3 major sects are currying favor with the Zampu. Should I speak? Not only the 8th realm, but even a 9th realm bodhisattva can be summoned alongside the Grand Shaman. Who are the wicked? Playing the game of intimidation with me will only lead to your regret in due time. Feigning delight, Pingba Senkuo remarked. If such masters were to take their posts, the eradication of that wretched Water Manor would be imminent. ISNT, the city lord, preparing for the grand all-region weapon forging competition. It's a splendid opportunity to gather talent. When the time comes, we shall unite our forces and sweep through with thunderous might. Gongbu Duoji raised his teacup, tilting his head back to gulp down the entire contents, leaves and all, showing no concern for the scalding liquid. Ha ha! With the assistance of Lord Gongbu, this endeavor is bound to succeed. Pingba Senkuo laughed heartily, pouring more tea for his companion. To our impending victory, cheers! Cheers! Gongbu Duoji, brimming with satisfaction, clinked cups with Pingba Senkuo. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring ulterior motives. To Sister Mao Air. To Zhu Ganglai. Achoo! Achoo! Zhu Ganglai sneezed twice in quick succession. He had just received news from Sister Mao Air, and the changing stance of the Qingtang city lord confirmed his suspicions. Pingba Senkuo was indeed a ruthless man of adaptability. It seemed he was preparing to strike against them. Iba flexed his fists, the long absence from battle leaving him restless. Zhu Ganglai rubbed his ring, its smooth and warm texture offering him comfort. We still have a whole month to prepare. Once the weapon forging competition concludes, all conflicts will converge and erupt. The wolf cubs, the city of Qingtang. The old immortal in the Yunzan cave. Iba calculated with his fingers. Even if he added Gao Gongjin, they were still merely a ragtag bunch. Do not underestimate them. We have yet to encounter the Wolf King. His audacity to extend his reach to Fulling Mountain indicates he possesses at least the strength to subdue Mao Air. Qingtang must also have its hidden cards. The old monk you dispatched a few days ago was a 5th realm practitioner. Iba mimicked the commander's demeanor, taking out a walnut and rolling it in his hands. I suspect, beside Ping Bong, there may be offerings of a higher realm, at least of the 8th or 9th realm. Why speculate? Would it not be clearer to visit Qingtang personally? Marshal, could this be a trap? Iba suddenly stood up. He wanted to express that the commander, being merely a little over a year old, should not be running about indiscriminately. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before being swallowed back. A trap it certainly is, but we must still go Zhu Ganglai said with a laugh, waving his hand. Very well, I shall accompany you. No, you must remain to oversee. You need to manage both Yunzan Cave and the Water Mansion. If necessary, eliminate those old geezers. But Yibo exclaimed anxiously. The commander is currently too weak. What if they set a trap? What can a mere city like Qingtang do to me? Zhu Ganglai's eyes narrowed. Yibo immediately fell silent, fully aware of his master's temperament. Further words would be futile. How could he devise a sound plan to ensure his safety? Relay the orders. Zhu Ganglai commanded solemnly. At once, Yibo straightened his posture, striking his chest with his fist. All troops prepare for battle. Weapons to be fetched from the armory. Practical drills commence. Zhu Ganglai's voice was resolute. Let it be known that within 5 miles of the Water Mansion, any unauthorized entry will be met with lethal force. Understood. Yibo ceased further discussion and departed to execute the orders. Zhu Ganglai sent a message to Mao Er, instructing her to manage affairs within the cave and summon Fong Pai to lead skilled craftsmen to Qingtang. Just as the jade slip was dispatched, Yibo rushed back, brimming with excitement. What is it now? Marshal, a large caravan of who people has descended from the mountain. A caravan? Zhu Ganglai's smile sent a shiver down Yibo's spine. Let's go and take a look. The two swiftly arrived at a high point outside the valley, surveying the surroundings. A massive caravan was making its way slowly along the road, with hundreds of camels. The sound of camel bells echoed through the valley. The leading merchant was slender, with a meticulously groomed beard, exuding shrewdness. Following him were over 100 well-equipped guards, appearing formidable. From flags, it seems to be a caravan returning to the Hui kingdom, Yibo noted. The Tailu people, they must be transporting spices and gems, I presume? Indeed. They are likely headed to the east to trade for silk, tea, and porcelain. Zhu Ganglai gestured at the leading merchant, instructing the wild boars to approach him, ensuring no harm would befall him. Understood. Yibo, seizing the opportunity to showcase his training results before the commander, dashed down the mountain in excitement. Zhu Ganglai shook his head with a smile. By the reckoning of the mortal realm, he was an ancient being of a millennium. How could he lack any composure? Just as he pondered this, the horn sounded from below. Dust began to rise in the mountains, scattering the birds in fright. For black torrents surged down from the two ridges, their momentum akin to the cataclysmic clash of heaven and earth. The merchant caravan, confident in its size and formidable strength, had never considered that anyone would dare to ambush them. Suddenly, hundreds of colossal wild boars charged for both sides, triggering a cacophony of alarm bells and plunging the scene into chaos. Who dares to obstruct our path? We are. Dismount and surrender your weapons. Those who yield shall be spared. Yet, Yibo offered them no chance to proclaim their identity, commanding the herd to launch a direct assault. The barbarian warriors, witnessing this, had no choice but to muster their courage, brandishing their curved blades as they rode forth to confront the onslaught. Even with the formidable prowess of Danzing Duoji, 3 men could scarcely contend with a single wild boar. Now, with hundreds of these beasts descending with reckless abandon, bolstered by the terrain, the guards of the caravan stood no chance. In the initial clash, one unfortunate soul was thrown from his mount, scattering in disarray. Yibo directed the fray from the center as the herd circled the caravan like a peeler around an apple, each pass claiming dozens of guards. After 3 such rounds, the caravan lay exposed and vulnerable, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, laid bare before their adversaries. The haunting sound of the military horn echoed once more, distant yet poignant. Every heart seized, rising to the throat in a collective gasp. Chapter 26. The treasures of the heavenly river circulate the world. Business is fraught with peril. The wild boar formation appeared somewhat disordered, yet it fundamentally adhered to commands. Even in the presence of bloodthirsty beasts, they remained obedient, panting heavily on the outskirts of the caravan. Yibo, eager for recognition, glanced back towards the heights, brimming with self-importance. Zhu Ganglai transmitted a message. Yibo stuck out his tongue and stepped forward. We'll take the lead and speak. The oppressive aura erupted. The camels within the caravan were the first to succumb. Previously unyielding against the charge of the boar herd, now groaning in distress and collapsing to the ground. The leader of the merchants turned pale, no longer daring to hesitate. Scrambling towards Iba. "Fellow, alas!" Iba intercepted him, commanding, "Come with me. You shall speak before the commander." Before the merchant could process the situation, he felt himself grasped by the collar and lifted into the air. The wind howled past his ears. His feet suddenly touched the ground. Before he could scream, he found himself face to face with a towering boar demon, its black face adorned with sharp tusks and golden eyes. In an instant, the merchant's hair stood on end, a surge of dread flooding his mind. Darkness enveloped him, and he toppled backward. Iba caught him just in time, channeling spiritual energy as he whispered in his ear, "Answer well. My lord possesses benevolence and shall not recklessly take your life." The merchant pinched his thigh fiercely, using the sharp pain to remain alert, nodding fervently. "Go, bring that person up here." Zhu Ganglai pointed to a thin, dark youth within the caravan, a retainer of the merchant. Iba complied, swiftly bringing the youth before them. Upon seeing Zhu Ganglai in his boar demon form, the youth was momentarily startled but soon regained his composure, standing meekly behind his master. "What is your name? Where are you from?" Zhu Ganglai inquired, hands on his hips. I am Yao Lugabayan, a member of the Hu tribe's 6 divisions. From the Wuhubu clan, specifically engaged in trade between the Central Plains and the Western regions. Where did you come from? Where are you headed? What is your purpose? From Suli City to Chang'an, trading goods along the way. Bayan gradually acclimated, speaking more fluently. "My lord, we often pass through this area, unaware of your encampment, and inadvertently offended your divine might. I beg your forgiveness." "What? You claim that you arrived later, thus disregarding the rules?" "And no, not at all." Bayan, drenched in sweat, repeatedly waved his hands. "I merely passed through your esteemed territory, seeking supplies, and intended to rest momentarily." "Supplies? In these desolate mountains, where could one find provisions?" Zhu Ganglai smiled widely, turning to the youth. "Is he speaking the truth?" The youth shrank back, nodding in agreement. However, upon further reflection, he felt it inappropriate and quickly shook his head. "Useless. Get out of the way." Bayan scolded, taking 2 steps forward while bowing low. Iba stepped in front of him, stating, "A modest offering of wealth, a small token of goodwill, to compensate for the offense to my lord's divine authority." Bayan hurriedly produced a bag of gold coins from his bosom, presenting it with both hands, and ingratiatingly implored, "I only seek my lord's indulgence, allowing us safe passage." Iba scoffed. "Is this paltry sum intended to appease a beggar?" Bayan lamented and, gritting his teeth, retrieved a pouch of gemstones from his bosom, imploring the king for mercy. "Enough, put it away." Zhu Ganglai waved his hand, a smile gracing his face. His intention was to offer solace. Yet his fierce visage rendered the smile more grotesque than sorrowful, appearing rather sardonic. Misinterpreting the king's demeanor as disdain for his humble offering, Bayan hastily bowed in obeisance. "Rise. There shall be no punishment nor reprimand. What do you fear?" Zhu Ganglai clarified, halting the merchant caravan was merely a misunderstanding. "Upon hearing your introduction, I am inclined to engage in trade with you." "Trade?" Bayan's expression wavered in uncertainty, perplexed by the king's intentions. Zhu Ganglai continued, "Though our Tianhe Water Manor is situated in a remote locale, we possess certain specialties." With a gesture, he signaled to Iba, who brought forth several trays. These trays displayed golden grains, glistening meat jerky, emanating an enticing aroma. "What is this?" Bayan gazed at the trays, confusion etched on his face. "Grains and meat jerky? What treasures are these? Am I being trifled with, or is this merely a ruse?" Zhu Ganglai scooped a handful of grains and offered them to Bayan, urging him to taste. Instinctively, Bayan recoiled, yet he noticed the eager expression of the youth behind him. Iba snorted softly. Startled, Bayan quickly accepted the grains, bringing them to his nose for a whiff. A faint, refreshing fragrance penetrated his senses, distinctly different from ordinary grains. Hesitantly, he pinched a few grains and placed them in his mouth. The texture was pleasing. As he swallowed, a warm current surged within him, swiftly banishing the fatigue accumulated from his travels. His eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Ganglai nodded approvingly. Bayan then picked up a piece of meat jerky, scrutinizing it closely. The jerky glistened with an oily sheen, the rich aroma of meat mingled with hints of herbal essence. He tore off a small piece and savored it, marveling at its robust flavor and extraordinary tenderness. Even more astonishing was the intense warmth that surged through him after consuming the jerky, surpassing that of the grains. What? What is this? Bayan's voice trembled. Despite his extensive travels, he had never encountered such wondrous fare. Zhu Ganglai, satisfied with Bayan's reaction, declared, "This is our specialty, known as spirit grain. Cultivated with spiritual essence, its yield is exceedingly low. Regular consumption fortifies the body and prolongs life. The jerky is crafted from the meat of spirit beasts nourished by spirit grain, not only delectable, but also nourishing to one's vitality and enhancing cultivation." Spirit grain? Spirit beast jerky? Bayan's gaze ignited with fervor. The concepts of spiritual essence and spirit beasts conjured images of the enigmatic techniques of celestial beings. The grains and jerky in his hands appeared increasingly extraordinary. Is it truly so miraculous? The merchant within him awakened, as Bayan recognized an immense opportunity. "Perhaps you might consider my wild boar herd. Robust specimens, are they not?" He gasped, recalling the fearsome beasts from before, still shuddering at the memory. Could it be that those wild boars were nurtured on this grain? The meat. Do not misconstrue. The wild boar is akin to a war steed, not to be slaughtered indiscriminately. This flesh is sourced from ordinary pigs and sheep, merely nourished on leftover straw from the harvest of divine grains and bran. Bayan, in awe, was already convinced to a considerable extent. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and inquired how the Lord intended to conduct the trade. "Splendid," Zhu Ganglai replied with a hearty laugh. "I have a desire to engage with the outside world, to facilitate trade across the realm." He paused before shifting his tone. "The water palace is situated in a remote area, where gold and silver hold little value. We require silk from the east, tea, porcelain, as well as spices and gemstones from the western regions." Bayan was elated. Such a remarkable exchange required merely the goods from their caravan. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. If he could monopolize this source, it would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. His eyes betrayed an insatiable greed, as he subtly cast a furtive glance at the attendants behind him. This small gesture, however, did not escape Zhu Ganglia's keen observation. Nevertheless, the merchant's countenance betrayed a hint of anxiety. The matter was clandestine. The fewer who knew, the better. "I must also ascertain your sincerity, esteemed sir," he stated. Bayan's eyes darted about, and then a sinister resolve took hold, his gaze now brimming with malice. His hand stealthily reached towards his bosom. Suddenly, chaos erupted. With a swift thrust, the blade, stained with blood, emerged from Bayan's chest without warning. Chapter 27. Paving roads and bridging gaps. The dragon lies hidden beneath the surface. While the commander embarks on a journey, the bloodstains bloom upon the chest, red dots rapidly exploding into a floral pattern. Zhu Ganglai gently applauds. "Indeed, you are the true master, well concealed." Ebal watches leisurely, remaining motionless. The young man retracts his short dagger, kicking aside the corpse of the merchant, allowing blood to splatter over him. His dullness dissipates. He adopts a composure that belies his youth, presenting a smile that might amuse the king. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. Yao Luoga Bayan." The youth bows respectfully, seeking your forgiveness. "Forgiveness for what?" "Forgive me for having to kill him before your very eyes." Bayan's tone is unperturbed, as if the act of revealing his identity and committing murder were mere trifles. "Too slow. You shall perish." Zhu Ganglai's words are laden with significance, avarice, and an irresistible allure. Your substitute has developed thoughts of regicide. A choice must be made immediately. You are wise, not disappointing me. For the first time, surprise graces Bayan's face. The rugged demeanor of this pig demon reveals a meticulous mind and grand aspirations, exceeding all expectations. He places a hand on his shoulder and bows deeply. "Rise, for you have uncovered my secret, and I have learned yours. How fortuitous." Zhu Ganglai extends a hand in a gesture of support. "Henceforth we shall be mutually beneficial partners. May our friendship endure through time." "What you say is indeed true." Bayan nods earnestly. "I possess 13 trade routes, with goods meticulously selected to undoubtedly meet your needs. The manner of exchange is entirely at the king's command. Speak plainly. Sir, Zhu Ganglai bursts into hearty laughter. Ibo, issue the orders, prepare a banquet. Arrange for the merchant convoy as supplies. At your command, Ibo departs to make preparations. The herd retreats like a tide, and the valley returns to tranquility. The members of the merchant convoy, still rattled, set up camp under the guidance of the militia. Bayan follows Zhu Ganglai deeper into the water palace. With each step, his astonishment grows. The roads within the valley are flat and firm, devoid of even a crack in the bricks. Fertile lands stretch endlessly, suffused with spiritual energy. Livestock pens house pigs and sheep, noticeably larger than those outside. Soldiers patrol, embodying the essence of a military formation. Bayan inwardly marvels, sensing that this journey to Fuling Mountain may, indeed, be a divine opportunity for the rise of the Yao Luoga family. The water palace of the Celestial River, a mysterious, emerging power, boundless in its potential for the future. As night descends, the water palace illuminates brightly. In the main hall, a banquet is laid out, with Zhu Ganglai and Bayan seated as host and guest. Dishes arrive in succession, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, yet brimming with vitality and leaving a lingering aftertaste. Bayan lifts his cup, the amber liquid full yet not spilling over. He inhales deeply, the fragrant aroma wafting forth. A delicate sip glides smoothly down his throat, warmth swiftly radiating through his abdomen, leaving him utterly at ease. What fine wine! Bayan exclaims, his face aglow with genuine admiration. This wine is rich and enduring, truly exceptional, crafted from 5 grains combined with spiritual rice, then double distilled and sun-dried. This wine is not merely exceptional. To claim it unparalleled in the world would not be an exaggeration. Yet Zhu Ganglai merely replies, "It is a rough brew from the mountains, barely palatable. Your humility is commendable. Today, to partake in such delicacies is a rare fortune for Bayan." He appears slightly evasive, tentatively inquiring, "But may I ask, what is the yield?" Zhu Ganglai set down his wine cup, declaring that while the river water mansion may lack in other aspects, it is abundant in mountain forests. As long as the esteemed guest has sufficient goods, be it spiritual rice or divine meat, there is no limit to their availability. Bayan's heart soared with joy, his breath quickening. Is this truly the case? Ibo coldly scoffed, "When the general speaks, it is not mere jest. If so, upon returning to my homeland, I would wish for the water mansion to establish a lasting alliance of friendship." Zhu Ganglai seized a piece of meat, devouring it with fervor, juice flowing freely. A lasting friendship is a heavy claim. Bayan frowned, reluctant to argue. It was merely a transaction. What need was there for alliances? Long-term cooperation and mutual benefit would suffice. Good. Let it be as your majesty says. Long-term cooperation and mutual benefit. Bayan raised his cup once more, a flicker of cunning glinting in his eyes. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Bayan, emboldened by the wine, began to inquire subtly, "I have heard that your majesty has recently established a camp. May I ask where you practiced prior? Which sect did you study under?" Zhu Ganglai chuckled inwardly at the merchant's shrewdness. This merchant was meticulous, leaving no details unexamined. A mere rustic practitioner, employing superficial methods, merely to make a living. Not gleaning any useful information, Bayan shifted his focus, engaging in lively discussions about the customs and curiosities of the western regions. After a satisfying meal, Zhu Ganglai invited him to the rear hall to discuss the particulars of their transaction. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, haggling back and forth. Bayan was astute, while Zhu Ganglai was cunning. After several rounds of negotiation, they reached a consensus. Satisfied, Bayan was escorted to a guest room to rest. Once the entire merchant caravan was settled, Ibo returned, "General, can we trust this fellow? Furthermore, why are we trading with him? What use do those spices and porcelain serve?" Zhu Ganglai lifted his now-cold teacup, taking a delicate sip. "One must always be cautious. I have ulterior motives for utilizing them." Ibo remained silent, awaiting further explanation. The world is vast. We cannot confine ourselves to this secluded vale. The goods are of little importance. I seek his channels and identity. We must explore the Middle Lands, the desert, Ustazang, and the western regions. His voice, though not loud, held a resolute finality. Ibo's heart trembled with understanding. Zhu Ganglai, hands behind his back, approached the window, gazing into the valley where lights flickered like stars, his expression deep and contemplative. When shall the seekers of knowledge arrive? How much change lies ahead? This world has transformed beyond recognition. The path ahead is fraught with uncertainty. The heavens and the bright moon. Who truly holds dominion in this realm remains to be seen. General, Ibo called softly. Zhu Ganglai snapped back to the present. You are responsible for wrapping up matters here. Are you preparing to depart? Zhu Ganglai's form shifted, reverting to that of a spirited child. He patted his small chest. The refining competition is merely a guise. Qing Tang City is the eye of the storm. All manner of beasts and spirits yearn to stir chaos there. How could I possibly be absent? He paused, his tone growing grave. We are already in the eye of the storm, with no retreat possible. Ibo understood he referred to the heavenly court, his expression shifting slightly. I am uneasy with you going alone. Nonsense. Zhu Ganglai leaped onto a chair, barely managing to meet Ibo's gaze. He wrapped his small arms around Ibo's shoulders, tightening his grip. After my departure, keep a vigilant watch on both the Water Mansion and the Cloud Cave, while also remaining attuned to the movements of various factions. The pressure is considerable as I coordinate from a central position. I find myself missing Xian Yuan. Ibo sighed, lamenting that if he were here, there would be no need for you to take such personal risks. Enough of this sentimental talk. We are soldiers. Indulgence and comfort will only lead to our downfall. Indeed, Ibo's eyes glistened as he nodded emphatically. Zhu Ganglai also raised his head, his small stature standing resolutely alongside Ibo as they gazed at the night sky. In the distance, a silver ribbon of stars gathered, a magnificent sight stretching across the cosmos. That is, the long-lost Milky Way. Chapter 28, a display of power and a cautionary tale on the following dawn. The training grounds reverberated with the sounds of battle. Zhu Ganglai, transformed into a pig demon, observed the drill. Marshal, everything is arranged. Heizong and Queed will accompany you. Ibo brought the two, his expression laden with concern. Heizong was eager, while Queed remained unfazed. Ibo took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over them. The mission was perilous, and should anything befall the marshal, heads would roll. Fear not. Heizong was about to thump his chest in bravado when Queed restrained him. Together, they bowed to Ibo and then stood silently behind the commander. Such fussiness, Zhu Ganglai remarked, patting Ibo on the shoulder. The Water Palace is entrusted to you. Intensify the training. If there are any disturbances nearby, act without seeking permission. Understood. Ibo straightened his posture, striking his chest with a fist, his voice resolute. Zhu Ganglai nodded, offering no further words, and set off with his two attendants. Behind them, the entire army bellowed in unison, bidding farewell to the marshal. The trio journeyed through the night. 5 days later, they entered the territory of Qingtang. As the grand event approached, even the air felt different. Unfinished transformations of monsters appeared in droves, sporting human bodies with the heads of pigs, cows, dogs, and sheep, or resembling humans with crocodile tails. In broad daylight, they flaunted their oddities without a hint of shame. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers would pass by, ignoring these anomalies while capturing beggars and vagrants in their sight. In his disguise as Fangpi, Zhu Ganglai strode confidently along the post road, robust and unrefined, exuding an air of authority. Merging into the throng heading towards Qingtang City, he remained inconspicuous. Ahead, the towering city walls loomed in the distance. Suddenly, a swift steed halted beside them, and a skilled rider brandished a whip to block their path. He produced a stack of portraits, rifling through them for a while before extracting one. Pointing at Zhu Ganglai, he inquired, "Are you the Fangpi from Yinzhong Cave?" "Indeed," Zhu Ganglai replied. "Come with me. The city lord wishes to see you." "The city lord wishes to see me?" Zhu Ganglai pondered, perplexed. What is this all about? A test? An open attempt to poach? Regardless of affiliations or awareness, their reaction would reveal much. The man's intentions were blatant and illogical, reminiscent of the style of Ping Bisenkuo. Why are you standing there? Move. Are you deaf? The soldier urged. Zhu Ganglai had already formulated a plan. He suddenly pulled back his hood, revealing his tusked, dark visage. The man recoiled in shock, reining in his horse. What do you want? To hell with you, Zhu Ganglai retorted. Such a pig demon, and yet you don't know your place. Immediately, soldiers surrounded them, drawing their weapons with a fierce demeanor. I know nothing but the forge. Zhu Ganglai remained unperturbed, calmly clarifying, I am here by invitation to participate in a competition. What are your intentions? The commander sneered. Invitation? You're being summoned to see the city lord while you attempt to evade. I suspect you are a spy. Come on, search him. As he spoke, he commanded his soldiers to close in. Such audacity! Zhu Ganglai thundered, his voice booming like thunder on a calm day. Zhu Ganglai stepped forward, his figure swelling dramatically. Behind him, the black-maned beast roared. Is it merely you? Kata stood like a monk in meditation, silent and unmoving. Suddenly, the warhorse reared in fright. The general, weakened and trembling, fell from his mount. Oof! Zhu Ganglai snorted coldly, striding forward. He lifted his leg, his enormous foot descending upon the general's head. The force of this blow was terrifying, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Should it connect, the general would surely be obliterated. Boom! The massive foot grazed the general's face, cracking the ground beneath. The general let out a groan and fainted on the spot. The soldiers, losing their pillar of strength, began to retreat in disarray. The younger soldiers, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, called out in desperation for mercy. Great master, spare us. Begone. Regardless of who your master is, return and inform him that Yunzan Cave is not a soft target to be trifled with. Zhu Ganglai bellowed, his voice crashing like a tidal wave. The soldiers abandoned the city gate, tumbling in haste back into the city. Only then did he gradually revert to his original form, donning a hood and striding boldly through the city gates. The three figures exuded an aura that quelled any notion of challenge, leaving no one daring to approach for inquiries. The townsfolk, frightened, recoiled. Passers-by from a martial world pointed and whispered, Yunzan Cave is tyrannical. Qing Tang is but a paper tiger, and yet they aspire to rule. The news spread rapidly. In the guest house's courtyard, Sister Mao Er stood anxiously at the entrance, waiting. She spotted three figures approaching, one of whom was a pig demon, resembling Fong Pai closely, with a menacing aura. Confusion filled her heart as she remained on high alert. When the burly man drew near, he clasped his fists and bowed. Big boss, Fong Pai has arrived. Sister Mao's mind raced, and she quickly smiled. Why the delay? I was about to lose my patience. There were some minor issues on the road. I knew you would cause trouble. Sister Mao shot him a glance, then asked with concern, were you hurt? Not at all. My skin is tough. It's not that easy to injure me. Zhu Ganglai patted his chest proudly. That's good to hear. Sister Mao finally relaxed and hurriedly welcomed them into the courtyard. In the shadow of the street corner, a pancake vendor observed the scene closely before turning away. Back in the room, Zhu Ganglai dismissed the attendants. He transformed back into a childlike form, his head resembling that of a tiger. Noticing Sister Mao's astonishment, he quickly waved his demon core. Is this another one of your new concoctions? I suppose so, he replied. Sister Mao's curiosity remained as she scrutinized him from head to toe. The last time I saw you, you weren't this tall. Zhu Ganglai grinned. I took some celestial elixir and I missed you. Such sweet talk. Sister Mao spat playfully, her cheeks flushed. But seriously, what is going on? Zhu Ganglai shrugged. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Aware of his intent to conceal, Sister Mao refrained from pressing further. What is the situation in the city now? Zhu Ganglai's expression turned serious. Progress has been made with the talisman promotion, but the competition is rather grim. Sister Mao Er presented the prepared refreshments to Zhu Ganglai and continued. The Sand Desolation has been quite the spectacle lately, crafting several formidable divine weapons. Many are eagerly awaiting our downfall. Oh, is that so? Zhu Ganglai replied. Though they are aware of the advisor, they still rely on those dubious methods. Sister Mao Er retorted with disdain. Excessive use of yang sui, coupled with blue primrose for catalysis, will surely lead to calamity sooner or later. Zhu Ganglai stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems this sand desolation truly possesses some capabilities. He is indeed skilled, though both his merits and flaws are extreme. Sistamao e cautionet. We must exercise double caution when confronting him. Rest assured, I have a strategy. Zhu Ganglai smiled. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Focus on promoting the talismans. However, Sister Mao Er's worry lingered. No however is needed. Zhu Ganglai interrupted. Trust me. By the way, how is the task I assigned you coming along? We have discreetly acquired 2 shops, but progress has been somewhat sluggish. Steady now, there's no rush. Once Fong Pai arrives, take him to inspect the locations. Zhu Ganglai advised, rubbing his ring. Remember, promotions should be grand, while acquisitions must be subtle. I understand. Sister Mao Er nodded, handing Zhu Ganglai the recent accounts to review. Calculating the time, Fong Pai should be here soon, Zhu Ganglai murmured. No sooner had he spoken than a voice outside announced, Chief, Fong Pai requests an audience. Sister Mao Er's eyes brightened. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Please invite him in. Moments later, the colossal pig demon strode in with great haste. Upon seeing Zhu Ganglai, he excitedly knelt on one knee. Strategist. Fong Pai has arrived as commanded. Rise and speak, Zhu Ganglai instructed. The wild boar then stood, bowing to Sister Mao Er. Strategist, what urgent orders do you have for me? To participate in the competition, Zhu Ganglai declared, delivering a firm punch to his chest. Fong Pai and Sister Mao Er both paled at the revelation. Chapter 29. The flamboyant flower of the stage makes her entrance, while the jester takes the spotlight in succession. The wild boar is utterly unprepared for this spectacle. Mei Zhuang's conjectures fall flat. Upon witnessing Zhu Ganglai's pig demon form, she concludes that this rascal intends to impersonate someone and compete in the name of Fong Pai. Why are you staring at me? Zhu Ganglai feels uneasy under her gaze, lowering his head and fumbling about himself. All right, still acting, Mao Er scolds. Can Fong Pai do it? Are you capable? Zhu Ganglai turns to ask Fong Pai. The wild boar scratches his head at a loss for words. He is well aware of his own limitations, but the strategist. I trust you, Zhu Ganglai asserts with unwavering conviction. Fong Pai is taken aback by his words, instantly transformed, brimming with combat spirit. If the strategist believes in me, then I can do it. Mao Er feels a twinge of jealousy. Fong Pai, usually so insufferable and stubborn, why is he suddenly so obedient? What kind of spell have you cast on him? Should I draw a portrait of you two for keepsake? She urges, reaching to pinch the young boy's ear. Quickly, tell me your diabolical plan. Zhu Ganglai effortlessly dodges. It is difficult to nurture women and petty individuals. With that, he swiftly turns left, narrowly avoiding a slap from Mao Er. Fong Pai, unwilling to witness their flirtation, promptly turns his back. His comical antics elicit laughter from both. After exchanging playful banter, Zhu Ganglai returns to the matter at hand, beckoning Fong Pai. Come, see what I have prepared for you. As he speaks, he retrieves a set of brand new tools from his pouch. Upon holding them, Fong Pai's eyes gleam with excitement. A 4th-grade alchemy furnace equipped with a fire-controlling formation, along with a seemingly ordinary yet dainty hammer. This is... Sister Mao Er recognizes the hammer as the very tool Zhu Ganglai had used to crack the mud shell of the rabbit at their first meeting. She steps closer for a closer inspection, astonished to discover that the small hammer is, in fact, a 3rd-grade magical artifact imbued with spiritual resonance. Use it wisely, and do not bring me shame, Zhu Ganglai says, stretching up on his toes to awkwardly pat the wild boar's shoulder. Rest assured, strategist, I will not disappoint you. Fong Pai quivers with anticipation. The two are filled with fervor, while the leader of Yunzan Cave stands in a daze. Such a divine artifact is rare in the world. He has simply gifted it to Fong Pai. They have only known each other for a couple of months, and they were adversaries at their first encounter. Could it be for me? Ugh, what am I thinking? He's still just a child. Mao Er's heart is a whirlpool of emotions. She is both shocked and touched, with an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. Just as she ponders this, there is a knock at the door. Leader, a message from outside. The City Lord's mansion is hosting a banquet to welcome the contestants. Mao Er unconsciously glances at Zhu Ganglai. She herself is unaware that seeking his opinion has become a habit. A feast at Hongmeng? Zhu Gonglia's lips curl into a smile. Let us go. Free food and drink. Who wouldn't want to attend? Besides, let us see what schemes are brewing at the Hulu. The city lord's mansion is resplendent, aglow as if it were daytime. The sprawling halls twist and turn, with the main courtyard housing two towering statues. On the left stands Manjushri Bodhisattva, on the right, the universal deity of the Bon tradition. The statues are entirely gilded. The crown, adorned with a myriad of gemstones, glimmers upon the garments. Blankets are spread across the ground, encircled by the perpetual glow of butter lamps. The fragrant smoke rises gracefully, permeating the air with an aura of opulence characteristic of the aristocracy of Yusang. Zhu Ganglai, transformed into a wild boar demon, trails behind Sister Mao Er. As they step inside, all eyes are drawn to them. The enchanting beauty, draped in a floor-length gown, moves with a sinuous grace. The peculiarity lies in the fact that such a captivating creature is accompanied by three massive wild boars. Zhu Ganglai, with his black mane and formidable stature, towers over a struggling old steward named Keida. The contrast presented by the entourage amplifies their imposing presence. Before they even reach the inner hall, a sharp voice pierces through the atmosphere. "Oh, isn't that the head of Yunjian Cave, Sister Mao Er? What? Have you brought along some beast to flaunt your might?" Zhu Ganglai turns to locate the source of the voice and spots a haughty officer, his nose held high, standing not far away with a face full of scorn. This is Gao Cho, the brother-in-law of the city lord. Sister Mao Er quietly warns him, then greets the newcomer with a distant clasp of her fists. "I thought it was someone important in this clamor. Turns out to be just a leech. Afraid of the winds that might expose his tongue?" Zhu Ganglai nods in satisfaction, expecting her to engage in polite pleasantries, only to be surprised by her bold insult. This fiery spirit, I admire it. Gao Cho, having been domineering since childhood, has become even more unruly after marrying into Qing Tang. Earlier in the day, he had been frightened into unconsciousness by the wild boar demon, and now he finds himself ridiculed within his own courtyard. Infuriated, he fumes with rage. "Zista Ma'o'ia, relying on a bit of beauty, do you think you can cling to my brother-in-law? Let me tell you, it won't happen." He storms to the statue, exclaiming, "This is no place for a demon to flaunt its ferocity. Dare to say that again." Zhu Ganglai bellows, his fists cracking with menace. The black-maned boar, unwilling to be outdone, seizes a nearby stone pedestal. The two wild boars resemble formidable deities, sending the timid Gao Cho retreating in alarm. "Reinforcements! Someone come quickly! Are you all blind?" His cries summon guards, swords drawn, surrounding the people from Yunjian Cave. The atmosphere within the courtyard grows tense, with guests casting sidelong glances. Sister Mao Er is not one to shy away. She lifts her skirt and ties at her waist, rolling up her sleeves, ready to engage in combat. This fierce demeanor leaves Zhu Ganglai momentarily dazed. Is this woman truly a rabbit at heart? Stop right there. Just as tensions escalate, a commanding voice resonates from within the hall. A man clad in splendid garments parts the crowd, his expression severe. It is Ping Ba Sang Quo, the city lord of Qing Tang. He glares fiercely at Gao Cho and bows respectfully to Sister Mao Er, saying, "Head sister, my younger brother has acted rashly, offending a distinguished guest. I hope you can forgive him." "Brother-in-law, what are you saying?" Slap. Before Gao Cho can finish, he receives a resounding slap that sends him spinning, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "What did I instruct you to do this morning?" "To welcome guests. And yet you." It was clearly your." Gao Cho covers his face, attempting to defend himself. "Silence. Apologize to head sister Mao Er at once." Ping Ba Sang Guo Skun Sten Li. With a sudden burst of emotion, Gao Cho threw himself to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, sister, do you not realize that your brother has been wronged?" The onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle. Pingba's face turned an ominous shade of purple with rage. Yet, Gao Cho continued his tantrum, rolling about on the ground without a care. "Take this useless fool to the backyard and beat him senseless." The city lord, incensed, immediately summoned the guards to carry him away. Zhu Ganglai recognized that Pingba Senkuo was merely putting on a show. However, with the steps already laid out, there was no need to dwell on the matter. He gently tugged at the hem of Mao Er's skirt, who promptly understood. The city lord, in a fit of anger, had been misled. A slight reprimand would suffice. Mao Er's tone softened, granting Pingba Sankuo the respect he deserved. Pingba, donning a smile, warmly remarked, "My lack of discipline has embarrassed us all. The Qingtang Forging Conference, with Yunzan Cave in attendance, truly elevates the occasion." With that, he personally guided the guests, seating them at the front of the banquet alongside the city's elite. A display of grandeur indeed. Zhu Ganglai remained vigilant, aware of this cunning old fox and his seasoned tactics. Just as they settled in, they simultaneously felt a piercing gaze upon them. Turning, they found a group entering the venue, led by a man with a sharp, knife-like face and squinting eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he intended to carve a piece from anyone he looked upon. Following him was a figure with a goatee and two prominent horns, his cold eyes fixed intently on their group. "Desolate wasteland. Traitor." Mao Er and Fong Pai rose in unison, slamming their hands on the table. Chapter 30. The emergence of the Wolf Clan causes turmoil. Bait abundant and hearts aflame, Zhu Ganglai felt a stir within his heart. It was none other than the Wolf King Li Ning and his wolf cubs. Truly, seeing them in person was far more impactful than mere hearsay. In terms of transformation, Li Ning was on par with Mao Er, at least of the Eighth Realm. Sha Huang was slightly stronger than Fong Pai, retaining the characteristics of a sheep's head, yet now possessing a human visage. The group approached languidly. "Oh, is that not Master Fong Pai? What a shame. Is there no one left at Yunzan Cave? Have you sent out an apprentice to suffer embarrassment?" Sha Huang's words were perfectly measured, allowing those around to hear clearly without the tone being overly loud. Whispers began to circulate, with many casting amused glances toward Yunzan Cave. Fong Pai, seething with rage, was about to rise in rebuttal when Zhu Ganglai restrained him, reminding him that being eliminated meant one should quietly endure. There was no need to seek the spotlight and invite further humiliation. Everyone understood that Sha Huang was an elder of Yunzan Cave. Whether he had left voluntarily or had been forced out remained ambiguous. "Who are you?" Sha Huang's expression darkened. "When did Yunzan Cave become a pigsty? Had it perhaps been annexed by the water mansion of the Heavenly River?" His words were laced with venom, subtly attacking through the guise of the three pig demons. Indeed, Pingba Sankuo was acutely sensitive to this, casting a scrutinizing gaze this way, his eyes revealing a layer of rudeness. A dog cannot change its nature. Those of poor character, no matter where they go, never forget to stir up trouble. Zhu Ganglai, having risen from the streets in his past life, was a master of subterfuge with few rivals. His words not only exposed Sha Huang's traitorous identity, but also served as a reminder that the wolf pack were invaders. In a fit of rage, Sha Huang unleashed a torrent of bizarre curses, which Fong Pai could easily counter. Zhu Ganglai observed Pingba Sankuo from the corner of his eye. Noticing he had averted his gaze, seemingly engaged in casual conversation, yet his mind was elsewhere. This state of distraction spoke volumes. His thoughts had been thoroughly stirred. The argument between Fong Pai and Sha Huang lacked sophistication, quickly escalating to the brink of physical confrontation. Pingba Sankuo timely intervened to mediate. It was the same old routine. It appeared to be a negotiation, yet in reality, it was merely suppressing the conflict, awaiting its moment to ferment. Zhu Ganglai could not afford to watch this performance. His attention was drawn to several newcomers entering the hall. The imposing lama, a representative of the Yellow Sect, was King Kong Duoren. Maui Vispiret a Riminda. The monk was tall and exuded a heavy aura, unmistakably a practitioner of the Sixth Realm. Across from King Kong Duoren sat an eccentric individual, adorned with a beast horn hat, his face painted in vibrant colors, his eyes half closed and half open. Who might that be? The PNPO Swalunga, rumored to summon the winds and rain. Summoning winds and rain? This PNPO sect must excel in communicating with the forces of nature, wielding elemental power. Zhu Ganglai observed intently. The presence of this individual was inscrutable and exuded a palpable danger. The enmity between King Kong Duoren and Hualunga was inevitable, a conflict between sects irreconcilable. As the two approached, no words were exchanged. Their eye contact sparked hostility, crackling with animosity. Suddenly, Zhu Ganglai recalled something and called Keita to his side, whispering a few instructions. The old shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, only to revert to his wooden demeanor. What did you say to him? Mao Er appeared unexpectedly, her delicate face mere inches away. How fragrant! Zhu Ganglai took a deep breath, feigning a rapturous demeanor, while his subordinates engaged in a heated argument. Can my allure be so profound? Scoundrels! Mao Er stepped back a pace. They could not come to blows. And after sufficient cursing, the commotion would naturally disperse. What were you just whispering about? I instructed Keita to investigate the prison. What purpose does that serve? Look at Huolinch. Is he cultivating corpse energy? Necromancy. Zhu Ganglai pointed to the shaman. Mao Er glanced over, perplexed. What of it? Upon seeing him, I was suddenly reminded of the ongoing situation. In Qingtang City, people were being apprehended. Beggars, refugees, anyone who dared to show their face was captured. But where have all those individuals gone? Rarely seen and often questioned. Mao Er scoffed. Do you truly believe Ping Bisenkuo had them all killed? He merely craves grandiosity, disdaining these individuals for tarnishing the image of Qing Tang. Zhu Ganglai smiled silently. Whatever the truth may be, Keita's investigation will soon reveal it. At this moment, Fang Pai and Sha Huang had indeed been separated by the guards. Ping Bisenkuo consoled both sides before wandering elsewhere. He navigated through various groups, appearing to engage in jovial banter with everyone. Yet inwardly, he spared no opportunity to exploit any discord. Occasionally, he would drop ambiguous remarks, fanning the flames of chaos. Seemingly relishing the tumult, Zhu Ganglai observed with a cold gaze, increasingly convinced of the depth of the waters. The organization of this grand artifact competition by Ping Bisenkuo was far from a mere talent selection. There were likely ulterior motives at play. Just then, the city lord had completed his rounds, returning to the center of the banquet. Raising his voice, he addressed the assembly. Dear guests, today's feast serves two purposes. First, to welcome our esteemed visitors. Second, to formally announce the prizes for the competition. Upon these words, the room fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him. The top 5 contestants of this artifact competition will be awarded the official title of Master Craftsman from Qingtang City, represented by a golden medal weighing 9 pounds and 9 ounces. Hiss! Was it not previously stated that the first prize was 10,000 taels of silver? Such extravagance. For the champion, 500 spirit stones and 10,000 taels of gold. Ping Bisenkuo noted the audience's reaction. Without allowing them time to recover, he raised the stakes once more, directly amplifying the rewards 100-fold compared to earlier announcements. Wow! The moment the generous rewards were unveiled, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Everyone present felt a surge of envy and excitement. Real gold and silver. A single medal would ensure a lifetime of comfort. What does that imply? It is a symbol of status. It is not merely about sustenance. It represents soaring ambitions. 500 spirit stones for the champion. Such a grand gesture. 10,000 taels of gold. The city lord's magnanimity. The murmurs and exclamations swelled, each wave surpassing the last. A significant investment indeed. Zhu Ganglai quietly marveled. The allure of fame and fortune is irresistible to ordinary individuals. Mao Er's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated Qingtang's resources to be so abundant. The world is bustling, all for profit. Ping Bisenkuo is adept at manipulating human emotions. He is a person of considerable prowess. Zhu Ganglai suddenly recalled Gao Laozhuang. It seems that the trade of murder and plunder pales in comparison to the riches displayed in Qingtang. From where does Ping Bisenkuo's vast wealth originate? Could it be that he, like myself, possesses a treasure trove? Zhu Ganglai could not help but begin to rub the storage ring. As he pondered, a robust man clad in splendid attire, holding a wine cup, deliberately collided with Mao Er. Fang Pai quickly intervened. Oh! The man exclaimed, abruptly swaying to the side, spilling wine all over Fang Pai. You dare seek death? Fang Pai bellowed in a fit of rage, seizing the collar of the intruder. How dare a mere swine demon address me in such a manner? The newcomer, with an arrogant tone, grasped the wild boar's arm and forcefully twisted it. Yet there was no reaction. The guards rushed over, separating the two parties. Although aware that Yunzan Cave hosted esteemed guests, they still faced this direction. It was evident that the visitor held a significant status. Chapter 31. The storm approaches, chaos abounds. The gong sounds, each displays their flares seize them, shouted the inebriated man, pointing at Fong Pai, relentless in his insistence. Enough. Pingba Sankyo intervened, restraining him. Today is a banquet for esteemed guests. Please show me some courtesy. What an extravagant display. Even the city lord speaks, so politely. Zhu Ganglai pondered the identity of the man before him, reminding him that the individual bore a striking resemblance to Danzing Guoji, who had previously met his demise at the Pingan Inn. I feel nauseated at the sight of swine. Mark my words, I shall eventually butcher you all for soup. The man seemed to disregard the city lord and continued to bellow. This gentleman is the esteemed Gongbu Duoji from Luoxia, Pingba explained, his expression awkward as he attempted to intervene. His brother was murdered on Fulling Mountain, hence his enmity towards that pig demon. It was a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart. Pig demon? To confront him directly. Was this a provocation or a test? Damn it. I thrive on ambushing travelers, feasting on flesh. What do you do about it? Zhu Ganglai suddenly erupted, planting one foot on the table, revealing his fangs. The surrounding guests gasped and scattered in fright. Pingba Sankyo's countenance darkened. Yet Zhu Ganglai discerned the truth. His previous doubts had evaporated. This old fellow was indeed scheming with Gongbu Duoji to test the waters. It seems he is quite sensitive about wild boars. What are you doing? Unruly creature, sit down. Mauer scolded sharply, her timing impeccable. She subdued the wild boars and turned to apologize to the city lord. It's no matter, merely a misunderstanding. Lord Swollen, please remain calm. Pingba Sankyo maintained a cordial demeanor, beckoning the guards to escort Gongbu Duoji away. The parties exchanged pleasantries and returned to their seats. Just as one conflict was subdued, another arose. It was Jin Gangdarin and Huolunga who clashed, sparked by a disagreement over the addition of 9 butter lamps before the statue of Manjushri by the Great Lama. Huolunga, incensed, summoned his guards to demand the placement of 18 lamps before the statue of the radiant deity. Initially, both sides engaged in discourse, exchanging philosophical insights and doctrinal teachings. However, as tensions escalated, their followers gathered, emotions spiraling out of control, nearly resulting in a brawl. Pingba Sankyo rushed to extinguish the flames of discord. After much persuasion, he finally managed to calm both factions. Yet, the atmosphere of the banquet had turned distinctly awkward, thick with the scent of impending conflict. Exhausted from his efforts, Pingba Sankyo took 2 more rounds of wine to steady the situation before retreating to the inner hall. Gongbu Duoji awaited, brimming with vigor and seemingly unaffected by the wine. Are you not worried now? Pingba reproached. There are countless demon cultivators in this world. It is quite normal for several pig demons to have dwelled in the depths of Fulling Mountain for over a century. And what are their clandestine dealings with the Tianhe Water Mansion? Gongbu inquired. It's merely a matter of forming alliances. Do not overthink it. Very well. We shall set that matter aside for now. Gongbu licked his lips, adding, but that Mauer, what a gem she is. The more I see her, the more I am captivated. Pingba scoffed coldly. Rein it in. At least refrain from causing trouble before we deal with the Tianhe Water Mansion. Do not force the cloud stack cave upon the opposition. What is there to fear? The great master of the Golden Wheel is already en route, along with the venerable Buddha of the 9 realms. Once he arrives, all the malevolent spirits and monsters shall be rendered as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Pingba, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you referring to the Golden Wheel King, the great Buddha Rodin? Gongbu remained silent, a peculiar smile playing upon his lips, relishing the disarray of the other. Pingba Sankyo felt tumultuous emotions swirling within him, casting a disdainful glance at Gongbu before choosing silence and returning to the hall. Unexpectedly, in a mere instant, the outside had grown considerably quieter. Several tables of guests had departed without notice. Observing the disarray of cups and plates, he felt a waning interest and made no attempt to retain them. One by one, the guests bid their farewells. The banquet concluded awkwardly. As they exited the Lord S mansion, all were burdened with heavy thoughts and hurried steps. A storm was brewing. Tomorrow marks the day of the Grand Regional Weapon Forging Competition. June 16th. The originally scheduled horse racing festival had been overshadowed by a grander celebration. In the central square of Qingtang City, throngs of people gathered, the air thick with anticipation. Dozens of temporarily erected forging platforms formed a circle, and the crowd craned their necks, tightly packed in the square. On the high platform, Pingba Sankuo, adorned in luxurious brocade, surveyed the scene from above. He relished this sensation, knowing that all were beneath him. The stand were filled with nobles of varying ranks from the surrounding areas, each representing different factions, harboring their own thoughts. Their demeanors distinctly varied. "Let the competition commence," Pingba Sankuo declared, striking a copper hammer lightly against a golden gong. The sound reverberated, signaling the official start of the forging competition. The announcer bellowed, while the heralds relayed the commands outward. The heat in the arena intensified, filled with cheers, encouragement, and even jeers, a cacophony of strange sounds entwined together. In the first round, competitors focused on the purification of base materials, a true test of a forger's skill. It revealed their mastery of fire control and the acumen to select quality ores. Fong Pai adjusted his breathing, casting a glance toward Zhu Ganglai, who smiled and nodded in response. Suddenly, the imposing wild boar raised its voice, howling towards the heavens, drawing the attention of all. With a flourish, it produced a fourth-grade pill furnace, no larger than a palm, its design quaint yet traditional. Upon landing on the solid stone platform, it emitted a dull clang, wobbling precariously before settling. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Is this pig demon here to amuse us? Such a small furnace, surely it must be a toy. It can barely stand, what use is it?" As the commotion of the crowd swelled, Sha Huang, nearby, smirked, "Fool, clumsy." Yet Fong Pai remained unfazed, entirely focused, channeling energy into the pill furnace. Flames erupted fiercely, pure and vibrant, surpassing the mundane fire conjured by his competitors. A fist-sized piece of ore was cast into the furnace, and in his hand, the giant wild boar wielded a diminutive hammer, appearing as trivial as a cotton swab in his grasp. The murmurs around him resumed once more. "Is this fellow attempting to entertain us? What is this? A tool for excavating earwax or for picking teeth?" Fong Pai recalled the strategist's admonitions and wielded the small hammer. Instead of striking the ore with brute force, he gently tapped specific points on the furnace wall. Ding, 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 the crisp sounds resonated, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Above the furnace, the ore floated, spinning rapidly. Dark impurities were stimulated, initially coalescing into a mass before transforming into wisps of azure smoke that gradually dispersed. In the span of half a stick of incense, the ore had diminished in size. A lustrous, impeccably pure ingot of metal emerged before the onlookers. This speed and purity rendered everyone speechless. The very smiths who had previously mocked him stood wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg, their faces etched with disbelief. Even Sha Huang was momentarily stunned, his brows knitted in confusion. Mere moments ago, he had reveled in his own accomplishments. Today, Yang Sui was more ferocious and potent than ever, clearly favored by the heavens. Ping Basang leaned forward slightly, his fingers, which had been lightly tapping the armrest, suddenly clenched. Second sister Mao patted her chest, while Zhu Ganglai tossed beans into his mouth, chewing heartily. "What? Do you trust him less than you trust me?" Chapter 32. The way is formless, each possessing its own merits. News is concealed, subtly influencing the world. Zhu Ganglai, brimming with pride, wore a crooked grin. His golden eyes, tusks, and long nose formed an indescribable ugliness. Mao Er spat aside, turning his head, yet felt no trace of revulsion within. If he truly appeared thus, it could not be the illusion of a mere child. How am I to conduct myself? The crisp sounds drew everyone's attention back to the stage. Fong Pai began to refine the spirit stones, feeling somewhat bewildered. The furnace and hammer were astonishingly remarkable. Spirit stones were incomparable to mere metals. Having absorbed the essence of sun and moon over countless years, their hardness, toughness, and density were extraordinary. Yet before this small furnace and hammer, they resembled mere dough, pliable and unimpeded. The fist-sized, low-grade spirit stone visibly shrank, its outer impurities shedding away. In an instant, it was reduced to the size of a fingernail, crystalline and translucent, emanating energy fluctuations far surpassing those of low-grade spirit stones. The skilled individuals present could sense that the energy density approached that of mid-grade spirit stones. Everyone was astonished. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of Zhu Gonglia's mouth. This was merely a stripped-down version. Aside from the material, it was lacking in all aspects. If one could procure a Dan furnace from the Doshui Palace and subsequently upgrade it with a ring, it would truly leave you all awestruck. Fang Pai wielded his sharp tool, while other competitors had their own advantages. Sha Huang displayed mastery of his techniques. Jinggang Duoren was at a higher realm, while Huiling could communicate with natural elements through secret methods. The first round tested their fundamentals, posing little challenge to true elites. The judges began assessing the results, announcing the names of those advancing. Fang Pai, Sha Huang, Jinggang Duoren, and Huiling passed with ease. Next came the second round, shaping the base. Sha Huang pointed at Fang Pai from afar, giving a thumbs up, then quickly turned it upside down. "Kid, I hope you impress me this round." Fang Pai gradually adapted to the competitive atmosphere, ignoring the provocation. Although lacking in spiritual affinity, his solid foundation began to reveal itself. The small hammer moved with precision, striking accurately. The flames ignited by the Dan furnace were both high in temperature and stable. The two elements combined seamlessly, and soon, the base took shape, well-proportioned and with a smooth blade. Looking at Sha Huang, his rhythm was oddly erratic. He continuously sprinkled various herbs into the flames, exuding a sinister aura. Jinggang Duoren remained unhurried, his technique steady, murmuring incantations. A halo enveloped the base, creating a solemn atmosphere. Huiling was the most peculiar, hardly swinging his hammer. Instead, he reached into the air, grasping at nothingness, akin to a dance or some ritual. On the high platform, Zhu Ganglai appeared to be meditating, yet his mind raced with calculations. These competitors employed vastly different methods, each with their own strengths, making it difficult to differentiate among them in a short time. An hour later, the second round concluded. Before Fang Pai lay a hefty two-handed greatsword. Sha Huang fashioned a meteor hook. The monk crafted a solid bronze staff, while Huiling produced a flexible whip. Each of the four creations bore distinct styles, all of superb quality. The third round, inscribing runes, presented a sudden increase in difficulty. One must infuse one's consciousness into the scorching hot mold. By harnessing mental energy, intricate runes are meticulously engraved upon the mold. The challenge lies in one's mental fortitude, control, and familiarity with the art of rune carving. Fang Pai, who has just embarked on the fierce path of the outer sect, finds his mental strength to be a weakness. At this moment, he is highly agitated, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He repetitively recites the foundational rune formations that Zhu Ganglai has relentlessly drilled into him over the past 2 days, yet he hesitates to make the first incision. The searing sword mold emanates an astonishing heat, and any misstep could result in backlash. The consequences could range from mere injury to turmoil in the sea of consciousness, leading to mental disarray. Deju casts a furtive glance at Zhu Ganglai, only to find the strategist with closed eyes, adopting the demeanor of a monk striking a wooden fish. His fingers tap rhythmically, one up, one down. Suddenly, inspiration strikes him. He seizes a small hammer and mimics the rhythm upon the alchemical furnace. The familiar sounds of tinkling resonate, ding, ding, ding. This time, Fang Pai experiences an exhilarating revelation. Following a fixed rhythm significantly reduces the consumption of his mental energy. What once felt like a mass of gooey thought now flows seamlessly. He takes a deep breath. With his left hand continuing to tap the furnace, he expertly etches the rune lines onto the sword mold with his right hand. A flash of insight illuminates his mind, and he completes the task in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, Sha Huang's expression darkens, sweat beading on his brow. Mental strength is a common weakness among all demon cultivators, and he is no exception. The patterns he painstakingly carves are riddled with fractures, rendering his true energy incapable of flowing through them. Although he attempts to compensate through skillful engraving, the operation of the runes is cumbersome and ineffective. In contrast, both King Kong Duoren and Hulinch, being Qi refiners, exhibit ease and enjoyment due to their mental prowess. As the third round of the competition nears its conclusion, a child of about 8 or 9 appears in the throngs of the crowd. He struggles against the tide, pushing his way through, inciting a chorus of curses. In his clumsiness, he accidentally knocks over the seated young llama of King Kong Duoren, mumbling apologies while repeatedly murmuring, as if afraid to forget his instructions. Blue cherry grass. Blue cherry grass can catalyze the sun fire, doubling its efficacy. Do not make a mistake. I must relay this to my master. The young llama hears this clearly. Momentarily stunned, he wishes to inquire further, but the child has already vanished into the crowd. Not daring to delay, he quickly shares the information he overheard with the overseeing llama in hushed tones. No more than 2 breaths pass. In another corner, a similar incident occurs with Hulin's attendant, conveying nearly identical information. The news spreads like droplets falling into a mirror-like lake, creating ripples that silently disseminate. The originator of the message is engulfed in a tidal wave of applause, disappearing from sight. As the dust settles on the 3 rounds of competition, the results are announced. King Kong Duoren, Hulinch, Sha Huang, and Fong Pai emerge as the top 4, securing their places in the finals with performances far exceeding their peers. Standing up, Ping Bong Toa presses his hands downwards, and the raucous venue gradually quiets. With a pleasant demeanor, his voice resonates throughout the square after 3 rounds of trials. 4 exceptionally skilled masters have risen to the forefront. In 1 hour, we shall gather here to witness the crowning of the champion of the Qingtang alchemy competition. The applause erupts once more, even more fervently than before. As the crowd's emotions began to settle, Ping Bisanquo raised his voice even higher, to honor all the exceptional craftsmen. The top 10 of this competition will each receive a Master Artisan Gold Medal personally awarded by the City Lord. This medal represents the highest honor for the blacksmiths of Qingtang City. The audience stirred. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. Moreover, Ping Bisanquo continued, the champion will also receive 500 spirit stones and a staggering 10,000 pieces of gold. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Exclamations of admiration, screams, and incredulous discussions surged into a cacophony of excitement. 500 spirit stones and 10,000 gold pieces. Such a lavish reward was enough to drive anyone mad. Even though they had heard the announcement at the welcoming banquet the previous day, the participants still felt their hearts race. Even seasoned practitioners like King Kong Duoren and Hualunga struggled to maintain their composure. As they eagerly anticipated the news, the message from their subordinates arrived. Blue cherry grass. Yang Sui. King Kong Duoren's fingers fidgeted with the prayer beads, moving much quicker. Hualunga's temples glistened with sweat, smudging the paint on his face. Just as they contemplated their fortunes, Ping Bisanquo's voice resounded once more from the stage, carrying a tone of gravitas. The final topic is Chapter 33. You take the first, I take the 15th. Wolves at the back door, tigers at the front. The final challenge is to craft an offensive magical artifact on site. The material is self-selected and the time limit is 3 hours. He paused, surveying the 4 contestants in the arena, and pronounced each word with gravity. If the final product does not meet the standard of a 5th-tier magical artifact, all rewards, including the Master Craftsman Gold Medal, will be null and void. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd, nearly overturning the square. If the previous generous rewards were a surprise, this final rule was a shock. A 5th-tier offensive artifact, with a time limit of 3 hours. The difficulty surged exponentially. Not only did it test their craftsmanship, but it also demanded resilience, adaptability, and profound knowledge. Those who had ranked between 5 and 10 in the preliminaries had just felt a pang of regret, but at this moment, each of them secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness they did not make it to the finals. Otherwise, the gold medal within reach would be lost. An hour passed swiftly. The final venue shifted to the heart of the square. For more exquisite crafting platforms were arranged in a line. The number of guards doubled, keeping the audience at a safe distance. Tension hung thick in the air, almost palpable. Sha Huang was the first to ascend the crafting platform. A hook-shaped artifact blank at his side. He unabashedly withdrew a large ingot of metal, shimmering with a dark red luster, a blend of sunstone-infused iron. Next, he produced a plant, the blue primrose, glowing mysteriously and radiating peculiar waves. Old Yang provocatively glanced at the other three, particularly at Fong Pai. King Kong Duoren clasped his hands together, murmuring a Buddhist chant, and retrieved a piece of salt pool cold iron. Its surface pale and exuding a chill that was palpable even in early summer. The great Lama sat solemnly, cross-legged, exuding an aura of unwavering calm. Hulinge circled a rough, dark stone with a pockmarked surface, chanting in a low tone. The stone emanated a faint scent of blood, a sinister aura permeating the air. Observant individuals recognized it as celestial burial copper, leaving them in awe. Fong Pai was the last to act, pulling out several unremarkable pieces of refined iron from his storage pouch. In comparison to the other three, his materials appeared excessively plain, sparking a wave of murmurs among the crowd. On the high platform, Ping Besenkuo sat firmly, undeterred by any extraordinary tactics. The ultimate outcome of this contest would be his to harvest. Everything was within his control. The finals begin, the announcer shouted with all his might, his voice reverberating across the square. In an instant, the four crafting platforms ignited with roaring flames. The scorching waves of heat radiated outward. The clash of metal, the crackling flames, intermingled with low incantations. Honor, profit, and even the future dynamics of Qingtang City were at stake. The pinnacle duel had commenced. Xia Huang initiated the action. The blue primrose was activated through his unique technique, its glow merging with the flames, igniting a ferocious blaze. King Kong Duoren remained unfazed, reciting sacred texts, channeling his abundant true essence to stoke the furnace and melt the millennium-old cold iron. Hulinge was surrounded by chilling winds, black flames licking the meteorite, hissing ominously, filling the air with a foul stench. Fong Pai tossed the refined iron into the alchemical furnace, gripping his small hammer with precision, beginning to strike rhythmically. The furnace crackled, metal clashed wildly. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Ping Besenkuo maintained his composure on the high platform, striving for tranquility. As critical moments approach, patience becomes paramount. One must wait for a miracle capable of elevating Qingtang City to greater heights. Green flames rise, and the desert savagely sneers. An otherworldly radiance swiftly consumes the crimson hue, while the furnace breathes like something from the netherworld, leaping and dancing with a nauseatingly sweet scent. The reputation of the blue primrose is indeed well-deserved. The news began to circulate during the preliminary rounds, slowly fermenting until it became common knowledge. Jingang Duoren tightly closed his eyes, reciting his incantations with increasing speed. The situation was spiraling out of control. The combined power of the sun's rays and blue primrose exceeded expectations, leaving him, despite his elevated realm, feeling suppressed. The desert savagery was too strong, too swift. Huolunga was equally restless, needing more time to chant his spells. Once the rhythm was disrupted, it became impossible to proceed methodically. Must it truly come to that? This thought flashed through both their minds simultaneously. Fong Pai remained steadfast and methodical. Within the alchemical furnace, the pure iron gradually shed its impurities under the hammer's strikes, becoming crystal clear. His pace was the slowest among the four. An apprentice is but an apprentice. Desert Savage effortlessly glanced at Fong Pai, disdainfully spitting on the ground. Time passed. In less than 3 incense sticks, the Desert Savage's prototype had transformed from a mere shape into a semi-finished product. The curved hook glowed a deep crimson, as if soaked in blood. He reveled in his triumph, not forgetting to mock his opponents. "You worthless ones, are you not speeding up? Do you wish to concede?" His taunts acted as a spark, igniting the restlessness within Jingang Duoren and Huolunga. "Enough! I shall show mercy." Jingang Duoren suddenly opened his eyes wide, determination flashing within. He swiftly retrieved a small packet of powder from his bosom and flung it into the flames with fervor. It was the sun's rays mixed with the essence of blue primrose. Huolunga made the same resolute decision, summoning a thick black mist from his palm, and tossed in a similar mixed powder. Then he bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence to splatter atop the black mist. The vapor seemed to come alive, splitting into numerous streams that surged into the dark, supple whip prototype. With my blood, I invoked the divine. Grant me strength. Zhu Ganglai smiled. The dynamics on the stage shifted, all according to his calculations. He glanced at Keita beside him. Shall we sell 2 packets? Kedanadidali, baljuing reriti. How much did we earn? 20 taels of gold. Zhu Ganglai covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Go on. Enough to appease the jailer. Bring back some local specialties. Yes. Keita slightly bowed and squeezed through the crowd. Where are you going? Visiting family. Visiting family? Mao Er questioned. Are you up to mischief again? Where did you just disappear to? To relieve myself. Zhu Ganglai pointed towards the arena, indicating for her to pay attention. On the alchemical platform, both the Lama and the shaman exerted their powers simultaneously. A chilling wind blew from that side, while a radiant Buddhist light flourished from this side. Jingang Duoren was enveloped in golden light, his momentum escalating steadily. With the enhancements from the sun's rays and blue primrose, the effects were immediate. He was already 2 realms above Desert Savage, but had been temporarily suppressed due to limitations in materials and refining techniques. At this moment, a robust and potent essence surged forth as if it had found an outlet for release. A resplendent golden light erupted from the Grand Lama's being, instantly dispersing the surrounding waves of heat. The radiance of the Buddha illuminated all, proclaiming, in heaven and on earth, I alone am revered. Before him, the familiar copper staff began to shed its outer layer at a visible pace, enveloped in golden flames, swiftly refining itself. The rapid progress obliterated the previous advantage gained in the desolate sands in the blink of an eye. The old goat-headed figure was taken aback, his expression frozen in disbelief. The once tumultuous rhythm of the contest experienced a stark disruption. How could this be possible? How could they possess the solar essence? The powdered bluebell had evidently undergone purification, proving to be far more efficient than the plant I had utilized. Meanwhile, the expression of the disheveled figure contorted grotesquely, his already painted face resembling that of a specter. You, bald monk of the yellow sect, do not grow overly arrogant. The lead of the goat spirit is already intolerable. Now I must witness that shaven thief surpassing us? That blinding light of Buddha was the most malicious provocation against the forces of nature. The shaman could no longer afford to focus on crafting his artifacts. With a fierce stomp, he summoned forth a surge of dark energy, a howling wind swirling around him. The black mist, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, coiled towards the brilliant light of the Buddha. The spectators below stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that, in the finals, someone would brazenly resort to violence, attacking their opponent. Chapter 34. The Failure of Schemes and the Consequences of Greed in a Moment of Desperation. The mighty Vajradoran summoned a fragment of his spirit, transforming it into a fierce golden apparition that stood defiantly before him. Simultaneously, 2 beams of golden light burst forth, hurtling towards Hua Longue. The clash was thunderous as the black malevolent energy collided with the golden figure, producing a deep, resonating explosion. Waves of energy surged. The golden light and the dark aura engaged in a fierce struggle, each attempting to consume the other, emitting a cacophony of hissing sounds. In less than a heartbeat, the Grand Lama's counterattack found its mark on Hua Longue. The shaman, lacking the same level of mastery, was forced back several steps, nearly losing his footing on the refining platform. Yet, he remained composed, retaliating with 6 or 7 strange flying daggers. In an instant, the contest of crafting had transformed into an aerial duel between the 2 formidable experts of the Yellow Sect and the Bond Sect. The audience below erupted in astonishment, while the officiant turned pale, hastily seeking the Lord of the City's counsel. No matter, replied Ping Ba Sang Tso, unfazed as he waved his hand lightly. The conflict was merely a part of the competition. Survival of the fittest, with a strong reign supreme. Why did Ping Ba Sang so refrain from intervening? Mao Er grasped the railing, seething with indignation. Zhu Ganglai, however, wore a playful grin, seemingly unconcerned. What is so amusing? Mao incvilit. Isn't this splendid? Zhu Ganglai raised his chin, prompting Mao heir to finally notice the intense confrontation between the Lama and the shaman. Onlookers were filled with uncertainty as the pace of the crafting slowed. Only Fong Pai remained undistracted, continuing his rhythmic hammering on the broadsword before him. The air crackled with energy as explosions grew more frequent, sending the nearby spectators scrambling for safety. Vajradharan, firmly in control with a mastery of the sixth realm against his opponent's fifth, maintained his advantage while simultaneously focusing on refining his copper rod. The flames of enlightenment blazed fiercely, the form of the rod becoming increasingly distinct. The Grand Lama's hesitance to strike was not due to mercy, but rather a careful assessment of the unfolding scenario, with the organizers tacitly allowing the duel. He pondered whether a decisive move would provoke the other two to join the fray. Just as he divided his focus, pushing his essence to its limits, an exceedingly intense and chaotic energy surged uncontrollably from the depths of his dantian, rampaging through his meridians. This was perilous, an ominous aura. Vajradharan's expression shifted drastically as he hastily attempted to suppress it. Yet it seemed he was a moment too late. The vital essence, which had been stabilizing within his channels, began to boil uncontrollably. Huolunge was not faring any better. The earth burial copper, inherently sinister, became even more ferocious when provoked by blood and solar flames. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he felt his consciousness slipping away. Simultaneously, both masters let out anguished cries. The ensuing explosions were deafening. The refining platform shattered, flames mingling with metallic shards, hot waves of air swirling violently. They were hurled several yards by the tremendous shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth, their eyes glazed with confusion. What transpired? What exactly had happened? The square descended into chaos, and Ping Ba Sang so abruptly rose, his face reflecting astonishment. Yet, deep within his eyes, a fleeting spark of barely perceptible excitement flickered. Silence. He bellowed in a deep, furious tone, "Hurry, go assist." The guards echoed his command, raising their voices to maintain order, while a physician rushed towards the injured. Sha Huang, unharmed, was momentarily stunned by the abrupt turn of events, before bursting into wild laughter. "Huh, mimic me? You dare? This is Yang Sui. Only I possess the power to wield it." He seized a handful of blue primrose and hurled it fiercely into the furnace. Within the hearth, the crimson hook became even more sinister, bloodlight nearly spilling forth. "Fong Pai, do you see? This is the chasm that separates us." He turned with malevolence, glaring at the wild boar. "You shall never defeat me." "Bah, crazed dog," Fong Pai retorted angrily. "You dare to retort, you worthless fool. Today, I shall forge an extraordinary divine weapon, compelling all you mere mortals to kneel at my feet." He appeared almost deranged, shouting towards the crowd below. "Blue primrose, an unparalleled treasure. It will be no harm to share this with you. This celestial herb, we of the Wolf Clan have in abundance. Do you desire it? It can be yours. Simply sever all ties with the Yunjian cave, and you may have as much as you wish." Below, the Wolf King, Li Ning, pinched his chin, gazing triumphantly at Sister Mao Er. Indeed, bringing Sha Huang here had been a masterstroke. "Little rabbit, I wonder how long you can endure?" He had awaited this day far too long. "Sha Huang, splendid. Well said." The old wolf leader grinned widely, vocally rallying for Sha Huang. Sister Mao Er remained calm, glancing back at Zhu Ganglai, her eyes now filled with respect. Previously, she had been somewhat bewildered, but at this moment, the entire sequence of events began to crystallize. Zhu Ganglai rose, pointing at Fong Pai's head. The wild boar, already on the brink of fury, instantly regained composure upon seeing his gesture, refocusing entirely on the forging process. Time passed. The hook of Sha Huang finally took shape. Fifth tier, it glowed a deep crimson, with bloodlight soaring, evoking a sense of dread. Yet he seemed unsatisfied. Not enough. Still not enough. He increased the dosage of Yang Sui once more. Flames, bloodlight, and malevolence enveloped the old goat entirely. His eyes glowed red, murmuring incessantly. "I seek something even better. Grant me a fourth tier. Sha Huang shall become the greatest weapon master in Qing Tang." The frenzy of hammering continued, layer upon layer of imprints. The aura of the hook ascended once more. With a soft hiss, The blade's energy spontaneously ignited, tearing through the surrounding flames. Fourth tier. This hook had undeniably entered the ranks of fourth-tier artifacts. The clang of gongs resonated. Just before the officiant lowered the command flag, Fong Pai completed his own creation. It was a two-handed sword, entirely black, unadorned and simple. Time's up. Masters, please present your works. Sha Huang stepped forward, raising the scarlet hook triumphantly, striking a victorious pose. The crowd below gasped in wonder. Do you see? My creation, a divine weapon that shall make you tremble. His eyes were bloodshot, and his temples throbbed incessantly. Hurry, give it to me quickly. Announce it. Announce that I am the champion of this competition. Glory, status, wealth, power, all of it shall be mine. As Pingba Senkuo grasped the hooked weapon, he immediately sensed a wave of corruption seeping along the handle, attempting to invade his body. Frowning, he summoned his inner energy to suppress the malevolent aura. Indeed, a fourth-grade lethal weapon is truly a rarity. Now, Master Fong Pai, please unveil your creation. Fong Pai stepped forward, presenting the double-handed sword. Esteemed city lord, please examine it. As Pingba Senkuo took the great sword, he felt its weight in his hands. It lacked the razor-sharp edge that could sever a hair, and he sensed no overwhelming vitality emanating from it. He shook his head, disappointment filling his gaze. Is this a fifth-grade weapon? Can it even be classified as a weapon? Mere scrap metal, and yet you dare to compare? Sha Huang laughed triumphantly, the outcome already decided. We shall still put it to the test. With a smile, Pingba Senkuo suddenly exerted force with both hands. The two weapons clashed directly. Chapter 35. The Cicada on Stage. The mantis behind the scenes this moment arrived unexpectedly, even startling Sha Huang. Although his hook was sharp, it was still lightweight. What a pity it would be if it were to be ruined by colliding with that massive iron bar. Ding! To his surprise, the edge of the hook sliced through effortlessly, cleaving the broadsword in two, as if it were mere tofu. Clang! The broken sword fell to the ground, creating a significant dent. Silence. After a brief pause, Sha Huang shook his head and erupted into boisterous laughter. Fong Pai's face turned ashen, stumbling backward. I am still inadequate. I've embarrassed the strategist. What a marvelous weapon. Ping Ba sang so, visibly delighted, raised the hand of the old ram and declared, I announce that the champion of this forging competition is Sha Huang. Ooh, Master Sha Huang. Thunderous applause erupted in the square. Sha Huang, brimming with pride, approached the edge of the high platform, facing the crowd. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, and in that instant he felt like the king of Qing Tang. Now, let us present the awards. Ping Ba sang so was deeply displeased with Sha Huang's audacity. Suppressing his anger, he signaled his subordinates to bring forth the gold medal, spirit stones, and an entire chest of gold ingots. The old ram rushed forward, clutching the treasures tightly. They are all mine. They are all mine. Mao clenched her fists in fury. Zhu Ganglai leaned closer to her ear, whispering, This fellow is finished. The malevolence has taken root within him. Only then did Mao ere notice, scrutinizing the stage more closely. Indeed, she observed signs of instability in this traitor's behavior. They are all mine. The old ram spun in circles, his limbs flailing. Ping Ba shook his head, turning to leave. Such a foolish and complacent individual would achieve nothing of significance. Fortunately, this competition had yielded a fearsome weapon. This meteor hook was truly crafted for me. Where do you think you're going? A harsh voice rang out behind him. Ping Ba sang so thought he had misheard. Turning around, he saw the old ram lunging toward him. Why should I give you my possessions? The face of the city lord, Qing Tang, changed dramatically as he suddenly recalled Mao Er's repeated warnings about the side effects of yang sui. Guards had long since rushed forward, blocking Sha Huang's path. You think I will provide food and drink and let you have your fun for free? Ping Ba pushed aside the guards and approached Sha Huang, asking, Or do you wish to rebel? The crowd below buzzed with excitement. Ping Ba sang, so spoke closely, returning the meteor hook to Sha Huang's hand. Throughout, he maintained a smile, appearing like a benevolent elder gently advising a younger generation. He was well aware that the old ram before him was being consumed by malevolent energy, teetering on the brink of madness. Nonsense! Sha Huang roared. suddenly unleashing his true essence. Do you intend to rebel? Ping Ba Sang so leaped back, his voice sharp with inquiry. His words resonated clearly throughout the venue. Rebel? Sha Huang paused momentarily, then burst into maniacal laughter. Yes, yes, I have long wished to rebel. He swung the hook blade fiercely at the guards before him. D. The curved hook sliced through the air, shimmering with a heart-stopping crimson light. Protect the lord of the city. The guards surged forward, attempting to obstruct Sha Huang. Meanwhile, a large contingent of soldiers emerged in the square, sealing off the entrances and encircling the Wolf King, Li Ning. Furious, Li Ning was beside himself. What madness had seized that scoundrel, Sha Huang? His plan was nearly a success. Just moments ago, he had been envisioning vast profits from the blue cherry blossom, planning to annex the Cloud Cave and dominate the Fulling Mountain. The Wolf King attempted to step forward to explain, but it was too late. The heavy crossbows were drawn taut, with soldiers forming layers around him and his entourage. Sha Huang, you scoundrel, cease this at once. Li Ning bellowed at the high platform. Sha Huang paid him no heed, wielding the curved hook with unstoppable force, effortlessly tearing through two guards. Blood spattered as screams echoed throughout the square. Sha Huang advanced like a force of nature, wreaking havoc. Ping Ba Sang Qo, come out and face me, he shouted, his voice filled with terror. Help! Ping Ba Sang Qo cried out, retreating in panic. The square descended into chaos. What was happening? Had Sha Huang truly lost his mind? Did he dare to assassinate the Lord? Mao Erji nudged Zhu Ganglai. Stop gaping and say something. What do we do? Sha Huang is impressively fierce. His performance exceeds my expectations, Zhu Ganglai remarked. Wait, you knew this would happen? Mao Erji was taken aback. Of course, Zhu Ganglai shrugged. Otherwise, why would we have gone to such lengths? He gestured towards Fong Pai, who stood still, curiously hammering away at the alchemical furnace. The rhythmic clanging was drowned out by the uproar, easily overlooked. Yet, upon closer inspection, the striking remained steady, and the sound remarkably penetrating. Even from such a distance, they could hear it distinctly. What is this? The blue cherry blossom acts as a catalyst for the yang sui. This furnace serves as a booster for malevolent energy, Zhu Ganglai explained, producing a piece of red-black mineral the size of a fingernail and offering it to Mao Erji. As she held it, a sense of unease washed over her. An inconspicuous stone capable of inducing sensations in an 8-realm cultivator. What immense power it possessed. Are you unfamiliar with it? I've never seen it, yet it feels strangely familiar. You all should recognize it. This is the evolved form of yang sui. A supreme yang sui. Supreme? Mao Erji's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Zhu Ganglai could not divulge the information about the magic ring, but simply explained, the supreme yang sui is hundreds of times more powerful than the ordinary kind, but remains exceptionally stable. It requires true essence infusion and continuous impact to activate its effects. Now it became clear Fong Pai had been acting all along, merely following Zhu Ganglai's instructions to control the rhythm, or rather, to orchestrate the timing of Sha Huang's frenzy. Mao Erji connected all the dots and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Was this wild boar before her truly a child transformed? Or was it, look, Gongbu Duo Ji is coming. Zhu Ganglai remained oblivious to her psychological shifts. His attention steadfastly focused on the unfolding situation within the arena. If one wishes to take the life of the city lord, they must first contend with me. Gongbu Duoji, accompanied by 4 llamas, obstructed Sha Huang's path. A muffled thud resounded. One of the llamas struck, sending Sha Huang staggering back several paces, his complexion ashen. Remarkably, all 4 monks were of the 6th realm. Let us proceed, Zhu Ganglai remarked, clapping his hands, his eyes glinting with mockery. Huh? Sister Mao was bewildered. If we do not leave now, we shall miss our cue. What? What do you intend to do? Sister Mao hastened to follow him, a surge of intense unease swelling within her. Zhu Ganglai spoke with nonchalance. Do not be anxious. We shall wait for the old wolf outside the city. Since he dares to show himself, he cannot be allowed to return unscathed. Blood oozed from Sha Huang's mouth and nose, his internal essence boiling like molten lava. Spiraling out of control, the power of the yang sui surged to its zenith, yet it yielded nothing more than a fleeting strength. His meridians lay utterly shattered, and his mind was in disarray. He could no longer distinguish friend from foe, only knowing to frantically swing the crimson, curved hook in his grasp. Each slash was imbued with a reckless resolve to perish together. "Get away! All of you, get away!" he howled, resembling a vengeful spirit. The 4/6 realm llamas, brought by Gongbujoji, formed a simple formation, golden lights swirling around them, nullifying each of Sha Huang's attacks. They were not in haste to strike a lethal blow. Rather, they steadily confined him to his spot, persistently wearing him down. Chapter 36. The trader's last words, and the fisherman's net tightened Sha Huang sensed the intentions of his adversaries, channeling all his demonic energy into the curved hook and hurling it forth. A surge of crimson light erupted, forcing the llamas to retreat. The old ram turned and leaped from the high platform. "Where do you think you're going?" One llama attempted to pursue. Gongbujoji raised a hand to halt him, exuding a composure akin to a towering mountain. Gone was the demeanor of a drunken fool from the previous evening's banquet. Seizing the moment, Sha Huang struck a civilian, shattering bones and sending flesh flying. Utilizing the impact to cushion his fall, he staggered toward the edge of the square. The crowd had a clear view. This was the consequence of misusing the yang sui and colluding with the wolf demon. Before he could take a few more steps, Zhu Ganglai's voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating throughout the square. He drew upon all his true essence to ensure every word reached the ears of the gathered multitude. Sha Huang has allied with the Wolf King, Li Ning, and has learned these heinous sorceries. He pointed in the direction Sha Huang fled, noting his current state, madness and bloodlust, devoid of familial ties. Li Ning promotes this method to transform us all into mindless monsters under his control. At this declaration, it was as if boiling oil had been poured into a raging fire. The already frightened crowd, recalling the scattered rumors of the blue cherry grass and the yang sui, felt their fear and fury toward the wolf demon ignite instantaneously. "The wolf demon harms us. Kill them. City Lord, we cannot let the Wolf King escape." On the platform, Ping Bisenko discerned the intentions of Mao Air's subordinates with a single glance. "Using me?" Rage surged within him, quickly replaced by a calculating mindset. This pig demon has unwittingly presented a splendid opportunity. By eliminating the imminent threat posed by Li Ning, he could shift all the blame onto him. Perfect. He rose abruptly, his face a mask of appropriate indignation and resolve. The wolf demon, Li Ning, incited his subordinate Sha Huang to disrupt the tournament and assassinate this city lord. Such crimes are unforgivable. His voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable authority. "I command, the city's guards, in conjunction with the royal forces, must immediately encircle Li Ning and all his followers. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force." "Understood." The captain of his personal guard responded loudly. Upon receiving the order, the city guards, who had been poised at the square's perimeter, surged forth with the llamas brought by Gongbujoji like a tidal wave crashing toward Li Ning's location. "Kill! Protect the Wolf King!" The cries for bloodshed and the clash of weapons erupted suddenly. Though the wolf demon was formidable, he found himself at an overwhelming disadvantage, swiftly encircled and divided. Li Ning was both astonished and enraged. He could scarcely comprehend how that fool, Sha Huang, could suddenly descend into madness and attack Ping Bisenko. Now, with no means of justification, he could only attempt to carve a path through the chaos with his trusted allies. In the midst of the turmoil, Sha Huang found a moment to breathe. He surveyed his surroundings while pushing toward the more crowded and chaotic areas, hoping to blend in. Unexpectedly, before he could reach the exit, he was blocked by a towering figure, Fang Pai. His eyes burned with fury, wielding a half-broken iron sword. "Sha Huang." Fang Pai's voice was low, his anger restrained to the utmost degree. "Begone! Get away!" In a state of disarray, Sha Huang found the pig demon before him to be an insufferable nuisance and swung his fist in frustration. Yet at this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. The backlash of the solar energy had depleted his true essence, rendering his blow weak and flaccid. Fang Pai, undeterred and unyielding, raised the dark, broken sword and struck with unembellished ferocity. Clang! Crack! A resounding noise echoed as bones shattered. Sha Huang was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth and his chest caved in. Thud! The old goat hit the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to rest, collapsing in a heap. Life was swiftly ebbing from his body. Fong Pai discarded the broken sword and approached Sha Huang step by step, towering over the former comrade, mentor, and now traitor and mortal enemy. In the final moments of his life, clarity returned to Sha Huang. He fixed his gaze on Fong Pai, a raspy sound escaping his throat as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to utter a few fragmented words. Beware of Mao Ershi. She killed her father, personally, slayed the old cave master. I only fled. Before he could finish, Sha Huang's head tilted, and he fell silent forever. His horizontal pupils stared vacantly at the sky, filled with resentment. Fong Pai felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. He stood frozen, as if his very soul had been extracted. Sha Huang's final words echoed in his mind like a vile curse. Patricide. It was Mao Er, who killed the old cave master. How could this be? The battle at the outskirts of the square was drawing to a close. The Wolf King, Li Ning, drenched in blood and having suffered grievous losses among his elite forces, finally managed to carve a path and escape with the remnants of his group. The city guard relentlessly pursued, clashing until they reached the city limits. Ping Ba Sang De Soul, having acquired the meteoric hook, orchestrated a grand performance of encircling the demons before the public, gaining both fame and fortune. Yet he was not satisfied. He sought out Mao Er immediately. He stated that the Yunjian cave must supply a sufficient quantity of talismans to Qing Tang each year. What does sufficient quantity entail? The city lord's estate provided clarification. At least 3,000 fourth-grade talismans annually. Even at the current depressed market price, this amounted to 6,000 taels of gold, a colossal burden for any party involved. What was he implying? Was he planning to eliminate Li Ning, growing too arrogant? Mao Er refrained from immediate confrontation, choosing instead to bide her time and waited until Ping Ba Sang So had departed to inquire. Zhu Ganglai stroked his chin, pondering for a long while, concluding that it must be Gongbu Duo Ji. What issue could he have? Where is he? Mewes kennt his surroundings. Swiftly deducing from the battlefield situation that he was not within the city. He must have gone after the Wolf King. His target was the Wolf's Den. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhu Ganglai's eyes. The Wolf's Den? Are you suggesting that he intends to exploit the vulnerability there, to launch a surprise attack? The objective is the blue cherry grass. They would not only maintain the current usage of solar energy, but would also increase it. Mao Er suddenly realized that high-grade talismans would be necessary to counteract the malevolent energy, thereby significantly enhancing the entire armament of Qing Tang. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for even a moment's respite. Zhu Ganglai, in a state of agitation, raked his fingers through his hair and noticed Fong Pai approaching, utterly lost in thought. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug painfully into his palms, causing blood to trickle through his fingers. What is the matter? Zhu Ganglai inquired. The wild boar raised its head, voice quivering as it addressed Mao Er, the leader. Sha Huang said. What did Sha Huang say? Why are you hesitating? Mao Er, preoccupied with strategizing the next move, was distracted. Sha Huang said that you killed the old cave master. Fong Pai struggled to articulate, finally releasing his words in a breathless rush, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Sister Mao Er. Mao Er's delicate frame trembled, color draining from her face. She opened her mouth, but could utter not a single word. Her expression was akin to a silent admission. Speak. Fong Pai stepped forward, nearly roaring with fury. Zhu Ganglai advanced a step, positioning himself between them. Fong Pai, calm down, he commanded in a deep tone. Who is Sha Huang? How can we be sure this isn't a ploy to sow discord in his final moments? Yet, Fong Pai's chest heaved violently, his heart tormented like a serpent devouring its prey. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Zhu Ganglai struck him hard. Chapter 37. Ingenious Division of Labor and Strategic Advancement. The treasure emerges as the Wolf King meets his demise. Is internal strife on the horizon? He glared fiercely at the dazed Fong Pai. Li Ning had yet to be subdued, and it was evident that Gongbu Juoji was cut from the same cloth as Qing Tang, with threats lurking outside. Could Yunzan Cave withstand the turmoil? What do you mean, There is something to discuss. Let us speak later. Mao Air gradually loosened her grip on her skirt, witnessing the once rampaging wild boar now subdued. In its eyes, not only had suspicion dissipated, but also the ominous clouds looming over Yunzan Cave. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall provide you and everyone with an explanation. Fong Pai clenched his jaw tightly, ultimately nodding in agreement. Zhu Ganglai forcefully patted his stiff shoulder. Stay alert. There are still many important tasks ahead. At that moment, Cater returned, confirming what you might expect. The prison was empty, with very few inmates. Mao Er and Fong Pai were captivated by this revelation, turning to look in unison. Zhu Ganglai merely snorted, instructing to keep the chief in place and stabilize Ping Bisenkuo. The disadvantages of Yang Sui had completely erupted, and the transformation talisman was about to see a surge in sales. Are you leaving? Mao asked anxiously. Zhu Ganglai pointed at Fong Pai and Heizong. We are going after Li Ning. No way. Mao quickly intervened. Although Li Ning was injured, he was still at the 8th realm. Even if you're bound together, you are no match for him. Who said we must confront him head-on? Zhu Ganglai naturally grasped her fragrant shoulders, smiling. A clever plan is at hand. Do you not trust me? Mao Er's face flushed, momentarily lost in thought. Shall I contact the chief? He was not referring to Mao Er, but rather the one in charge of Tianhe Water Mansion. A timely assist. He truly is a clever fellow. Zhu Ganglai understood instantly. I have already contacted the mansion lord. You stay and support the chief of Meizhuang. Remembering the terrifying strength of the nascent Soul Grandmaster, Mao Er finally felt reassured. Zhu Ganglai suppressed a smile, cautioning, the basket weaving is all about closure. Do not underestimate Ping Bisenkuo. His usual dullness, the rubbish soldiers at the city gate, and that useless little brother-in-law are all deliberately put on display. Qingtang's depths are unfathomable. Sister Mao Er felt a chill run down her spine and nodded earnestly. Zhu Ganglai reassured her a few more times before heading out of the city with Fong Pai and Heizong. The wolf has a strong scent, making it easy to track. In the valley, dusk enveloped the surroundings. Li Ning leaned against a massive rock, panting as deep wounds visibly writhed and healed before the eye. Only 7 or 8 loyal followers remained by his side, all displaying expressions of trepidation. Spitting out a mouthful of thick, bloody phlegm, Li Ning's eyes glimmered with ferocity. 3 figures blocked the valley's entrance. At the forefront stood Zhu Ganglai, wielding a standard long knife, emanating a calm aura. Fong Pai and Heizong flanked him on either side, each armed with heavy weaponry, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhu Ganglai, came the composed response from Zhu Ganglai. Just the 3 of you? The name sounds somewhat familiar, but Li Ning had no time for further contemplation, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Mere 4th realm warriors dare to pursue this king? Before his words could fully escape, he lunged forward, his speed leaving behind only an afterimage. Bang! Clang! The clash between Fong Pai's heavy sword and Li Ning's sharp claws sparked a shower of sparks. The impact forced him to retreat 3 steps, leaving his arms numb. Heizong swung his Wolf Fong club, striking at Li Ning's back. Li Ning stood firm, not dodging, and with a slight sway of his body. He countered by reaching for Heizong's face. Be careful, Zhu Ganglai warned in a low voice, slicing his long knife to intercept Li Ning's assault. The Wolf King's confidants joined the fray. In the narrow valley, a fierce battle erupted among a dozen figures. The sound of metal clashing and spells colliding rang incessantly in the air. Zhu Gonglia's tactics were cunning and ruthless, targeting Li Ning's past injuries, ensnaring the Wolf King tightly. The desperate strategy was one of exchanging wounds for wounds, making it appear as if he was cornered. Fong Pai and Heizong, relying on their tough hides, quickly diminished the Wolf King's support. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 heavily injured confidants were toppled by the 2 massive wild boars, leaving no survivors. Li Ning bore heavy injuries, especially from clashing with the 4 great monks, damaging his internal organs. Yet, as an 8th realm expert, his recovery ability was astonishing. After the 3 resumed their assault, they found themselves increasingly wounded, becoming more passive with each blow. Fong Pai had 3 bloody claw marks across his chest. A chunk of flesh was torn from Heizong's shoulder. Ha ha ha! Li Ning once again stood his ground, absorbing Fong Pai's heavy sword strike, and his chest wound began to heal in an instant. You think you can wear me down? Useless. I am immortal. You cannot kill me. Zhu Ganglai and the others gasped for breath, their expressions turning to shock. Immortal? Zhu Ganglai furrowed his brow. A brief observation made him realize that Li Ning was not merely boasting. The shallower wounds, even amidst their fierce combat, astonishingly healed completely. No matter how astute Zhu Ganglai was, he could not have predicted this. Want to know why? Li Ning kicked He Zong away, leaving 2 bloody gashes on Zhu Ganglia's chest. I don't mind telling you, since you were about to die anyway. Seeing the 3 wild boars in disarray, he licked his claws with pride, his gaze filled with malice. I have tasted the flesh of the seeker of truth. Immortal, as long as my inner core remains intact and my spirit does not dissipate, what do these flesh wounds matter? The flesh of the seeker of truth. Zhu Ganglai was shaken to his core. Li Ning, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on Zhu Ganglai, as if recalling something. Zhu Ganglai, the pig demon, you are the master of the Heavenly River Water Mansion. The chaos at the refining competition. Was it your doing? So what if it was? Zhu Ganglai admitted nonchalantly, a hint of mockery in his tone. From the day you coveted the Cloud Stack Cave, you have been within my calculations. The madness in the desert and the encirclement in the green pond were gifts for me. He paused, his smile turning colder. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Your wolf den is finished. The mountains are filled with blue cherry grass, worth nothing at all. You seek death. Li Ning was utterly enraged. The remnants of his demonic power surged forth, black energy swirling around him as he prepared to pounce. He laughed maniacally. After killing you, I shall return to Black Wind Mountain and start anew. In the very moment Li Ning lunged forward, a fierce glint flickered in Zhu Ganglia's eyes. He suddenly flicked his hand, producing an object from thin air, a dark golden 9-pronged rake. The runes upon it shimmered, subtly emanating a terrifying aura that could make the very heavens tremble. This was none other than the supreme golden rake, a treasure that had reached the pinnacle of postnatal artifacts through the enhancement of the magic ring. At this moment, Li Ning's pupils constricted sharply, fear gnawing at his very soul. He wished to retreat, but it was far too late. Zhu Ganglai fervently channeled the remnants of his true essence into the rake, exclaiming, "Perish!" There was no earth-shattering commotion. The rake appeared to descend leisurely, yet it enveloped Li Ning within an impenetrable domain. A soft thud resounded. Li Ning, renowned for his immortal physique and 8th-level inner elixir, along with his very soul, was utterly reduced to dust beneath that single strike, leaving not a trace behind. The valley returned to its profound silence. Huff, huff. Zhu Ganglai leaned against the rake, half kneeling on the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, utterly drained of strength. The postnatal treasure possessed unparalleled might. Utilizing it at his current cultivation level had completely exceeded his limits. Hao Yan, await your fate. This mere wolf demon is but a trifling jester, unworthy even to serve as a stepping stone. Simultaneously, at the northern entrance of Fulling Mountain, the scene was one of carnage, with bodies piled high and lamentations echoing throughout the land. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest following the early reaping. Settling accounts with precision, Yi Bo led the wild boar horde in a surprise assault on the defenseless wolf den. The remaining wolf demons were caught off guard, suffering significant losses. Amidst the chaos, only the young son of Li Ning managed to escape to Heifeng Mountain, shielded by the valiant efforts of his guards. When Gong Badoji arrived with his troops, brimming with fury, he was met only with the flag of the Tianhe Water Mansion fluttering atop the city walls. In a fit of rage, he nearly fell from his horse. "Attack the city! I command you to assault!" he shouted with all his strength before collapsing. However, before they could form their ranks, the city gates swung wide open, and a throng of frenzied wild boar demons surged forth, scattering the unprepared Qingtang soldiers. In Qingtang City, Zhu Ganglai returned with the wolf's head, causing an uproar throughout the town. Mao Er assumed the Lord had intervened, and aside from inquiring about their injuries, he did not delve into details. Ping Bong personally exited the city to greet them, a broad smile adorning his face. Before the gathered townsfolk, He had no choice but to grant permission for Yunjian Cave to establish a shop within the city, specializing in the sale of the demon-slaying talismans. In an instant, Yunjian Cave's reputation soared. Those plagued by the malevolent aura of Yang Sui, including cultivators, soldiers, and even affluent commoners, regarded Yunjian Cave as their salvation. The name of Mao Erji echoed throughout Qingtang, yet she had little inclination to celebrate. She escorted the injured Zhu Ganglai into her chamber, where the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon their silent forms. Their gazes met in silence, and Mao Erji's expression was complex. Despite the overwhelming victory of Yunjian Cave in this skirmish, the secret weighing on her heart, a revelation born of Sha Huang's dying words, would have to be unveiled before him. Because of her concern, the conflict arose. She could not brush it aside lightly. Yet Zhu Ganglai, seemingly unperturbed, returned to a childlike demeanor, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking it down. Enough with that morose expression. I am quite alive, he said. Mao Erji shuddered slightly, spitting in exasperation, but her demeanor had considerably softened. Biting her lip, she ultimately resolved to speak. Sha Huang did not lie. Zhu Ganglai straightened his posture, patiently awaiting her next words. My father, the old master of Yunjian Cave. Mao Erji closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, tears streamed down her face. It was I who killed him. The air was thick with tension. Zhu Ganglai's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze upon her. After a moment, he spoke slowly. I understand. His tone was eerily calm. Mao Erji looked at him in disbelief. You must have your reasons. Tell me when you are ready. Mao Erji parted her lips, but fell silent. Zhu Ganglai waited until she had fully composed herself before continuing. Li Ning is dead. The external threat at Fulling Mountain has been temporarily alleviated. We must return to the mountain immediately and stabilize our internal affairs. The month-long wager must be fulfilled. Mao Erji regarded him, still hesitating. Zhu Ganglai's voice turned stern. First, we must resolve the primary conflict. Feng Pai, the Grand Elder, we shall settle accounts upon our return. Now, gather your belongings and let us depart. By the time Zhu Ganglai and his companions returned to Yunjian Cave, news from Qingtang had already reached them. The gates of the cave mansion stood wide open, with thousands of demons awaiting their arrival. Each face bore expressions of joy, mingled with curiosity, reverence, and a hint of indescribable unease. Mao Er led the elders back to the main hall after paying homage to their ancestors. She cast a sweeping gaze around the room and cleared her throat. Esteemed guests. Her voice rang clear, devoid of the usual sultry charm. The Qingtang smelting competition has concluded. She paused slightly, heightening the suspense. Sha Huang has conspired with external foes, excessively utilized the Yang Sui and the blue cherry blossom, resulting in a backlash of malevolence, leading to the madness and assassination of the Lord of Qingtang City. Ping Bai San Guo. A hum of murmurs arose from the audience. Such treachery, Mao Er elevated her voice, overpowering all distractions, has been met with immediate execution. A wave of suppressed gasps surged through the hall. Sha Huang is dead. The news sank like a heavy stone into a lake, creating ripples of shock. The traitor has been slain. Mao Er's tone rose again, brimming with uncontainable pride, by none other than the Feng Pai brothers. The wild boar, previously standing at the back of the line, suddenly became the center of attention, at a loss for words. As the murmurs began to subside, Mao Er continued. I have reached an agreement with Qingtang City in response to the side effects of the Yang Sui. The transformation talismans in the Qingtang territory will be exclusively supplied by our Yunjian. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The fairies celebrated with exuberance. Exclusivity. What does this signify? An endless stream of wealth. Unimaginable profits. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai stepped forward, producing a token from his bosom and raising it high. The Wolf King, Li Ning, has been slain. His long-standing stronghold in Fuling Mountain has been uprooted by our ally, the Tianhe Water Mansion. The blood-stained token, bearing the fierce visage of a wolf, was strikingly vivid. The external threat to Yunjian is no more. This news, more impactful than the execution of the traitor or the acquisition of exclusivity, sent shockwaves through the assembly. Li Ning is dead. The shadow that loomed over Yunjian for years, the Wolf King of the Eighth Realm, has perished. The Wolf's Den is no more. A profound silence enveloped the room. Yet, it lasted only a few breaths before the entire assembly erupted into a fervor. Our leader is magnificent. The strategist is a genius. Heaven bless our Yunjian. The cheers crescendoed, nearly lifting the roof off the cave. The expressions of the fairies transformed entirely, shifting from reverence to near ecstatic adoration. At that moment, the old steward responsible for the treasury rushed forward, panting, his white beard trembling with excitement. Reporting to the cave lord. Reporting to the strategist. News from Qingtang orders have been placed until next year. Our goods are fast no. They're already insufficient to meet demand. Ha-ha laughter erupted among the crowd. Some mocked him for his alarm. Others rejoiced at Yunjian's booming business. Yet, some genuinely worried that the transformation talismans might sell out. The atmosphere of joy reached its zenith. However, in a corner, the Grand Elder and a few loyal followers wore increasingly grim expressions. With Xia Huang deceased and Li Ning vanquished, the alliance between Yunjian and the Tianhe Water Mansion had become an undeniable reality. The flaws of the Yang Sui have been thoroughly exposed, and the talismans for dispelling evil spirits are selling like hotcakes. When the Grand Elder heard that the blue primrose, which he had invested all his savings in, had overnight turned into worthless weeds, darkness enveloped his vision, and a surge of metallic-tasting blood rushed to his head. With a thud, he collapsed backward, losing consciousness on the spot. Grand Elder, quickly save him. The surrounding demons were in a flurry. Some attempted to apply pressure points, while others rushed to administer water. After a considerable time, they finally managed to rouse the Grand Elder from his stupor. As he slowly regained his senses, his face was as pale as a sheet, and his lips trembled. The gaze he directed at Mao Er was no longer filled with gloom, but rather with a profound and seething resentment. Alas, Grand Elder, one must accept the consequences of one's wagers. Zhu Ganglai sighed heavily, placing his hands behind his back as he approached. After years of cultivation, how can you lack such composure? You, insolent child, this is no place for you to speak. The Grand Elder struggled to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Mao Er. You have disgraced the reputation of the Yunzan Cave by associating with Ping Bisenkuo. Mao is not lightly. Our dealings with the Qingtang are not a recent development. It cannot be deemed as mere subservience. Zhu Ganglai interjected. You possess a talisman that cannot be sold. Yet now it is in high demand. The betting period has ended. Will you accept your loss or not? Chapter 39. Eloquent sophistry and confusion unfair. Merely a stroke of luck. The Grand Elder argued vehemently, asserting that the victory of Qingtang was solely due to his comrade Fong Pai, and had no connection with you, Mao Er. You merely relied on external forces to gain an advantage. Upon uttering these words, a palpable tension enveloped the hall. The faction of the Grand Elder, comprised of various creatures, immediately seized the opportunity to whisper amongst themselves. What the Grand Elder said, this holds some merit. The competition was won by Fong Pai. After all, the sublord, being a mere woman, is still quite young. Indeed, the recently emerged Tianhe Water Mansion is shrouded in mystery. Who dares to claim it is not another den of wolves? Zhu Ganglai smirked, speaking leisurely. The Grand Elder's words are quite amusing. His gaze swept over the enemy's myriad of demons, laced with a hint of mockery. You have known Ping Bisenkuo for decades. Haven't you? One would presume you are more familiar than the sublord. Yet, why have you not leveraged this relationship to benefit Yunjian Cave in any way? At this moment, Fong Pai stepped forward, declaring in a clear voice, without the strategist and the sublord, I am nothing. This victory in the grand competition rests entirely upon them. His words, though not loud, pierced to the very heart of the matter. The Grand Elder's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, his mouth opening and closing in vain, unable to muster a single retort. As for the formidable allies summoned by the Tianhe Water Mansion, indeed, the elders Hua Hu and Yun Bao had previously visited the Water Mansion, and they now stepped forward to speak. The aura of the Tianhe Water Mansion is extraordinary, beyond our comparison. Moreover, they turned to the main seat. Mao Er nodded, permitting them to continue. There resides a great demon of the nascent soul stage, and a collaboration with them is an elevation for us. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their eyes once again fixed upon Zhu Ganglai. No wonder a mere child dared to take such risks, possessing such formidable backing. It turns out a powerful figure stands behind him. The nascent soul stage, a true immortal of the 10 realms with a mere thought, could reduce Yunjian cave to ashes. What need is there for cunning schemes? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhu Ganglai remained unfazed. Although Mao Er was young, his unwavering dedication to Yunjian cave was evident. He turned, casting a disdainful glance at the Grand Elder. Unlike certain individuals who deliberately set traps for their own, pretending to be clever, while secretly hoarding worthless scraps of grass. Upon finishing, he regarded Mao Er with a slight nod. Mao Er immediately grasped the implication. Standing tall, with piercing eyes, he proclaimed, "Grand Elder, further discourse is futile. The terms of the wager have expired, and the talismans for dispelling evil are in high demand in Qingtang. The treasury shall soon be overflowing. The facts have already proven that my strategy is sound." Lowering his voice, Mao Er sent shivers down everyone's spine. "You and your followers must fulfill your promises. Acknowledge your defeat. Step down and relinquish your power." The Grand Elder trembled violently, despair reflecting in his eyes. Wealth lost, and now power as well? More terrifyingly, with his lifespan dwindling, he was destined to miss the opportunity for greater realms. Having labored a lifetime, was it all to collapse in such a manner? No, absolutely not. He shot his head up, his aged face contorted with rage and fear, his eyes brimming with madness. He screamed hysterically, "Do not be deceived by her. Such foolishness. You are utterly unworthy of occupying this position." "What did you say?" Miao Er suddenly rose, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. "She is a monstrous usurper, having committed patricide." The Grand Elder, disregarding all decorum, shouted frantically. The former cave master, Miao Bu Yi, was slain by her own hand. Boom! This proclamation struck like a bolt of lightning, plunging the entire assembly hall into a chilling silence. Every gaze was drawn, as if by an invisible force, converging upon Miao Er. Incredulity, dismay, doubt, fury. Fang Pai felt as if struck by a thunderclap. The accusations from Sha Huang before his demise reverberated in his mind like a cursed echo, filling his expression with unspeakable shock, tearing doubt, and profound anguish. Zhu Ganglai furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated such a thunderous revelation at this moment. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Miao Er. "Grand Elder, one must speak with evidence." Miao Er gazed at the young boy's silhouette, her delicate form trembling. "It seems that in this world, there are indeed those who stand before you, without questioning, unperturbed by the winds and rains." The Grand Elder sneered. "Evidence? The evidence lies in the fact that both I and Sha Huang witnessed it with our own eyes." His voice was sharp, clearly intent on going all in. "With Sha Huang deceased, there is no one to corroborate your words. Do you not find this laughable?" The Grand Elder's cane struck heavily against the ground. "Who do you think I am? On that stormy night, I happened to be passing by the cave. I distinctly heard the quarrel, the struggle within. Heard it?" Zhu Ganglai keenly seized upon the word, ruthlessly interrupting him. "You say you heard, but what did you truly see? What could you discern through the thick stone door?" "We saw." The Grand Elder, pressed for an answer, blurted out. The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized he had misspoken, a flicker of panic crossing his face. "No, I meant to say, we heard it clearly. It was indeed a father-daughter conflict. She," he abruptly raised his hand, pointing at Miao Er, "murdered the former cave master." "Nonsense. I have evidence. Present it. The former cave master was killed by the heirloom, the moonlight blade. This dagger, as sharp as steel, bears a distinctive curved hook on its head. The wound is unique. Who in the Yunjian cave does not know of it?" The Grand Elder's voice was shrill, filled with incitement. "And now, this instrument of patricide, it dangles at her waist." Whoosh! The fairy's gazes focused once more, landing upon the ancient, moonlit short blade at Miao Er's side. "This is the cave master's token." Miao Er observed Zhu Ganglai's expression and, instead of panicking, returned to her throne. channeling her wisdom towards her own. The Grand Elder's reputation is well-deserved. Misleading. The Grand Elder seized the moment, proposing immediately. Let's open the coffin and inspect the body. The moonlight blade possesses unique properties. Everything will be revealed in due time. Do you dare? Mia eritatet fieseli. What? Afraid the truth will come to light? Open the coffin and examine the body. The old cave master was a formidable figure of the Golden Core stage. Although he has passed, the resilience of his body remains, making it difficult for him to decay for at least a century. The proposal put forth by the Grand Elder, albeit a daunting challenge, presents itself as a viable solution to the dilemma at hand. The suggestion instantaneously ignited a fervor throughout the entire hall. A tumult of complex emotions intertwined and clashed with fervor. Zhu Ganglai turned to gaze at Mao Er. He harbored no interest in the grievances of Yunzan Cave. Now, however, he found himself troubled by the signs of disintegration in the morale that had recently coalesced due to their victory. Mao Er remained in her seat, her delicate form trembling slightly. The color drained from her face, as if her vitality had been siphoned away. She instinctively tightened her grip on the treasured blade at her waist, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. Chapter 40. The peach blossoms are radiant. Their splendor illuminates the night. The coffin lid is slowly shifted. No putrefacción. A chill escapes, enveloping the air in thick white mist. The gathered spirits hold their breath, fixated on the expanding dark crevice. At last, the coffin is fully unveiled. The scene within is laid bare before all eyes. It is not the old cave master. Within the coffin lies a female corpse. Draped in splendid garments, her makeup exquisite. Her countenance appears lifelike, as if in a deep slumber. How can this be? Peach, Tao Yao. A voice in the crowd breaks the silence in shock. Sister, Tao Yao. It is indeed the Grand Princess Tao Yao. Though many fairies had not seen her, most were familiar with her name. Before the rise of Sister Mao, Tao Yao was the most dazzling figure of the second generation of Yunzan Cave. She was gifted beyond measure, exceptionally intelligent, and her beauty captivated all. She was revered as a once-in-a-century genius. Not long ago, everyone assumed she would be the next cave master. Alas, beauty is often short-lived. It was said that she passed away from illness several years ago. Yet, what is this scene before us? Tao Yao lying in a stone coffin. The grin on the elder's face stiffens, his eyes bulging as if about to burst from their sockets. He stares fixatedly at the female corpse and the moonlight blade, his expression one of utter shock. No, this cannot be. Absolutely impossible. He mumbles absently, his voice hoarse. Tao Yao, how could she be here? What the old cave master? Where has he gone? The elder suddenly lifts his head, his voice hoarse with desperation, questioning Sister Mao. Be polite. Now, the truth lies bare before us. What more is there to say? The stout figure of the wild boar appears, blocking the direction of his finger. The great wild boar feels a sense of relief. The worst outcome that had tormented him all this time is merely fabrication. The desert has deceived, and this old wretch, causing chaos, relishing in disorder. Zhu Ganglai stands slightly ahead of Sister Mao, calm and composed. Sister Mao's reluctance to open the coffin does not stem from guilt, but rather from a deeper secret. It pertains to the late young Lady Tao Yao. Their father has not perished. He simply chose to retreat. What? The elder stands dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. After a moment, he suddenly roars, "You deceive. Do not think that destroying the corpse will conceal the truth." Nonsense. Fang Pai yells in anger. Fool, get away from me. The elder points an accusatory finger at the great wild boar. The moonlight has its properties. Once it has touched the blood of kin, watered with the host's blood under the moonlight, a black moon will rise, not a white moon. Zhu Ganglai turns to look at Sister Mao. Indeed, her breath has shifted, clearly indicating her anxiety. Sister Mao, do you dare test it? Let everyone see whether you are black or white. The elder's eyes are bloodshot, fixated on Mei Zhuang. Silence. In the vast cave, one could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged silence, Mao Er let out a soft sigh. Very well. Let this be the moment you resign yourself to despair. What? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon a sinister smile crept across his face. Stubborn as a dead duck. Let us see how long you can endure. Mewet slowly drew forward her dagger, lightly brushing it against her fingertip. The vibrant red was instantly absorbed by the keen blade. She stepped forward, standing in the courtyard where the moonlight cascaded down upon her. Under the moonlight, she appeared ethereal, her eyes glistening with tears, defiantly raising her treasured weapon. A low hum resonated as the moonlight blade emitted circles of radiant light. Suddenly, a crescent moon ascended, pure and bright as a jade plate. The Grand Elder could hardly believe his eyes, attempting to rush closer for a better view, but was halted by Fong Pai. Sister, Mao Er was engulfed in sorrow, her voice choked with tears. Her elder sister, endowed with brilliance and talent, was destined to inherit the title of the Cave Master. How tragic that fate, envious of such talent, had claimed her life far too soon. The late Cave Master mourned the loss of his beloved daughter, succumbing to despondency. Zhu Ganglai interjected. The chief, facing a dire situation, took up the mantle of Cave Master, treading cautiously each day, fearful of faltering and tarnishing the century-old legacy of Yunzan Cave. He gestured toward the assembly of demons below. She has struggled tirelessly, exhausting her every effort. For what purpose? Is it not to fulfill her father's dying wish and safeguard Yunzan Cave? But what are you all? The demons, pointed out by Zhu Ganglai, bowed their heads in shame. You believed in slanderous tales, defaming her as a patricide seeking power? Selfishly, not only did you offer no assistance, but you also obstructed her at every turn. Ask yourselves, do you honor the predecessors of Yunzan Cave, and do you honor the late Cave Master? Each word resonated with conviction, a heartfelt denunciation striking like a hammer against the hearts of the assembly. The once chaotic and tumultuous council chamber gradually fell silent. The expressions of the demons grew increasingly complex. We are indeed more beastly than the beasts, not even comparable to the strategist and outsider. The young lady Tao Yao had passed away too soon, and the late Cave Master had become increasingly despondent. The previous doubts now found reasonable explanations. My sister has been gone for many years. Her soul returned to the netherworld, and she should have found peace. Mao Er's gaze turned icy, finally landing on the Grand Elder. Zhu Ganglai stepped forward. You, old wretch, blinded by greed, inciting discord, insist on disturbing the peace of the deceased by exhuming their remains. The Grand Elder staggered back, pressed by the intensity of the moment. What are your true intentions? I. The Grand Elder's face turned as pale as a sheet, his mouth opening and closing in vain, unable to utter a single coherent word. The truth lay bare before them. The fabrications and baseless accusations crumbled under scrutiny. Did you not claim that it was with the moonlight that she committed patricide? Zhu Ganglai pressed further. The Grand Elder retreated once more. Mao Er ceased her weeping, raising her hand to position the moonlight blade across her chest. Moonlight poured down, the blade shimmering with vibrant hues, exuding an oppressive chill. A family heirloom, the emblem of the Cave Master. Can you see clearly now? Her voice regained its coldness, suffused with authority. Thud! The Grand Elder collapsed, his gaze vacant, his countenance ashen. No, this cannot be, he lamented, tearing at his hair, desperately attempting to recall, muttering incoherently. That night, amidst the storm, I indulged in revelry with Sha Huang late into the night, and as fate would have it, we passed by the cavernous entrance. Within, a fierce quarrel erupted between the master of the cave and his daughter, escalating into a tumultuous conflict. I distinctly heard the anguished cries, and with great effort, I attempted to warn them. The moonlight must not stain the blood of kin, lest it transform into a darkened moon. He shouted in desperation, "You cannot commit patricide. You cannot commit patricide. Such heinous acts will invoke divine retribution." My urge to intervene surged, but Sha Huang restrained me, cautioning that this might be my sole opportunity to ascend as the cave's master. I hesitated, standing still, waiting. The sounds ebbed and flowed, as if vitality was being drained. Everyone stood in hushed anticipation. This time, no one lent him support. "Uncle," a soft voice called out. It resembled a young girl encountering a revered elder, affectionate yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. The elder, momentarily disoriented, lifted his gaze. as if transported back many years. A delicate girl, adorned in pale hues, dashed in from the courtyard and flung herself into his embrace. Thought, The occupants of the cave gasped in unison. The moonlight, with its crescent blade, pierced the chest of the eldest elder, embedding itself to the hilt. Chapter 41. Layers of mist entwine, the blade glistening in shades of black and white. Not a single drop of blood has escaped. In the blink of an eye, it has been absorbed by the shattered edge. Your deceitful machinations, disregarding the truth, have sought to divide the cloud cavern, a transgression unforgivable. Tears still flow from Mei Zhuang. Now, the truth is laid bare. Do you have anything to say? Cough. The grand elder glanced at his chest, tremblingly extending his hand to gently caress Mei Zhuang's cheek. Time. The frail arm fell softly. The chief elder of the cloud cavern breathed his last in Mei Zhuang's embrace. Many years ago, he had stood beside the former cave master, offering comfort with the words that life and death are fated, irreversible, and unassailable. The moonlight blade returned to the waist of Mao Er, untouched by any taint. The stench of blood had yet to permeate the air. The aura of slaughter had frozen the entire rear cave. Mao Er laid the grand elder's body flat, slowly rising to her feet. The traces of tears had yet to dry, yet not a trace of weakness remained on her face, only resolute determination. Who dares to question? Who dares to dissent? The voice, though not loud, cut through like a poison blade. There was no need to pierce. It could shatter hearts nonetheless. The few demon leaders who had previously echoed the grand elder turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Seize them. Mei Zhuang waved her hand gently. Hua Hua Yinbao. And the other elders reacted swiftly, leaping towards their nearest targets. Fang Pai, without a moment's hesitation, reached out and snapped the neck of a rat demon with a swift motion. Crack. Oh no. The silent hall echoed with strange sounds. The demons, caught off guard, found the chaos had already concluded. The Grand Elder's allies were entirely eradicated, not even given a chance to speak. The remaining fence-sitters, witnessing this, dare not cling to hope any longer. With a rustle, a multitude of figures knelt down, foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling in fear. The crowd that had supported Mao Er erupted in cheers. The cave master is wise. We pledge our lives and loyalty to the cave master. The roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, washing over the still fresh bloodstains on the ground. The old order had vanished, never to return. The cloud cavern had undergone a complete transformation. Mao Er sheathed her weapon and waved her hand outward. Hua Hua and the others would handle the aftermath. She did not even glance at the kneeling demons below. Turning her head slightly towards Zhu Ganglai, her voice weary, she said, "Come with me." The two moved in succession, returning once more to the rear cave where the stone coffin lay. The moonlight continued to pour through the skylight, the night cool as water. Mao Er approached the coffin, hesitating briefly before bending down to prepare to move her sister's lifelike body within. There is no need. Zhu Ganglai stepped forward, locking his gaze with hers. Mei Zhuang met his eyes, but after a few breaths, she averted her gaze. Though it was the face of a child of 8 or 9, the pupils held a depth that evoked dread. You must never compromise yourself. Never. Compromise yourself? Mao Er echoed Zhu Ganglia's words, her resolve strengthening. She reached out once more, cautiously shifting her sister. Zhu Ganglai observed closely. Beneath the corpse, something seemed to be pressed down. As the body was gently moved aside, an object was revealed, a dagger, its blade tipped with a hook. The style and size of the blade were indistinguishable from the moonlight dagger at the waist of Mao Er. However, the blade appeared dulled, as if veiled in a layer of dust. Mao Er grasped the dim, short blade, inhaling deeply before again slicing her fingertip. Blood dripped forth. Yet this instance was markedly different from the last. The crimson liquid did not seamlessly absorb into the blade. Instead, it spread like ink dissolving in clear water, slowly diffusing across the darkened surface, emanating a somber, viscous black light. A low hum resonated as the blade trembled slightly. A shadowy crescent moon began to rise gently from the blade, its hue as dark as ink, evoking a sense of dread. Black moon? Black moon, Mei Zhuang nodded. That night, the Grand Elder and the desolate sands. I did not miss here. Her voice was hoarse, each word laden with gravity, akin to peeling away a scab. "Father, Mao Bu-yi, he is no virtuous man." Zhu Ganglai stepped forward, instinctively taking Mao Er's delicate hoof. It felt cold, yet his palm was warm enough to provide comfort. Mei Zhuang lifted her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks, not from sorrow, but from a profound resentment and a sense of liberation. The conflicts, the struggles, the despair of that night unfolded in her mournful recounting. The cloud platform cave was established solely by my mother, Mount Jinghua. Mount Bu-yi, originally named Mao Bu-yi, was merely an individual of mediocre talent, an opportunist who wormed his way into the family through sweet words. He coveted my mother's techniques in her lair, practicing a nefarious art that required the blood of human infants for sustenance. My mother did not perish from complications of childbirth. She discovered his malevolence, and after meting out punishment, he harbored resentment and, during her weakened state from labor, drained her life essence until she perished. Mao Er's hands grew increasingly frigid. Zhu Ganglai channeled his true essence, infusing a thread of vital energy into her, alleviating her distress. Mao Bu used my mother as a vessel, bringing forth my sister and me, all to await our ascension to the golden core so that he could siphon our essence for dual cultivation and assist him in breaking through his limitations. The fervor in Mao Er's voice intensified, fragmented and punctuated by the blood drawn from her own lips, a shocking crimson adorning her mouth. We were initially oblivious, until my sister uncovered the truth. She possessed greater talent and higher cultivation than I, always protecting me over the years, until we both broke through to the 8th realm. Mao Bu-yi revealed his true nature, and my sister, unwilling to accept her fate, could not bear to see me fall into his clutches. That night, she feigned seduction to lure him here, pretending to comply, but in truth, she intended to perish alongside him. Did it end as the Grand Elder foretold, with both sides suffering? Shu Gongli inquired. Mao Er nodded slowly. My sister, her soul shattered, yet before her demise, she summoned every ounce of strength to pierce that beast's left cheek with this moonlight dagger, inflicting a grievous wound. He fled, injured, disappearing without a trace. Before my sister departed, her sole wish was for me to safeguard the cloud platform cave, to protect the legacy of our mother's blood and sweat. Mao Er raised her tearful eyes, gazing deeply at the serene visage of her mother within the coffin, still beautiful as ever. I have placed my sister here, using the chilling essence of the black moon to suppress her, with the hope that one day I can personally track down that beast and offer a blood sacrifice. She extended a short blade, exuding an ominous black light, to Zhu Ganglai. It was tainted with the blood of kin, burdened with deep-seated enmity. Zhu Ganglai accepted the dagger, examining it back and forth. It felt icy to the touch, the malevolence seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, burrowing into the body upon encountering a living being. A truly ferocious weapon, living up to its reputation. Zhu Ganglai refrained from inquiring further about the details, quietly absorbing the resentment and sorrow that had settled upon the blade. After a moment, he gently returned the knife. Put it back. Give me yours. Mao Er drew out the white moon, a look of confusion crossing his face. Have you forgotten what I do? Zhu Ganglai chuckled. Allow me this day, and I shall make some alterations for you. Ah, Mao Er exclaimed in surprise. This is a 4th-grade magical artifact, a treasure of the Yunzan cave, even stronger than the meteor hook crafted by Sha Huang during the refining competition. Can it truly be altered? Chapter 42. The threat of invasion looms. Responding with composure and strategy, do you doubt me? Zhu Ganglia's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. With the blessings of Guanyin Bodhisattva, he had long regarded Mao Er as one of his own. It was simply inconceivable not to upgrade a formidable weapon like the magic ring. Mao Er extended the knife, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Zhu Ganglia's warm skin, sending a jolt through him, causing him to retract his hand hastily. Damn it, despite being a mere child, he exuded an aura of reliance. What are you doing? Zhu Ganglia's mischievous expression reappeared on his youthful face. after covering your hands for so long. You don't even seem shy. Mao Air chuckled and turned his head away, a wave of indescribable warmth surging in his heart. Years of accumulated coldness and solitude were unintentionally dispelled. The following day, Zhu Ganglai deliberately sought a bustling venue to return the upgraded by you. Through the extreme activation of the temporal laws, the short blade ascended from a fourth-grade magical artifact directly to a top-tier spiritual treasure, elevating Mao Air's combat prowess by an entire realm. A terrifying pressure emanated, causing all the demons to turn pale. Mao Air was astonished, yet perfectly in sync with Zhu Gonglia's intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, he maximized the situation deliberately crafted by Zhu Ganglai. With the divine weapon in hand, he acted with thunderous resolve. Those who wavered and harbored treachery would either be imprisoned or stripped of power, while those loyal and diligent would be richly rewarded. The order of the Yunzan cave swiftly restored itself. The business of the transformation talismans thrived, with orders pouring in like snowflakes, rapidly filling the treasury. Zhu Ganglai, however, did not let victory cloud his judgment. He promptly sent a message inquiring about the reconstruction of the Wolf's Den. Yibo responded swiftly, reporting substantial gains and high morale. The renovation of the medicinal fields and fortification of defenses were already underway. He instructed to keep a close watch on Ciuda and monitor the movements around Qingdang. I have a feeling that Ping Ba Sanquo is about to make a move. Sending such a lengthy message took a toll on Zhu Ganglai. The reckless use of the precious Qingjing rake severely drained his already depleted true essence. The scouts in the direction of Qingdang had recently become increasingly active. Gao Gongjin dispatched a trusted confidant to deliver a secret letter to Ping Ba Sanquo. We intercepted part of the content. This fellow was engaged in blatant slander and incitement against us. Gao Gongjin? Zhu Gonglia's lips curled into a smirk. Truly ungrateful. Before he could ponder further, a flickering green light appeared on his forehead, and Yibo's message arrived once more. Gong Bujoji had awakened and was reportedly furious, accusing us of encroaching on territory, severing financial routes, and conspiring with the Hui nation. He was clamoring to unite the forces of the royal capital at any cost to eradicate us. Well, that was to be expected. Zhu Ganglai rhythmically tapped his fingers on the stone table, succinctly replying, "Keep a close watch on the main forces. Report any unusual movements immediately." As soon as the communication talisman was dispatched, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. It was Fong Pai. The wild boar spirit entered with a conflicted expression etched on his face. "What is the matter, advisor?" Fong Pai fidgeted with his hands. "The matter with the old cave master and the young lady, it still makes me uneasy." Zhu Ganglai picked up a bursting bean and threw it sharply at his forehead. "Fool! Yes." He gazed upon the innocently simple wild boar, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Allow me to impart a strategy that shall assuredly remedy your plight," he said. Fong Pai's face lit up with surprise. "Consider a different approach. Whoever makes Yunzan Cave flourish, be loyal to them. Whoever enhances Yunzan Cave." The wild boar's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Past grievances and disputes will eventually come to light, yet that is of little consequence." Zhu Ganglai picked up a piece of crunchy bean and began to chew with a satisfying crunch. What truly matters is that Yunzan Cave thrives and the community flourishes. He stepped forward and firmly patted Fong Pai's robust arm. "Stop pondering the futile, you pig-headed fool. It is easy to drive oneself mad with such thoughts." "Indeed," Fong Pai exclaimed, tearing at his bristles as if reborn, his entire being radiating joy. "I believe in the strategist," he shouted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment afterward as he turned and ran off. Just as Fong Pai exited, the specially crafted communication jade talisman in Zhu Gonglia's possession suddenly grew hot. Yibo had opted for a more advanced jade slip for urgent communication rather than the usual sound talisman. His expression shifted as he immediately delved into its contents. "Master, we are in grave peril." Yibo's voice echoed directly within his consciousness, filled with urgency. Ping Ba Sanquo has already rallied in Qingtang City, publicly declaring that our Tianhe Water Mansion is colluding with the enemy, aiming to seize Qingtang through treachery. Using this as a pretext, he has gathered our elite forces. and with the remnants assembled by Gong Badoji, the combined strength approaches 10,000, boasting an army of 50,000. They have already advanced into the territory of Fulling Mountain. The enemy vanguard is less than 100 miles from the Wolf's Den. Bian's pigeon post arrived half a day late, corroborating Ebaw's earlier information perfectly. The missive from the Ustazang kingdom had reached the Hui nation, containing stern language that explicitly demanded non-interference in the current campaign against bandits in Qingtang. Failure to comply would be regarded as a declaration of war. Ping Basankyo acted swiftly and decisively, branding the Tianhe Water Mansion as a collaborator with foreign threats and sinister plots. Under this guise, he mobilized nearly all available troops in Qingtang. This time, it was an all-out effort with unwavering determination to succeed. Zhu Ganglai handed the letter to Mao Er, who read through it with an increasingly worried expression. What shall we do? You must return to Qingtang City at once. Mao Er shivat lightly. Return? Yes. Zhu Ganglai paced back and forth, his tone resolute. You will return and put on a performance. A performance? Demonstrate loyalty. Claiming that internal discord within Yunzan Cave has greatly weakened us, rendering us unable to engage in the conflict and seek Ping Basankyo's protection. Mao Er, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the essence of the plan. If the opportunity arises, I could feign a military aid and, at a crucial moment, turn against them? No. Zhu Ganglai decisively dismissed this proposal. That would be excessive. How could you, the leader of the Mao Er Cave, be so reckless as to be the vanguard? Then, how may I assist you? All you need to do is return, remain vigilant, and exhibit sufficient unconcern for your own safety. That will suffice. Zhu Ganglai halted his steps, gazing calmly at Mao Er. Ping Bong, cunning and astute, harbored a significant flaw, his obstinacy and excessive self-confidence. Under his very nose, coupled with his unwavering faith in his military strength, the Yunzan Cave could remain secure for the time being. Am I to remain an outsider? Mao Er felt a flicker of irritation. You were the prelude, destined to deliver the final blow. A subtle smile graced Zhu Ganglia's lips to render this performance more authentic. You must accidentally divulge that Fang Pai, that foolish swine, is disgruntled by your abandonment of allies and has defected from the Yunzan Cave, seeking refuge with the Tianhe Water Manor. Mao Er furrowed her brow in contemplation, and after a protracted silence, she nodded. This aligns more logically. The old fox might be persuaded to believe it. However, seizing the vulnerability of Qingtang, we must hasten to establish our plans. This is the prelude. Otherwise, when the time comes to net our quarry, shall we be compelled to muster an army to besiege the city? Mao Er was struck by realization. Zhu Ganglai handed her a meticulously prepared letter. Arrange for someone to deliver it to Qingtang City in 2 days. Remember, it must meet 2 conditions. Firstly, familiarity with the terrain of Fulling Mountain. Secondly, an allegiance fraught with uncertainty, one who would betray when faced with threats. Chapter 43. Strength in numbers, talents abound. Layers of traps awaiting the Lord's entry. Mao Er carefully examined the letter she had received. It contained a topographical map, along with a brief request for provisions. Uncertain of Zhu Ganglia's true intentions, she had grown accustomed to not questioning further and simply following orders. Zhu Ganglai gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance. Mei Zhuang was unbothered, allowing him to hold her delicate hoof. Yet, a lingering concern remained. How could her limited abilities ensure their safety? Do not fret, Zhu Ganglai replied, bemused by the notion that a woman would perceive him as weak. Have you forgotten that I have a formidable figure backing me? A nascent soul expert? Right. Upon recalling the lord of the manor, Mao Er finally felt a sense of relief. Repelling the allied forces was a trivial matter. Yet swallowing Qingtang whole was not yet the opportune moment. Zhu Ganglai guided Mei Zhuang toward the door, stating that after their setbacks, the enemy would increasingly rely on and seek to win over her. That would be the ideal time for them to operate and secure Qingtang. Biting her lower lip, Mao Er hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. She summoned Hua, Hu, and Yunbao. You two shall remain, follow orders, and ensure the safety of the strategist. Master. The 2 demons appeared somewhat taken aback. This is a command. Mao Er's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Zhu Ganglai observed the respectful expressions of Hua Hu and Yun Bao and did not oppose the decision. In times of war, having two late-stage foundation establishment fighters would indeed be beneficial. The two offered no further objections and parted ways. Mao Er hurried back to Qingtang City, while Zhu Ganglai returned to Tianhe Water Manor with Hua Hu, Yun Bao, and Fang Pai, who had ostensibly defected from Yunjian Cave. Inside the council hall of the Water Manor, the atmosphere was tense. Yibo, Heizong, Fang Pai, Hua Hu, Yun Bao, and two newly appointed leaders from the gathered refugees, Li Chao and Li Zhong, had all assembled, their expressions solemn. When Yibo relinquished the main seat to an 8- or 9-year-old boy who stepped onto the command platform, everyone was left in stunned silence. Fang Pai, Hua Hu, and the others from Yunjian Cave nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The strategist was none other than the lord of the Water Manor. No wonder. Yibo stood respectfully to the side, and the others quickly regained their composure, accepting the reality. The generals, having achieved consecutive victories recently, and now seeing their long-lost lord, were invigorated and eager to act. With the Wuxi Zong army pressing in, conservatively estimated in number over 10,000, Zhu Ganglai inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Silence fell over the assembly as they rapidly contemplated strategies. After a moment, Li Chao, the leader of the refugees, stepped forward. His brother, Li Zhong'er, immediately handed him a simple map. "My lord, esteemed generals," Li Chao began with a steady voice. "My brother and I spent our early years living in the mountains, and we are quite familiar with the vast marshland at the southern foot of Fuling Mountain." He pointed to a specific area on the map. "This place is treacherously muddy and perpetually shrouded in miasma. Any ordinary army venturing in would lose over 70% of its fighting capacity, making it an ideal location for an ambush. Li Congye added, we can create a false impression of a stronghold at the site of the wolf's den, deploying deceptive troops to simulate a steadfast defense. In response to the arrogance of the adversary, it is certain they will divide their forces, and even their main contingent may take a detour, directly striking at our foundation. The swamp is an unavoidable path for them, as they maneuver around the watery stronghold. At that moment, our army will encircle them from 3 sides, securing a decisive victory." The two brothers harmoniously exchanged ideas, their words carrying substance. Zhu Ganglai nodded to himself. This swamp, which he had previously used to ambush a pack of wolves, indeed serves as a natural death trap. Excellent strategy. A flash of approval crossed Zhu Ganglai's eyes. Unobtrusively, he transmitted a message to Yibo. Investigate the background of these two brothers. Yibo received the order and quietly departed. Soon, he returned with news. "My lord, these Li brothers hail from the northern Shiliang kingdom. A year ago, Shiliang was annihilated. It is likely they have since become refugees." Yibo strode back into the council chamber, continuing his transmission. "As for their more specific identities, it seems we will require Mr. Bine's assistance for a thorough investigation." Descendants of the Shiliang kingdom? Zhu Ganglai felt a stir within, nodding gently. "Yibo, you shall lead the men to fortify the wolf's den, ensure there are ample banners, and create a formidable presence. Do not engage in battle." "Understood. The main force shall set forth with me as we prepare the trap, awaiting their approach." The commanders responded in unison, invigorated by the adoption of the Li brothers' suggestions. Orders flowed like water. "Fang Pai, present. You will lead the wild boar group as the first line of ambush. Strike with ferocity, diminish their morale. Yes, remember, do not engage in direct confrontation. Charge, delay, and terrify the enemy. Disrupt their formation and sap their spirit. Yes, I will ensure the task is accomplished." Fang Pai responded with fervor. "Li Zhao, Li Shonide, your subordinates are here. You will lead the mountain hunters to form an archery unit. Conceal yourselves on the elevated terrain, flanking the swamp as the second line of ambush. Utilize the terrain effectively. Precise coverage to deplete their forces." "At your command," the Li brothers replied in unison. "Yibo, present. You will oversee the final charge, accompanied by Heizong, Hua Hu, Yun Bao, and the most elite warriors of the watery stronghold, forming an assault team. This shall be our trump card in this battle." Zhu Ganglai paused. When the enemy's formation is in disarray, we shall strike directly at their center. Our goal: decapitate their generals and seize their banners. I shall carry out the command. Iba and the others responded with fervor, a palpable killing intent in the air. Once the arrangements were complete, Zhu Ganglai collected the weapons from Fong Pai, Heizong, Fong Pai, Huahu, Yun Bao, and other corps members under the pretense of reinforcement. The commanders understood that their leader possessed exceptional craftsmanship, believing it to be a mere last-minute sharpening, and willingly complied. A day later, when these weapons returned to their hands, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their cold glimmer was fierce, unmatched in sharpness. Each weapon emanated the powerful aura of at least a third-grade magical artifact. The blade's edge bore an additional layer of a dark red halo, a result of catalysis by the magical ring, transforming the unique malevolence of the Yang Sui into a savage attribute, complete with corrosive effects. The Tianhe army, adorned with the talismans of dispelling evil, remained unaffected. The crowd grasped the evolved divine weapons, feeling the surging power within, their excitement palpable, their eyes alight with fervor. The doubts cast upon the commander-in-chief just a day prior dissipated entirely. Zhu Ganglai sat confidently upon the platform, thoroughly pleased with the state exhibited by his subordinates. Attitude signifies potential worthy of cultivation. How Yen, Tai Bai, can you imagine, given time, I shall master a force more elite than the Heavenly River Navy? At that very moment, a message from Mao Er arrived. She had successfully reached Qingtang City. With a well-timed performance, she temporarily stabilized Pingbisanguo. Yet, she remained concerned for Zhu Ganglai. In a clandestine act, she dispatched a weasel, adept in earth evasion, to hasten to his aid. Zhu Ganglai felt a warmth in his heart. Such a spirit is far more precious than any celestial being. He gladly accepted her assistance, integrating her into the Iba assault team, preparing to strike from an unexpected angle underground at a crucial moment. Chapter 44. The first battle fails, dogs bite dogs. A fortunate opportunity not to be missed. The grand army assembled, comprising both men and pigs, surpassing 1,000 in number. Zhu Ganglai once again drew upon his resources, distributing 2 enchanted fruits, upgraded by the magic ring, to each soldier. These fruits would swiftly restore their physical strength and replenish their spiritual energy. He also remembered to prepare a share for the mountain god and the land deity, not expecting them to offer timely assistance, but at least to refrain from adding fuel to the flames. With all preparations complete, the army set forth towards the forest by the marsh. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Fuling Mountain, dust clouded the sky, banners fluttered like a forest, and an aura of impending battle filled the air. The flags of the Ustang and Qingtang coalition snapped in the wind. This formidable force, resplendent in military discipline and ferocity, vastly outmatched the disorganized rabble previously commanded by Li Ning. The leading general was Bachilu, renowned as the bravest warrior of Ustang. Towering like a mountain, he rode a yak, wielding a massive axe that exuded an air of authority. Following closely were the grim-faced Gongbu Duoji and his retinue, accompanied by 2 distinct groups of practitioners. One group consisted of a colorful band of shamans, led by the cold-spirited Four-Realm shaman, Hualunga, who had previously gained recognition in the Qingtang weaponry competition. Behind him was a zombie-like elder, his mentor, the Six Realms Grand Shaman Bashiai. The other group comprised the longtime adversaries of the Bon religion, led by the Yellow Sex Lama Vajradorj and his fellow disciples. The army set camp approximately 30 miles from the site of the Wolf Den. Shortly thereafter, a messenger galloped forth bearing a war proclamation. Ibo took it, unfolded it, and found the scrawlings crude and the tone aggressive. It demanded the lord of the Heavenly River Waterhouse and all his subordinates to surrender within 3 days. Otherwise, the army would leave no stone unturned, no creature unscathed. Ibo chuckled and shook his head. In the past, even the great demons of the North Julu continent would not dare speak so boldly to the Heavenly River Navy. Crumpling the missive, he tossed it aside. If they seek battle, let them come. Within the coalition's camp, the atmosphere was tense. Upon hearing the report, Bachilu's face turned as red as a ripe liver. With a crash, he overturned the table and erupted in a furious tirade. How dare they show such disrespect? Those ignorant swine! I shall flay their skin and strip their tendons. General, please calm your fury, interjected Gongbu Duoji. That pig-headed fool has always been cunning and arrogant. Our forces have suffered greatly at his hands before. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he added, now that he remains holed up, he must be weak and fearful. With our forces advancing, we shall crush him into dust. Dressed in vibrant garments, the Grand Shaman Bashii sat in a corner. Upon hearing this, his weathered face, akin to dried bark, twitched slightly. General, while their words are fierce, their actions are cautious. It would be wise to proceed with caution and be wary of deception. Bachelu, consumed by rage, was too blinded to heed such counsel. The shaman is overly cautious. He bellowed, waving his hand. Send my orders. Tomorrow, the entire army will break camp and strike the wolf den. The following day, the coalition surged towards the wolf den with great fervor. However, the battle did not unfold as anticipated. The enemy remained holed up, steadfastly guarding the narrow pass. The coalition launched successive assaults, leaving behind hundreds of corpses at the foot of the fortifications, but failing to make any significant impact on the defense. The camp was in disarray. The Bon priest reproached Gongbu Duoji for inciting the commander to act recklessly. Meanwhile, the Yellow Sect lamas mocked the shamans, who had always regarded the mountains and forests as their territory, accusing them of being mere spectators, hindering progress. The veins on Horjing's forehead throbbed. He had already led the priestly cohort in 2 fierce charges. Yet, the enemy's magical defenses were as formidable as their physical ones. They had made no progress and had suffered a surprise attack, resulting in 2 injuries. You bald monks speak so lightly, merely sitting behind and chanting sutras. Go on then, he exclaimed. Omani Potmahum. The Vajra master ignored him, stating that when it came time to act, the Yellow Sect would never lag behind. The reason for their initial failures in battle lay in the Bon sect's reputation exceeding their actual capabilities, rendering them untrustworthy. Gongbu Duoji feigned mediation, yet secretly reveled in their misfortune. Bachelu, covered in dirt and grime, found some solace in the fact that his previous humiliating defeat was now less conspicuous. This fellow's close ties with the Bon sect would only serve to exhaust their resources, which would ultimately benefit his own side. Just as both factions were embroiled in heated disputes and mutual accusations, a trusted soldier rushed in, presenting a confidential letter from the Qingtang city. Urgent news from the Lord of Pingba City. Bachelu snatched the missive, swiftly unsealed it, and skimmed through its contents. The letter earnestly stated that they had intercepted a secret communication intended for the Tianhe water mansion, requesting the concealed transport of supplies from the Yunzan cave. More crucially, it mentioned an exceedingly covert path that could bypass the heavily guarded wolf's den, traversing the perilous marshes of the southern foothills, directly penetrating the defenseless Tianhe water mansion. Divine providence. Bachelu was elated. The great shaman Bashiai's eyes sparkled with excitement, a rare glimmer on his weathered face. He had previously noted the connection of this Maudi to the Tianhe water mansion. If she were to report, this route would likely be compromised. However, since it was their clandestine correspondence that had been intercepted, that was an entirely different matter. General, the prolonged siege of the Wolf's Den must have drawn out the enemy. Concentrating their forces there, Gongbu Duoji implored, their stronghold must be exceedingly vulnerable, presenting an exceptional opportunity for a decisive strike. Master, what is your perspective? Bachelu, having faced numerous setbacks in recent days, was now more contemplative, seeking Bashiai's counsel before issuing any hasty commands. Should we first ascertain the reliability of this intelligence? After all, we are on enemy territory, and we must guard against the possibility of a trap, he cautioned. Gongbu Duoji countered urgently. Hesitation will only squander our chance. We have intelligence that the Tianhe water mansion has no more than 1,000 personnel. If they lack fortifications, what other tricks can they employ? Bachelu acquiesced, but insisted on responding to Qingtang first. General, opportunities like this must not be squandered. If the enemy learns of the intercepted message, we will be left with nothing. Horjing shot a glare at Gongbu, then ignited a communication talisman, inquiring whether it would take long to receive a response. Soon, Qing Tang replied. The news is credible. Ping Bong has employed the soul-searching technique. The messenger is an elder from Yunzan Cave, well acquainted with the terrain and harboring no loyalty towards Mao Air, even harboring grievances. Gongbu Duoji's eyes sparkled like a ravenous dog catching sight of a bone. Once the villainous valley is captured, their foundation will be severed, and the wolf's den will inevitably crumble. Confronted with this sudden divine opportunity, Bachelu's doubts evaporated. Excellent. He slammed his hand on the table, issuing orders. Retain a small contingent to continue besieging the wolf's den, feigning a fierce assault. The main force shall follow me. We will immediately redirect towards the southern marshes and launch an attack on the Tianhe Water Palace. Orders given, the Allied forces swiftly turned, advancing impressively towards the southern foothills of Fuling Mountain. The forest grew increasingly dense, obscuring the sky and blocking sunlight. The atmosphere was humid and stifling, with the muddy terrain causing ordinary soldiers to sweat profusely with even the slightest movement. The march felt oppressive, and an unsettling sense of foreboding grew with each step. Bachelu contemplated halting several times, yet was dissuaded by Gongbu Duoji, who insisted that the essence of a surprise attack lies in its swiftness. To pause would be to squander their efforts. Ahead, the dense forest loomed darkly, shrouded in mist. At Bashiai's reminder, Bachelu dispatched 2 waves of scouts. Only after confirming the presence of mere birds and beasts within the thicket did they proceed. The vanguard passed through successfully, and it was now the turn of the Central Army. Suddenly, without warning, a thunderous roar erupted from both sides of the forest. Chapter 45. The Ambush Envelopes. A perilous clash for flags and heads, a deafening roar erupted as a black tide surged forth, reminiscent of a torrential mudslide. Hundreds of wild boar demons, tusks bared and eyes glowing crimson, charged headlong, heedless of all obstacles. They crashed into the unsuspecting ranks like a wall of flesh, wreaking havoc. The air was filled with screams, gasps, the clash of weapons, and the sickening sounds of bones shattering, all merging into a grim symphony of death. The coalition forces were thrown into disarray, their formation torn asunder in an instant, chaos reigning supreme. The wild boars did not engage in direct combat. Their sole aim was to sow confusion and terror. Steady. Everyone, hold your ground, bellowed Bachelu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Archers, fire. Shoot these beasts down. The shaman, too, was frantic, urging, cast your spells. Block their advance. Horjinj and his cohort of mages were equally flustered, hastily sounding their bone flutes. The mournful notes echoed through the woods, as dark curses coiled around the stampede of beasts. Some boars succumbed to the enchantments, their movements faltering before they collapsed. Yet, the majority remained unscathed, their tough hides and robust vitality rendering them resistant to ordinary arrows. Leading the charge, Fangpi and his wild boar horde struck like a searing wedge, repeatedly assaulting the enemy formation. Once the torrent subsided, only devastation remained. The boars, having no desire to linger, retreated into the dense forest like a receding tide. Vanishing from sight, Bachelu galloped back and forth, finally managing to stabilize his troops and regroup. The soldiers, pale and shaken, pressed on, their hearts still racing. As they advanced, small and large puddles began to hit the ground, making the path increasingly treacherous, with each step a gamble. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of arrows rained down upon them. It's an ambush, Bachelu shouted, raising his shield, defensive formation. The coalition forces, though well-trained, quickly steadied themselves and adjusted their formation. Alas, this volley of arrows was not only abundant, but also remarkably precise and ruthless, targeting gaps in armor and striking at exposed limbs. Vulnerable areas such as throats and faces became prime targets for the onslaught. The officers at the forefront fell without a sound, collapsing to the ground. Several shamans, flustered and scrambling to cast spells, were pierced by the sudden barrage of arrows. Screaming as they fell into the mud, the Li brothers, seasoned in battle, commanded the archers, skillfully utilizing the terrain to strike and withdraw. Like maggots on a carcass, they relentlessly drained the coalition of life. Damn it! Bachelu howled in frustration, brandishing his massive axe. Heavy infantry, charge forward. Crush them. Mages, provide cover. Eliminate these damn pests. The heavy infantry quickly formed ranks, attempting to charge towards the source of the arrows, aided by the shield bearers. However, in the treacherous, slippery mire, their advance was fraught with difficulty. The heavy armor has transformed into a fatal burden. Despite its adequate defensive capabilities, the wearer continues to be struck down one after another. The shamans attempt to suppress the enemy with their spells, yet their efforts are severely hampered by the dense foliage, obstructing their line of sight and causing their effectiveness to wane as the distance fluctuates. The forces of Dujiji remain concealed at the rear, with King Doran and several esteemed lamas of the Yellow Sect perpetually bowing their heads and reciting scriptures, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding ahead. After two meticulously orchestrated ambushes, the coalition has suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. Morale has plummeted, and the once orderly ranks have descended into disarray. The soldiers, like startled birds, are on edge, perceiving threats in every rustle of the leaves. Bachelou surveys his surroundings, a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. This cursed place, rife with marshes and dense woods, is eerie and treacherous, filled with lurking dangers. Could it be a trap? The enemy never intended to hold their position. They have transformed the entire swamp into a slaughterhouse, waiting for us to stumble into their jaws. Bachelou finally awakens to the grim reality, his fury morphing into a fearsome resolve. Relay the command. The entire army, regroup. Rally to my side. Protect the mage corps. Prepare to break through. His roar reverberates through the silent marsh, laden with dread. However, at the very moment his orders are issued, a spine-chilling sound reverberates from the front. Arrows rain down once more. After 2 rounds of fire, the wild boars re-emerge. Excellent. I feared you might flee. Bachelou, instead of alarmed, feels a thrill of excitement as he brandishes his great axe, urging his soldiers to charge forward. Though the enemy is insidious after several encounters, battlefield experience enables him to discern their numbers are few. They hide in the shadows, persistently harassing his forces, which is indeed vexing. But to face him head-on, have they lost their senses? Even if they try to squeeze us out, they shall perish. The first warrior of the Ustang is no empty boast. A practitioner of the 3 realms, his strength is unparalleled. With a single arm swing, he wields the power of 4 tigers, a staggering 3,600 pounds. Bachelou, with fervor in his eyes, charges ahead, swinging his great axe, intoxicated by the thrill of battle. Bashii trails closely behind him. As a cultivator, he understands that the martial prowess of mortals is utterly insufficient in such a realm teeming with monsters. The 6th realm shaman senses that this reckless assault is yet another trap. Indeed, before he can issue a warning, an overwhelming, suffocating aura of malevolence descends, locking onto Bachelou. Iba appears like a specter, wielding a crimson spear adorned with dark armor. Behind him are fierce-eyed black-maned beasts, alongside the formidable Huahu and Yunbao, elite warriors of the water realm. Attack! The command pierces through the clamor, resonating clearly in every ear. Follow me to slay the generals and seize the banner. Iba moves, not with haste, but through spatial displacement. In one heartbeat, he stands behind layers of protection. In the next, he materializes before Bachelou, less than 3 feet away. Bashii aged eyes widen in shock as he gasps. The 10th realm? Impossible. A torrent of spiritual energy cascades down like a burst dam, ensnaring Bachelou in its grip. The dark red spear, stripped of all embellishments, remains only the purest and most lethal of piercings. The ominous glint at the spear's tip reflected in the eyes of Bachelou, his pupils constricting as the blade grew ever sharper. Bachelou truly lives up to his reputation as the foremost warrior of Ustang. On the precipice of life and death, he unleashed all his latent potential. The massive axe instinctively crossed before his chest, perfectly intercepting the spear's point. Clang, crack! The clash of metal reverberated, shaking the eardrums. Then came the chilling sound of muffled impact. Flèche tourne, bones châtelet. The heavy axe, as pliable as butter, was pierced through directly by the searing iron. The spear's relentless momentum continued, piercing through Badalu's chest as well. His bushy beard bristled with rage. Viscous crimson blood, mingled with shattered innards, gushed forth. His mountain-like physique was instantly drained of vitality. Crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, like a kite severed from its string, he plummeted heavily into the mire. "General!" The guards let out desperate howls. The coalition erupted into chaos. The commander had been grievously wounded in a mere exchange, his fate uncertain. How could they continue this battle? The army had completely lost its backbone, disintegrating in an instant. The rout of soldiers scattered like headless flies, darting in every direction, colliding and trampling one another. Their wails filled the air. "Form ranks." Just as despair loomed, a voice echoed above the coalition, like rolling thunder. Chapter 46. The Weasel's Deceptive Strategy Achieves Success. The great shaman faces defeat and danger. A single utterance temporarily stabilized the precarious situation. It was the great shaman Bashii. He sat cross-legged in midair, his withered fingers deftly manipulating intricate hand seals while chanting incantations. The remaining shamans, led by Hoa Lunga, swiftly congregated around him. With a resounding command, they forcefully embedded a stone tablet inscribed with complex patterns into the ground. Dark mist surged from their bodies like countless tentacles intertwining and ultimately converging around Bashii. A deep, resonant sound emanated from the earth, reverberating throughout the valley. The marsh bubbled, and small stones levitated, whirling into a tempest. In an instant, a high-velocity sand wall materialized, ensnaring Iba firmly within its grasp. An ominous wind howled, and sand and stones flew about, instilling a sense of dread. The fine sand, empowered by the formation, sliced through any obstacles within the array like sharp blades. The sandstorm array. Iba, invoking his true essence for protection, furrowed his brow slightly. This formation proved to be quite troublesome. He brandished his spear, attempting to breach the sand wall with brute force. After several futile attempts, he found himself hindered further by the strain of forcing his true essence to flow, aggravating old injuries. The record keeper, despite his considerable abilities, could only muster a fraction of his strength. The enigmatic formation induced a sensation of stagnation from deep within his dantian, disrupting the smooth flow of his breath. Iba was compelled to temper his aggression, prioritizing self-preservation as he found himself temporarily ensnared by the sand array. Bashii cast a triumphant glance at the pig-headed Zhu Ganglai, who was maneuvering behind the array. "Master, do not rush. First and foremost, ensure your own safety." Zhu Ganglai, unfazed, leisurely communicated. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Gong Bujaoji, who had been lurking in the rear, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Badalu suffer a severe blow. The opportunity had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he signaled to King Gangdarin. Feigning concern, he called out, "Master, I implore you to lend your assistance and ensure the general safety." King Gangdarin understood the intent, reciting scriptures as he suddenly raised his voice, producing a sound akin to grinding metal that was deafening. Several yellow sect lamas swiftly rushed to the unconscious Badalu, lifting him with great effort and retreating towards the marsh. In the blink of an eye, they had completely distanced themselves from the chaotic core of the battlefield. As Bashii and the shaman group remained locked in a stalemate with Iba, they witnessed this unfolding event with mounting frustration and helplessness. Suddenly, faint cracking sounds emerged beneath the yellow sand array. Shimmering yellow weasels, like phantoms, silently emerged from the damp earth. Their movements were remarkably swift. With deft paws, they stealthily dismantled several deeply buried formation tablets. The secret reinforcement from Yunzan Cave had arrived to make their mark. With the foundation of the array compromised, a domino effect ensued. The once violent whirlwind of yellow sand began to weaken. The wailing cries turned intermittent. The sand wall crumbled, revealing vulnerabilities. Now was the moment. The fleeting opportunity ignited Zhu Ganglai, transformed into a pig demon, his face contorted into a fearsome snarl as he unleashed a thunderous roar. "Charge, my minions!" He wielded a wolf-toothed club and leapt forward, leading the charge. Fong Pai and hundreds of wild boars closely followed their commander. The tusks, encased in specially crafted metal, shimmered ominously. The herd, battered by the increasingly sparse and violent sandstorm, surged like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing mercilessly into the front lines. A deafening roar erupted, followed by chilling screams that echoed across the marshlands. The bodies of the shamans stood feebly against the onslaught of the wild boars. The added frenzy attribute rendered these beasts undaunted by death. Even blades and axes could not halt their advance. The corrosive effects were particularly malevolent. Wounds inflicted by the tusks rapidly blackened, withering flesh revealing stark bones, a gruesome sight to behold. Zhu Ganglai was unstoppable, swinging his club with a piercing whoosh through the air. With each strike, an enemy's bone shattered. The militia, witnessing their side's overwhelming prowess, felt their spirits ignited. They devoured spirit fruits, instantly regaining their strength. Under the command of the Li brothers, they howled fiercely, charging toward their prey, their crossbows firing at an ever-increasing pace. Advance. Volley fire. Leave no one spared. In this favorable situation, none possessed greater valor than the displaced defenders of their homeland. Bas Hay's heart turned to ash as he helplessly watched his painstakingly trained disciples perish one by one. The storm of sand teetered on the brink of collapse. The tide had turned. The old shaman's eyes flashed with despair and bitterness as he bit down on his tongue, willingly depleting his essence to forcibly invoke the blood escape secret technique. An eerie crimson light enveloped him, along with the remaining 3 or 5 shamans, as they fled desperately from the marsh. The Ustazon coalition was defeated. The remnants were encircled and isolated, fighting for their own survival. The Shaman Mage Corps suffered heavy casualties. The commander escaped. The core of the command, Bachilu, was taken away by the Yellow Sect forces, his whereabouts unknown. On the side of the Tianhe Water Palace, a smaller force achieved an overwhelming victory. Yibo, Heizong, Zhu Ganglai wiped the blood from his face and pursued with all his might. Maximum carnage. The order was given. The generals, their dark armor stained with blood and brimming with killing intent, set forth. Fong Pai, Li Chao, Li Chongya, at your service. Conduct a counteroffensive. Leave no prisoners. Understood. Watching the various factions depart, Zhu Ganglai exhaled a cloud of foul air from his nostrils. This slaughter was far more brutal than the previous extermination of the wolf pack. Corpses piled high, blood soaking the earth. Mountain gods, land deities, with such benefits bestowed, may you recognize the signs. At the edge of the marsh, at the exit of the dark, dense forest, Bas Hay and his group, in utter disarray, were about to pause for a moment of respite when suddenly another group emerged from the side, equally flustered. Leading them were Gongbu Duoji and Jingang Doran. Behind them, several Yellow Sect lamas struggled to carry the unconscious Bachilu. The two bands of defeated soldiers met on a narrow path. The air suddenly thickened. A damp, cold wind swept by, carrying the pungent scent of blood and the unique decay of the marsh. Gongbu Duoji gazed at the feeble Bashii, a sinister glint flickering in the depths of his eyes. Master, Gongbu Duoji hastened forward, extending his hand to assist Bashii. The muscles in his face twitched, forcibly contorting into a semblance of sorrow and concern. Are you unwell? Bashii's emaciated arm quivered slightly, subtly evading the outstretched hand. Alas, that pig demon is exceedingly treacherous. I have already suffered greatly at his hands, and our forces have endured such grievous losses. Gongbu Duoji's voice choked, nearly succumbing to tears. Within Bashii, the essence of life surged like molten lava, tumultuous and relentless. The exertion of blood escape had rendered him utterly enfeebled. Yet, the keen instincts of a sixth realm shaman remained intact. The insincerity in the other's words could not mask the growing hostility. A few paces away, the seemingly obedient Yellow Sect Lama harbored increasing malice. Alarm bells rang in the great shaman's mind, a chill creeping up his spine. He needed to articulate something, at the very least, to stabilize the morale of the remaining troops and facilitate their escape from danger. Just as he was about to speak, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The once humble and quiet Vajra Doran, who had been silently reciting scriptures, suddenly lifted his head with no warning. Attack. Chapter 47. The Arrogant Noble's Delusions. The cunning marshal's complete control before the echoes of his voice faded. The yellow sect lamas suddenly sprang into action. Incantations materialized in the air, transforming into formless seals that ruptured the atmosphere, launching an assault from various unexpected angles toward Bashii and the sorcerers behind him. An ambush, a lethal strike from comrades. How dare you? Bashii's eyes turned crimson, filled with rage. He summoned the last remnants of his sorcerous power, striking fiercely against the incoming demon-subduing pestle. Thud! Despite his hasty defense, he could not fully dissipate the thunderous blow. The pestle slammed into his shoulder blade, a sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. The Grand Shaman tasted blood in his throat and staggered backward. Zhelong, still recovering from injuries sustained in the weapon forging competition, was slower to react and was struck solidly in the chest by a massive handprint. With a cry, he spewed blood. His body propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. Kill! The remaining shamans and Bashii's loyal guards, witnessing this scene, were filled with shock and fury. Fearless in their desperation, they charged toward the yellow sect lamas. Gamba Dorj's followers instantly joined the fray. A clash of beliefs, a tangle of interests. Under the fierce provocation, it erupted like a powder keg. Just as this group glimpsed the light of escape, they plunged into an even more chaotic, hellish battlefield. The space was confined and muddy. They fought with reckless abandon, primitive and bloody. Bashii was in a frenzy. He understood all too well that today would likely be his last. In the world of shamans, death held no terror. A suffocating death was unforgivable. It could never be allowed. The glory of the Bon religion, the purity of heaven and earth, would not tolerate such desecration. The old shaman's voice echoed like an owl in the night. He fervently ignited his essence, recklessly summoning the powers of heaven and earth. The black mist thickened, emanating from his body and spreading rapidly. Anyone who came into contact with it would suffer grievous wounds or be turned to putrid sludge. The shamans danced madly, each embracing their fate, sacrificing themselves. Unfortunately, the yellow sect remained composed, waiting for the opportune moment. Gamba Dorj personally led the charge, the scriptures spinning rapidly, emitting a brilliant golden light that continuously dissipated and purified the sorcerous energies. In the midst of the chaos, a seemingly panicked yellow sect lama accidentally collided with a companion protecting Bashii. He stumbled and fell backward, inadvertently grasping wildly. His palm struck precisely against the unconscious Bashii's crown. Bang! The sound was dull, akin to a defeated drum. The so-called bravest warrior of Yusang, Bashii, had no chance to even grunt. His body jolted upright before collapsing, utterly lifeless. Junior brother, be careful. Gamba Dorj noticed the unexpected incident after a brief moment, his exclamation perfectly timed. Bashii's heart sank. A vision of the formidable wild boar, unmatched and commanding, flashed in his mind. Master, one must first ensure their own safety. He comprehended. He understood everything, from an intercepted letter to the decision to circumvent the treacherous swamp of death, and now to the merciless internal strife and assassination. This is a quintessential conspiracy. All parties involved are engaged in their own machinations. They covet the sacred hills of Fulling. That pig has been scheming all along, contemplating how to dismantle the looming threat. The Huangjiao, represented by the nouveau riche Gongbujuoji, targets the influence of the Binjiao within the military. Indeed, from the very beginning, even the conservative ally, Baturu, has been ensnared in their plots. Gongbujuoji, Jinggang Duran, you shall meet a most untimely end. The final curse, laden with resentment, echoes in the air. In response, the cold and unyielding visage of Jinggang Duran surfaces. His powerful palm strikes fiercely against Basahei's chest, shattering bones and rupturing organs. The old shaman lies on the ground, breath faint, yet a smile graces his lips. Some individuals, believing they have triumphed, will soon follow in Basahei's footsteps. Jinggang Duran's body trembles, revealing confusion. This old wretch, even in death, seeks to repulse. With a swift kick, Gongbujoji rushes forward, expending all his strength. Beisahei's body, akin to a tattered sack, is hurled away, crashing heavily into the filthy mire, life extinguished. In his dying moments, he summons his last ounce of strength to detonate his talisman. A violent surge of energy erupts, generating a devastating shockwave that engulfs the two unsuspecting Huangjiao llamas. Flesh and bone are obliterated, reduced to dust. Had Gongbujuoji not perceived the impending doom and kicked him aside, many more would have perished. Bah, the old fool. He spat vehemently, wishing to pounce upon the remains and vent his fury. Yet upon reaching the scene, he discovered there was not a single recognizable form left, only fragments of flesh. The battle concluded. The ground lay strewn with lifeless bodies, blood mingling with mud, exuding a repugnant stench. Jingang Duran gasped for air, his complexion pale. Only 3 llamas remained by his side, each bearing wounds. Gongbujoji stood amidst the devastation, his gaze sweeping over the corpses, ultimately resting upon Baturu's unblinking eyes. What are you staring at? He could no longer contain his inner ecstasy, erupting into mad laughter. Ha 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 ha! The laughter reverberated through the damp, chilly forest, sending shivers down spines. It is done. Beisahei is dead. The influence of the Bunjiao within the military has suffered a grievous blow. Baturu is also dead. A death well-deserved. A death without witnesses. He, Gongbujuoji, shall rightfully seize command of this remnant force. Then, he will return to Qingtang, lamenting the brutality of this battle, shifting all blame onto that accursed pig demon. He has even devised a narrative. He will exaggerate the threat of the Tianhe water mansion, pleading for the capital to dispatch 50,000, no, 100,000 troops to eliminate the menace. At that time, with a formidable army at his command and the backing of the powerful Huangjiao, Gongbujuoji shall become the true authority in Qingtang. Power, the power he has long coveted, now within his grasp. What a brilliant scheme indeed. A jarring sound erupted from the dense forest, laced with a hint of mockery and derision. Though not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every survivor, abruptly shattering Gongbujoji's beautiful dream. The laughter ceased abruptly, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their throats. Jean Gangdarin's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned to face the source of the sound. At the edge of the forest, the trees swayed, revealing the figure of a towering pig demon brandishing a spiked club. Behind him loomed formidable beings, the deep-breathing divine, General Iba, the fierce and valiant Heizong, and a battalion of elite warriors, their blades glistening with blood. They had arrived silently, like the most patient of hunters, encircling their prey without a sound. The joy that had once surged within Gongbujoji began to fade, his expression freezing in shock, only to morph into exaggerated disbelief and ultimately into despair. After a brutal internal conflict, they were at their most vulnerable, most exhausted. They possessed neither the strength nor the courage to confront this band of butchers before them. Their escape route had been irrevocably sealed. Zhu Ganglai approached Gongbujoji with deliberate calmness, lowering his head to reveal a playful smile. "My dear Gong, has your performance come to an end?" Chapter 48. The clown's desperate plea for mercy. The elder's vengeful grudge sweat cascaded down, carving trenches along the dark visage. As Gombu cast a despairing glance around him, Iba, Black Mane, Fong Pai, every conceivable escape route was blocked by adversaries. Behind them, the elite forces of the Water Palace stood silently, their armor stained with blood. The outcome was inevitable. There was no avenue for retreat. He felt like a cornered beast, emitting guttural sounds from his throat. Suddenly, he turned sharply and roared at his trembling companions. "Are you all so feeble? Fight to the death. The outcome is yet to be determined." The llamas were the first to regain their composure, a fierce glint igniting in their eyes. They forced their true essence to flow and chanted incantations. Unfortunately, it was a futile effort. The demon-subduing staff, the Vajra bell, the Zen staff, and the various weapons merely glimmered with a faint golden light. "Subdue the demons," roared King Kong Duoran. leading his men like moths drawn to a flame towards the nearest Black Mane and Huahu. Overestimating their capabilities, Iba's voice was icy, the ominous red spear pointing carelessly. The foremost llama seemed to have been struck by an explosion. With a resounding bang, his body was torn asunder. Just as the charging troops stirred with ferocity, they were doused with cold water, their morale plummeting. "Now is our chance," Black Mane growled, swinging his large blade to initiate a countercharge. Huahu and Yun Bao moved with even greater swiftness, seamlessly infiltrating the enemy ranks. This could hardly be deemed a battle. It resembled a swift and merciless purge. The weapons, enhanced by the magic ring, were forged not from mundane iron. Their innate solar characteristics had been pushed to their zenith. The accompanying frenzy and corrosion effects were laid bare in this moment. Black Mane returned, effortlessly breaking through the protective Buddhist light of the opposing llamas. He cleaved both man and artifact in twain. The severed flesh quickly darkened and withered at the jagged edge. The second llama, panicked, swung the demon-subduing staff toward Huahu. The tiger's spirit nimbly evaded, and with a flick of his dagger, drew a shallow crimson line across the llama's wrist. The llama felt a sudden numbness in his wrist and instinctively looked down. The flesh around the wound twisted and blackened as if seared by fierce flames. The agony intensified 100-fold. He emitted a wretched scream, unlike that of a human, clutching his wrist and rolling frantically in the mire. As for Gamba Dorje's followers, they crumbled like a house of cards, failing to mount any semblance of resistance, easily plowed under by Fong Pai and a few wild boars. The beast horde trampled through, a cacophony of terrifying sounds echoing through the forest. In mere moments, the last llama, who attempted to resist with a hand gesture, was pierced through the throat by a cold arrow. He fell into the mud, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Exhausted, King Kong Duorin sighed heavily, collapsing in despair. The swampy forest devoured the bodies with gluttonous greed, consuming them swiftly. Occasionally, a few bubbles surfaced, reminiscent of a satisfied belch. Li Chao and Li Zhong'er hurriedly approached Zhu Gonglia's side. "My lord." Li Chao lowered his voice, expressing that Gong Badoji was a renowned noble, wielding significant influence, unlike. Li Zhong'er immediately interjected, suggesting that capturing him could serve as leverage, potentially coercing Ping Bisanquo into submission or even prompting him to willingly surrender his city. Thus, the entirety of the Qingtang region would be within their grasp. Zhu Ganglai turned his head slightly, casting a languid glance at the two brothers. This pair, though resourceful, ultimately possessed a somewhat limited vision. He waved his hand lightly. The foundation of the Water Mansion has never resided within the mortal cities. Now is neither the time nor the method to seize Qingtang. Li Zhong'er sought to persuade further, but was halted by his elder brother. Zhu Ganglai shot them a glance and continued, asserting that directly intervening in the mortal dynasties was unwise. His words bore dual meanings, causing the brothers to change color simultaneously. Retreating awkwardly, "I am well aware of your intentions. If you diligently carry out your tasks, a time will come when your desires are fulfilled." Zhu Gonglia's tone turned cold. "Should there be any other thoughts?" "Dare not. Please, Marshal discern." The Li brothers, upon hearing this, hastily knelt and bowed. In just a few days, they felt as though they had been completely seen through. The mansion lord was unfathomable. His vision and methods far exceeded their imagination. Zhu Ganglai helped them to their feet, offering a few words of encouragement. He then stepped forward, slowly approaching the unconscious Gong Badoji. Iba stepped forward, lifted his foot, and exerted force. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed. Gong Badoji's knees were crushed underfoot. The excruciating pain jolted him awake, eliciting a muffled groan as his already drained body squeezed out streams of white sweat. In terms of stature, Gong Badoji, Zhu Ganglai loomed above, gazing down at the powerful figure from the Tibetan region. "You, under the pretense of avenging your brother, have been stirring trouble, sowing discord. Under the guise of assisting in the suppression of bandits, you have sought to use others as tools to diminish your adversaries. The likes of Luoxia, the Bon religion, Qingtang, and even Fuling Mountain have all been ensnared in your schemes, correct?" The already vacant gaze of Gong Badoji regained focus, and he began to cough violently, unable to contain himself. You harbor envy towards Badalu, who commands a formidable army and enjoys the unwavering support of the Bon shamans, perpetually keeping you beneath him. Thus, you sought to find an opportunity, intending to use the water mansion as bait, luring him into a perilous situation. You. Zhu Ganglai casually seized a handful of mud and slapped it onto Gong's mouth. MMM. He struggled incessantly. Zhu Ganglai found a stone and leisurely sat down, elucidating the entirety of Gong's thoughts. This man, originally intent on vengeance, had gazed greedily upon the riches of the heavenly river water mansion, the splendor of Qingtang City, and even coveted the beauty of Mao Air. The initial plan was to unite various forces to annihilate the heavenly river water mansion, but after Li Ning's downfall, he sought to kick them while they were down. Following a failed raid on the Wolf's Den, he immediately exaggerated the situation, inciting Luoxia to mobilize against Fuling Mountain. Originally intending to use Badalu to vanquish the Villain's Valley while simultaneously seizing Qingtang City, he encountered formidable resistance and swiftly turned to eliminate the commander and the Bon shamans, plotting to eradicate his rivals and seize military power. Each scheme, seemingly brilliant, was merely a series of impulsive reactions without a coherent strategy, long-term vision, or thoughtful planning. Most importantly, there are no principles, and one forgets loyalty in the face of profit. Upon hearing this, Gambu completely abandoned his struggle. He merely gazed towards the heavens, panting heavily. Zhu Ganglai did not cease his discourse, continuing to elaborate. The intercepted letters, the competition of artifact forging, the ambush at the Wolf's Den, the hoarding of blue cherry grass, the promotion of the demonic talisman. Each event was meticulously orchestrated. Together, they formed a web. The individuals ensnared within were propelled forward, oblivious to their plight. This, indeed, is the essence of strategy. Each sentence, each word fell like an unseen hammer, striking heavily upon Gambu Dalji's heart. All his conspiracies and ambitions were unraveled by this coarse pig demon before him, laid bare for all to see. Even more tragic was the realization that, in the eyes of his adversary, these machinations were no more than childish play. Fear, an unfathomable abyss of terror engulfed all his thoughts, washing over him like a relentless tide. Accompanying this was an endless wave of regret. He did not lament the acts of murder and arson, nor did he regret his ruthlessness. What he regretted was provoking this beast. This creature, seemingly foolish and reckless, was in truth more cunning than a fox and more ferocious than a demon. Whoa! Zhu Ganglai dug a hole in the mud. Gamba Dalji's lips trembled, pleading for mercy. Spare my life. We hold no deep-seated grudge. Let me live, and I shall serve you. This city is vast and intricate. You need me to navigate it, to deliver messages. I implore you. I beg you. Initially, I could have let you go, Zhu Ganglai chuckled, a harmonious laugh. Yet, should you dare harbor ill intentions towards my woman, that would be a capital offense. Chapter 49, Guanyin speaks of love, Tianpeng performs a play, and the journey for scriptures approaches Mao Air. Is my woman. Zhu Ganglai revealed a cruel smile. I dare not, Gongbu Duoji pleaded. It is all my fault for being petty. A mere glance at a woman could cost me an eye. Understanding twisted thoughts, one naturally seeks to dig out the heart. No, it's a misunderstanding. Bang! There was no time for further words. The spiked wolf-tooth club descended with a thunderous crash. Scum, letting you ponder, yet unable to speak. The sound was dull, and the head shattered in response. A mixture of red and white substances mingled with filthy blood, splattered across the surroundings. Gongbu Duoji's body fell heavily back into the mire. A surge of resentment and unwillingness seeped from the corpse, only to be shattered and utterly obliterated by the malice clinging to the wolf-tooth club. Ruthless, the soul was extinguished. The land, lurking in the shadows, shivered abruptly and hurriedly fled. Zhu Ganglai tossed the wolf-tooth club to Yibo, instructing him to clean it. He turned, his icy gaze landing on the last survivor, Jean Gangdarin. The Lama of the Yellow Sect had already recovered from shock. Bowing his head, he muttered prayers. A few recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum could cleanse him of his sins? Zhu Ganglai inquired with a smile. Exorcising evil and upholding the path is our duty. If one is outmatched, it merely signifies martyrdom. You see, there is no chance for reincarnation. Zhu Ganglai threatened. You recited the mantra incorrectly. It should be I will push you away. In the face of the mocking disdain, Jean Gangdarin trembled slightly. He wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Zhu Ganglai shook his head. When it comes to self-hypnosis, these stubborn bald heads are truly unmatched. Words were futile. It was time to eradicate the root. Zhu Ganglai gestured. Iba, Heizong, and others silently advanced, encircling him. A chilling aura of murder permeated the air. The great Lama turned pale, palms pressed together as he chanted scriptures. The pace quickened, riddled with errors. Zhu Ganglai's gaze turned cold, poised to issue the order to strike. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The cool energy within the sea of consciousness surged exponentially, waves of sacred sound exploding in his mind. The true essence was restrained. This shock was extraordinary. Even with Zhu Ganglai's unyielding mental fortitude, the hairs on his body stood on end, beads of sweat forming at his temples. In the sky, myriad soft lights illuminated the surroundings. A serene and solemn chant resonated from beyond, clearly reaching the ears of all present. That voice carried a purifying power, washing away the malice. Even the iron-blooded Iba, the brutal Heizong, and Fong Pai could not summon an ounce of murderous intent in that moment. A colossal golden lotus, immense beyond measure, parted the miasma and slowly descended. Atop the lotus sat a figure, untouched by dust, radiating compassion. Cradling a jade bottle, willow branches within it moved of their own accord. An overwhelming sense of boundless compassion emanated, encompassing all directions. It was none other than the Guanyin Bodhisattva of Mount Putuo in the South China Sea, the savior of the suffering, the embodiment of great compassion. Fong Pai Huahu, Yun Bao, and the people of Yunjian Cave were the first to retract their murderous intent and prostrate themselves on the ground. Iba and Heizong, along with others, forcibly suppressed their impulses to bow down, awaiting the reaction of Zhu Ganglai. They stood solemnly by, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Namo Amitabha. The voice of Avalokiteshvara was gentle yet imbued with supreme authority. Her gaze swept over the crowd, briefly resting on the pallid-faced King Kong Duoren before returning to Tianpeng. Marshal, please show mercy. It has been a long time. Bodhisattva, let us speak amicably, Zhu Ganglai replied with a smile, bowing respectfully. If there is a message to convey, it suffices to do so telepathically. There is no need for such a long journey. Avalokiteshvara's expression shifted, half playful and half reproachful. This monk was a disciple of Manjushri, tasked with transmitting the teachings of Lingshan to the East. Any offense caused was purely a misunderstanding. The onlookers were left in a daze, unable to fathom that the solemn Avalokiteshvara could display such vivid expressions. Who was this marshal, truly? Only Iba, exhibiting the demeanor of one accustomed to grand affairs, instinctively straightened his back. Zhu Ganglai's heart trembled. Manjushri, a disciple? I beseech you, Marshal Tianpeng, to spare this humble monk's life. In that moment, he comprehended. Lingshan was tentatively stepping out of the Western paradise. The competition for faith in the mortal realm would intensify. Avalokiteshvara was responsible for expanding into the eastern lands, while the so-called wisest Manjushri was clearly the executor of the expansion into Tibet. King Kong Duoren and the entirety of the Yellow Sect were merely agents of Lingshan. To kill? That would directly undermine Lingshan's strategic plan. This would create an irreparable rift. In a flash, Zhu Ganglai weighed the pros and cons. To indulge in momentary satisfaction would offend two major powers of Lingshan, which was not worth the risk. To spare? It could yield future benefits from Avalokiteshvara. Moreover, he needed to secure his role in front of this director of the journey to the west. Zhu Ganglai retracted his smile and bowed deeply. As it is the Bodhisattva's will, how could I dare to disobey? Avalokiteshvara nodded slightly. With a gentle wave of her willow branch, a soft golden light enveloped King Kong Duoren. The The Lama felt a warm current coursing through his body, alleviating his injuries and fatigue. Withdraw, Avalokiteshvara commanded. King Kong Duoran, as if granted a great pardon, repeatedly bowed to both Avalokiteshvara and Zhu Ganglai before setting off swiftly towards the west, vanishing from sight in an instant. Avalokiteshvara remained still. Zhu Ganglai understood she had more to say and gestured for Yi-Ba and the others to step back. The latter lightly tapped the demon essence and transformed back into a child's form. The lotus platform dissipated as the bodhisattva approached Zhu Ganglai. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze filled with approval. Tianpeng, since your descent to the mortal realm, your actions have been decisive. Very well. Zhu Ganglai felt a stirring within. Avalokiteshvara's words hinted at deeper meanings. Did she approve of his ruthless decisions? Or was it a recognition of his intricate scheming? Certainly, it was neither. Bodhisattva, you flatter me. I happen to have an unreasonable request I wish to discuss with you. Oh, the young man, fortunate enough to now nominally unify Fulling Mountain, observed the Bodhisattva's lack of reaction before continuing. This land stretches for thousands of miles, vast and teeming with life. Yet, due to the absence of constraints, bloodshed occurs frequently and chaos reigns. Avalokiteshvara gently nodded, revealing a contemplative expression. The young man wished to establish a temple at the Tianhe Water Palace to honor the Bodhisattva. He humbly requested scriptures, promising to propagate them, to enlighten others towards goodness, and to liberate all sentient beings. Amitabha, the marshal of high virtue, Guanyin gently nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Ganglai quickly returned the gesture. Yet he did not miss the glimmer in her eyes. The marshal, in her compassion, performs this great act of kindness, and surely blessings shall follow. However, the Bodhisattva is invited to speak candidly. The humble monk wishes to serve as a guide, requesting the marshal to erect a statue for Brother Manjushri. This way, not only can we enlighten sentient beings, but we can also resolve karmic entanglements. Is it not splendid? Zhu Ganglai chuckled inwardly. Clever Guanyin, reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Does this not mean that I owe you a favor? He, being perceptive, quickly responded, Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your grace. I propose that both bodhisattvas stand side by side, receiving the incense offerings from my Fulling Mountain. In the future, should misunderstandings arise, I may seek your counsel. Alas, you, my friend, Guanyin sighed softly, wearing that familiar expression of playful reproach, which stirred a warmth within Zhu Ganglai's heart. Alas, a scoundrel, how could one harbor such thoughts toward the bodhisattva? Thus, the humble monk bestowed a scroll of scriptures upon the marshal. May the teachings of the Buddha dispel hostility and bring peace and joy to all beings. Guanyin remained unaware of his inner thoughts. With a gentle flourish of her sleeve, a scroll landed in Zhu Ganglai's hands, inscribed with the title, The Scripture of Guanyin Bodhisattva's Prophecy. Zhu Ganglai received it with utmost reverence, carefully tucking the scripture away. Guanyin continued, I foresee that a fated individual from the east will journey westward in a year, arriving at the Great Thundersound Temple to seek the true scriptures. If all proceeds smoothly, in approximately 3 years, he shall pass through your Fulling Mountain. Thunder. Zhu Ganglai felt as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. The journey for scriptures is to commence in a year? 3 years hence, he will traverse Fulling Mountain? How could it happen so swiftly? He calculated repeatedly. The journey to the west would typically take at least a century. According to his past life's memories, Xuanzang emerged during the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty. And that is still far from here. Yet, could the words of the Bodhisattva, spoken directly, be anything but true? Chapter 50. The primordial chill, regrettably scarce. The gluttonous rat designs the cat, all dependent on audacity. Could it be that his arrival has already instigated a transformation in this realm? This question had plagued him repeatedly during his time in the Celestial Palace. Alas, he grasped no clarity. Now, upon further reflection, the matter remains shrouded in ambiguity. Marshal, prepare yourself well. As per our agreement, on the day of our successful journey westward, I shall assist you in reinstating your celestial rank. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Hold on. Zhu Lai remained bent in reverence, frozen in place. Upon their first encounter, Guanyin had proclaimed that he and the maiden Mei Zhuang shared a fated connection of 1 year. At that moment, he had not contemplated it deeply, dismissing it as mere Zen wisdom. Yet now, a year after the journey begins, 3 years until they reach Fuling Mountain, his bond with Mao Er lasts but a year, and this year must transpire before the journey's commencement. Does this not imply she has but a little over 2 years of life left? A chill coursed through Zhu Ganglai. He abruptly lifted his head. Guanyin's expression radiated kindness, her demeanor serene. Zhu Ganglai yearned to inquire about Mao Er's potential demise. Was it truly preordained, immutable? The words caught in his throat, his pride swelling within. Zhu Ganglai, would you dare to sit back and accept fate? When did you begin to believe in the damned heavenly decree? A sinister smile crept upon his face. He had come to defy destiny itself. Old heaven, we shall see who can take my beloved from me. Guanyin discerned the shift in his countenance, her eyes narrowing slightly before returning to their usual calm. Within those depths lay an expanse as vast as the cosmos, seemingly cognizant of all. The lotus platform dissipated, and Guanyin departed. The semblance of cordiality that adorned Zhu Ganglai's face vanished entirely. He immediately turned inward to his sea of consciousness. The once faint, refreshing aura now clung to him like a parasite, its presence magnified several-fold. It even faintly resonated with his own true essence. This was certainly no benevolent force. Recalling the methods Guanyin employed with the Monkey King, the Red Boy, and the Black Bear Spirit in his previous life, he could hardly believe that she harbored no suspicion towards Zhu Beiji or Sha Wujing. Was it a spell? Or perhaps a more covert Buddhist restriction? He dared not ascertain. The sensation was akin to having a guillotine poised above him, ready to sever his fate at any moment. Zhu Ganglai tasked Yibo with tidying up the aftermath and swiftly returned to the depths of the water palace, settling into a meditative state. Addressing the lurking peril was of utmost urgency, even if it stirred that bodhisattva. After much contemplation, he ultimately placed his hopes in the primordial Qi, filling his storage ring with low-grade spirit stones. Zhu Ganglai regulated his breath and entered a state of seclusion. On the following day, all the spirit stones elevated to celestial crystals. By the third day, the celestial crystals transformed into strands of primordial Qi, beginning to nourish his body. Zhu Ganglai consciously guided this primordial force to cleanse his sea of consciousness. The stable coolness upon contact with the primordial Qi dissolved instantaneously. Zhu Ganglai rejoiced. Indeed, it proved effective. The magic ring truly did not deceive me. Yet, before he could fully express his delight, his smile faltered. The accumulated primordial Qi, gathered over 2 days, vanished in an instant. Effective, but this quantity is an entire cubic foot of celestial crystal, sufficient to incite envy even among the great Luo golden immortals in the heavenly palace. The immense wealth transformed into primordial energy is merely enough to provide a light tickle to that refreshing breeze. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhu Ganglai's forehead. He immediately took out the useless artifacts, talismans, spiritual fruits, and elixirs at hand, attempting each one in turn. After a fortnight of futile efforts, the results were still inferior to that of spiritual stones. The somewhat haggard Tianpeng rose despondently. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never felt so disheartened. Even in the heavenly palace, facing the Jade Emperor and Tai Bai, he had not felt this powerless. Damn it! The materials invested into the magic ring were of too poor quality. Even with ultimate upgrades, the primordial energy produced was merely a trickle. Ultimately, it was a drop in the bucket. How could he generate more primordial energy? The thought ignited within him like a wildfire, impossible to suppress. He needed a vast quantity of high-grade materials. Mortal weapons, common magical treasures, completely insufficient. Sneaking back to the heavenly realm? That would require him to cultivate to the Ascension realm, and by then, it would be too late. A flash of inspiration struck Zhu Ganglai. The ancient battlefield, the ruins of the primordial battlefield, long silent for countless ages. Surely remnants of weapons and magical treasures lay abandoned there, of little use to others. But for him, possessing the magic ring, These fragments would serve as excellent nourishment for generating more primordial energy. Without hesitation, Zhu Ganglai immediately conveyed his thoughts to Yi Ba. Quickly investigate the location of the ancient battlefield ruins. Understood. Yi Ba's voice brimmed with excitement. Having been confined for half a month after the Great Battle, Zhu Ganglai felt anxious yet powerless. Each day, he was restless like an ant on a hot stove. Finally receiving the command from his superior, how could he not feel elated? Yi Ba set forth on his mission. Zhu Ganglai stepped outside to survey the surroundings. Seeing the heavenly river water mansion orderly, he decided not to inquire further. After a hearty meal, he returned to his cave, dwelling, and fell into a deep slumber. After enduring for half a month, this sleep was profound and dreamless. In his dreams, Guanyin discerned his identity as a time traveler. A fierce battle ensued, and Zhu Ganglai, unable to withstand, fled. His opponents captured Yi Ba and Mao Er one after another, threatening to obliterate them completely. Zhu Ganglai continued to struggle. The Arhats then brought forth two mortals. Without a word, they acted swiftly. Heads rolled, blood splattered, and the souls newly departed encountered a blinding light, vanishing amid their anguished cries. It was then that Zhu Ganglai recognized the severed heads on the ground. They belonged to his biological parents in this life. The mighty Tianpeng marshal, who had never flinched even before the Jade Emperor, suddenly awakened with start. He fiercely rubbed his temples, feeling a slick, aching pressure. His gaze shifted southward. I must make a journey. To Gao Laozhuang. At this moment, Gao Laozhuang was rife with tension. The Ustaz coalition had suffered total annihilation. Commander Bachilu and the Grand Shaman Beisahe had both perished. News spread like a chilling wind. Merely contemplating this outcome sent shivers down one's spine. Gao Gongjin held an empty teacup, lost in silence for a long while. That pig demon had truly become a formidable force, no longer a presence he could fathom. Fortunately, there had been prior connections, allowing for trade. There remains a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Over the past year, by engaging in the lucrative resale of products from the Tianhe Water Mansion, the Gao family has amassed considerable wealth. The supply from the caravans is insufficient to meet the overwhelming demand, and much of the farmland lies fallow. Inside the ancestral hall of the Gao family, lights burn brightly throughout the night. It is the elder, Uncle Gao, a respected leader among the clan's elders, who first shatters the silence. Monsters are indeed monsters. These barbaric aberrations are deserving of extermination. How can we submit to a pig demon? The old man slammed his hand on the table, his sparse beard trembling, lacking the authority he once commanded. This is one moment, and that is another. Gao Gongjin's voice was hoarse as he lamented. What bravery does Bachelor possess? What celestial prowess does Bashii have? Yet both perished in the Fulling Mountains, their bones scattered and untraceable. He surveyed the various expressions of his kin. What do we have to confront them? Our lives? Will you go? His finger pointed at Gaoan, who quickly recoiled. Will you go? Or perhaps you? The lord of the estate continued to single out several resolute youths, only to receive similar responses. Lord of the estate. Zhu stepped forward. The assembly turned their gazes towards him in surprise. At such a moment, how audacious for an outsider to dare to speak up. Zhu, do you have something to say? Chapter 51. The subdued stature of Gao Old Village. Zhu Gongya's stealthy search for Qin Zhu hesitated momentarily, but mustered his courage to clasp his fists in respect towards the four corners. I am but a mere hunter, lacking understanding of profound principles. I am grateful for the Lord of the Manor's kindness in appointing me as an instructor, and I have a few words that I must express. Gaoan snorted coldly, urging him to speak plainly. The Tianhe Water Mansion has settled at Fulling Mountain for over a year now. During this time, I have not heard of them harming anyone. Nonsense. How many have perished at the mouth of the Valley of Evil? Juda he tortid. Are your ears deaf? Have you not heard their catchy rhymes? On the path to heaven, the souls connect. The peaceful and ensures safety. Those are mere spies, intruding upon others' homes with ill intent. They deserve to be killed. With my hunter's temperament, if someone were to sneak into my courtyard, I would not hesitate to slay them. The instructor of humble origins provoked Gao An's ire, leading to a furious outburst. Gao Gongjin intervened, instructing Zhu De to continue. Zhu De composed himself and articulated his thoughts. His words, though coarse, contained a kernel of truth. Essentially, he expressed discontent with the notion of consuming what others provide, profiting from the Tianhe water mansion, only to turn around and scheme against them. Such conduct is unprincipled. Many from the Gao family felt the strain of this revelation. They understood the reasoning, but struggled to reconcile it within their hearts. Monsters are indeed monsters. They can be utilized, but should never be revered. The heated debate persisted throughout the night, ultimately yielding to the harsh reality that crushed their so-called integrity. Gao Gongjin decisively declared, "Prepare lavish gifts at once. We shall visit the Tianhe water mansion and submit to them." The assembly fell silent. Do my words fall on deaf ears? Gao Gongjin's expression darkened as he slowly drew his blade. Is this to be an example? The previously obstinate members of the Gao family swiftly altered their stance, eagerly praising the Lord's wisdom. The second Lord, Gao Gongda, volunteered to serve as an envoy to the Tianhe water mansion. Meanwhile, Zhu Ganglai sought an opportunity to bring his parents back. Suddenly, he heard an announcement that an envoy from Gao Old Village, Gao Gongda, requested an audience. The arrival was indeed prompt. Zhu Ganglai transformed into his pig demon form and made his way to the council hall. In the grand hall of the water mansion, both parties took their respective seats. Gao Gongda adopted an exceptionally humble demeanor, almost subservient. He introduced himself, presenting gold, silver, precious jewels, rare medicinal herbs, and a selection of beautiful handmaidens. Zhu Ganglai sat imperiously in a grand chair, remaining noncommittal. The second lord, in a state of desperation, shed tears as he spoke earnestly, repeatedly emphasizing that the Gao family was willing to serve the water mansion as their master and awaited orders. Very well. Zhu Ganglai waved his hand dismissively, allowing his attendants to accept the offerings. Moments later, a smile finally broke across his countenance. The towering wild boar grinned broadly, a visage that sent shivers down Gao Gongda's spine. The lord of the Gao family was indeed earnest. Zhu Ganglai gently tapped the armrest of his chair, stating, "Since you sincerely wish to submit, I shall not treat you poorly." "Thank you, my lord. The current food supply can be increased threefold. However, the water mansion urgently requires medicinal herbs, and we need your assistance in gathering them. A list will be provided shortly. Rest assured, we will dispatch individuals to procure them immediately. Alas, do not purchase from Zhu Ganglai. I have heard that the fields in your village lie fallow." Gao Gongda, somewhat vague, is unable to discern the intentions of this great king. Those barren lands, left untouched, could be utilized for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Well, thanks to your grace, the trade routes have flourished in recent years. Gao Gongda carefully articulates, attempting to foster a familiar atmosphere, as the manpower in the village is limited. The merchant convoy is insufficient for exchanging goods, thus, it would be no trouble to lease these lands to me, with the rent set at 80% of the market rate. I shall purchase all the herbs produced and can directly offset the grain payments. Really? Gao Gongda is taken aback, surprised to encounter such a favorable proposition. Do you think I jest, Commander? Zhu Ganglai feigns a serious demeanor. Cold sweat instantly beads on Gao Gongda's forehead. He dares not utter a word of dissent, repeatedly acquiescing. Suddenly, recalling something, he reverently retrieves several yellowed tomes from his bosom, raising them high with both hands. Our loyalty to the king is evident to the heavens. This is an ancestral manuscript, though crude and unrefined. It embodies the sincere heart of the Gao family. Zhu Ganglai casually accepts it, without even a glance, storing it away in his spatial ring. Gao Gongda's heart constricts violently, yet his face betrays no sign of unease. Following a few more pleasantries, Zhu Ganglai summons his attendants to privately escort the Gao family members for a tour, while he returns to his cavernous abode. The next day, he once more summons the Gao family delegation. Upon their initial meeting, he tosses back a pristine tome. The cover, adorned with the flamboyant characters "Tiger Roars, Dragon Chants." Gao Gongda, perplexed and anxious, picks it up to peruse. After merely a few pages, the color drains from his face. This is clearly the dragon and tiger dual form technique presented yesterday in a show of loyalty. In just a single day, dragon and tiger dual form has transformed into tiger roars, dragon chants. The intricacies of the technique and the profundity of the moves have increased by more than tenfold. It is as if it has been reborn. The might is of an entirely different caliber. The Gao family's treasured ancestral martial art, a third-tier skill, pales in comparison to this tome, resembling a child's scribble, utterly insignificant. Thud! Gao Gongda can no longer maintain his composure. His knees buckle, and he collapses heavily, pressing his forehead against the cold, hard ground. Great King, your divine might is unparalleled. I, a mere wretch, express my deepest gratitude for your benevolence towards the Gao family in this life. I vow to follow you. Even unto death his words tumble forth, a mixture of excitement and reverence. The pig demon, what of the pig demon? The power of the Tianhe prefect is beyond his comprehension. With a mere flick of his hand, he can elevate a technique to such heights. What immense strength is this? Zhu Ganglai observes the envoy prostrated before him, idly fiddling with his ring. It is necessary to discipline such a fickle family. Bestowal of favor must also establish authority. He has no time to indulge these individuals and summons the Li brothers to handle the subsequent collaboration with Gao Laozhuang entirely. He then turns and returns to his cave. There remain many matters yet to be resolved. Guanyin, an abrupt journey to the west. In the depths of the sea of consciousness lies a potential explosive barrier of the Buddhist realm. The operations of Ling Mountain are both steady and astute, with far-reaching strategies. Iba Mount Air, even himself has likely been reduced to a mere pawn. Thus, how could his earthly parents possibly be overlooked? If Ling Mountain's intentions were to unfold as planned, it would be of no consequence. Yet, in this world, how can one expect everything to proceed smoothly? A slight discord. Would Lane Temple allow them to escape unscathed? Zhu Ganglai dared not gamble, nor would he ever take such a risk. He must swiftly retrieve his parents and place them under his protection. He resolved to personally visit Gao Laozhuang. Zhu Gonglie's form subtly shifted, reverting to that of a child. Silently, he departed from the water mansion, discerning the direction, and stealthily made his way towards Gao Laozhuang. 3 years later, the pilgrim passed by Fulling Mountain. The fateful connection with Mount Air would last but a year. She had at most 2 years left to evade the sun's decree. Time waits for no one, and Zhu Ganglai was in a state of turmoil. The impending calamity, was it truly unalterable? A surge of fierce, rebellious ambition, born from chaos and nurtured in the wilderness, suddenly erupted from within. To hell with fate. I have crossed over to defy destiny. A sinister smile gradually spread across his face. Damn the heavens. Taiba, along with the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain, whether one more or one less. It matters not. Let us draw our lines and engage in a battle to see who emerges victorious. Chapter 52. A minor punishment bestows a degrading fate upon you. The mysterious mage and the infant alchemist, seeing is believing. Despite the initial overestimation, the prosperity of this place still astonished Zhu Ganglai. The merchant caravans flowed incessantly, and the shops stood in close succession, giving the impression of a town. Curiously, while the surface appeared bustling and vibrant, the local farmers and tenants bore expressions of deprivation. The outsiders radiated vitality, while the villagers exhibited a submissive demeanor, their exhaustion and trepidation deeply etched into their very beings. Zhu Ganglai maintained his youthful guise, blending into the crowd. As he traversed the thoroughfare, he observed meticulously, committing the nuances to memory. Soon, he discerned that beneath the lively fade, an undercurrent of tension and vigilance prevailed. Patrols of village guards sporadically swept through the streets, wielding long staffs, their gaze scrutinizing each passerby with palpable suspicion. A den of thieves is unmistakable. No matter how well they disguise themselves, their essence remains unchanged. Zhu Ganglai, with a sense of contemplation, found it peculiar. Logically, with the Tianhe Water Authority funneling grain into this area, and given their propensity for plunder, the villagers should not exhibit such nutritional deficiency. With his thoughts turning, he decided against lingering further and proceeded directly to the address provided by Iba. The village, nestled against a mountain hollow, gradually succumbed to decay as he ventured deeper. Ahead lay a vast expanse of shanty towns. Before he could draw near, a sharp, piercing voice pierced the air. "Judah, are you, as a tutor, merely feasting idly? The warhorses have withered to mere sticks. Surely someone is pocketing the resources." A scrawny overseer, hands on hips, stood in the courtyard, spitting vitriol. A flamboyantly dressed woman, clutching a handkerchief, stood behind him, her face a mask of disdain. "Oh dear, if you cannot even feed the horses, perhaps it is time to replace this tutor." Her tone dripped with sarcasm. "Chunmei, you once served me well. How is it that after marriage, you have become so inept?" The young village woman, quaking with fear, retreated behind her husband, unsure of how to respond. Judah, clad in coarse, simple attire, clenched his fists, veins bulging. "The shortage of feed has been reported thrice. Each time, my claims were dismissed. The emaciation of the horses is not my doing." The overseer advanced, nearly invading Zhu Da's personal space. "Shortage? I suspect you are embezzling. How dare you argue? You are slandering me." Zhu Da's face turned a shade of green with fury. The more agitated he became, the more the overseer relished in his distress. "Aren't you a tough one? Today, I shall see you brought low." The overseer's wife chimed in, born of brigands. "Your hands are indeed unclean. Elder Gao Gongda has long harbored disdain for you. If not for the village leader Zhu Ganglai observed with a cold gaze, flames of indignation igniting within him. His fingertips twitched slightly. As the overseer continued his tirade, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his legs. His calves buckled, and with a thud, he fell flat on his back, his face meeting the dirt and dung. Struggling to rise, he found not only his calves, but his entire body betraying him, limbs refusing to obey his will. The more he struggled, the weaker he became, forced to writhe on the ground in a most undignified manner. The surrounding villagers, initially silent as mice, witnessed the spectacle and found themselves torn between laughter and restraint, their expressions akin to those suffering from constipation. The overseer's wife gasped, poised to assist. Suddenly, the hairpin atop her head slipped away, plunging directly into the nearby dung pit. "Ah, my hairpin!" she exclaimed, her voice a sharp cry. Without a moment's thought, she frantically reached to retrieve it. Just as she extended her hand, a sudden jolt coursed through her waist, causing her to kneel into the muck, leaving her covered in filth and utterly disheveled. The villagers, witnessing their disgraceful display, could no longer contain their laughter. The third lady's face, a blend of anger and shock, paled as she recalled the rumors of divine guardians protecting Judah and his wife. Fear gripped her, and without a second thought, she lifted her skirt and fled. The steward, after much effort, managed to rise, his face smeared with dirt, casting a venomous glare at Judah before limping away, blending into the crowd. As the onlookers began to gossip, Judah and his wife remained bewildered. It was only when the crowd dispersed that Zhu Ganglai approached leisurely, feigning curiosity. "Uncle Aunt, what was that commotion about?" The couple, still shaken, quickly covered Zhu Ganglai's mouth, warning him to be cautious with his words. "That was the third lady and the steward from the village. They are not to be trifled with. At your tender age, do not invite unnecessary trouble." Chunmei crouched down, enveloping her son in her embrace. She noticed the spirited boy, his eyes glistening with unspoken emotions, and asked, "Whose child are you?" In his mother's arms. Zhu Ganglai felt a strange sensation, lost in the moment. After a while, he blinked back to reality and replied, "I fled from the west and followed a merchant convoy to Gao Laozhuang. Uncle, Aunt, might you shelter me for a night?" Chunmei's heart softened, and she tugged at her husband's sleeve. Judah sighed, though perplexed. He consented and welcomed Zhu Ganglai into their modest home. The interior was sparsely furnished and dimly lit. Zhu Ganglai seized the opportunity to engage in conversation, asking about village affairs in a casual manner. Initially, the couple remained guarded, but as the dialogue unfolded, they found the boy to be articulate and charming, growing increasingly fond of him. As their conversation deepened, the atmosphere relaxed until Zhu Ganglai inadvertently inquired about their offspring. The couple froze, their earlier smiles vanishing. Chunmei, who had been laughing moments ago, turned her head away, her shoulders trembling slightly. Zhu De quickly shifted the topic, instructing his wife to prepare a meal, thus alleviating the awkward tension. From that day forth, Zhu Ganglai stayed with the couple. His witty demeanor and quick reflexes endeared him further to them, and they tacitly accepted his presence without mentioning his comings and goings. As their familiarity grew, the need for pretense diminished. Soon, Zhu Ganglai acquired a profound understanding of the village. Gao Laozhuang was a settlement for the Huaxia ethnic group along the Silk Road, frequented by Han merchants. Whether or not they settled here, it served as a favorable stop for many travelers. They were candid about their banditry, but never targeted the Huaxia people. The Gao family held absolute sway in this village, exercising control over the populace. The lower class enjoyed better conditions here than in Qingtang, barely making ends meet, yet aspiring for wealth remained a daunting challenge. Zhu Ganglai again broached the topic of offspring, and the couple initially responded with reticence. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the couple who had intended to keep the child gradually opened up. They recounted their past, revealing that they had a son. 2 years prior, Zhu De was merely an ordinary hunter who had secretly pledged his life to Chun Mei, yet dared not disclose this to the head of the family. Under the cover of numerous maids and servants, Chun Mei gave birth. However, shortly after the child was born, they were compelled to send him away. Zhu Ganglai pressed for details on where the child was taken, but they were unwilling to divulge more, only mentioning that a sorcerer resided in the village. This sorcerer was malevolent and required newborn infants, using their essence to concoct elixirs. Those chosen children invariably vanished without a trace. They could not bear the thought of their son falling victim to such dark practices, yet felt powerless to resist. Thus they had no choice but to part with him. A sorcerer? Using the blood of infants to enhance his powers. Isn't that a form of dark magic? Chun Mei hastily urged him to silence. Zhu De appeared visibly anxious, stating, "You may have outgrown your years, but safety is not guaranteed. How can such a terrifying reality exist? With thousands of families here, why is there no resistance? Must every household send their own flesh and blood to this fate?" A heavy sigh escaped Zhu Da's lips, his robust figure seemingly shrinking. The sorcerer is selective. For every 10 children sent, only 2 might return. Chun Mei spat vehemently. Should we then express gratitude to him? How can you still call yourself a mentor? Zhu Da's expression was conflicted, caught between the urge to argue and an unspoken humiliation, as he stammered. This year, he has not demanded many children. Has the sorcerer departed? Zhu Ganglai inquired. The sorcerer is elusive, sometimes absent for months on end. The last I heard of him was about a month ago. Zhu Ganglai listened intently, his hand, concealed within his sleeve, discreetly crushed a search talisman enhanced by a magical ring. His consciousness unfurled, enveloping the entire Gao Lao village in an instant. Chapter 53. A nest of serpents and rodents, the ruthless and depraved. Dispatching the king of hell to dig pits and resolve cases, the atmosphere within the estate was a chaotic amalgamation. Warriors, cultivators, mortals, and livestock. Among them, 2 individuals exhibited notable strength, yet they barely reached the 4th realm. Where was the mage? Or was he concealed by Gao Gongjin? The news of the coalition's devastating defeat and the demise of Bachilu and Bashiai had already reached Gao Gongjin's ears. At this juncture, it would be prudent for him to feign weakness and concurrently retract his forces for self-preservation. If he truly had a strong ally, should they not remain close at hand? The notion of infants being used for alchemical practices was profoundly sinister. What role did Gao Gongjin play in this sordid affair? Was he the mastermind, an accomplice, or merely coerced? Zhu Ganglai withdrew his consciousness, his thoughts racing. He had never contemplated reuniting with his parents. He only wished for their safety and health. That day, he bid farewell and departed. The couple was genuinely heartbroken, yet powerless, striving to provide him with ample provisions and urging him to take care of himself. Upon returning to the Water Manor, Zhu Ganglai encountered Yuba. After a brief exchange, he retreated to seclusion for contemplation. Gao Laozhuang was rife with filth and corruption, necessitating thorough cleansing. It should serve as a front line for extending influence in the future. That enigmatic mage must be unmasked. Someone who could compel Gao Gongjin to bow and willingly provide infants for alchemical purposes was no ordinary fiend. The consumption of infants' essence. Zhu Gongya's heart stirred as he recalled what his sister Mao, had mentioned about their father, who practiced dark arts and was severely wounded while fleeing. Mao Bai. Could it be him? Mao Bai, the former master of the Yunjiang cave, a twisted man who had slain his wife and daughter. A formidable 8th realm cultivator enhanced by dark magic. Currently, the only one capable of consistently overcoming him was Yi Ba. If Zhu Ganglai were to confront him, he would have to resort to the precious golden rake once more. Furthermore, this mysterious individual lurked in the shadows, complicating matters significantly. Deep within the water manor, in a dim stone chamber, Zhu Ganglai lightly tapped the stone table with his fingertips. The table was adorned with a rudimentary map of Gao Laozhuang, with several key locations circled. The principal commanders of the water manor stood at attention on either side, with the Li brothers positioned at the forefront. They had been assigned to collaborate with Gao Laozhuang to significantly increase the supply of grain to the estate and to slash prices by half. Lower the prices again? Li Zhong'er exclaimed in astonishment, immediately drawing 2 piercing gazes in his direction. Li Chao approached him, while Yi Ba looked as if he might strike someone. Zhu Ganglai remained undeterred and continued. Extending trade routes is of utmost importance. We must establish contact with Bayan within 6 months. He pointed to the marked locations on the map. Understood. The Li brothers simultaneously bowed in acknowledgement, secretly relieved that this seemingly unattractive commander appeared to possess a temperament more mild than General Yi Ba. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they heard the voice turn suddenly cold. The steward, Gao Gongjin's 3rd wife, and the informant within our ranks. Make sure they are all eliminated when we close the net. Have you noted this? Close the net? Eliminate. Li Zhong'er felt his body stiffen. Pressed by his brother to bow again, he responded, Noted, Manor Lord. Do not allow others to discern the subtle clues too easily. Remain still as the gentle spring breeze, yet unleash the might of thunder when provoked. Zhu Ganglai's fingers glided over dozens of names with relentless precision, sending a chill down the spines of those present. Gao Laozhuang, the Tianhe Water Mansion, and the Yunjiang cave. This triangle shall be as solid as iron. Go forth. The Li brothers accepted the command, bowing as they exited the stone chamber. That very day, they commenced the necessary arrangements. A substantial quantity of grain was delivered to Gao Laozhuang, and under careful orchestration, the majority was directly distributed to the farmers, alleviating the prior state of hunger. The Gao family, having derived no benefit from this, voiced their discontent, yet refrained from speaking too freely due to the looming authority of the Tianhe Water Mansion. Under Zhu Gongya's guidance, the Li brothers were careful not to rouse suspicion. They first sent messages of reassurance and subsequently offered compensation in ironware and talismans. The Gao family, having tasted the sweetness of relief, gradually dispelled their panic and doubts. As time flowed on, autumn approached, casting its deepening hues. In the fields of Gao Laozhuang, herbs replaced the former waves of wheat and the fragrance of rice, flourishing splendidly. Yet, the farmers gazed at the fields with faces devoid of joy at the harvest. Instead, anxiety weighed heavier with each passing day. The Gao family anticipated a bountiful harvest, expecting more grain to arrive from the Tianhe Water Mansion at lower prices. Thus, they prematurely sold their stored grain in the vicinity of Qingtang, leading to a dismal gap in supply at the estate. Everyone endured until October, initially counting on the autumn grain from the water mansion to arrive. However, as they anxiously awaited, the grain convoy remained conspicuously absent. Those dispatched by Gao Laozhuang to inquire were repeatedly turned away. The initial responses were vague, but eventually, a clear message emerged. Gao Laozhuang's accounts were unclear, leading to a suspension of grain supplies. As this news spread, panic swiftly ensued. Households found their stores dwindling, facing the imminent threat of empty pots. Gao Gongda sent messengers to procure grain from the surrounding areas, only to find prices doubled, and a meager supply barely sufficient for even a 10-day span. Gao Gongjin sat at the head of the meeting hall, his expression darkened. Below him, the elders and managers of the Gao family clamored in distress. Master, without grain, The farmers will surely revolt. Do they dare? Retorted a senior steward, his mustache bristling. Think carefully before you speak. The guards are not without their own needs. What does the water mansion mean by this? Have we not already submitted? Why is the grain still being withheld? Silence. Gao Gongjin slammed the table, and the hall fell into an immediate hush. His gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on the silent Gao Gongda. Second brother, go invite the Li brothers to the manor. Inform them. We must discuss subsequent trade. Gao Gongda complied and departed. The Li brothers arrived swiftly, accompanied by a formidable contingent of fierce soldiers from the water mansion. Instead of directly meeting Gao Gongjin, they erected a temporary court before the granary at the center of the estate, claiming they needed to audit the trade accounts between Gao Laozhuang and the water mansion from the past year and more. Upon receiving this news, Gao Gongjin was taken aback, hastily gathering his trusted aides to rush to the scene. In the open space before the granary, the farmers had gathered spontaneously, forming a concerned crowd. A dense crowd obstructed the road, rendering passage impossible. Li Chong'er stood upon a high platform, holding a ledger and reading aloud with clarity that resonated throughout the assembly. The collaboration between Gao Laozhuang and my Tianhe water mansion has persisted for over a year, with an immense exchange of grain and resources. Yet the accounts are in disarray, and the deficit is alarming. There are those who engage in illicit practices, lining their own pockets and seizing what rightfully belongs to the collective. He forcefully slammed a ledger onto the table before him, producing a sharp sound. Where's the overseer of the granary? The crowd murmured, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Where's the third madam? Such matters seemed to encroach upon the domain of the estate's master. The murmurs grew louder. Li Chong'er appeared unfazed by the crowd's reaction, continuing to recite a list of names. Those present were to be bound immediately, while those absent would have soldiers dispatched to apprehend them. The crowd stirred restlessly. The estate workers, already discontented with this group, were further intimidated by the gleaming armor and menacing presence of the Tianhe army, leaving no one to impede their actions. The sharp-featured overseer was swiftly brought forth, bound tightly. Attempting to feign composure, he trembled and stammered. General Li, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Chapter 54. A lesson in retribution. The third lady was utterly terrified, her complexion paling. She had been forcibly removed from the estate's inner sanctum by Li Chao himself, amidst a fierce struggle that resulted in no fewer than 20 casualties. Li Chong'er stepped forward, his long blade clattering against the ground with a resounding echo. A misunderstanding? He scoffed coldly, his blood-stained visage reflecting a cruel demeanor. Every loss suffered was well documented. Both witnesses and physical evidence were present. You have withheld rations from the displaced populace, engaged in the illicit trade of resources from the water office, and established clandestine coffers, each transgression meticulously recorded. Upon finishing his declaration, he indeed handed over the ledger to his subordinate, who proceeded to read aloud its contents before the gathered crowd. Clear, unambiguous, indisputable evidence. Witnesses were brought forth one by one to make public identifications. The onlookers, initially whispering among themselves, soon erupted into a fervor of indignation. When Gao Gongjin hurriedly arrived, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The inquiries he had prepared evaporated into silence. Noticing his arrival, Li Chao merely offered a casual fist salute, devoid of any respect. Master Gao, how do you intend to handle this matter? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Gao Gongjin, the weight of expectation pressing heavily upon him. Veins throbbed at his temples as he surveyed the surroundings, abruptly drawing his waist blade. The third lady exhibited a manic grin, exclaiming, "My lord, swiftly execute them all." Gao Gongjin, upon observing the eager countenance of his concubine, unexpectedly redirected the blade's point towards the incapacitated steward. "The Gao family's reputation shall not be sullied by the likes of you," he proclaimed fiercely. Enforcement squad. Several elite guards of the Gao family immediately advanced. "Take him away." All present craned their necks, anticipating his verdict. Death by beating. Gao Gongjin's tone was resolute, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "And her too." Li Chong'er's languid voice interjected, his finger pointing at the third lady, who stood frozen in shock. Gao Gongjin turned away. "Remove her," Death by beating. My lord. The woman shrieked in despair as she was dragged away by the estate guards. Gao Gongjin uttered not another word. Even the Li brothers exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. This man was ruthless. He assessed the situation astutely, rendering quick decisions with no mercy for those close to him or his trusted allies. The cries of anguish and pleas for mercy abruptly transformed into the dull thuds of impact. Thud, thud, thud. Alongside the Li brothers, accomplices were dragged out, dozens beaten to a pulp, their blood saturating the earth. Initially, the villagers stood in shocked silence, but soon, a long-suppressed cheer erupted. Well done. They deserved it. The master is wise. The Li brothers exchanged glances, their earlier nonchalance dissipating. The objective assigned by their commander had been achieved. Yet, this Gao Gongjin, along with the ever-silent Gao Gongda and all members of the Gao family, would undoubtedly harbor discontent. A biting dog never barks. Li Chong'er raised his hand, his voice booming. Open the granaries. Disperse the rations. With a creak, the heavy doors of the granaries swung wide open, revealing nothing but emptiness within. As Gao Gongjin squinted his eyes, unable to discern their intentions, a convoy of grain carts emerged on the distant thoroughfare. The villagers were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into thunderous cheers. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears filled their eyes, and they knelt on the ground, fervently bowing towards the direction of the Tianhe water mansion, expressing their gratitude. Thank heaven and earth. Thank you, Lord of the mansion. Thank you, Lord Li, for granting us life. Gao Gongjin's expression subtly shifted, but soon all traces of emotion vanished. He gestured for his younger brother, Gao Gongda, to collaborate with the Li brothers in managing the subsequent distribution of grain, while he decisively turned away. Gao Gongda watched his brother's retreating figure, a harmless smile on his face, yet a shadow of unease flickered in the depths of his eyes. He cast a furtive glance towards the direction of Qingtang. The news of the initial subjugation of Gao Laozhuang quickly reached the Tianhe water mansion. The messages from Mao Er arrived simultaneously, reporting that her expansion in Qingtang City was proceeding smoothly, with many industries already under her clandestine control. The caravan for Baianer was even transporting the water mansion's specialties deep into the heart of Yuzitang, in exchange for a substantial amount of gold, silver, and rare materials. The financial strength of the water mansion was growing increasingly robust, with an ever-increasing number of refugees being accommodated. New villages and towns were being planned and constructed within Fuling Mountain, with many being resettled in the vicinity of Gao Laozhuang, enriching this newly controlled territory. However, bad news followed closely behind. Baianer reported in secret. Yuzitang was incensed by the coalition's defeat and had dispatched a formidable expert from the Yellow Sect, known as the King of Golden Wheels, a powerful presence of the Ninth Realm, to oversee Qingtang City. Their sights were firmly set on Fuling Mountain. It was said that this individual was exceedingly obstinate. Jin Gang Duoren had already communicated the involvement of Guanyin, yet he still proclaimed that he would first subdue the aberration before addressing other matters. Zhu Ganglai sat within his cave dwelling, processing this information. The control over Gao Laozhuang was essentially complete. The potential threat lay in Gao Gongjin and the enigmatic sorcerer. Gao Gongda was also a concern, yet his capabilities were limited, rendering him less formidable. From the direction of Yuzitang, the King of Golden Wheels was on the move, his gaze sharp and predatory. The Buddhist restrictions embedded in his sea of consciousness by Guanyin felt like a thorn in his side. Furthermore, there was Mao Er's impending calamity. Time was of the essence. He needed to cast his gaze further afield, seeking the remnants of ancient battlefields to procure sufficient nourishment, manifest more primordial energy, and enhance his strength. The trade routes to the eastern lands must be swiftly established. The Tianhe Water Mansion was experiencing a series of victories, having annexed Yunzan Cave, occupied Wolf's Den, and repelled the coalition forces, now forcefully subjugating Gao Laozhuang. Their territory swelled like an inflated balloon. The formidable demon pig, Ganglai, had gained widespread renown. 2 grand temples were erected in the mountains, dedicated to Guanyin and Manjushri. Additionally, 2 smaller shrines were established to honor the mountain deity and the land gods, with incense offerings flourishing. Their military was robust, their horses strong, and they had formidable backing. Surrounding forces no longer dared to covet this bountiful prize lightly. However, with great stature comes greater scrutiny. Zhu Gonglia's heart was as clear as a mirror, aware that beneath the surface, dark currents surged, far more perilous than the visible storms. In Gao Laozhuang, the Li brothers continued to relay information, and the situation remained temporarily stable. Zhu De and his wife were thriving, and the hearts of the local populace were gradually being won over. The new immigrants were cultivating the land and growing crops, which stimulated domestic demand and facilitated a harmonious integration with the indigenous people. Gao Gongjin, with tears in his eyes, ruthlessly severed ties with both his trusted confidant and his beloved, seemingly resigning himself to a life of indifference. He secluded himself, shunning the affairs of the mundane world. All matters concerning the estate were entrusted to his brother, Gao Gongda. The second master feigned reluctance, yet behind closed doors he was diligently placing his confidants in strategic positions. Reports from the Li brothers indicated that after acquiring the modified Tiger Roars Dragon Chant Manual from Zhu Ganglai, he did not submit it, but instead practiced in secret, significantly advancing his skills. This individual outwardly exhibited utmost respect towards the Water Mansion and made every effort to cooperate, while clandestinely engaging in ongoing activities and maintaining close ties with Qingtang. His ambitions were glaringly evident. Zhu Ganglai was acutely aware of this, choosing to remain idle for the moment, biding his time. This strategy allowed the two brothers to deplete each other's resources and restrain one another. Gao Gongda's frantic antics were merely a minor annoyance, while Gao Gongjin's lurking presence posed a grave threat. After all, he was perpetually backed by a mysterious sorcerer, quite possibly one of the 8th realm, or even a breakthrough to the 9th realm, Mao Bai. Zhu Ganglai instructed the Li brothers to focus on 3 tasks: keep a close watch on the Gao family, expedite the construction of the town, and investigate the case of the missing infants to ascertain the identity of the enigmatic sorcerer. Observe without acting, report at any moment, prioritizing safety above all. Once the tasks were assigned, he promptly conveyed his suspicions regarding the sorcerer's identity to Mao Er. After a considerable time, there was still no response from her. Chapter 55. Alone facing the calamity, uncertain of fate, Zhu Ganglai was acutely aware that upon receiving the news, her emotions would be unstable. Thus he refrained from pressing her. Cultivating demonic arts, committing heinous acts against his wife and daughter, he ultimately fell into madness and fled in a severely injured state. Nevertheless, Mao Bai remained her biological father. The obsession of the demon race with this notion surpassed that of the human race. The more he pondered, the more his own emotions began to waver. According to Guanyin, Mao Er had no more than 3 years of life left. Could this be related to Mao Bai? At that moment, Mao Er's response arrived. I understand, little one. Sister is not here, so take care of yourself. The deliberately crafted lightness only served to deepen the heaviness of the moment. Zhu Ganglai was suddenly overwhelmed with an impulse to bring her back, to keep her by his side, to endure these fated 3 years together. Time passed, and over half a year had gone by. He had already reached the 5th realm. However, he was uncertain of just how strong he had become at the peak of this realm. In the coming 3 years, he would intensify his training, relying on the 8 desolations devouring the heavens technique and the primordial Qi to significantly enhance his strength. The supreme treasure, the Golden Rake, had reached the pinnacle of postnatal spiritual treasures after being upgraded by the demonic ring. With this rake in hand, he felt he could contend even against Guanyin or Tai Bai. Yet, just before the message was about to be dispatched, Zhu Ganglai hesitated once more. He feared that the crisis facing Mao Er would also befall him. In his desire to protect her, he might inadvertently cause harm. As he contemplated, Mao Er's message arrived again. Although Li Ning was dead, he had 2 sworn brothers, Black Bear and White Snake, both renowned demon kings, whose strength could not be underestimated. It was only natural for his youngest son to escape from the wolf's den, seek reinforcements, and avenge blood debts. Zhu Gonglia's brow furrowed even tighter. Black Wind Mountain, Black Bear, White Snake. The journey to the west was an inevitable obstacle. He was somewhat unclear about which White Snake it was. Yet he was all too familiar with that black bear. According to the records in the previous life's journey to the west, it was a formidable character capable of matching Sun Wukong one-on-one without losing ground. Ultimately, it was captured by Guanyin and became the mountain deity of Mount Luojia. Troubles never come alone. Before the king of golden wheels from the Ushuri region could arrive, Black Wind Mountain was already rearing its head. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the cold stone table. Black Wind Mountain lay directly east of Fulling Mountain, precisely obstructing his planned eastward advance towards the ancient battlefield's ruins. This hurdle could not be circumvented. Even if the Black Bear demon did not seek trouble, he would inevitably encounter it while searching for resources for the demonic ring. Yibo. He immediately sent a message. Marshal. Yibo responded promptly. Zhu Ganglai beckoned him to the sand table and outlined his thoughts. Do you wish for me to venture forth to scout the way? Indeed, Black Wind Mountain is too formidable. Unless you personally go, I cannot entrust this task to anyone else. Yibo nodded. Rest assured, Marshal, I shall return promptly. No, you shall lead a team to set out, acclimatize to the eastern route, and establish a reconnaissance camp along the way. From the ranks of the displaced, I have selected 30 audacious and meticulous individuals. Yibo planted a small blue flag atop Hafeng Mountain. Over the past 6 months, several pig demons have transformed, yet their brute strength outstrips their intellect. They have been entrusted to Heizong, who will lead them in honing their combat formations. Zhu Ganglai, observing his most trusted subordinates, nodded with satisfaction. The Tianhe Water Army remains steadfast in its foundation. Furthermore, you shall personally travel to Gao Laozhuang and select several signs from the Gao family to accompany you. To demonstrate some prowess? The others need not concern themselves. Let Gao Gongjin broaden his horizons. Yibo squinted slightly, instantly grasping Zhu Gonglia's intentions. A blend of benevolence and authority. The invitation for training serves as a pledge. Sincerity cultivates talent, while treachery leads to annihilation. 5 days later, a reconnaissance team comprising 60 elite members of the Water Mansion assembled outside Gao Laozhuang. Zhu Ganglai personally came to bid them farewell. Their primary mission in the Eastern Expedition is to ascertain the path and strengthen the unit. Remember, do not hastily ignite hostilities or startle the serpent. He lowered his voice slightly, leaning close to Yibo's ear, whispering in a tone audible only to them. Be especially wary of the Black Bear's spirit. Its strength is unfathomable. Near Hafeng Mountain, there lies a Guanyin Zen temple. The abbot, Jin Shi, is greedy and, in his prime, is not to be underestimated. Yibo felt a surge of trepidation. The commander, without leaving his abode, possesses knowledge of the world. Truly, a remarkable figure. Rest assured, Commander, I shall not disgrace my mission. Zhu Ganglai waved his hand once more. His personal guards brought forth several heavy chests. These are your supplies. The chests opened with a resounding thud. Weapons and armor were all present. Neatly arranged jade vials contained various elixirs, while stacks of talismans pulsed with spiritual energy. Most striking were bags meticulously wrapped in special oiled paper, containing dark red jerky. Zhu Ganglai picked up a piece and offered it to Yibo. Get a try. Yibo took a hearty bite, his expression one of delight. The subordinates nearby watched with longing, eager to reach for it, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from him. Fools, this is wartime sustenance. Pack it carefully. In critical moments, it can swiftly replenish vital energy. The Tianhe Water Army's reconnaissance standard equipment. He had witnessed this specialized combat gear while in the heavens. He did not anticipate its swift application here. The tasting was intended to dispel any doubts among the men. The use of this equipment would undoubtedly enhance their survival and combat capabilities. Yet it ultimately depended on the intensity of their training. It appears the commander holds great significance for this Eastern expedition. Gratitude for the generous provision from the Lord of the Xie residence. Yibo led the scouts in kneeling to express their thanks. With such a lavish array of equipment and supplies, their eyes sparkled with renewed fervor and their spirits soared. Let us depart. Yibo mounted his horse, spear pointing toward the east. The contingent set forth, a mere handful of individuals exuding the might of 1,000 troops. Soon, they vanished into the undulating embrace of the mountains and forests. Zhu Ganglai stood in place, Watching the team journey eastward, the ease began to dissipate, replaced by gravity. Heifeng Mountain, Guanyin Temple, Elder Jin Shi, the Black Bear's spirit, names from the tales that now tug at his every nerve. The calamity of the second hour, the strange prohibitions within his sea of consciousness, the primordial essence. To unravel the situation, one must venture east, and such a journey entails peril. He inhaled deeply, turning back towards his cave abode. In the ensuing days, Zhu Ganglai, amidst managing the daily affairs of the Water Palace, intensified his cultivation. Simultaneously, he reached out once more to Bei'an, sparing no effort to amplify the search for clues regarding the ancient battlefield relics. The Li brothers sent back word. The previously capricious Gao Gongda had become compliant. Most of his trusted aides were chosen to accompany General Yi-Ba on the eastern expedition. On the surface, he expressed heartfelt gratitude, showering praises. Yet, he was acutely aware of the significant losses incurred. His ambitious plans had been undermined, rendering his efforts futile. But whether it was his brother's machinations or the Water Palace's interference, he could not discern. Thus, suspicion began to fester within him, questioning whether his intentions had been unveiled. Upon receiving the news, Zhu Ganglai merely smiled. Such fools were a boon, even when given freely. Meanwhile, he remained fixated on Gao Gongjin, who had shown no signs of activity. After a fortnight of the reconnaissance team heading east, a jade slip was returned, due to the vast distance, which consumed considerable amounts of true essence. Yi-Ba reported only that everything was proceeding smoothly. 2 days later, a carrier pigeon arrived. The team had successfully traversed the Fulling Mountains and entered the domain of the Black Wind Mountains. They meticulously documented important water sources and mineral veins along the route, discovering several minor caves of little consequence. During this period, they encountered sporadic attacks, which were effortlessly quelled, resulting in no casualties. The atmosphere within the Water Palace was jubilant. Yet Zhu Ganglai, observing the serpentine path marked on the map, found his brow perpetually furrowed. It was too seamless, unnaturally so. With the means and influence of the black bear and white snake, it was implausible that they would leave their territory unguarded. This sensation was akin to the suffocating calm before a tempest, oppressive enough to induce a sense of foreboding. Chapter 56. Brothers in Distress, Braving Danger to Deliver News. The bear blocks the door with arrogance. Another fortnight passed, and the operations of the Water Mansion continued as usual. The Gao family estate reported timely news, with the medicinal herbs thriving splendidly. Zhu Ganglai ingeniously utilized the Yangshui hot springs to devise a greenhouse, coupled with the optimized seeds from the magical ring. Numerous varieties could now be cultivated even in winter, sufficiently compensating for the owed grain debts. The trade routes of Baianer also progressed smoothly, steadily expanding into the heart of Wuzizang. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Each day, after attending to the affairs of the Water Mansion, Zhu Ganglai seized any spare moments to cultivate his skills. The consumption of spirit stones was substantial, yet the accumulation of primordial energy remained excruciatingly slow, with a qualitative transformation still far off. One afternoon, while Zhu Ganglai was in his cave dwelling, meticulously devising formations to enhance the overall defense of the Tianhe Water Mansion, an explosive red light erupted from his forehead. It was an urgent signal. This was the highest-level distress signal from the Eastern Expedition team. Something had gone terribly wrong. Zhu Ganglai sprang to his feet, his countenance dark as a stormy sea. He sent 3 consecutive message talismans, inquiring about the situation in detail, but received only simple affirmations or negations from Yi-Ba. The distance was vast, and the information was overwhelming. As the talismans were dispatched, fatigue washed over him, and he leaned against the table, gasping for breath. The worst-case scenario was that Yi-Ba was injured. He needed to grasp the situation as thoroughly as possible while minimizing the strain of long-distance communication on Yi-Ba. The messages seemed to vanish into an abyss. The Eastern Expedition team offered no response. With each passing moment, his heart grew heavier. Without hesitation, he issued orders to elevate the combat readiness and alert levels to the maximum. The atmosphere within the Tianhe Water Mansion tightened abruptly. Patrols were reinforced, and commanders hurried about in a flurry. Waiting was the most excruciating torment, stretching time endlessly. Days later, news finally returned from the eastern route of Fulling Mountain. The scout team had returned, hastily escorted by cavalry back to the water mansion. However, this could no longer be referred to as a scout team. Only a handful remained, each bearing wounds, in a state of utter disarray. Iba was carried back on a makeshift litter by his personal guards, drenched in blood, his breath faint. Even the armor personally bestowed by Zhu Ganglai had been shattered, revealing injuries down to the bone. Zhu Ganglai quickly parted the crowd to examine him personally. Upon inspection, he was thrown into disarray. The physical wounds were not life-threatening. Iba was a practitioner of the 10th realm. Regrowth of severed limbs and revival from mortal injuries were within his capabilities. The critical issue lay with the primordial infant within his sea of consciousness, now dim and riddled with spiderweb-like fractures, as if it could shatter at any moment. Of the 60 elite accompanying him, over 2/3 had perished. In Zhu Gonglia's eyes, this was utterly inconsequential. His brother in life and death must not be allowed to suffer harm. Zhu Gonglia's eyes blazed with fury. Without pausing for further inquiries, he commanded that Iba be carried into a quiet chamber, where he personally tended to his wounds. For the past days, he had relentlessly fed Iba with elixirs accumulated through the magical ring. Zhu Ganglai spared no effort, even depleting his own essence to stabilize Iba's primordial infant. After 3 full days, Iba finally regained consciousness. "General," his voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. "Do not rush. First heal." Zhu Ganglai gently pressed down his slightly raised hand. Yet, Iba stubbornly shook his head, his eyes filled with trepidation. Zhu Ganglai, understanding the nature of his companion, could only acquiesce with resignation as he recounted the harrowing encounters of their expedition. The reconnaissance team had initially progressed with remarkable ease, adhering strictly to Zhu Gonglia's admonitions, and skillfully circumventing the main outpost of Haifeng Mountain. However, as they commenced their infiltration into the core region, they encountered the Black Bear spirit. Without a word, and without the need to invoke any earth-shattering spells, the bear, relying solely on its unparalleled physical prowess, effortlessly obliterated Iba and the entire reconnaissance team. The exquisite weapons, which the elite of the Water Palace took great pride in, failed to leave even a mark upon its formidable body. Iba, expending every ounce of his strength, resorted to a desperate secret technique, barely managing to create an opening for escape, all the while covering the remnants of his team as they fled in disarray. That black fiend was overwhelmingly powerful. Fear flickered in Iba's eyes, a sight Zhu Ganglai had never witnessed throughout their years of companionship. Even during the perilous endeavor to break through the celestial blockade and descend to the mortal realm, Iba had maintained his composure and poise. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Perhaps he had even grazed the threshold of true immortality. Having recounted his tale in one breath, Iba finally succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness once more. The pinnacle of transformation stage, touching upon true immortality? Zhu Gonglia's heart trembled violently. He abruptly recalled the descriptions from his past life's journey to the west. The Black Bear spirit, unarmed, could contend equally with the Monkey King, an entity undoubtedly among the apex of demon lords. Yet, that was 200 years ago. Zhu Ganglai could hardly fathom that the Black Bear spirit had grown to such formidable heights at this juncture. He also recalled Guanin's earlier mention of the quest for scriptures. Could it be that the entire journey of the West had been expedited? Since his arrival, he had been sailing smoothly, perhaps becoming complacent. He had gravely underestimated the strength of the world's top-tier powerhouses. Or was it that his presence had stirred some mysterious forces, causing certain individuals and events to deviate entirely from their original paths? A chilling sense of foreboding enveloped him. The weight of impending crisis loomed large. Perhaps due to the immense drain of his true essence in his efforts to save Iba, Zhu Ganglai suddenly felt utterly fatigued. The desire to succumb to despair lingered for only a fleeting moment before he regained his resolve and issued commands. The Water Palace of the Heavenly River, the Cloud Stack Cave, and Gao Laozhuang, forces from these three locales were to immediately commence a full-scale defensive contraction. The protective mountain array and all defensive prohibitions were to be activated. The entire water palace was to enter a state of utmost combat readiness. The orders swiftly reverberated through every corner of Fulling Mountain, an atmosphere of lethal intent permeating the air. Deep within the water palace, the core nexus of the array thrummed ominously. Visible waves of energy surged upward, forming layers upon layers of shimmering barriers, enveloping the entire valley. Within 3 days of the orders being issued, from the east came a wave of terrifying demonic energy, darkening the skies and sweeping forth with overwhelming might. It was tyrannical, unrestrained, and the oppressive weight of its presence sent shivers down the spine. The outer defenses were effortlessly torn asunder. The valiant crow spirits charged forth fearlessly, only to be sent flying back. A shadow, as imposing as a mountain, violently tore through the clouds, emerging above the heavenly river water palace. Adorned with an iron helmet, clad in dark golden armor, and draped in a black robe, it bore a belt of green and black silk. In his grasp, a pitch-black spear, upon his feet, boots of dark leather. His eyes, gleaming like lightning, seemed to emit rays akin to thunderbolts. His entire form bore a complexion as dark as charred coal, reminiscent of those who toil in the fiery depths of kilns. With protruding fangs, a ferocious demeanor was accompanied by an oddly striking elegance. Zhu Ganglai gazed upward. What a formidable black bear, so brazen as to stride forth alone, directly to the gates of the heavenly river water palace. Hark! Those inside, heed my words. The black bear's spirit hovers in midair, his voice rumbling like thunder, causing the protective barrier surrounding the water palace to resonate with a low hum. The venerable bear of Black Wind Mountain has arrived. Those who possess sense swiftly emerge to meet your doom. Chapter 57. The gourd's deception and the ensnared beauty. Zhu Ganglai transformed into the guise of a wild boar, wielding a wolf-toothed club as he stepped forth from the cave. "Who dares to be so audacious?" exclaimed Xiongpi. "Ah, it is you, the charcoal-headed one." With a mere glance, the bear spirit discerned his true nature but refrained from immediately exposing him. "You're indeed Zhu Ganglai?" "Indeed," Zhu replied. "In this mere realm of 5 stages, what cunning machinations did you employ to slay my brotherly Ning? Who claims that I murdered that old wolf?" Xiongpi was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the pig demon's outright denial. "What, trying to feign innocence? Your hands are sullied with my brother's demise. His son came to my cave, weeping in despair. Could that be false?" Zhu Ganglai chuckled and shook his head. "I would have relished the chance to slay him, but alas, Guanyin the Great took the opportunity first." "Nonsense! Do you even realize the absurdity of your words?" The golden eyes of the black bear spirit gleamed with a terrifying intensity. "Your brother was a nefarious being, obliterated by the hand of Guanyin." Zhu Ganglai stepped forward, puffing out his chest. "If you dare not seek vengeance in the South Sea, I shall bear this karmic consequence on behalf of the Bodhisattva. It is of little consequence." Such bravado! Xiongpi seethed with rage, yet it was evident that his earlier arrogance had waned. "Guanyin, I shall address this matter myself. Do not think you can evade responsibility for your actions, pig-headed one. State your demands, and listen well. I have come to inquire whether you will compensate for my brother's losses, or shall I take matters into my own hands, leveling your wretched Fulling Mountain and reducing your den of wild boars to mere pulp." Xiongpi summoned his true essence, his voice imbued with terrifying power, echoing far and wide. The soldiers of the water palace, having never witnessed such a spectacle, turned pale, trembling in fear. The newly allied factions observed in secret, their thoughts racing as they felt the earth-shattering might of Xiongpi, especially after hearing of Li Yibao's dismal defeat. They exchanged furtive glances, their minds swirling with uncertainty. Zhu Ganglai peered through the layers of luminous barriers, gazing at the imperious black bear spirit outside the grand formation. His mind raced with myriad thoughts. A direct confrontation? Only by catching him off guard could he unleash the full power of his treasured golden rake. Yet, the black bear was no Li Ning. Such a move would not only drain his strength, but might also fail to inflict significant damage upon his adversary. Retreat? The Tianhe Water Army had no rationale to flee without a fight. In this dire impasse, As Zhu Ganglai pondered a solution, a messenger stumbled through the entrance. "Report." The herald gasped. "I have news. I have news for the Lord. Gao Laozhuang has rebelled. Do not rush. Speak slowly." Zhu Ganglai maintained a stoic demeanor. Observing their leader's calmness, the commanders regained their composure. "Gao Gongjin, that old scoundrel claims the arrival of the Demon King is destined by heaven, and he has brazenly raised a banner to assist in cleansing the gate. He has sealed all roads leading to the Water Palace. Woodley brothers, within the estate, our people were caught off guard, suffering casualties, and some taken captive. All the newly relocated households have also fallen back under their control." The messenger fell silent, unable to bear it any longer, and abruptly spewed forth blood before collapsing. Someone rushed to assist him, while Zhu Ganglai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent. Everyone awaited his decision in hushed anticipation. This had become a habit formed over the past 2 years. Gao Gongjin, who had remained concealed and patient, finally revealed his fangs at the most critical moment. Assisting the Demon King? Cleansing the ranks? His confidence, unless... Zhu Ganglai suddenly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of Gao Laozhuang. Unless the mysterious sorcerer lurking in the shadows behind him was finally willing to make a move. With formidable enemies at the gates and treachery from within, the situation had indeed become rather precarious. Zhu Ganglai chuckled. This predicament was undeniably perilous, yet he remained unperturbed. The Black Bear's spirit, though powerful, was not insurmountable. The true trouble lay with the sorcerer that had been concealed in the dark. Now that Gao Gongjin had openly defected, it was akin to emerging from the shadows into the light. Zhu Ganglai merely needed to wait for him to reveal himself, thus saving the effort of probing in the dark. He contemplated his cards. The treasure golden rake was his ultimate trump card, not to be readily employed. The soft bow gifted by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, having undergone enhancement through the magic ring, had reached the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure. Coupled with arrows inscribed with intricate patterns, it could pose a threat to celestial beings. Most crucially, its consumption was far less than that of the nine-toothed nail rake. With his current cultivation at the 5th realm, he could, even at a cost to himself, manage to shoot 3 arrows. Moreover, the unassuming Chinquan bag, also elevated to a postnatal spiritual treasure by the magic ring, possessed endless utility in gathering people and seizing objects. Even ensnaring the bear's spirit for a brief moment would be trivial. With the magic ring, an extraordinary boon. Unless faced with powers of the caliber of Guanyin or the White Emperor, escaping with his life was not a concern. Just as he pondered this, a more arrogant and boisterous roar from the Black Bear's spirit echoed outside the cave. He had also received the news of Gao Gongjin's rebellion. Only an hour later than Zhu Ganglai, the traitor was within his expectations. In merely 2 years, how could a force subdued by cunning and might remain steadfast? The pig demon inside. Did you hear? Destiny has chosen. Your subordinates are far more astute. No sooner had the words left his lips than the bear's spirit casually swept its black tassel spear downward. A concentrated stream of dark demonic energy cleaved through the air, crashing violently against the protective barrier of the mountain array. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, and the entirety of Fulling Mountain trembled. The barrier swayed and flickered wildly, its hue noticeably dimming. The spirit stones sustaining the array were depleting at an alarming rate, with a third of them quickly turning to stone. Zhu Ganglai continued to wait. Was that person not Maui? Would he dare to wade into this murky water? Before the thought could settle within the depths of the water mansion, several key strongholds suddenly erupted in flames. Cries of battle and anguished screams pierced the air. This was bad. The master of the mansion. It was the batch of demon subjugators from Yinzhong Cave. The head of the watch, bloodied, burst into the conference hall. Indeed, in the depths of the Cloud Stack Cave, the remnants of the demon clan, spurred by dual provocations, could no longer contain their fury and launched a brazen assault. Well-versed in their strategic deployment, they infiltrated from within to attack the formation, mercilessly slaying the soldiers of the water mansion and sowing chaos. In an instant, the protective mountain array was engulfed in turmoil. With the sounds of battle reverberating ominously, the situation teetering on the brink of disaster. Just as the crisis reached its zenith, a graceful figure surged forth with remarkable speed. With a few swift steps, she arrived at the open space before the conference hall. Mei Zhuang, what brings you back? Zhu Ganglai inquired, somewhat taken aback. Chapter 58. Illusions and Realities, Heroes and Villains. Luring the enemy deeper at this moment, Mao Er's face was shrouded in frost. I shall quell the chaos first. She wasted no words as she led over 100 elite warriors into the heart of the most tumultuous rebellion. The chilling white moon in Mao Er's grasp flickered and shimmered with an extraordinary sharpness. As her blade swept through the ranks, several leading insurgents fell lifelessly to the ground. Most were remnants of the Yunjian cave, and upon seeing Mao Er, their morale waned significantly, compounded by their inferior strength. As their resolve diminished, the internal strife was swiftly suppressed. However, following this upheaval, the water mansion had already sustained considerable damage, with countless casualties. Retreat! Everyone, fall back to the core formation, Zhu Ganglai commanded, his expression as solemn as the depths of water. Black Mane and Fong Pai, lacking in strength, led the withdrawal. He and Sister Mao Er regrouped for a strategic retreat. After consuming a medicinal pill, Yibo strained himself, wielding the Fong Tianhua halberd, standing resolutely beside Zhu Ganglai. The three formed a united front, backs against the grand formation, valiantly resisting the might of the Black Bear demon. In a moment, the air above the water mansion crackled with the clash of demonic energy and spiritual light, a cacophony that rattled the eardrums. Zhu Ganglai summoned the power of mountains and rivers, transforming it into a luminous projectile for long-range strikes. Sister Mao Er's form flickered as she deftly executed incantations, casting esoteric runes in an attempt to disrupt and hinder the bear's movements. Yibo infused his strength into the halberd, cleaving through the air with fierce determination, aiming directly at their adversary. Yet, the ferocity of the black bear demon far exceeded their expectations. Its flesh was as resilient as gold and iron. Even the luminous strikes merely sparked against its body, causing no harm whatsoever. The black tassel spear in its grasp moved with uncanny agility, every thrust, jab, and sweep imbued with earth-shattering power. The oppressive force of the spear sent tremors through the grand formation's protective shield, causing it to flicker erratically. The trio held on for a brief moment, feeling their vitality surge and their chests constrict. They could barely withstand the onslaught, clearly at a disadvantage. Yibo, already weakened from his nascent soul injuries, felt his condition deteriorate further as he exerted his true essence, blood trickling from his lips, swaying perilously. Despite her swift movements, Sister Mao Er was also struck by the spear's wind, sustaining several more injuries. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Zhu Ganglai's forehead glistened with sweat. The black bear demon, it seemed, had truly approached the threshold of genuine immortality, just as Yibo had suggested. If this relentless confrontation continued, it would be difficult to foresee a favorable outcome today. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. Gao Gongjin arrived on horseback, rallying the remnants of the rebel forces, waving flags and shouting slogans. Clearly eager to impress before the black bear demon, he proclaimed, "The mighty king of bears. We come to assist, to capture the pig demon, and humbly invite you to claim the Fulling Mountain." From afar, Gao Gongjin's voice rang out, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles. The black bear demon, amidst its fierce assault on the grand formation, turned its gaze towards the boastful lord. A flash of disdain flickered in its golden eyes. How tiresome! A mere clown, it thought, hardly deigning to acknowledge him. With a casual sweep of its hand, a violent gust of demonic wind surged forth, akin to an invisible hammer, crashing into the rebel forces. The result was catastrophic. Chaos ensued, with bones breaking and bodies tumbling. The frontline insurgents were ruthlessly crushed by the overwhelming force of the demon's power, leaving no trace behind. The capricious and treacherous wretch dares to meddle in my affairs. The black bear's spirit snorted coldly, his disdain unabashed. Get lost. Gao Gongjin was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. The smile on his face stiffened, quickly turning to ashen despair. How could he dare to defy? With his remnants of defeated troops, he shouted in a panic, retreating like a tide, scattering in disarray. Zhu Ganglai meticulously searched the surroundings. Throughout the encounter, the enigmatic mage lurking behind Gao Gongjin remained concealed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he hurled 3 upgraded Thunderfire talismans. These talismans had been seized from the offerings of Qing Tang and subsequently enhanced with a magical ring. Before breaking through the 5th realm, he could not fully unleash the power of the precious golden rake. This was his trump card for survival. Boom! Boom! The thunder and fire clashed. The black bear's spirit, distracted by Gao Gongjin, was caught off guard, covered in soot and coughing up a mouthful of blood. For the first time since the battle began, he was injured. Retreat. Zhu Ganglai decisively ordered, abandoning the water palace and falling back to the Yunjian cave. Simultaneously, he subtly transmitted his detailed plan to the nearby sister Mao, Er, and Yibo. The two understood immediately and began to withdraw. Zhu Ganglai took up the rear himself. He gave no chance for the black bear spirit to react, wildly scattering talismans as if they were worthless. Mist, illusions, delays, and even toxic fog, all effects erupted simultaneously, enveloping the vicinity for miles. The black bear's spirit howled in rage. He never anticipated that the dignified lord of the water palace would resort to such shameless tactics, employing all manner of absurd tricks. Ironically, the lowly talismans he wielded were of exceedingly high grade. The more anxious the bear became, the more he lagged behind, suffering injuries continuously. The group fought while retreating, successfully entering the mountain and racing toward the Yunjian cave. Activate the restrictions. Seal the entrance. Zhu Ganglai gasped, being the last to enter the tunnel. The layers of restrictions and killing formations previously laid down were activated in succession. The intricate patterns within the Yunjian cave flowed with energy. Dense, heavy black mist completely sealed the entrance. The black bear spirit took half a day to disperse the smoke before pursuing into the Yunjian cave, gazing at the profound and enigmatic entrance, where the aura of formations fluctuated incessantly. A rare expression of gravity and hesitation appeared on his rugged black face. Zhu Ganglai observed from shadows. As expected, reaching this level of cultivation was no trivial feat. This bear, though arrogant, was far from foolish. On the contrary, the more perilous the situation, the more composed and cautious he became. The bear halted his steps and leisurely sat at the entrance of the Yunjian cave, consuming medicinal pills to regain strength. Zhu Ganglai felt a slight sense of relief. This Yunjian cave, with its winding paths and hidden depths, was his final bastion. The black bear's caution, however, afforded them precious time to regroup. The considerable toll from the half-day skirmish was evident. Zhu Ganglai's accumulated resources from 2 years in the lower realm had nearly been depleted in one fell swoop. Sister Mao approached to inquire about the situation. A cold smile curved his lips. The bear's decision to pause was indeed wise. If he were to truly breach the defenses, it would be the perfect opportunity to test the surprises I have prepared. As he relaxed his body, he gazed at the formidable wild boar before him, a profound sense of assurance blossoming within. This was his nature. No matter the gravity of the situation, he could always respond with ease and laughter. The group began to center themselves, consuming elixirs to replenish their spiritual energy. The crisis was far from over. The black bear loomed at the entrance, poised to unleash a thunderous assault at any moment. Yibo lay gravely injured, in dire need of healing. The traitor Gao Gongjin waited outside, ready to strike when least expected, and the enigmatic sorcerer hung over them like a sword of Damocles, uncertain when it would fall. The battle for survival had merely begun. The black bear demon's eyes flickered uncertainly. This celestial river abode exuded an aura of the uncanny. Its subordinates had all been concealed, leaving only a few leaders to fight desperately at the forefront. The generals of the 10th realm and the female demons of the 8th realm possessed the ability to engage in combat beyond their ranks, with their remarkable talents justifying their prowess. Yet, the unestablished pig demon displayed strength akin to that of the golden core, truly astonishing him. The pervading aura of the formation within the cave instilled a sense of unease. A trap. But then he pondered, what was his status? As a proud demon king, could he truly be cowed by a mere Qi refining pig demon? Would such news not become a monumental jest? Such theatrics. The black bear demon, no longer hesitating, surged forward, its immense form enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy akin to a black meteor, crashing violently against the cave entrance sealed by dark mist. Boom! The barrier shattered, the black mist roiled, and the entrance collapsed. Deep within the cavern, Zhu Ganglai and the others simultaneously opened their eyes. They had arrived. Chapter 59. The Bear Loves Honey. The moonlight conceals the killing machine. The pale moon hung above the head of the second zodiac, emanating a cold glow. Zhu Ganglai gestured with his hands, and the black moon within the peach yao coffin slowly ascended. The two short blades were drawn together, spinning ever faster. Threads of moonlight surged forth like a deluge, swiftly engulfing the entire cave. It extended outward along the vein of the mine. The black bear spirit was probing inward. Suddenly, the surrounding scene distorted, and the essence of the five elements became chaotic. The previously discernible passage now appeared ambiguous. An imperceptible sense of stagnation emerged within the surging demonic energy. Inverting the five elements? A mere trick. The black bear's spirit snorted coldly, entirely dismissing such illusions. He could scarcely be bothered to unravel them one by one. With a burst of demonic energy, he created a shockwave that forcefully dispelled the encroaching distorted light. The ferocious power caused the entire passage to hum and tremble, fracturing the rock walls with several fissures. Through the water mirror array reserved on the stone wall, Zhu Ganglai observed the black bear spirit's reactions with clarity, a serious expression finally giving way to a smile. "Mei Zhuang, move," he whispered. The second zodiac immediately urged forth his true essence. The black and white moon spun with increasing speed, appearing to merge into one. The bright moon hung high, casting down an exceptionally pure and rich moonlight that nearly liquefied. Zhu Ganglai stowed away the peach yao coffin and produced a dozen large ceramic jars from his bag, placing them upon the stone platform. The jars contained an amber liquid, full yet not overflowing. The rich, sweet fragrance spread outward, condensing the essence of the entire night sky. What Zhu Ganglai had created was the ultimate environment for the birth of top-tier moonlight honey, a rarity seldom encountered in a millennium. Shortly thereafter, the sweet aroma was skillfully guided by the array, floating like invisible threads towards the location of the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit, currently using brute force to break through obstacles, suddenly twitched its nose, pausing momentarily. This fragrance, is moonlight honey? Such high quality? This pig demon has struck a stroke of luck, stumbling upon this auspicious location. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. Moonlight honey is an extraordinary tonic for ordinary demons, and for their kind, it holds miraculous effects for refining their bodies and enhancing their cultivation, especially of such quality. It likely exists only in legends. The anger, overshadowed by the temptation of this unparalleled treasure, dissipated into thin air. The black bear's spirit's desires were ignited completely, feeling an inexhaustible surge of strength, wishing to tear apart all obstacles immediately. Ha ha! It seems today shall yield great rewards. With no further hesitation, he sped towards the depths of the cave, following the alluring fragrance. Unbeknownst to the bear, beneath the dense and pure moonlight, the five elements were disordered, distorting his perception of distance and time. More critically, it silently triggered the fire path technique he practiced within. The already vigorous yang fire was further stimulated, plunging the bear into a state of extreme excitement and irritability, all while remaining blissfully unaware. After advancing for a mere 100 paces, he arrived at a fork in the path. The black bear spirit immediately spotted a corner where a large pile of jerky was covered with a thin veil of light. Numerous rough, ceramic jars lay scattered, filled with an assortment of fragrant elixirs. Their appearance was humble, yet their potency was remarkable. Hiss! This pig demon is surprisingly extravagant. The black bear's spirit scoffed, casually waving his hand, causing the flimsy barrier to shatter. Several concealed talismans were triggered, bursting with explosive force. The ground beneath him erupted with spikes, which he crushed effortlessly. The stagnant formation activated, briefly slowing his massive frame. Is this all they can muster? The black bear laughed heartily, further solidifying his previous judgment. Although the pig demon possessed some ability, his realm was limited. At this point, he had exhausted his tricks. It was rumored that a spiritual river lay deep within this cavern. The bear's excitement grew. Do not blame me. Blame yourselves for being unworthy of occupying such a prime location. Possessing treasures invites ruin, a sin that cannot be forgiven. Just as he prepared to move, a chilling glint appeared in the darkness. The halberd tore through the air, aiming straight for his face. Seizing the moment when the black bear spirit was distracted by the treasure, Ebal launched a fierce ambush. A defeated foe, the black bear spirit reacted with astonishing speed. His black lance shot upward in a counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal reverberated, causing debris to rain down from the tunnel. An overwhelming force surged along the halberd shaft. Ebal felt his arms tremble violently, his palms splitting open, blood gushing forth. The halberd nearly slipped from his grasp. Stumbling back several steps, his already wounded body suffered further harm. A bitter taste filled his throat, and he spat a small mouthful of blood. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, the outcome was clear. Having narrowly escaped, did he dare to approach again? The bear would not allow Ebal a moment's respite. With a shake of his lance, he unleashed a torrent of spear shadows, battering toward his opponent like a tempest. The shaking of the spear was a common technique, blending reality with illusion to confuse the enemy. Yet the black bear's approach was particularly domineering. Each shadow of the spear carried terrifying force, all genuine attacks enveloping his foe. Only the speed rendered them indistinct. Ebal gritted his teeth, pushing his resilience to the limit. Dragging his wounded body, he wielded the halberd, desperately defending himself. Each clash of spear and halberd exacerbated his injuries. Fragments of armor flew, old wounds reopened, and new ones emerged. Flee! Suddenly, arrows whistled through the darkness. Zhu Gongli fired dark arrows with his Guanyin softbow, covering his comrade's retreat. Crack! The black bear swung his long spear, deflecting the arrows with surprise. Despite having greatly underestimated this pig demon after several encounters, further surprises awaited him. This arrow posed a greater threat than the previous wolf-tooth club. Seizing the opportunity, Ebal turned and fled deeper into the cavern. Thinking of escaping? Too late. The black bear grinned maliciously, his protective aura shimmering around him as his massive form displayed an astonishing speed incongruent with its size, relentlessly pursuing. He was eager to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. Ebal had exhausted all his strength, but after a few breaths, his pursuer closed in. The black bear wasted no words, whipping his spear through the air with ferocity. Ebal did not turn around. Instead, he held the halberd in reverse, braving the impact. A resounding crack echoed as the young celestial warrior coughed up blood. Yet, fueled by this very force, he suddenly accelerated. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Gonglia's arrows came forth once more, this time in a rapid succession of 3. Xiong Pai was compelled to slow his pace, responding with caution. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the concealed arrows were deftly deflected. The black bear emitted a cold grunt. Stepping forward to retrieve a small jade talisman intricately etched with complex patterns, clearly dropped in haste by Ebal, still stained with his blood. The black bear quickened his pace, delving deeper into the cave. As he walked, he activated his spiritual awareness, probing into the talisman's interior. Moments later, a smile spread across his face. It was indeed a key, and given the complexity of its design, the object it secured was undoubtedly extraordinary. Unbeknownst to the black bear, his eyes had turned crimson. He surged forward, having expended considerable energy without yielding any rewards. Now, possessing the key shed by the enemy's commander, he considered it a fitting compensation. Otherwise, it would be laughable to have rushed to slay a few foes without any gain. With this thought in mind, he hastened his steps, soon arriving before a colossal stone door. Chapter 60. The devious scheme of the cunning pig and the reckless bear. The stone door bore a hollow that aligned perfectly with the jade key. The bear unleashed a surge of energy, creating a significant dent in the stone door. Yet, the door remained immovable. From the resonance, one could ascertain that its thickness likely surpassed its height. The black bear felt a surge of relief. Had he not found the key, attempting to force the door open would have undoubtedly resulted in a considerable expenditure of energy. He proceeded cautiously, first searching the surroundings to dismantle all hidden traps before retrieving the key and inserting it into the crevice. The jade key emanated a radiant glow, and the stone door rumbled open, revealing a narrow passageway barely wide enough for a single person. A rich scent of elixirs wafted forth, invigorating the bear's spirit. He could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed inside. The stone chamber was modest in size, guarded by 4 or 5 minor spirits who turned pale upon seeing the bear. Trembling, they explained that they had previously been coerced by the second rabbit and had long awaited the great demon king of Black Wind Mountain to take command of the Cloud Stack Cave. They were like reeds in the wind, spineless and opportunistic. The black bear, uninterested in their pleas, surveyed the surroundings. The chamber was filled with numerous shelves brimming with elixirs. At the forefront stood a 3-tiered wooden platform, upon which rested 9 dark red golden elixirs, radiating a mesmerizing glow. What splendid elixirs! The bear was overjoyed, yet before his smile could fully blossom, he quickly composed himself and called the spirits over. He turned and seized one spirit from afar. This spirit had previously displayed some ferocity, but now, held in the bear's grip, it quivered like a leaf in the wind. The bear extended his sharp claws and delicately scraped a layer of powder from the highest grade golden elixir. He pried open the spirit's mouth and forcefully stuffed the powder inside. The spirit had scarcely swallowed the powder when its eyes bulged wide, nearly popping from their sockets. Its skin turned a vivid crimson, radiating heat. In the next moment, a fierce blaze erupted within its body. There was no time to struggle. The spirit was instantly reduced to a cloud of ashes before the black bear's eyes. With a gentle puff, the bear scattered the ashes. Such overwhelming potency. The bear observed keenly. The spirit was not poisoned, but rather incinerated by the elixir's fiery essence. The strength of the elixir was precisely suited to his cultivation method. Still not entirely reassured, he randomly selected a few more elixirs for the remaining spirits to try. The results were identical. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 traders were burned to nothingness. Worthless. It was only then that the bear felt a surge of confidence. He consumed 2 elixirs in rapid succession, settling into a meditative posture to absorb their potency. The true fire energy surged forth, pure and powerful, akin to molten lava, coursing through his limbs. Wherever it flowed, the chilling energy that had invaded his meridians was swiftly dispelled and neutralized. His damaged organs and charred flesh began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. A sensation of profound comfort enveloped him. The black bear waved his hand, collecting all the elixirs from the storeroom. Instantly invigorated, he chose the direction with the most concentrated moonlight and pressed onward. After traversing several dozen paces, a larger storeroom came into view. This time, the contents were significantly more abundant. In addition to blood food, there were piles of various ores and magical artifacts. The surrounding talismans were more numerous and of a higher grade. The black bear spirit laughed wildly, disregarding even the demon wind this time, as it trampled over several low-tier magical artifacts with sheer physical force. Boom! 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 Dozens of talismans detonated in a chain reaction, unleashing a conflagration where fire and frost intertwined, yielding a power 10-fold greater than before. The violent shock wave staggered the bear. The explosion of the freezing talismans left a layer of white frost crystallized upon its dark armor. How exhilarating! How intriguing! The bear was incited into a frenzy. Enduring the blasts and the frost, it shook its head and pressed on. It could hardly contain its eagerness. The exquisite moonlight honey lay just ahead. Within the stone chamber, the black bear's spirit drew nearer through the watery mirror's glow. Zhu Ganglai and his companions held their breath. Their quarry had finally entered the meticulously arranged final hunting ground. Beneath the treasury lay the true surprise. The moment of reckoning was at hand. Following the scent, the black bear's spirit moved with great speed. The demon wind surged, blowing away all the obstructive debris in its path. Breaking through, after a millennium of cultivation, it had reached a bottleneck at the transformation stage. The opportunity to shatter that barrier was right before it, harmonizing with the Tao, ascending to celestial status. No cultivator could withstand such temptation. The rare moonlight honey was a chance to break free from its shackles. At this moment, caution had been utterly swept away by greed. This cave held numerous treasures, yet the bear was disinterested in anything else. Rivals, dominance, worship from a myriad of mountains. All of these paled in comparison to the prospect of harmonizing with the Tao. Turning a corner, the scene before it opened up dramatically. A colossal stone chamber appeared, more akin to a treasure vault than a mere cave. At the center of the stone chamber, a stone platform bore a dozen or so gigantic ceramic jars, each half the height of a person. Their mouths gaped open, filled with a viscous amber liquid exuding a deadly sweetness. The finest moonlight honey. Surrounding the jars lay a multitude of exotic flowers and herbs. Clearly rare, medicinal materials aged over the years. Spiritual energy shimmered and glowed. The black bear spirit's eyes nearly bulged out of its head. Having dominated Black Wind Mountain for years, it had seen much, yet this spectacle surpassed all comprehension. Each of these items, if taken alone, was exceedingly rare in the mortal realm. Could it be that this was the relic of an immortal's cave? Its robust nostrils flared, greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma. It felt as if every pore in its body, all 36,000 of them, had opened wide in sheer delight, nearly eliciting a moan. Ha ha ha! Fortune favors me. Fortune favors me. Zhu Ganglai, you wretched pig, hoarding such wealth, and in the end, it will only serve to honor your bear grandfather. The echoing laughter reverberated against the stone walls, shaking the entire cloud platform cave. The enormous bear paw reached out forcefully towards the central jar. The largest and most fragrant of the moonlight honey. Were there ambushes? Traps? The black bear's spirit chose to ignore them. After all, from its encounters, it was confident it had thoroughly assessed the strength of the pig demon's group. Even if they attempted to sabotage it, they would hardly cause a stir. The so-called traps were nothing more than a mere tickle. After downing 2 jars of moonlight honey, the bear felt its spirit tremble with exhilaration. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him as his bare paw reached towards the second clay jar. In an instant, calamity struck. A piercing whistle erupted abruptly from all directions. Concealed beneath the treasures within the stone pedestal and embedded in the surrounding rock walls, dozens of talismans were simultaneously detonated. These talismans, seemingly unremarkable and modest in appearance, exuded a subdued aura, yet they were, in fact, the heavenly grade ice talismans, significantly upgraded through the extreme enhancement of the magical ring by Zhu Ganglai. This was contraband that Eba had smuggled from the lower realms, far surpassing the mundane items seized from the llama by Zhu Ganglai. There was no earth-shattering noise. Instead, a faint cracking sound resonated in the silence. Within the radius of the talismans, everything succumbed to freezing, even time and souls. A frigid tide burst forth, instantly engulfing the entire stone chamber. The power of moonlight and precious medicinal herbs became as fragile as illusions in the face of this terrifying cold, vanishing in an instant. The black bear's spirit had a chance for escape, yet he could not bear to witness the destruction of the moonlight honey so tantalizingly close at hand. Gritting his teeth, the bear summoned all his fiery strength, fiercely shielding the several clay jars. Chapter 61. The Reversal of Yin and Yang. All-consuming conspiracy, a colossal figure loomed ominously, as a chilling terror invaded the air. Hm. Cough, cough. The bear's spirit groaned, gravely wounded. He bit his tongue, unleashing a spurt of vital blood. The power of the leaf fire surged chaotically within him. This icy aura was utterly horrifying. This was a force far beyond the capabilities of that swine demon. The terrifying might surpassed even the limits of a golden immortal. It was a strength spoken of only in legends, one that could only be attained after ascension. The bear's spirit's belief solidified. This place had once been a divine abode, now inadvertently occupied by the pig demon. There was no time for contemplation. The situation had taken a dire turn, reaching a life-threatening threshold. The extreme cold clashed violently with the leaf fire techniques. Already in a state of heightened agitation from the lunar essence within him, it was as if a red-hot iron was suddenly plunged into a millennium of frozen ice. Ice and fire, yin and yang, 2 utterly opposing forces converged within him without any respite. Puff! The black bear's spirit spewed forth a mouthful of thick blood, feeling his internal organs shift as his energy reservoir froze, only to be scorched by fierce flames. Frozen again, then ignited once more. His dantian was being pushed to the brink of collapse. The protective demonic energy he once took pride in completely disintegrated. After painstakingly mending it with his essence, it was immediately shattered from within by the explosive fury of the fire. Roar! The bear's spirit howled, shaking the heavens and the earth. A tempest of pain and fury. Zhu Ganglai smiled faintly. He sensed an emotion never before seen in his opponent, fear. Upon the stone platform, the towering bear still valiantly shielded the clay pot. He was testing his endurance, racing against time. With fervor, he devoured 2 large mouthfuls of honey, his body alternating between frost and char. The profound, true essence he had painstakingly cultivated over the years fell into unprecedented chaos, with a decline in strength exceeding 30%. Yet, he refused to relent, for this was the long-awaited opportunity for his ascension. Zhu Ganglai nodded inwardly. If it were any other demon king at the transformation stage, or even an ordinary earth immortal, such a grievous injury would likely spell their demise. This black bear spirit was indeed a formidable character, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the monkey. With this realization, he resolved to seize the moment and take his life. Zhu Ganglai signaled, brandishing his wolf-tooth club, charging forth from the shadows. Kill! I shall slay you all! The black bear sensed the ambush. Rather than cowering, his ferocity was ignited. He allowed the ice and fire to ravage his body, protecting the clay pot as he brandished his spear in defiance. Yi Bo swung his halberd with a relentless ferocity, exuding an overwhelming momentum. His moves were grand and powerful, unmatched in vigor. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of spear and halberd yielded no advantage to the celestial general, who found himself forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Fortunately, Zhu Ganglai's wolf-tooth club had followed suit, intercepting the bear spirit's remaining onslaught. Seeking death, roared the black bear's spirit. You defeated minions, hiding and revealing yourselves. Witness as I shred you to pieces. He exerted force, the black spear blossoming with deadly strikes, like ominous clouds descending. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, he had compelled Zhu Ganglai into a purely defensive stance. Sister Mao timely joined the fray. In a dramatic clash, the black and white double moons were wielded with precision, their angles sharp and incisive. Caught off guard, the bear unexpectedly sustained 2 successive slashes, blood erupting forth. Sensing an advantage, Zhu Ganglai and Yi Bo took a breath and lunged forward once more. Yi Bo's long spear struck the black bear's abdomen, only to be met with a retaliatory palm strike to his shoulder. With a stifled grunt, he was sent hurtling backward, akin to a severed kite, crashing violently against a distant stone wall, spitting a copious amount of blood. Zhu Ganglai, armed with a pair of wolf-fang clubs, struck the bear's head with a ferocity that left the creature dazed. However, he too fell victim to the bear's counterattack, receiving a powerful kick to the chest. Zhu Ganglai tumbled back, blood streaming from his orifices, losing grip on his weapon and unable to maintain his wild boar form. He reverted to that of a mere 10-year-old child. Ah, he was indeed a mere child. The black bear let out a sinister chuckle, but as he laughed, his voice abruptly ceased. He reached up to wipe his nose, and upon closer inspection, his hand was stained with dark blood. In the next moment, an eerie energy surged within him, arising from the fiery elixir he had previously consumed, intertwining with the feminine essence of the moonlit honey. A catalyst, en explosion, a silent yet overwhelmingly potent poison, akin to countless invisible insects gnawing at his organs and meridians. It even began to frantically erode his demon core. Ugh! The black bear's expression froze, then twisted grotesquely. His complexion shifted from red to black, then to green, a ghastly shade that was truly alarming. With a loud retch, the bear spewed forth blood, its stench overwhelming, sizzling upon contact with the ground and corroding it into small pits. The demon power he had just regained plummeted once more, cascading down even more drastically than when he had been grievously wounded by the ice-sealing talisman. He now had to divert at least 80% of his strength to quell the rampant poison within him while also resisting the returning chill. The clash of poison and cold within him was excruciating, rendering him nearly incapacitated, despite his previously unfathomable prowess. He could muster less than a third of it in this moment of vulnerability. Now is the time, Zhu Ganglai bellowed, his eyes ablaze with determination. No sooner had he spoken than three figures surged from different directions, simultaneously launching their assault. Zhu Ganglai, with his soft bow drawn taut, released it in an instant, buzzing. Three specially crafted arrows, long prepared and cloaked in armor-piercing, spirit-gathering, and explosive runes, glimmered with a chilling light, locking onto the vital points of the black bear, its brow, heart. And Danteon, bear demon, I know you've feasted on the flesh of seekers and can recover swiftly. But that fiery elixir you consumed contained the finest sun essence. And when mixed with moonlit honey, it becomes a deadly poison. This poison will not dissipate merely because your wounds heal. What did you say? The black bear, taken aback, exclaimed, Who are you? As the arrows flew forth, a tempest was unleashed. Sister Mao, like a specter, moved with ethereal grace, the silvery light of the white moon cascading down upon her, while in her hand, the dark moon dagger transformed into two streaks of shadow that tore through the air, aimed directly at the black bear's eyes, filled with an ominous intent. Almost simultaneously, Eba summoned the residual true essence within him, unreservedly channeling it into the Fangtian Huaji. The blade of the halberd emanated a crimson aura, stretching nearly 10 feet, as it cleaved towards the crown of the black bear's spirit. The three encircled their foe, a divine weapon, transformed by the enchanted ring, a meticulously crafted trap, an impeccable synergy in their collaboration, the culmination of their might. This strike was as formidable as thunder, resolute in its intent to prevail. The tremendous force surged towards the black bear's spirit. In the face of life and death, it defiantly lifted its bare form, a glimmer of annihilation flickering in the depths of its gaze. Concentrate, compress, explode. All the arrows in Zhu Gang's hands were unleashed. Yet an increasing sense of uncertainty gnawed at his heart. A dying beast could prove to be far more terrifying. Chapter 62, After Life and Death Battle. Seeing past connections under the white moonlight, observing vermilion powder, Zhu Ganglai unleashed his full power, his entire essence surging with fervor. The 8 desolations swallowing the heavens technique. The sun and moon, mountains and rivers bowed in reverence, devouring the stars and transforming into the 9 provinces. Exhausting all of his cultivation at the 5th realm, he erupted with a terrifying might comparable to that of a late Golden Core stage. A mere 10-year-old child, akin to a celestial being. He wielded a wolf-tooth club, chasing after arrows, leaping into the fray. With a resounding thud, the black bear rampaged, allowing 3 feathered arrows to pierce its body, unleashing a torrent of crimson mist. The black gilt spear advanced, solely on the offensive. Each thrust was a fatal gambit of mutual destruction. The combat commenced with a desperate exchange of life for life, injury for injury. In mere moments, all were wounded, yet their momentum remained undiminished and continued to rise. Zhu Ganglai swung his wolf-tooth club with exquisite technique and formidable force. Sister Mao's form flitted about, so swift it dazzled the eyes. The white moon cast its luminous glow, shielding her. The black crescent dagger, like a viper, struck coldly. Each flicker left precise wounds in the bear's feeble defenses. Eba, resembling a mad tiger, unleashed a blood-red glare from his halberd, extending an impressive length. Braving the onslaught, he absorbed 80% of the bear's aggression. Enhanced by the magic ring, the black and white moons, along with the Fangtian halberd, reached the pinnacle of spirit treasure status, while Zhu Ganglai's wolf-tooth club was a second-grade magical artifact. With such weapons, the trio displayed combat prowess far beyond their realms. Roar! The black bear was fiercely besieged, appearing utterly deranged. Venom and chill wreaked havoc within its body. Yet, its solid foundation and overwhelming combat strength exceeded expectations. Even damage sufficient to fell true immortals failed to extinguish this bear's fighting spirit. It roared incessantly, its black gilt spear swirling like a tempest, forming a barrier of death. Despite Zhu Ganglai and his companions' relentless and harmonious assault, they were driven into peril by its frenzied counterattacks. The The battle remained in a state of brutal intensity. Each breath was a spray of blood and flesh. Each clash of weapons shook the very heavens and earth. The black bear gasped violently, the toxins within it exacerbated by the depletion of its essence, aggressively eroding its vitality. If this stalemate continued, even if it could take one or two down with it, its own demise would be inevitable. No, it must break through swiftly. Zhu Ganglai fought while keenly observing the bear's shifting expressions. He feigned weakness, deliberately exposing subtle flaws at intervals, enticing the bear to attack him directly. Once the opponent acted recklessly, seeking to finish him in one stroke, an opening would reveal itself. That would be the moment of conclusion. He would employ the precious golden rake to utterly annihilate it. The bear, indeed, fell into the trap. Unbeknownst to it, it had shifted its focus entirely onto Zhu Ganglai. In its eyes, he was the weakest among the trio, yet evidently the core of their command. This child, from beginning to end, all schemes and traps originated from his hand. Eliminate him first, and the remaining two would pose no threat. With this thought, madness flickered in the bear's eyes. The true body must die. The roar was deafening, the sound waves threatening to tear the cave asunder. The bear demon, disregarding the piercing attack aimed directly at its heart, forcibly ignited its essence, seizing a fraction of space. Its massive form erupted with an unprecedented terrifying power, coalescing in its right palm. From several paces away, it struck fiercely towards Zhu Ganglai, before the wind of the palm even reached him. It felt like countless blades slicing through flesh and bone, the shadow of death swiftly enveloping Zhu Ganglai. The opponent held nothing back. Following the colossal force of the palm was an almost defenseless body. Now was the moment. Zhu Ganglai's eyes widened in shock as his consciousness delved into the sea of knowledge. The precious golden rake activated. The brilliance swirled. This would determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. In this perilous moment of existence, "You shall not harm him." A crisp and resolute voice suddenly rang out. Sister Mao Er, who had been lingering at the side, unhesitatingly rushed towards the fierce wind of the palm. Like a moth drawn to a flame, without a second thought, she positioned herself in front of Zhu Ganglai. Thud boom! The unparalleled ferocity of the palm struck firmly against the back of Sister Mao Er's heart. Her extraordinary protective garment disintegrated as if made of paper, instantly turning into a cloud of fine dust. Sister Mao Er's delicate form shook violently. Blood, like shattered petals, scattered freely with her collapsing body, leaving behind a tragic crimson in the fleeting space. A sight that was heart-wrenching. Caught off guard, Zhu Ganglai could hardly focus on eliminating the black bear. He rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Sister Mao Er. Holding her close, he could clearly feel her essence waning at a dizzying rate. Scanning her body with his consciousness, Zhu Ganglai felt as though struck by lightning. The smooth, round demon core within her body was now riddled with fine cracks. It could shatter at any moment. Mao Er. Zhu Ganglai's eyes widened in anguish as he cried out in horror. The scream pierced the very soul. The originally closed eyes of the jade rabbit's spirit trembled in shock and suddenly opened wide. Commander! The black bear demon, realizing its plan had failed, erupted in furious curses. Thud! In a fit of rage, Yibo thrust his weapon, piercing through the demon's left shoulder blade, drawing forth a torrent of black blood. The excruciating pain jolted the black bear demon back to consciousness. It saw Zhu Ganglai, heedless of all else, embracing the rabbit's spirit and infusing her with true essence. Instantly, it realized an opportunity lay before it. Without a moment's hesitation, the bear demon, enduring the pain, yanked the halberd from its own body and hurled it towards Zhu Ganglai. Yibo, caught off guard, quickly rushed to intercept. In that instant, the demon king transformed into a gust of black wind, shattering the heavy stone wall and fleeing without a backward glance towards the cave's exit, moving with a speed that belied its grievous injuries. It turned back with a cold smile, its eyes reflecting a mix of relief from surviving and an intense, deep-seated resentment. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the darkness of the passage, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an inescapable stench of blood. Sister Mao Er, how is she? Yibo retracted his halberd and rushed to their side. Zhu Ganglai remained silent, channeling his energy continuously into the body of Mao Er, while trembling hands extracted various healing elixirs from his chinquan pouch. He disregarded their suitability, hastily administering them into her mouth. Do not perish. We still have a year of fate ahead of us. His anxiety rendered him somewhat incoherent. Fortunately, his essence had long been nurtured by the primordial energy, proving remarkably effective for healing. The white moon still hung in the sky, its pure light harmonizing with the refined vital energy, gently and tenderly shielding the demon core. A faint blush appeared on Mao Er's face as her breathing steadied slightly. The primordial energy, originating from the universe's inception, possesses the power to cleanse all, including the hazy memories blurred by reincarnation. She recalled her past life back then. She knew him well. He often held her in this manner. Is it you? Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, locking onto Zhu Ganglai's gaze without wavering. Indeed. After a long pause, Zhu Ganglai finally replied. The vital energy connected with flesh and blood, and he comprehended the entirety of their intertwined fates. Unable to sustain her form any longer, Mao Er reverted to her true self. The white rabbit's aura was faint, its fur dim and disheveled. Zhu Ganglai embraced her, tightening his arms instinctively, gently kneading the nape of her neck where a vermilion mark was inscribed with the words beautiful adornment. Chapter 63. 3 Lifetimes of Disbelief in Fate. The nine-pronged rake grasping the heavens, everything will be fine as long as I am here. Zhu Ganglai's heart sank. He understood that even with the expenditure of his essence, he could only barely sustain the life of Mao Er. The possibility of mending the nearly shattered demon core was almost non-existent. What should he do? In that moment, the image of Guanyin Bodhisattva, with her all-seeing eyes, surged into his mind. She had said nothing, only mentioned that the pilgrim would arrive in 3 years. However, that meant Mao Er faced a deadly tribulation. Destiny? Preordained fate? The sense of helplessness was suffocating. The so-called heavenly path loomed above, unyielding and unassailable. Could it be that he must simply watch as Mao Er? No, wait. Guanyin had clearly stated that he and Mei Zhuang shared a bond of 1 year. Zhu Ganglai lowered his head, gazing at the white rabbit in his arms. The confusion in his eyes gradually transformed into a steely resolve. The cool energy planted in his sea of consciousness immediately responded, sending ripples outward. The celestial sounds resonated, quietly nourishing yet wielding formidable power, cleansing all malice. The restless true essence within Zhu Ganglai was forcibly subdued, the sensation akin to blood being frozen. Damn the heavenly path. Curse the preordained fate. Zhu Ganglai scoffed inwardly. He regained his composure, his heart steeled, yet devoid of agitation. For he had come to realize that emotional fluctuations, in the face of this energy, were but vulnerabilities. I, Zhu Ganglai, have lived 3 lifetimes and never believed in fate. Mei Zhuang, as long as I am here, you shall not perish. His voice was calm. However, Yibo, standing nearby, could not help but shiver. The expression on the marshal's face was reminiscent of the time he faced the Jade Emperor. It was not one of anxiety, nor reckless abandon, nor wild defiance. Rather, it embodied the tranquility of one whose heart aligns with all things. That air of disdain for everything, even in opposition to the celestial beings, remained unperturbed. Zhu Ganglai took a deep breath, carefully cradling Mao Er, placing her in the hidden chamber deep within the Yunzan cave. Afterward, he meticulously examined Yibo's injuries. The latter had suffered further wounds, and his vitality was greatly diminished, but fortunately, his foundation remained intact, and his life was not in peril. Having completed all tasks, Zhu Ganglai slowly exited the hidden chamber. The previously suppressed ocean of murderous intent and fury erupted violently. Convey my orders. His cold voice resonated in the silent corridor, commanding and irrefutable. Act immediately. Leave no traitors behind. Cleanse them all. Those who resist shall be annihilated. The orders were issued. The elite of the Water Palace responded with a thunderous roar. They had long harbored a deep-seated fury. Haibao, Fangbi, Hu Hu, Zunbao, and others had been kept behind the marshal throughout the battle. Both sorrowful and ashamed, their anger now flared, and in an instant, the cries of battle erupted anew. This time, however, only the despairing screams of traitors and their futile pleas for mercy echoed. The thick scent of blood lingered, growing ever more potent. Order is always established upon the foundation of iron and blood. Outside the Yunzan cave, Gao Gongjin, having narrowly escaped, hid in a secluded valley with his remaining subordinates, closely monitoring the movements within. They remained vigilant until the following day. The scout returned breathless, delivering the report. The Black Bear demon had suffered serious injuries and retreated, while the Heavenly River Water Mansion also endured significant losses. Particularly, the two key figures, Sister Mao Er and Yibo, who were regarded as the right and left arms of the pig demon, had not been seen after the fierce battle, leaving their fates unknown. Gao Gongjin fell into deep contemplation, his expression oscillating between gloom and hope. Ultimately, the remnants of fear were supplanted by ambition. The Black Bear demon defeat. With the prowess of that killing deity, it was certain that the Heavenly River Water Mansion was gravely weakened. Did this not imply that Fulling Mountain, this luscious prize, had temporarily become a land without a master? Gao Gongjin licked his cracked lips. To remain idle now would mean waiting for those fellows to regain their strength. A true leader cannot afford to let a golden opportunity slip away. He retrieved a communication jade slip from his bosom, crushing it forcefully. The time had come for you to make your appearance. In but a moment, a shadow silently manifested behind Gao Gongjin, gradually taking the form of a gaunt figure. The newcomer bore a grotesque scar across his face, which appeared even more twisted in the dim light. Gao Gongjin suppressed his trepidation and briefed him on the current situation. You have arrived at the perfect moment. The pig demon and bear demon are both gravely wounded, now at their last gasp. If we join forces, Fulling Mountain will be within our grasp. Enough with the pleasantries. I'm going. They have no choice but to surrender. The scarred face soared away on the winds, racing towards the direction of the cloud platform cave. Gao Gongjin swiftly reorganized the remnants of the rebel forces and followed suit. Though this group was hastily assembled, they moved with an imposing fervor, bolstered by their numbers. At the mouth of the cloud platform cave, Heizong, Huahu, and others were directing their subordinates in clearing the battlefield when they suddenly noticed a cloud of dust rising ominously from the distant woods, accompanied by faint cries of battle. They immediately sensed something was amiss. Report. A scout galloped back, panic etched on his face. Commander, Gao Gongjin, has allied with unknown demons and is returning. What? Heizong roared in anger, seizing a machete, ready for combat. Huahu and the other generals were equally stirred, eager for action. Steady. A cold voice came from behind them. Let them in. The group turned to see their commander emerging slowly from within the cave, donned in a clean robe. His demeanor calm. The towering wild boar was dressed like a scholar, appearing utterly incongruous. The rebel forces soon materialized before the cloud platform cave, 1,000 strong, a dark mass. Gao Gongjin stood shoulder to shoulder with the scarred face, seeing that only a handful of defenders occupied the cave entrance, with the pig demon standing alone at the forefront, causing his spirits to soar. The Heavenly River Water Mansion was now at its wit's end. The scarred face slowly removed his hood. A few startled gasps were heard from within the cave. The old cave master, Zhu Ganglai, smirked. It was indeed him. Mao Bai gradually raised his right hand. Before anyone could speak, a brilliant beam of golden light erupted from his sea of consciousness, instantly hovering above his head. The supreme golden rake, an unparalleled divine weapon, one that could instill fear even in the celestial beings of the three realms, let alone these lesser minions. At the moment the rake appeared, with the exception of Mao Bai, the rebel forces led by Gao Gongjin immediately retreated, their legs turning to jelly. How could this be possible? Mao Yi initially believed that with Mei Zhuang injured and absent from the opposing ranks, his mere appearance would incite an immediate rebellion among the old troops of Yunzan Cave. Little did he anticipate that, without uttering a single line, the opposing pig demon would suddenly unleash such a formidable artifact. Under the immense pressure, he sensed his golden core instability, with true essence boiling within his sea of qi. There was no room for distraction, not even to consider his words. With a tremendous rumble, the divine rake descended, emanating myriad rays of brilliance, soaring like dragons and serpents. The indescribable terror enveloped the entire battlefield. The rebel formation collapsed in an instant. The majority of the lesser demons stumbled and faltered, unable to even flee. Mao Yi and Gao Gongjin were at the forefront, their expressions shifting dramatically. How dare these insignificant ants covet the dominion of this commander? Zhu Gonglia's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. With a casual wave of his hand, the very heavens and earth seemed to change. The rake suddenly expanded exponentially, transforming into a golden canopy that blotted out the sun, carrying with it the power to annihilate worlds, and it came crashing down upon the rebels. Bone! Oh. The resounding roar was earth-shattering. Everyone felt as though the entire Fulling Mountain would be shattered. Chapter 64. A single strike annihilates 1,000 troops. The battle of life and death determines 3 lifetimes before the illustrious Golden Rake. Foes crumbled as if made of paper, instantaneously collapsing into dust. Their anguished cries were silenced before they could escape their lips, reduced to mere remnants of flesh and blood. The scene was horrifically brutal. In the moment the light curtain approached, Mao Bai's eyes glinted with ferocity. Grasping Gao Gongjin, he shielded himself with the man as if he were a human shield, channeling every ounce of his demonic power to retreat frantically. No! Gao Gongjin's despairing scream echoed. He could never have imagined that his meticulous scheming would lead to such a tragic fate. As the heavens descended, Gao Zhuangzhu and hundreds of his loyal followers were instantaneously transformed into ash, their souls extinguished. Zhu Ganglai caught sight of Mao Bai's flight, but chose to disregard it. The man likely had only half of his life remaining. At best, he had sustained serious injuries. At worst, his golden core had been damaged, causing him to plummet in cultivation. With a single strike, thousands of rebel forces were obliterated. Holding the golden rake aloft, Zhu Ganglai stood defiantly amidst the chaos, surrounded by a radiant aura that made him appear almost godlike. The myriad thoughts of those around him dissipated in an instant. The divine rake plunged into his sea of consciousness. Zhu Ganglai forcibly suppressed the tumultuous blood and energy surging within him. While he appeared calm and at ease on the surface, internally he acknowledged his sheer luck. That one strike had nearly drained his entire reservoir of power. A perilous gamble indeed. His dantian was nearly depleted, and wounds across his body had burst open. Had he not changed his clothes and taken precautions before venturing out, he would have been a mere specter of blood. With all his cards laid bare, he had instilled fear in his enemies, buying himself a precious moment to breathe. This was Zhu Ganglai's choice at that moment, and indeed his only choice. The Black Bear demon fled from the Cloud Cave, while the Pig King annihilated 1,000 troops. News of this battle spread like wildfire, reaching every corner with astonishing speed. The bears of Hafeng Mountain, the formidable warriors of Qingtang City, and even the Wheel Law King, who had just departed from Luoxia City seeking vengeance, were left aghast upon receiving reports from their respective channels. Each paused their original plans, compelled to reassess the strength of the pig demon. Following this battle, Gao Zhuang, Cloud Cave, and the earlier wolf den occupied by the wolf demon were all annexed into the territory of the Heavenly River Water Mansion. Fulling Mountain finally achieved unification. The pig demon's fearsome reputation echoed for 1,000 miles. This unavoidable thunderous strike, executed under extreme pressure, granted the Heavenly River Water Mansion invaluable time to recuperate. As time flowed by, a year quietly passed. Under Zhu Ganglai's iron-fisted governance, Fulling Mountain swept away the chaos of the past, blossoming into a scene of flourishing prosperity. The improved spiritual valley, enhanced by the magic ring, yielded unprecedented harvests of medicinal seeds on Fulling Mountain's uniquely fertile land. The storages grew increasingly abundant, filled to the brim with wealth, elixirs, and weapons heaped like mountains. The troops not only had enough to eat and wear, but also enjoyed a wealth of resources for cultivation, each brimming with vitality. Trade caravans thrived, gradually forming a network centered around the Valley of Villains, radiating outward. This network not only brought back wealth and supplies, but also a multitude of intelligence. Zhu Ganglai's transformation was nothing short of a rebirth. Nurtured by the essence of Hongmeng, he not only healed his previous wounds, but also made remarkable progress in his cultivation, successfully establishing his foundation and reaching the seventh realm. His appearance transformed from that of a 10-year-old child to that of a dignified 18-year-old youth. In his movements, whether walking or sitting, he exuded an imposing authority that commanded respect. Yibo's external injuries had long since healed. However, the internal injuries he harbored remained quite troublesome. According to Zhu Ganglai's estimations, he would need to seek a place rich in spiritual energy and retreat for 2 years to eradicate the lingering dangers completely. Yet, with the establishment of the Water Manor and formidable foes lurking nearby, Yibo harbored concerns for his commander. He persisted, delaying any profound recuperation. Zhu Ganglai was well aware of this, but found himself at a loss for solutions. The Water Manor flourished, and his cultivation advanced significantly. Yet the shadow of unease lingered in his heart, unshakable. Each day, after dealing with the overwhelming administrative duties of the manor, Zhu Ganglai would retreat alone to the innermost chamber of the Yunzan cave. Mei Zhuang lay quietly on the bed, her breath faint. Had it not been for the rise and fall of her chest, she would have appeared almost lifeless. For an entire year, Zhu Ganglai exhausted every imaginable means, consuming countless rare resources. The fissures on her demon core showed no signs of healing. He could only infuse her with pure essence daily, barely sustaining her life force. A year of marital bond, a calamity of death. The prophecy spoken by Guanyin Bodhisattva had come to pass, like an ominous curse, robbing him of peace, unwillingness, fury. Zhu Ganglai refused to accept fate, nor could he believe in it. Family. At times, he found himself uncontrollably reminiscing about his biological parents far away in Gaolaozhuang. Although he had dispatched trusted elites to look after them in secret, it remained a soft spot. There was no guarantee that someday a cunning person might discover and exploit this vulnerability. Such thoughts only served to amplify his worries. Ultimately, Zhu Ganglai knew he must grow stronger, powerful enough to intimidate enemies without lifting a finger, strong enough to wrestle fate itself. Beneath the surface of tranquility, turbulent undercurrents surged. The meticulously constructed intelligence network of the Tianhe Water Manor had spread across 1,000 miles. A myriad of messages, both true and false, both overt and covert, converged at the Peace Inn. Filtered by Kada, they ultimately reached Zhu Ganglai's hands. The lair of the Black Wind Mountain was rife with demonic energy, ominously heralding the arrival of a thunderous tribulation. The Black Bear, lying in wait for a year, seemed to be on the mend, perhaps even advancing in strength, making it all the more formidable. The fortunate escape of Mao Bai from the upper treasure of the Golden Rake had rendered him silent and hidden, inciting even greater trepidation. No one knew where this venomous serpent lay in wait or when it might strike from the shadows with lethal intent. Furthermore, there were credible reports that the unfathomably powerful king of the Golden Wheel had concluded his retreat. His disciples were actively engaging in Yusaizang and surrounding areas, rallying support and forging alliances with various factions. Zhu Ganglai drained his cold tea in one gulp. The situation was evident. The window of opportunity was rapidly closing, with no more than half a year remaining. Once the Black Bear recovered, it would return with a vengeance, and neither the king of the Golden Wheel nor Mao Bai would remain idle. The nascent Tianhe Water Manor would confront an even graver trial, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhu Ganglai furrowed his brow in distress. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to employ the fierce combat techniques bestowed by Guanyin. His greatest obstacle had always been the will of destiny. The union with Mei Zhuang could have unfolded effortlessly. Yet, this twist of fate appeared to inadvertently fulfill Guanyin's prophecy of a year of romance. This sensation was maddening. On one hand, he roared defiantly against destiny. On the other, his own actions led to outcomes that became an integral part of that very destiny. Zhu Ganglai gazed skyward. The one residing in the Dowling Palace relished in the art of divination. Thus, his words were eternally accurate. His interference was destiny. His tacit approval, too, was destiny. Having traversed through time, Zhu Gongli's abilities were largely granted by that individual, yet he remained scornful of the conclusions drawn from the calculations. Many years later, having descended from the celestial realm to the desolate mountains, he encountered another who reveled in the art of calculation. Behind her stood a great Buddha, more adept and insightful in her predictions. She began to dictate his life, his future, and those around him, along with their fates. After much deliberation, Zhu Ganglai suddenly shook his head and smiled, a smile full of abandon. Mai Zhuang, Ishel Meri. It is not a matter of fate, but rather a mutual affection. Chapter 65. The Convergence of Yin and Yang. Seizing the heavenly transformation. Joy approaches, yet malicious guests arrive. If you wish to feign understanding of all things, then do so. I shall observe who possesses the ability to take her from my side a year hence. He delved into his sea of consciousness. With the enhancement of the magic ring, the battle art had transformed into the far more domineering and perilous great art of yin-yang convergence and heavenly seizure. This art, drawing upon the mingling of yin and yang, sees the essence of heaven and earth, compensating for one's deficiencies. It held the promise of mending a shattered golden core, even altering one's fate against the heavens. Yet, it was fraught with danger and tyranny. The practitioners of this art must willingly unite as partners, their souls and wills intertwining without reservation. Should either party waver during the process, both would face dire repercussions. Zhu Ganglai hesitated no longer. Returning to the secret chamber, he awakened Mei Zhuang. He laid bare his decision and the intricate principles of the great art of yin-yang convergence and heavenly seizure, revealing the inherent dangers in every word. He did not conceal anything. He candidly admitted that the likelihood of success was less than 30%. Moreover, the process was perilous in the extreme. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to both individuals suffering grievous injuries. Mei Zhuang listened intently, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Zhu Ganglai. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, yet her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Memories from past lives surged within her like a tidal wave. She recalled the endless chill and solitude of the Moon Palace. She remembered the flutter of her heart and admiration upon first encountering Marshal Tiampa. She reminisced about the comfort and playful moments spent with her lord and the old matriarch. Yet, she could not forget the merciless betrayal by the fairy of the rainbow garment. That day, in the Water Mansion's ancestral hall, he had held her in his arms, bidding her a sorrowful farewell. "Marshal, I wish to hear you sing," she said. Zhu Ganglai was momentarily taken aback, recalling the days in the celestial realm. Whenever there was a gentle drizzle, he would set up a tea table in the courtyard pavilion, quietly savoring his tea. Happiness, melancholy, and uncertainty would always accompany familiar tunes from his past life. In those moments, a fluffy white rabbit would curl up in his embrace, listening in serene silence. Wind and rain bring parting, flowers bloom and wither each season. I await the wind, the rain, and you. Zhu Ganglia's voice was deep, imbued with a profoundness that belied his years, as if he had traversed the world and returned home. Mei Zhuang listened, entranced. Gradually, she succumbed to her emotions. She felt a deep gratitude for Zhu Ganglia's affection. Yet, in her frail form and humble identity as a rabbit demon, how could she ever be worthy of such a towering hero? Moreover, she feared becoming a burden, leading him into peril. Mei Zhuang weakly shook her head, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string, falling silently. "Fool!" Zhu Ganglai gently crouched down, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Whatever I say, you must heed. No temper tantrums allowed." His tone was resolute, yet it carried an undercurrent of profound tenderness. Entering the Zhu family. "Do you wish to flee?" Mei Zhuang wept even more fiercely. Identity, suffering, destiny, such matters were all nonsense. If you are not present, I would defy the heavens and overturn the earth to retrieve you from the depths of the underworld. The mere shattering of a golden core is of little consequence. Strands of hair fell chaotically upon my brow, dampened by sweat. He tenderly untangled them for her, his gaze filled with unwavering affection and resolute determination. She gazed at him for an eternity, before finally nodding gently. Marshall, her voice as delicate as a whisper, carried an unprecedented resolve. I shall heed your words. Dia Mai Juong. With all her strength, she uttered those 8 words. In life and death, I shall follow you, unwavering and unyielding. In the water palace, an atmosphere of jubilation enveloped the surroundings. Lanterns and colorful silks hung high, and even a mountain breeze carried a hint of sweetness. The news of the Lord's impending marriage to Sister Mao Er had spread throughout every corner of Fuling Mountain. The elders of the water palace rejoiced, celebrating the union of hero and beauty, a match made in heaven. The former members of Yunjian Cave felt a newfound sense of security, with the alliance secured. Distinctions between direct and collateral lines would become irrelevant, and the notion of annexation would be rendered moot. Yet, lingering doubts remained regarding Sister Mao Er's condition. Aside from Zhu Ganglai, none truly understood her current state. It had been over a year since she last appeared, and everyone understood that the situation was far from optimistic. Friends and relatives were filled with anxiety, while those with ulterior motives could not help but entertain malicious thoughts as they observed the unfolding events. In recent days, Iba had been tirelessly overseeing the wedding preparations, personally attending to every detail from the banquet menu to the procession route. He wore a beaming smile, more delighted than if he were the one marrying. Nevertheless, the vigilance of a soldier remained unyielding. The wedding at the Water Palace would undoubtedly attract attention from the tumultuous factions of Haifeng Mountain, Qingtang City, and even Luo Shi, ensuring that military drills were intensified and security measures heightened. As the Water Palace welcomed visitors from various factions, they also laid out a meticulous web of defenses. Fong Pai and others unearthed their most treasured gifts to present as congratulatory offerings. Zhu Ganglai graciously accepted them all, primarily to gather more primordial energy. Mei Zhuang was nestled deep within Yunjian Cave in a meticulously arranged bridal chamber adorned in joyous red, with a stunning wedding gown displayed upon the table. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, with worry overshadowing her anticipation. What woman does not yearn for a lifetime with her beloved? Yet the thought of her fragile, broken form and the peril her beloved would face, with scarcely a chance of success, flooded her heart with waves of anxiety. The more Zhu Ganglai was willing to sacrifice, the heavier her heart felt. Guilt and love intertwined, both sweet and bittersweet, leaving her somewhat breathless. Every day, Zhu Ganglai devoted a significant amount of time to her company. To conserve her energy, Sister Mao Er maintained her white rabbit form, a delicate and pitiful bundle nestled beneath the silken covers. Zhu Ganglai would patiently groom her fur and share tales from the outside world, striving to ease her mind. The bear from Haifeng Mountain had been notably quiet of late, likely frightened from their last encounter. This year, Gao Laozhuang had enjoyed favorable weather, and the spiritual valley had yielded a bountiful harvest, with the storerooms nearly overflowing. Indeed, that rascal, Baian, has sent some exquisite wine from the western regions, which is truly delightful. Once you have recovered, we shall savor it together. Sister Mao listened quietly, occasionally nuzzling her little head against his palm. The feelings between them blossomed silently in their shared companionship. Meanwhile, Zhu Ganglai was diligently making the final preparations for the grand ritual of yin-yang harmony, a profound practice aimed at seizing the essence of creation. The inaugural casting of this spell demanded exceedingly stringent standards regarding the purity of the surrounding spiritual energy, the balance of yin and yang, as well as the alignment of both parties' mental and spiritual states. Any minor misstep could lead to mutual harm, and in severe cases, even the annihilation of their souls. He meticulously followed the ancient text to establish an intricate and esoteric yin-yang reciprocal array within the bridal chamber. Every node of the array and each inscribed rune was crafted by his own hands, enhanced through the power of the magical ring. Surrounding the bridal chamber were 3 defensive arrays, sufficient to counter any unforeseen events. As the wedding approached, Baian's trusted confidant delivered lavish gifts, precious jewels, spices, and a cartload of spiritual stones. Along with this, There was an urgent piece of intelligence indicating signs of a gathering of demons in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. Even more alarming was the news of a procession composed of dozens of lamas, who were journeying day and night under the guise of pilgrimage towards the border of Tibet, most likely connected to the king of the Golden Wheel. Chapter 66. Dark clouds looming, brothers engage in fist bumps. Warmth of red candles amidst harmony, Zhu Ganglai and Yi Bo exchanged intelligence. The defenses of Qingtang City had been bolstered. Ping Basanquo had dispatched additional scouts around the periphery of Fuling Mountain. However, no actions have been taken against our stronghold within the city. Currently, the operations of Yunzan Cave in the Qingtang region remain stable, as anticipated. Any news from Mao Bai? None. Yi Bo shook his head. Yet both understood that he must have learned of Zhu Gonglie's grand wedding and could surmise that Mao Erji was gravely injured and in dire need of secretive healing methods. That rascal was undoubtedly lurking in some shadowy corner, plotting a more sinister scheme. On the eve of the wedding, Zhu Ganglai convened the core members for a meeting at Yunzan Cave. He meticulously outlined the internal and external security for the wedding day, every detail attended to. From visible sentries to hidden checkpoints, layered prohibitions, and contingency plans. Even the escape routes were not overlooked. Is everything clear? Rest assured, Marshal. Yi Bo and the others responded in unison, their expressions solemn. The lively atmosphere could not mask the underlying tension. Zhu Ganglai was acutely aware that this was a high-stakes gamble. Victory would lead to boundless possibilities. Defeat could spell utter ruin. After the meeting, he returned alone to the secret chamber. He retrieved the soft bow bestowed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin and gently polished it. Since acquiring it, he had nurtured it within his consciousness. Today, upon taking it out, he unexpectedly discovered an indescribable warmth and spiritual resonance emanating from the bow, as if it had developed a mysterious connection with Mao Erji's essence. A thought stirred within him. Could it be that this treasure, having undergone enhancement through the magic ring, was capable of further evolution? Mao Erji remained in her rabbit form, nestled in Zhu Gonglie's embrace, her tiny paws gently gripping his collar. Marshal, her voice was as soft as a whisper. Tomorrow, we shall be one. I have a request. What is there between us that cannot be spoken? I wish to have a formal title. Silly girl, why concern yourself with such grand matters? The jade rabbit trembled slightly. I wish to be a concubine. Zhu Ganglai was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What brings this on so suddenly? It is nothing. I simply do not wish to hide my true feelings. Do not worry. Everything will turn out well. You are my wife, and no one can change that. No. Mao Erji's tones suddenly became resolute, tinged with a hint of tears. I will only be a concubine. If you do not agree, I would rather die right now. Zhu Ganglai felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that this seemingly gentle little rabbit possessed a determined spirit. She meant what she said. What are you worried about? Everything. You must promise me. Zhu Ganglai sighed inwardly. Stubbornness was not hard to discern. It was merely her concern about her identity as a spirit, feeling unworthy of the esteemed marshal. She feared her injuries would become a burden. So be it, whether as a wife or a concubine. To his soul, which had lived through 3 lifetimes, it was merely an inconsequential title. What mattered most was the person before him. He gently caressed her soft fur, his tone a mix of resignation and affection. Very well, as you wish. Upon entering the gates of the Zhu family, one is enveloped by the presence of Zhu Ganglai. None shall dare to take you from my side. It is imperative that you refrain from uttering any notions of life and death. Do you understand? Mei nodded, her pristine form pressing desperately into Zhu Gonglie's embrace. The cacophony of drums and the crackling of firecrackers heralded the dawn. With the break of day, the entire Fuling Mountain stirred with excitement. Silken draperies and cascading pearls adorned the scene, while a red carpet graced the ground, crowned with auspicious characters. Yet, the heavens did not mirror the usual clarity. A heavy and ominous cloud cover had gathered silently, shrouding the mountain and consuming the morning light. The mountain breeze was cold and howled through the trees, producing eerie sounds. On the distant horizon, from the east, west, and north, multiple powerful yet concealed presences converged upon the Yunzhan Cave with alarming speed. The joyous sounds of music filled the air, with guests in abundance. The core members of the Water Manor assembled outside the ancestral hall. Zhu Ganglai held onto the hand of his bride, the radiant lady adorned in red attire, which accentuated the flush of her pale cheeks. Together, they stood before the ancestral tablets of the Zhu lineage, solemnly bowing thrice. Although wartime simplicity prevailed, Zhu Ganglai did not overlook a single essential rite from the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes. Whatever she desired, he provided. Whatever she did not ask for, he insisted upon giving. My woman shall not endure any grievances. After the ceremony, Zhu Ganglai lifted his bride into his arms and proceeded toward the meticulously prepared bridal chamber. Their laughter was sweet as they waved to the friends and family who had come to extend their congratulations. Congratulations! May the Lord and Lady enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years. May the strings of the zither resonate, and may you bear sons swiftly. May the smoke rise from your hearth as you joyfully witness your descendants at play. Eba stepped forward. What are your orders, Marshal? I must unify my mind and spirit, undisturbed by external influences. Whether it be 3 days or longer, the entire Fulling Mountain shall be entrusted to you. Zhu Ganglai gazed skyward, his voice deep. Eba felt a shiver. The marshal's resolve was unwavering, and there was no trace of retreat in the eyes of his bride. To advise? The Tianhe Water Army does not indulge in such hesitations. He immediately knelt, striking his chest with his fist, his voice booming. Eba and the soldiers of the Tianhe Water Manor pledge here. Even if it costs our lives, we shall fight to the last man, shedding our final drop of blood, and shall not allow any scoundrel to step a single inch into Yunjian Cave, disturbing the marshal and his lady. Behind him, the key leaders of the Water Manor, including Haima and Fangpi, knelt in unison, echoing their vow with fervor. Zhu Ganglai felt warmth in his heart. Stepping forward to assist Eba to his feet. On this joyful day, notions of life and death should be set aside. Survive as long as possible. Evade whenever you can. Remember, use your wits. Understood. The crowd responded thunderously under Eba's leadership. As brothers bid farewell, 1,000 words were distilled into a simple gesture. Zhu Ganglai and Eba exchanged a series of fist bumps. Take care. Marshal, take care. Zhu Ganglai cast a deep glance at Eba and the others, nodding slightly before entering the bridal chamber. The stone door descended slowly, sealing off the outside world. Within the secret chamber, the crimson candles burned brightly, illuminating the room with vibrant hues. The air was infused with a faint aroma of herbs and an unusual aura of spiritual energy. The delicate makeup glimmers in her eyes, imbued with boundless shyness. One feels that, even in this moment, death would be worthwhile. Zhu Ganglai gently enfolds her in his embrace, lowering his head to kiss away the tears that silently cascade from the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, do not fear, for I shall protect you, he reassures. Tenderly, he begins to remove her splendid garments. Their gazes lock. Zhu Ganglai takes a deep breath and captures her fragrant lips with his own. The profound art of yin and yang, a celestial creation, commences its intricate operation, uniting their spirits and allowing their essence to flow harmoniously. The walls illuminate with countless arcane symbols, enveloping the chamber in an ethereal glow. The energies of yin and yang surge forth from the nodes of the formation, swirling and intertwining between them, gradually forming a colossal, slowly rotating vortex of energy. The force of creation surges forth mightily. Within the body of Second Sister Mao, the demon core begins to quiver under the influence of this pure power. Chapter 67. The Limits of Creation, the Wounds Half Healed. The 3 great powers gather to celebrate the nuptials. At the edge of the fissure, a faint luminescence flickered. The withered tree, encountering spring, slowly drew vitality. The force of creation is wondrous. When extremes are reached, they revert to oblivion. At this moment, the 2 souls were intertwined, their energies interconnected. Any slight distraction from either side could lead to a reversal of the dual forces, resulting in a backlash. Zhu Ganglai cautiously shielded the fragile essence of Sister Mao air, guiding the true energy to delicately nourish and repair her nearly shattered core. Sister Mao air placed her complete trust in him, releasing her mind and surrendering everything without reservation. Time flowed gently. In the secret chamber, warmth and affection enveloped them. The energy vortex operated steadily. The cracks on the demon pill began to mend slightly, and its previously feeble aura grew more stable. She clung tightly to her beloved, entwined in a passionate embrace. Zhu Ganglai, wrapped in happiness, remained vigilant. He continued to channel his heart's method, allowing the pure essence to circulate between their bodies. 3 days slipped by in an instant. As the dawn of the 4th day attempted to pierce through the heavy clouds of Fulling Mountain, the radiant light within the chamber began to gradually recede, and the energy vortex slowly contracted and dissipated. Lying in her lover's arms, Mei Zhuang was too shy to open her eyes. Zhu Ganglai gazed at her with a smile, her complexion rosy and radiant. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Mei Zhuang misunderstood his intent, letting out a soft whimper as she buried her head deeper. Zhu Ganglai playfully blew on her delicate neck. "I was referring to the inner elixir." When Sister Mao Air regained her focus, she playfully struck him twice before finally turning her attention inward. The demon pill, which had once been on the brink of collapse, was now more than half restored. Although it had not fully regained its former state, it had stabilized significantly. "Good. Much better." Zhu Ganglai, exhausted, revealed a gratified smile upon hearing her words. He enveloped his wife in his embrace, probing his true essence into her body. However, before he could complete the circulation, his brow furrowed slightly. "No, the foundation isn't thoroughly repaired." Mei Zhuang sensed the lingering danger. Even the prospect of enduring a year was uncertain. Her demeanor darkened momentarily, but she quickly composed herself, gazing at him with a faint smile. "I am already content, but—" Zhu Ganglai was about to speak further when she sealed his lips with her jade-like finger. Mei Zhuang gently shook her head. "In this world, discontent is the norm. We are already fortunate enough. Let us not harbor greed." Zhu Ganglai, perspiring at his temples, barely registered her words. His mind was filled with the predictions of Guanyin. Could it be that this fate was truly irreversible? The arduous efforts of 3 days and nights had not been in vain, yet they merely suppressed the injury for the time being. When the hidden dangers of the golden elixir erupted once more, even a great immortal would be unable to intervene. "How do you feel?" Zhu Ganglia's spirits plummeted, and he found himself murmuring. He had asked this question in his mind countless times before. Each time, he hoped for that impossible answer. "Marshal, what is your name?" "Husband." Sister Mao Air's voice choked, a torrent of unspoken words caught in her throat, manifesting as 2 streams of tears. I feel much better." Zhu Ganglai smiled as he wiped her tears away, helping her to rise slowly. "All right, let's go outside. Yibo and the others must be anxious by now." He understood clearly that there was no time for sentimental musings at this moment. Fortunately, there was still an entire year ahead for Mei Zhuang. Where there is a will, there is a way. Outside, the real bloodshed might have already commenced. As the stone door swung open, Zhu Ganglai and Mao Air emerged from the secret chamber side by side. However, the anticipated cacophony of battle cries and the sight of rivers of blood did not materialize. Outside the Yunzhan cave, tranquility prevailed. Yibo, Heizong, and Fang Pai led the elite forces of the Water Palace, standing guard at the periphery, yet no enemy was in sight. Yibo, stationed at the inner cave, beamed with joy upon seeing their safe return, particularly Mao Air, who appeared vibrant and no longer weak, prompting him to hastily salute. "Congratulations, Marshal." "Congratulations, madam." Zhu Ganglai waved his hand, his brow furrowing. "What is happening? Those fellows, have they not come?" Yibo's expression turned peculiar as he stepped forward, whispering, "It is quite strange." Those 3 powerful auras vanished simultaneously, as if prearranged, right after you and Madam entered the chamber. They have not reappeared since. Zhu Ganglai exchanged a silent glance with Mei Zhuang. This was incomprehensible. The enemies had seized the opportunity to advance with ferocity. Why had they suddenly ceased their assault at the critical moment? This was abnormal and even more unsettling. "Heighten our vigilance. No one is to relax." Zhu Ganglai suppressed his unease and issued a stern command. Moreover, dispatch elite scouts immediately. Advance 50 miles and ascertain the developments towards Heifeng Mountain and Qingtang City. The order was given. Yibo prepared to turn, and make arrangements. Just then, woo, woo, woo. A piercing alarm horn suddenly echoed from the valley at the outermost perimeter of the Yunjian cave. Zhu Gonglie's heart sank. What was inevitable had finally arrived. "Let us go see," he commanded, dashing towards the cave's exit, with Mao Er and Yi Bo closely following. As the three burst forth from the Yunjian cave, the scene before Zhu Gonglai struck him like a bolt from the blue, forcing him to halt in his tracks. Fang Pai, He Zong, and others stood rigidly in place, maintaining a defensive stance, utterly motionless. Hua Hu still had his hand poised on the alarm mechanism, their expressions frozen in shock, eyes wide as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle in the world. A paralyzing pressure enveloped them. There were no ominous clouds or palpable killing intent. Instead, it was a magnificent and sacred presence that demanded reverence. Zhu Gonglie's legs weakened, his vital energy sluggish. Yi Bo and Mao Er fared even worse. Had it not been for Zhu Gonglie's secret support, they would have likely collapsed to the ground. A mere dozen steps away stood three figures, seemingly one with the heavens, transcending the ordinary. The Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea held a pure jade bottle, her demeanor benevolent. The Manjushri Bodhisattva of Wutai Mountain rode a blue lion, resplendent in majesty. And the final figure, who had not been seen for 3 years, retained an ethereal aura, wielding a whisk. The master of martial prowess. It was none other than the Tai by Jin Xing. Zhu Gonglie's mind buzzed, engulfed in confusion. How could these three great beings have convened together and so stealthily approached his very doorstep? The Bodhisattva Guanyin approached with measured grace, a willow branch gently swaying in her hand. A tender radiance swept over the assembled warriors at the valley's entrance. In an instant, the restraints binding individuals like Fang Pai and Yi Zong were lifted, causing them to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. The mingling of relief from having survived and lingering fear rendered them momentarily speechless. Guanyin smiled gently, assuring them that the marshal was unharmed. "I have come uninvited solely to offer my congratulations on your marriage," she proclaimed, pausing to gesture towards two figures behind her. "Please come forth to meet Brother Wenshu and Lord Tai Bai." Zhu Gonglai stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Wenshu and Tai Bai returned half a bow in acknowledgement. Guanyin continued, "As for the black bear, through my counsel, it has retreated to Black Wind Mountain and shall not trouble us again for a century." Wenshu Bodhisattva spoke with calm assurance. "Jinluan is my disciple. I have imparted my teachings, commanding him to return to Luoxia City for quiet contemplation, forbidding any further involvement in worldly affairs. My dear nephew, how have you fared in these past few days?" Chapter 68. The transformation of the pilgrimage team on the journey west with a flick of his whisk. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled, stating, "The elusive Mao Bai has already been captured by me, and I intend to take him back as a delightful pet." He produced an exquisite porcelain pot, playfully toying with it in his hands. Zhu Gonglai narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing it as an artifact from the River of Heaven, typically displayed in the reception hall. The old man had coveted it for many years, yet both successive masters of the estate had stubbornly refused to part with it. Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his beard, mused, "This pot is not fit for tea, but rather serves perfectly to contain a troublesome creature." The vessel was enveloped in a dim, sanguine glow, and it was clear that Mao Bai was imprisoned within. Zhu Gonglai, however, discerned the underlying implications of his words, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction. His old rival remained unchanged, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. The weight of information was overwhelming, necessitating time for contemplation. Yet, the immediate peril had been averted. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he plopped down onto the ground and offered a wry smile. "Esteemed immortals, I apologize for my inadequate welcome. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Surely, you have not come solely to assist me in battle? Are you jesting?" Guanyin glanced at Mei Zhuang and, in a tender voice, replied, "We have come to extend our congratulations. Does this explanation satisfy you, Marshal?" I have no objections to the Bodhisattva's words. But if we are to discuss the fateful bond between Mei Zhuang and myself, you are indeed the matchmaker, Zhu Gonglai replied, extending his hands in a gesture of congratulations. "Surely you brought gifts?" At this moment, he had no recourse but to express his grievances. To assist you in repelling foes is already a significant gesture. One should not be greedy. As Guanyin spoke, she suddenly raised her hand, her jade finger extending. Zhu Ganglai sprang to his feet, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Mei Zhuang showed no reaction as her brow was touched. By the time gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers, Guanyin had already retreated to her original position. The master of Mao is gravely injured. The passions of the heart can be most detrimental. I bestow upon you a strand of 9-petal lotus fragrance to cleanse the mind and illuminate your thoughts. Zhu Ganglai carefully concealed his murderous intentions. Realizing that the cool sensation in his consciousness was indeed the 9-petal lotus fragrance from Luojia Mountain, which he had previously been unable to dispel. Now, it seemed that his beloved's mind had also been affected. The South Sea Bodhisattva Guanyin truly left no stone unturned in her endeavors. Nature is difficult to alter. Ganglai, although you have encountered extraordinary fortunes, cultivation is fundamentally rooted in the heart. Everything must be based on the refinement of one's character. Tai Bai Jinxing began, scrutinizing Zhu Ganglai upon their meeting. In the heavens, 3 days had passed, while 3 years had elapsed on earth. Logically, he should have just emerged from the torments of reincarnation. Yet, upon meeting him, he appeared youthful, and his attainment of the 7th realm astonished all. Most crucially, this 7th realm felt vastly different from what he was accustomed to. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes, yet he refrained from revealing it, opting instead for verbal prodding. With hands clasped together, Wen Shu interjected, "Marshal, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We harbor no malice. We have merely come to offer some advice as the pilgrim prepares for his journey westward." Guanyin smiled, reminding him, "Let's not forget our agreement. You must diligently cultivate. There remains an opportunity for great achievement in the future." Great achievement? Zhu Ganglia's heart stirred, sensing the implication. Guanyin had once prophesied that he and Mei Zhuang would share a bond for a year, and her words now hinted that all fluctuations were indeed part of the celestial design. On this day, 3 formidable beings descended, repelling 3 powerful adversaries. A mere part of the heavenly design, he sought to defy fate, yet found himself ensnared within the script of the celestial order. This sentiment was more disheartening than receiving a thorough beating. Zhu Ganglai, suppressing the absurdity bubbling within him, gazed at the Tai Bai Jinxing and cheekily remarked, "With Ling Shan expanding its influence, has the Star Lord come down to lend a hand, perhaps emulating these two?" His words dripped with sarcasm. Guanyin, in her previous incarnation, was the compassionate Taoist among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, while Manju Shri, her fellow disciple, was known as the vast Dharma heavenly sovereign. Zhu Ganglia's jibe at Tai Bai Jinxing was clear, insinuating that the deities of the heavenly court were aiding Ling Shan, betraying their own domain. He even slyly included the 2 bodhisattvas, mocking their questionable origins and ulterior motives. Tai Bai Jinxing, with a smile and a stroke of his beard, appeared oblivious to the sarcasm. "Do you know the troubles caused 3 days ago when Jin Shan shed his shell and descended to the mortal realm? I have borne the brunt of it, relegated to this realm. Star Lord, do not cast unfounded aspersions." Zhu Ganglai merely scoffed. The Star Lord leisurely enumerated the past grievances. The celestial army's funds were severely depleted, nearly leading to a revolt. It was Ling Shan that intervened, covering the military expenses, allowing for a smooth transition. Consequently, the Jade Emperor has temporarily quelled his wrath. Otherwise, the celestial soldiers would have long descended to bring you to justice. How could you settle here and establish yourself? Covering military expenses? Zhu Ganglai felt as if he had swallowed something foul. The reach of Ling Shan was alarmingly extensive. How could such sensitive information regarding the celestial military's financial woes be uncovered? Merely tracing the source of this information would be tantamount to breaking through the heavens. Even more startling was the fact that Hao Ian had willingly accepted the assistance from the Tathagata. The depths of this situation were unfathomable. Guanyin cherishes talent. You must understand their earnest intentions. Tai Bai Jinxing's lofty demeanor was truly irksome. He would have preferred a more straightforward approach. to say that the bodhisattvas were leveraging their influence within the heavenly court to pave the way for him, urging him to perform well. Were he endowed with the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, Zhu Ganglai would not hesitate to brandish his treasured golden rake and measure himself against them. Alas, he was left with nothing but a sense of despair. In the realm of the seventh stage, any of these three could extinguish him with but a breath. He could only feign grievance, clasp his hands in submission, and acknowledge his youthful folly. I shall heed your teachings, esteemed ones. Guanyin and Manjushri nodded, smiling silently. Tai Bai Jinxing continued. Now that you are aware of the heavenly design, it is imperative that you cultivate diligently here. Prepare meticulously for the arrival of the one seeking the scriptures. Zhu Ganglai furrowed his brow. Shouldn't this be Guanyin's line? Why did it sound as if it were dictated by the heavenly court? Escorting the one seeking the scriptures westward brings immeasurable merit, Guanyin added. But the journey is fraught with difficulties. While striving to elevate your cultivation is essential, mental readiness is equally important. Gains and losses are inevitable. She cast a glance at Sister Mao. A chill ran down Zhu Ganglia's spine. The calamity of Mei Zhuang was seen as destiny by this powerful being. The preemptive comfort was likely to avert unforeseen complications. He feigned ignorance and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortals, who are the illustrious beings in this scripture-seeking team?" Tai Bai Jinxing smiled enigmatically. The scripture seeker is the eminent monk Tan Wujia from the northern Yan. As for the guardian, he paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. In addition to the 6 Ding and 6 Jia of Ling Mountain, the 5 directions revealing truths, the 4 worthy officers of merit, and the 18K NTI monks discreetly providing protection, the heavenly court has dispatched the great deities of the 3 altars and the sea, including Neza and the dragon prince Ao Bing from EC. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai felt a tremendous shock within. For a moment, he found himself somewhat dazed. Who is Tan Wujia? Neza, Albig. His astonishment did not stem from the luxurious nature of this entourage, but rather from the fact that the script for the journey to the west had not only changed in timing, but had also undergone a complete transformation in characters. The 3 powerful beings exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Zhu Ganglia's stunned silence. Zhu Ganglai, seizing the moment, feigned a look of trepidation. What merit or capability do I possess to dare accompany the central altar commander and the dragon prince? This is unlike you at all. The Jade Emperor smiled while stroking his beard, remarking that he had previously indicated the necessity for thorough refinement after descending to the mortal realm, assuring that he would find a way to assist in restoring Zhu Ganglai to his celestial rank in the future. Ganglai, on this journey, as long as you diligently escort Master Tan Wujia and obtain the true scriptures, all past matters will be completely erased. At that time, Ling Mountain will grant you the fruit position, and the heavenly court shall no longer interfere. Cunning old fox, Zhu Ganglai silently cursed. This was not a promise. It was a complete undermining of the situation. Chapter 69, Bold and Sinister, Aspiring to Challenge the Heavens. Wine, Lust, Wealth, and Power, Concealing 3 Lifetimes of Achievements. This phrase carries a dual meaning. It serves as a reminder not to forget one's sinful identity, while subtly guiding Guanyin and Manjushri. In merely 3 brief years since Tianpeng descended to the mortal realm, such extraordinary cultivation has been achieved. There must be some hidden intricacies at play. The 2 bodhisattvas, being exceptional figures, naturally discerned the implicit meaning in Tai Bai Jinxing's words, yet chose not to delve deeper. Guanyin, with an air of tranquility, remarked, "The scent of the 9-petal lotus, recognized by the marshal and his wife, is derived from the primordial pure energy distilled for the lotus platform on Luojia Mountain. It possesses the efficacy to alleviate resentment through clarity of mind and intent, thus benefiting one's cultivation. As long as there are no malicious thoughts, it poses no harm whatsoever." Zhu Ganglai, harboring a cold smile within, recognized that none of these beings were to be trifled with. The bodhisattva's words, though elegantly phrased, were an unmistakable warning not to waste efforts in attempts at resolution. It was, in fact, a final ultimatum. The only path forward was to accept one's fate and dutifully prepare to escort the scriptures to the west. Zhu Ganglai had already sent his regards to these venerable ancestors in his heart, yet outwardly he maintained utmost respect, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your guidance. I shall bear in mind." As the spirit mountain expanded to the east in search of allies, the heavenly realm contemplated disrupting the western Bulhazhou. This murky water ran deeper than anticipated. With the agreement reached, the three formidable beings departed on their clouds, leaving Fulling Mountain in tranquility. After waiting for a considerable time, Iba and the others dared to approach only after the three deities had vanished, their faces pale and spirits unsettled. "Marshal this." Zhu Ganglai raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from further words. He embraced Mei Zhuang, gazing skyward. Accept fate? Such a notion had never existed in Zhu Ganglia's lexicon. Guanin's repeated reminders and this latest incident were merely attempts to sever his aspirations and ensure his unwavering focus on protecting the scripture seeker. Much like the Jade Emperor, he was expected to follow the script. The role was to be played with diligence, without assuming the mantle of the playwright. Yet, he remained unconvinced by such superstition. With a magic ring in hand, an array of divine weapons at his disposal, and unparalleled techniques to draw upon, complemented by the infusion of primordial energy, he was determined to observe the unfolding drama with a discerning eye. In the days that followed, he outwardly engaged in rigorous meditation each day, tending to the health of Sister Mao Air, while covertly utilizing the intelligence network of Qaeda to discreetly dispatch trusted elites in search of news regarding the ancient battlefield relics. Complete treasures were elusive, but the fragments, to him, were invaluable. With less than 2 years remaining, he was resolved to gather sufficient primordial energy before the scripture seeker arrived, addressing the 9-petal lotus fragrance sown by Guanin and eliminating the hidden dangers upon Mei Zhuang's golden elixir. He refused to believe that those lofty beings would truly descend to the mortal realm to enact vengeance for the sake of fate. Under Zhu Ganglia's iron-fisted governance, Fulling Mountain thrived increasingly. One day, Iba hurriedly reported, "King of the Golden Wheel has been summoned back by Manjushri. The troops he brought, however, have become stranded en route. Leaderless, they now roam the vicinity of Fulling Mountain, committing acts of arson and plunder, becoming a scourge." A cold glint flashed in Zhu Ganglia's eyes. A rabid dog, unrestrained, dares to wreak havoc on my territory? He immediately issued a command, instructing Iba to assemble the troops and eliminate the remnants of the defeated army who took advantage of the chaos. Upon receiving the order, the elite forces of the Tianhe Water Division surged forth like ravenous wolves. The disheartened remnants of the Wuzizang army, lacking the formidable presence of King Jinluan, stood no chance against such a ferocious adversary. After several skirmishes, they were slaughtered, leaving them to abandon their armor and flee. The victorious army returned triumphantly. The Li brothers once again proposed a strategy to seize this opportunity and capture Qingtang City, thereby establishing complete control over the region. However, Zhu Ganglai shook his head in disapproval, asserting that mundane cities held no significance for him. A cultivator's pursuit lies in the path of immortality, not in worldly power. Resolving the matter of the 9-petal lotus and tending to the needs of Sister Mao Air, while preparing for the impending western expedition, had already left Zhu Ganglai overwhelmed, leaving little room for concern about trivial worldly affairs. Though the Li brothers felt frustrated, they could only suppress their discontent in the face of Zhu Ganglia's overwhelming authority. Despite the Tianhe Water Army's resounding victory, unrest around Fulling Mountain persisted. News of the wild boar's brutal abduction of beautiful women and its savagery spread like a plague, swiftly permeating the surrounding areas. To conceal their own misdeeds, the defeated army laid the blame for their pillaging of villages and massacres of civilians squarely on the notorious Evil Man Valley. The infamy of the pig demon, Zhu Ganglai, soon echoed throughout the Tibetan border and the western regions, capable of silencing the cries of children at night. In response, Zhu Ganglai scoffed, even finding some amusement in the situation. He chose to play along with the narrative, commanding his demon followers to vigorously develop the 4 major industries of wine, pleasure, wealth, and power, using Gao Laozhuang, Yunjian Cave, and Evil Man Valley as well as the recently acquired Qingtang City, as focal points. The reputation of Evil Man Valley as a den of vice was thus solidified. Distilleries emanated fragrant aromas day and night. Gambling houses thrived with boisterous crowds. The Chu Pavilion echoed with music every night, and the escort agency flourished. A multitude of refugees, fugitives, and those deemed unworthy by the so-called righteous path saw Fulling Mountain as a land of freedom and flocked to it. Within a few months, the population of Evil Man Valley swelled significantly, radiating prosperity. Of course, under the leadership of Keita, the peace implemented a stringent selection process. Malicious individuals, after thorough vetting, were ushered into the VIP area, ultimately becoming fertilizer to nourish the land. Many years later, the herbs produced by the Tianhe Water Division became known as bad herbs, and this was the reason why. The nobility of Wuzizang, witnessing Zhu Gonglie's escalating tyranny, recognized their inferiority and, fearing confrontation, began to secretly contact Bing Basenkyuo, hoping he could mediate peace with Zhu Ganglai. With the title of a partner in the formation of the Transformation Charm, the Lord of Qingtang City successfully conveyed the intentions of the Wuzizang people to Zhu Ganglai. They hoped Qingtang could become a mutually agreed-upon neutral trade zone, allowing them to tolerate the bandits while reaping profits. Zhu Ganglai, upon reviewing the peace negotiation documents, revealed a mysterious smile. He resolved to turn the bandits against one another. Instead of annihilating the remnants of the defeated army, he would drive them to the outskirts of Fulling Mountain. This not only would restrain Qingtang, but it would also give the Heavenly Court and Ling Mountain the impression that he was entangled in mundane affairs and lacked ambition, thus lowering their guard. Consequently, a balance of power emerged in the vicinity of the Tianhe Water Division, with his tacit approval. Within lies a sanctuary of peace and prosperity, while outside, revelry and merriment abound. Yet, amidst this tumult, bandits ravage and pillage, and the specter of chaos looms. It is within this disorder that Zhu Ganglai quietly gathers strength, biding his time for the day when he shall wrestle fate itself. As time swiftly passes, half a year slips by. At Fulling Mountain, within the depths of Yunjiang Cave, the former lair of demons has undergone a remarkable transformation. Zhu Ganglai stands at the center of the conference hall, his gaze sweeping over the core members below. Sister Mao Air quietly nestles beside him, her complexion markedly improved from before. However, within her autumn-like, luminous eyes lingers an elusive chill difficult to dissipate. From this day forth, the central command of the Heavenly River Water Palace shall officially relocate to Yunjiang Cave. Zhu Gonglie's voice, though not raised, resonates with authority. Henceforth, Fulling Mountain shall consider this place its unequivocal core, uniting in purpose to enforce order. The defenses of the inner and outer cities, the development of regions, and the allocation of resources shall be uniformly orchestrated by the command post. He pauses momentarily, his piercing gaze locking onto his first target, and resolutely initiates personnel adjustments. Fong Pai, step forward. The wild boar strides forth from the ranks. Chapter 70. The innovation of weaponry with the right talent applied appropriately. The formation is initially lacking in the east and the west. You, who possess unparalleled courage yet remain unrefined, are somewhat underutilized in your current position as a blacksmith. A slight smirk graced Zhu Gonglie's lips as he appointed you as the commander of the pioneering vanguard battalion, tasked specifically with leading the wild boar troops in frontal assaults against the enemy. Is this truly happening? The wild boar's face lit up with astonishment. However, there is one condition. In times of crisis, do not act recklessly or without orders. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Fong Pai grinned widely, revealing his long tusks, and chuckled amiably. Rest assured, Commander, while I may lack other skills, I excel in smashing skulls. Laughter erupted in the hall, easing the tense atmosphere of conflict. Zhu Ganglai then turned his attention to the next individual. Heizong, subordinate present. Heizong stepped forward, equally as imposing as the previous wild boar, yet his demeanor was markedly different. His bristles were meticulously arranged, his tusks polished, and he sported a pair of glasses specially provided by the commander. You possess a keen intellect and a penchant for research. Henceforth, you shall be reassigned from the vanguard battalion, Zhu Ganglai declared unexpectedly. Heizong's expression shifted to one of surprise. There's another task for you. One that involves the development of new magical artifacts. This is crucial to the future prosperity of Fulling Mountain, and it must not be mishandled. A spark of determination flickered in Heizong's eyes as he sensed the deeper significance behind the commander's words. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I shall obey. I will not disappoint your trust, Commander." Zhu Ganglai nodded in satisfaction. "Wu Shi-san, huh?" The young man at the rear of the line froze, evidently unprepared to be called upon in such a setting. "What do you mean, huh?" Iba shot him a fierce glare. Only then did the young man snap back to reality, stepping forward to salute. "Wu Shi-san is here. You are promoted to the commander of the Blazing Wind Battalion, overseeing the reconnaissance for the Central Army." Wu Shi-san stood momentarily in shock until the laughter of those around him snapped him back to his senses. "Commander, This raven had recently transformed and had just entered the Fourth Realm. In the battle against the invading bears, he had displayed remarkable bravery, fearlessly confronting danger, which caught Iba's attention and led to his rescue. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that he harbored an incredibly pure lineage of the Golden Crow within him. The Tianhe Water Army had previously encountered this lineage in the Celestial Realm, known for their exceptional skills in reconnaissance and tracking, making this a remarkable boon for the newly established Tianhe Water Domain. Zhu Ganglai bestowed healing elixirs upon him and even expended his own essence to personally assist in awakening and stabilizing his innate abilities. Zhu Ganglai approached Wu Shi-san, locking eyes with him. "Do you dare, or do you not dare?" "I dare." Wu Shi-san, who had been rescued at the brink of death, was profoundly grateful for the commander's recognition. Now entrusted with a significant responsibility, he was moved to tears, vowing his unwavering loyalty. "Excellent. Very good." Zhu Ganglai lifted him up. Immediately began the selection of members from the winged and feathered clans to establish a surveillance network encompassing the vicinity of Fulling Mountain, within 1,000 miles. No sign of movement should go unnoticed. "Understood. The Blazing Wind Battalion shall not fail in its duty." As night fell, Zhu Ganglai summoned Heizong to a quiet chamber in secrecy. "I have a concept I wish you to consider carefully." Zhu Ganglai gradually articulated his transcendent knowledge of weaponry, intricately woven with his profound understanding of the power dynamics within the realm of cultivation. At the heart of it lay a specific runic formation, which forcefully disturbed and excessively compressed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This meticulously condensed energy could then be instantaneously propelled through specially designed robust conduits, unleashing a formidable force capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains and shattering stones, laying waste to cities and strongholds. Should the challenges of continuous activation and rapid replenishment of the talismans be resolved, one could even readily transcend levels and vanquish foes of superior strength. Initially, Heizong regarded the marshal's words as mere fantastical tales. However, as Zhu Ganglai's description grew clearer and more detailed, the astonishment on his face gradually transformed into an obsession tinged with fervor. A gateway to a novel realm of warfare was slowly opening before them. "Marshal," Heizong gasped, his voice trembling with excitement. If it truly succeeds, it could alter the very landscape of war. This is akin to seizing the very essence of creation from the heavens. Zhu Ganglai observed the incoherence of his expression, silently lamenting the ineffable nature of talent. Fang Pai was adept in battle, and Wu Shi-san was astute, yet this herbivorous wild boar's dedication and comprehension regarding weapon crafting were nothing short of astonishing. Were it another, grasping the essence of his discourse in such a brief span would be arduous. Yet, Heizong not only understood swiftly, but also contemplated its profound implications with clarity. Given the gravity of this matter, the research process must remain shrouded in absolute secrecy. Rest assured, I can only provide the conceptual framework. The technical intricacies must be explored step by you and your craftsmen. Heizong scratched his head, realizing the significance of the marshal's ambitions. "Leave the forging to us, the old brothers." With that, after bidding farewell to Heizong, who was lost in the magnificent vision, Zhu Ganglai turned his attention to the defensive system of Yunjian Cave. The 10 Calamities Formation, the trump card of the Tianhe Water Army, had begun to be laid out around the cave's periphery. Although this formation was exquisite, its vulnerabilities had been laid bare following the invasion of the Black Bear. Zhu Ganglai meticulously dismantled the formation diagram, placing each component within the magic ring for enhancement, before reconfiguring and upgrading it. Days later, a more intricate and profound formation, far surpassing the previous 9 heavens mystic abyss 10 calamities formation, emerged. This formation was divided into 3 layers. The outer layer, the Xiantian star barrier, could harness the power of the celestial bodies to bolster defense, rendering it unassailable. The middle layer, Mirage, could conjure 9 layers of illusions to ensnare and annihilate enemies invisibly. The innermost core was the Thunderfire Extermination Platform, which, when activated, could summon the wrath of heaven and earth to obliterate any invading foes. The heart of the entire formation was a familiar copper pillar, upgraded through the magic ring, named the Hunyuan Stabilizing Column. This column needed to be deeply embedded in the core of the Fulling Mountain's geological veins to invoke the immense power of the earth, stabilizing the operation of the Grand Formation. With the formation diagram complete, the materials required for its deployment were of exceptional quality and necessitated extensive collection. Stardust, Weiyang soil, and snowy domain Xian ice essence, each a rare treasure of heaven and earth, encountered only by chance in the mortal realm. However, he possesses the magic ring, and as long as he can locate materials of a similar nature, the grade matters not. Zhu Ganglai pondered for a moment, already formulating a plan in his mind. Low-grade star sand is not uncommon in the vast desert and can be procured from Yaoluogaban. The Weiyang soil, imbued with the imperial aura of the dragon vein, would ideally be gathered from the outskirts of Chang'an, though access through Heifeng Mountain is currently obstructed. The capital of Ustaz, Lasha City, also serves as a gathering place of royal energy, making it a viable option for dispatching individuals to excavate. The elusive Shuiyu Xianying, however, is particularly challenging to find, typically requiring an expedition deep into the far north. It is only within the depths of the snow-capped mountains, shrouded in millennia of ice, that one might hope to make a discovery. Given their current location, venturing to the northern abyss is impractical. Instead, they must seek alternative solutions by exploring the depths of the Tibetan region, specifically the Xian Snow Peak. Zhu Ganglai, being from a future era, is acutely aware that this direction leads to the roof of the world. The Himalayas remain perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, while the highest quality Xianying may be elusive. The likelihood of retrieving any ice essence is considerable. He immediately issued orders to Keita, selecting the most elite and reliable scouts from his ranks. They were to carry supplies and split into 3 units, each secretly venturing towards the Huigua, the heart of Ustaz, to gather the materials necessary for the formation. Chapter 71. Bloodletters and Unexpected Changes in the Kingdom. Thunderous roars and the emergence of firearms, he specifically instructed that the city of Luoxi is the heart of Wuzizang. Ever since King Xiangxiong moved the capital, both the Bon religion and the Red and Yellow temples have regarded it as a sacred city. A mix of talents abounds, and masters are plentiful. The struggle for power is exceedingly fierce. Those who venture to acquire land must act discreetly, avoiding any actions that might alarm the snakes and invite unnecessary troubles. Once all arrangements were made, Zhu Ganglai felt a slight sense of relief. Day by day, he lived a shameless life alongside Mao Er, employing the immensely powerful yin-yang harmonization technique to nurture his fractured golden core. The fissures on the golden core began to mend. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the cracks had not truly disappeared, but rather were pushed deeper within the core, subtly spreading further. This presented a hidden danger. Furthermore, it was predictable that the more it was suppressed, the greater the explosive power would be when the injury erupted. The predicament of being unable to retreat drove Zhu Ganglai to madness. During such times, it was the gentle demeanor of Mei Zhuang that alleviated his pent-up frustration. The fragrance of the 9-petal lotus, sown by Avalokiteshvara, seemed to possess a subtle, transformative effect, shaping one's temperament. Apart from moments of deep affection, Mei Zhuang grew increasingly aloof in her interactions with others, as if she was gradually losing interest and enthusiasm for the world around her. This demeanor resembled that of the bodhisattva in the temple, kind and gentle in appearance, yet evoking no sense of intimacy. Zhu Ganglai had also noticed his own changes. But perhaps due to the long-term immersion in primordial energy, his transformation was not particularly pronounced. On this day, Wu Shisan returned with unsettling news. The lord of Qingtang City, Pingbus Sanquo, had recently begun to stir, frequently mobilizing troops. Moreover, rumors suggested that the outcome of the previous battle at Fulling Mountain was beginning to ferment within Wuzizang. The king of the Golden Wheel was forcibly summoned by Manjushri Bodhisattva, retreating to close his doors to visitors. The Bon religion was rising once more, seemingly poised to completely crush the foreign forces. With Manjushri stationed, direct confrontations among the three teachings were unlikely. This indicated their urgent need for a platform to demonstrate their strength, to decisively subdue the red and yellow sections. Fulling Mountain, undoubtedly, was an excellent choice. Wu Shisan reported that in the buffer zone, various minor skirmishes and provocations frequently occurred. Zhu Ganglai paid little heed to this. Presently, apart from Mei Zhuang and himself, he needed to find a way to treat Yiba. For years had swiftly passed, and the old wounds Yiba sustained upon descending to the mortal realm had yet to receive systematic treatment. The exhaustion from the recent battles had begun to affect his foundation. His cultivation was stuck at the perfected late-stage Yuanying, unable to break through. If intervention was not made soon, it would impact his ultimate achievements. Zhu Ganglai selected a water-based technique from the inventory of the Tianhe Water Army, upgrading it to celestial grade with a magic ring, naming it 8 Waters Cold Light Correct Method. This technique not only repaired the damage to his Dao foundation, but also encompassed a unique path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Upon receiving the technique, Yiba regarded it as a treasure. Zhu Ganglai instructed him to enter seclusion and ponder its insights, returning to him for verification once he had comprehended it. As winter approached, a falcon from the Huizhou kingdom pierced through the heavy night and landed upon the window ledge of Zhu Ganglia's chamber. He immediately rose and gently retrieved the wax seal. Unfolding the urgent letter encrypted with a special potion, the handwriting was hasty and stained with blood. The nation is in turmoil. My father has perished. My uncle has usurped the throne, and I am left as mere prey. Should my elder brother hear this ill news, let him not seek vengeance. Preserve your strength and await the opportune moment. Bayan. These few words struck like thunder. Bayan. A chilling intent to kill surged, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The candlelight flickering. What troubles you? Why such fury? Mei Zhuang embraced her lord from behind. Zhu Ganglai turned, pulling her into his arms. There have been changes in the homeland. Bayan? What a splendid notion of awaiting the right time. The pieces he, Zhu Ganglai, has placed cannot be easily sacrificed. After months of arduous work, the Yunzhan cave, under Zhu Ganglia's lavish investment, has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once a den of demons, it is now heavily fortified, suffused with spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Black Mane has indeed lived up to expectations. On this day, a special area was designated beside the conference hall. Black Mane and several craftsmen cautiously lifted a black iron tube, about a foot long and as thick as a child's arm. With a nervous yet barely contained excitement, he said, "Marshal, this is what you referred to as the thunderous boom." Zhu Ganglai nodded slightly, indicating for him to proceed with the demonstration. The demon soldiers stepped forward as instructed. Following Black Mane's guidance, they accurately placed the specially crafted talisman into the groove at the tail of the iron tube. The spiritual energy was swiftly activated. The talisman erupted in a blinding light. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated, causing the ears of those present to ring and their blood to surge. A burst of flames shot forth from the front of the iron tube. A fist-sized crimson sphere howled through the air, crashing violently into a boulder 100 paces away. Bang! Crack! The boulder, the size of a house, was shattered into countless fragments. Debris flew, dust clouded the air. and the scent of charred earth permeated the atmosphere. My goodness! Wu Shisan gasped in astonishment. Black Mane. Remarkable. Fong Pai gave a thumbs up. This contraption's power rivals that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator at full strength. The surrounding demons erupted in exclamations, their gazes fixated on the unassuming black iron tube. Their eyes suddenly clear. Awe, mixed with fear. Zhu Ganglai clapped with satisfaction. With such weaponry in hand, the realm of cultivation is on the brink of entering an era of firearms. Even ordinary individuals wielding the thunderous boom could effortlessly vanquish Foundation establishment cultivators. This implies that cultivators can, solely through weaponry, challenge and hunt high-level adversaries without depletion of their own energy. This is merely the initial model. Its power is already astonishing. If the materials and talismans undergo further upgrades through the magic ring, with prior experience in mass-producing the demonic slaying talismans, equipping for mass production is not a barrier. In his heart, a grander plan began to take shape. Meanwhile, the collection of materials for the Nine Heavens Xuanxiong 10,000 Calamities formation has also made significant progress. The star sand had been secretly transported in batches to Fulling Mountain by the merchant caravans under Bayan's command long before his incident. The trusted experts dispatched by Keita have also demonstrated remarkable abilities, successfully excavating a sufficient quantity of Weiyang soil from beneath an abandoned altar in the city of Luojia. The two materials underwent enhancement through the magic ring, achieving unparalleled quality. However, the elusive snowy ice spirit remained unattainable. Reports from scouts confirmed the existence of signs deep within the ancient snow-capped mountains of Wuzizang. Yet, without exception, these locations were occupied by formidable magical beasts or enigmatic masters. The dispatch personnel suffered significant losses and returned empty-handed. This matter has become a source of great concern for Zhu Ganglai in recent times. Chapter 72. The commander retreats to avoid injury, and the ship delays to encounter headwinds after acquiring the profound technique, 8 Waters Cold Light. Ibo secluded himself for several days, achieving a newfound understanding. This method is extraordinarily intricate. Mastery requires years of relentless cultivation. He found himself in a quandary, deeply concerned for Zhu Ganglia's safety. The marshal had been reborn for less than 4 years. Despite rapid advancement, his combat prowess remained limited. It was unwise to place all hopes on the precious Qin golden rake. Although formidable, this treasure could only be utilized once within a short span. As it stood, Ibo was the strongest force within Fulling Mountain. While 3 great powers had temporarily alleviated their crisis, the surrounding pressure was still substantial. Bayan had conveyed news of significant upheaval back home. The Ustang coalition had been defeated, and they were poised, waiting for an opportunity to avenge their disgrace. Presently, 2 formidable adversaries lurked nearby, eyeing them with malice. Marshal, if I were to enter seclusion, what would become of the affairs of Fulling Mountain? No matter, Zhu Ganglai replied with a calm demeanor. Fulling Mountain is not a temporary refuge. It is our foundation in the mortal realm, necessitating genuine top-tier forces capable of suppressing all. Marshal, you may rest assured in your seclusion. I will handle matters outside. But what? You are uneasy? Come, let's exchange a few moves. To assuage Ibo's worries, Zhu Ganglai invited him to spar. The two took their stances in the training grounds. Ibo, a physical cultivator, exuded a fierce and dominant aura cultivated through battle formations. Initially, he restrained his movements. Zhu Ganglai, appearing unfazed, engaged him solely with his physical prowess. As they exchanged blows, they unknowingly completed 30 rounds. The onlookers, having never witnessed such exquisite skills, were captivated. After a while, Ibo began to feel invigorated. His strength gradually increased, revealing 70 to 80% of his nascent soul prowess. With a thud, Zhu Ganglai unleashed a seemingly unremarkable punch, yet contained an overwhelming force. Ibo felt utterly helpless, sent flying back 10 zhong, his once proud protective true essence disintegrating before that single strike, as fragile as paper. With a cough, Ibo spat out a small mouthful of blood, leaving the spectators in shock. Just moments ago, they seemed evenly matched, and now Ibo lay injured. How could the commander wield such ferocity during training? Before they could fully comprehend, Ibo had already knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Marshal. I am in awe." Despite being at the late stage of the nascent soul, with a perfect 10th realm cultivation, he had been suppressed by a 7th realm practitioner, highlighting the terrifying prowess of the man before him. Moreover, he felt grateful. Zhu Ganglai's recent punch had expelled the stagnant blood from his body, alleviating a significant internal issue. Fong Pai and He Zong, upon hearing this account, were left speechless. The marshal's strength was unfathomable. With no further hesitation, Ibo's expression turned solemn as he respectfully bowed, stating, "I shall now enter seclusion to heal. Marshal, take care." "Good." Zhu Ganglai selected a tranquil chamber rich in spiritual energy deep within the water palace. He invested considerable effort to personally set up a spirit gathering and foundation fortification array to assist in isolating Ibo from all external disturbances. The secluded retreat of Ibo had lasted less than 3 days. On the outskirts of Fulling Mountain, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the skies. Wu Shisan darted into the conference hall, urgently reporting to the marshal, "A troop of several hundred has been spotted approaching Yunzan Cave with great speed. Their banners indicate they are from the Huigui nation, and they are heavily armed, suggesting their intentions are not peaceful." A flicker of gravity crossed Zhu Ganglai's fierce gaze. He promptly led Fong Pai, He Zong, and other core members to meet them. At the entrance of Yunzan Cave, a disheveled group appeared, weary from their arduous journey. At the forefront stood a man clad in exquisite leather armor, stained with dark red blood, his haggard visage unmistakably belonging to Yao Luogabayan. "Marshal." Upon seeing Zhu Ganglai, the usually resolute prince's eyes welled with tears, his voice cracking with emotion. He dismounted, stumbling a few steps as if to collapse. "Please, rise and speak at your leisure." Zhu Ganglai quickly approached to support him. "The Huigui nation has undergone a tumultuous upheaval." Bayan's tone was desolate. "My father has been treacherously slain by his own brother, Yao Luoga Ashina, in collusion with the conservative nobility within the realm. I seized the opportunity to flee, carving a bloody path through the encirclement with my subordinates. Indeed, you have endured great hardships, yet it is not merely the toil that brings you here from afar, but to seek refuge with the marshal. I implore you to take me in and advocate for my cause." Behind him, the remnants of 100 knights bore wounds, their armor tattered, expressions filled with grief and rage. Among the crowd, an especially frail and wiry old man with beady eyes stood out. He bore an aura of mystique, which did not escape Zhu Ganglai's notice. He was a weasel spirit, having attained the initial stage of the golden core. "I am the earth-penetrating rat, Huang Tianba, the guardian spirit revered by the Bayan family for generations." The old man bowed respectfully to Zhu Ganglai, his shifty eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Recognizing him as the guardian spirit of the Bayan family, Zhu Ganglai felt compelled to accept him. Through Huang Tianba, he gleaned deeper insights into the political turmoil within the Huigui nation. Behind this tragedy lurked 4 ferocious and powerful tiger demons. The Tailu people worship shamans, sharing roots with the Bon religion prevalent in Tibet. However, they excelled in commanding beast spirits, while the Bon faith emphasized manipulation of natural elements. At that moment, Huang Tido, the leader of the ground moles under Sister Mao, approached to greet Huang Tianba. The 2 large yellow weasel spirits conversed in hushed tones for a while, and a look of astonishment gradually appeared on Huang Tido's face. The crowd wondered what astonishing revelation had emerged, only to learn he felt a resonance in their bloodlines. Later, Huang Tianba requested a private audience. This ancient weasel spirit mysteriously presented a piece of information as a token of gratitude for protection. "Marshal, I have traversed this realm for many years and know of a highly secretive location. There, perhaps lies the millennial ice jade essence, which far surpasses the ordinary snowfield ice essence in quality. This item, of utmost coldness and purity, is precisely the core material required for your magnificent formation." Bayan, indeed, revealed nothing but the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai felt a stirring in his heart. He immediately commanded that Bayan and his entourage be treated with the utmost hospitality, allocating them a splendid cave for rest and recuperation. He was acutely aware that harboring Bayan would be tantamount to openly declaring war against the newly established regime of the Hui nation. Troubles were sure to follow. Nevertheless, as the first ally, Bayan possessed a crucial intelligence network and trade routes, which were vital for the future development of Fulling Mountain. In such a pivotal moment, unwavering support was imperative. Keita, with an impassive demeanor, summoned the seasoned innkeeper to thoroughly investigate the background of this elusive creature, leaving no stone unturned. Keita promptly took his leave. Just as arrangements were being finalized, the anticipated troubles arrived at their doorstep. Wu Shisan returned with concrete news, a delegation of retribution, comprised of sorcerers from the Bunjiao sect and elite nobility from the Ustaz, had set forth in grand procession from the city of Luoxia. Judging by their demeanor, they were undoubtedly headed towards Fulling Mountain. Meanwhile, a vanguard of pursuing troops from the Hui nation, numbering approximately 500 to 600, had stealthily reached the outskirts of Evil Valley. Indeed, a slow vessel is destined to encounter headwinds. Chapter 73. Slaying enemies to establish authority. Who needs a blade when there are cannons? When malicious guests arrive, travelers beware of hardships. This group, under the pretense of hunting down traitors, aimed their ire directly at Bayan. To question the Heavenly River Water Mansion? Question. Zhu Gonglia's eyes brimmed with scorn. When had the Heavenly River Navy sunk to the level of being passive victims? To stabilize the hearts of the people and intimidate nefarious characters, he promptly issued commands. Fang Pai, you shall lead. The wild boar stepped forth, its voice resonant like thunder. Go test the thunderstrike. Zhu Gonglia's voice was frigid, filled with murderous intent. Send those pursuers trailing Bayan. Back home. Receiving the order, Fang Pai excitedly thumped his chest, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Gathering 500 elite warriors, they surged forth with a fierce battle cry. Half a day later, a series of explosive sounds reverberated from beyond the mountains. Boom, 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 de-offaining, shaking the earth to its core. The 500 to 600 well-equipped pursuers from the Hui kingdom never even approached the Heavenly River Water Mansion. Under the relentless bombardment of the crimson energy spheres, they were obliterated into ashes. The scene was devastating, the terrifying might of the Heavenly River Army sending the surrounding spies, who were tasked with surveillance, fleeing in sheer terror. The thunderstrike had begun to reveal its prowess. Its infamous name would undoubtedly spread far and wide with the fleeing spies. Zhu Ganglai stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the highest lookout of the cloud platform cave, the night wind billowing his crimson cloak, making it flap like a banner. His profound gaze turned westward, towards the direction of the Hui kingdom, which held Bayan's dreams of restoration and the hopes tethered to the eternal ice and jade essence. He then shifted his focus to the south. The punitive force from Wuzizang loomed like a heavy, ominous cloud, bearing down upon Fulling Mountain, destined to arrive shortly. The storm was brewing, and the winds were rife with foreboding. Zhu Ganglai's expression remained tranquil. A fortnight later, Fulling Mountain entered the rainy season, shrouded in gloom. A throng of several hundred, dark and imposing, marched to the mountain's entrance. Flags fluttered, exuding a fierce aura. Though fewer in number than the previous coalition, the presence of skilled warriors was markedly greater. At the forefront stood a man clad in a black sorcerer's robe, adorned with a menacing bone ornament, his face gaunt, eyes sharp as blades. Behind him fluttered a black banner inscribed with, "Be in Religion's Celestial Inspector, Gonga." The death of Bachalu had significantly diminished the influence of the Be in Religion within the Wuzizang army, rendering them incapable of mobilizing a large force. Thus, he emerged this time, requiring but a few elite, with dozens of mages, including several with formidable abilities, and over 100 warriors, each noble, each with a foundation in martial practice. They donned their armor, their demeanor haughty. As Gonga established his position, he summoned his powers and thundered, "Zhu Ganglai, the monstrous leader of Fulling Mountain, heed my words. You allow your subordinates to slaughter my Wuzizang warriors, an unforgivable sin. Today, under the authority of our Lord, I am here to exact divine retribution. I urge you to bind yourself and come forth. Surrender your plundered treasures to redeem yourself. Otherwise, we shall raise the mountain, leaving not a soul behind. His voice echoed like rolling thunder, reaching far and wide, shaking stones and swaying trees. Zhu Ganglai let out a cold snort. Accompanied by the corps members such as Mao Er and Fong Pai, they beat the drums and prepared for battle. Such imposing authority you possess. Transforming into a pig demon, he stood at the mountain pass, facing Gongga from a distance. Are you Zhu Ganglai? Indeed I am. I am a patrol of the immortal sect, here to seek justice on behalf of the Tsampa of Wuzizang. Justice? What crime do you inquire about? With a wave of his hand, Zhu Ganglai summoned Keida, who promptly stepped forward to present a scroll of parchment and a recording stone that had been meticulously prepared. These are the undeniable evidences of your defeated forces pillaging, burning, and heinous acts along their path. Villages have been turned to ashes, and the common folk lie in unmarked graves. We, of the Heavenly River Water Mansion, are merely cleansing our domain of banditry. What crime is that? It is you who, without discernment, come here demanding justice. Do you intend to shield the wicked and obfuscate the truth? The parchment contained detailed records, while the recording stone displayed shocking imagery. Although there were artistic embellishments by Keida, the atrocities committed by the defeated forces were indeed factual. Those who considered themselves righteous, such as Gongga and his companions, displayed discomfort upon witnessing the evidence. They were somewhat aware of their own forces' moral failings, but had not anticipated that this demon lair would operate with such bureaucratic precision. Documenting every detail, Gongga's expression darkened. Even if the defeated soldiers had committed crimes, it was the duty of their commanding officers to address them. How dare these mere monsters overstep their bounds, utterly disregarding the law? Law, laughed He Zong and his companions heartily. Did that fellow just mention law? Before the gates of a demon lair? They had never considered that demons might not adhere to evidence. Gongga trembled with rage. Tibet is the ancestral ground of our Bon religion, and even the red and yellow sects dare not confront us. A mere demon lair dares to oppose the divine authority? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai suddenly became alert. Previous intelligence indicated that the three sects in this region were embroiled in fierce competition. During the artifact forging competition and the coalition invasion, it was true that lamas and shamans had fought to the death. This information had been corroborated multiple times. Now, Gongga approached with great aggression, speaking of the red and yellow sects retreating. What did this signify? What a clever manjushri! Suddenly, he realized that the Bodhisattva's earlier counsel to his disciples had been a ploy against him. The king of the golden wheel had been summoned back, and the yellow sect's influence was receding. This appeared to be a concession, but was, in fact, a deliberate act to provide space for the Bon religion, fueling its arrogance. This was a calculated move, utilizing the Bon sect to provoke a confrontation with the formidable Fuling Mountain. Regardless of who triumphed, the ultimate beneficiary would be the yellow sect. Observing from afar, they sought to turn the tide. Manjushri not only sold favors to the heavenly court and the people of Lingshan, but also conveniently eliminated rivals. Such a brilliant scheme. Understanding this intricate relationship, Zhu Ganglai could not help but smirk inwardly. To confront the Bon sect head-on? To allow the yellow sect to profit? He was not so foolish. The prudent course was to let them engage in mutual destruction while he watched from a distance. What he needed to do now was to compel them to retreat. Observing Zhu Ganglai's silence, Gongga's face revealed a triumphant expression. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid? Zhu Ganglai scoffed. Your Excellency, you surely overestimate yourself. The waters of the Tianhe are not mere soft persimmons to be easily squeezed. Such audacity. Gongga is enraged. If you refuse the toast, you shall face the penalty. Allow me. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Ganglai, unable to contain himself, issued a loud command. Prepare the thunderous cannon. A row of dark iron tubes on the back of the wild boar aimed at the Bon religious envoy. The mouths of the tubes glimmered ominously, radiating a disquieting wave of energy. Meanwhile, Heizong subtly began to weave incantations. On both sides of the mountain pass, runes flickered to life on several concealed stone walls. Numerous small offensive magical formations activated quietly, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Roar! The myriad beasts of Fulling Mountain brandished their weapons, unleashing a thunderous roar, revealing their ferocious countenance. The Bon priests and warriors brought by Gonga were seasoned veterans. Upon witnessing the scene, they promptly formed a defensive formation, their magical artifacts shimmering with light, and the murmurs of incantations began to resonate in the air. The atmosphere grew intensely taut in an instant. Gonga's face turned ashen. Stubborn and unyielding. Break through. He stamped his foot fiercely, muttering incantations. A black mist spread out from him, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to become chaotic and oppressive. The nutrients in the air seemed to be instantly drained, leaving the flora shrouded in a pallid hue. A cold, obscure power choked the mountain pass. Zhu Ganglai coldly regarded the opposing party, preparing to give them a stern warning. Chapter 74. The indifference of celestial beings, all living creatures reduced to ants. The marshal's deceitful surrender, the authenticity of the profound sect, is naught but nonsense. A great battle looms on the horizon. Suddenly, beside me, Sister Mao air trembles violently. She emits a painful groan. Her delicate face pales instantly, as if drained of color. Blood trickles from her lips. Her gaze rapidly dims, and her breath weakens. Mai Zhuang. Zhu Ganglai is taken aback, hurriedly supporting his wife. His divine consciousness probes into her body, and he feels an immediate chill. The fissures in Mao Air's golden core, which were in the process of healing, suddenly rupture. Even more terrifying is that thread of cooling energy hidden deep within her consciousness, which is said to be the essence of clarity and enlightenment. The ninth-rank lotus fragrance is now emanating a gentle yet irresistible power. It not only fails to stabilize her injuries, but instead purifies the essence of the demon core, hastening its collapse. Guanyin. A tidal wave of fury surges within Zhu Ganglai. He contemplates briefly and immediately grasps the crux of the matter. The upheaval was instigated by a secret technique of the Ben sect, rooted in the disruption of the natural elemental balance of this realm. However, mere environmental imbalance is insufficient to plunge Mei Zhuang into her current state. The true culprit is that thread of cooling energy. Nonsensical divination. When Guanyin planted the lotus fragrance in Sister Mao Air's consciousness, she must have foreseen that one day they would confront the Ben sect. The purification of demonic power, combined with the environmental imbalance, is sufficient to trigger the reemergence of her golden core's fissures. The so-called talent preservation and enlightenment are nothing but superficial gestures. This is clearly a lethal trap laid long ago. Step by step, they drive him into a corner. Zhu Ganglai, Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion, friends scattered across the three realms, publicly mocking the Jade Emperor. So what? Apart from obediently escorting the scriptures westward, he has no other choice. Sister Mao Air is destined to perish. Otherwise, the Bodhisattva's words would prove untrue. Such cruelty, such malice. Truly, the logic of celestial beings sees all things as mere fodder. You reside high above. Thus, everything you say is deemed reasonable. Whatever course of action, the momentum is inescapable. Zhu Ganglai's soul is in turmoil, his murderous intent nearly uncontrollable. Suddenly, a mocking voice reaches his ears. Marshal, do not panic. It is the sky-boring rat, Huang Tianba. This is the Ben sect's secret 5 declines locking spirit spell, capable of harnessing the spirit energy of heaven and earth to disrupt the balance of the environment. Zhu Ganglai does not turn around, but communicates telepathically. How did you come to know this? Have you forgotten? I am the totem of the Iron Lu 6 tribes, a spirit of worship. Natural reverence and shamanism share the same origin. Is there a way to heal her? Zhu Ganglai cradles Mei Zhuang in his arms, continuously channeling his vital energy into her body. The Heavenly River's generals remain oblivious to the situation, standing by cautiously. Meanwhile, Gonga is relentlessly enhancing his power. Black energy continuously gathers around him, slowly taking the shape of a vortex. I have seen similar records in fragmented ancient texts. The key lies in the caster's innate magical artifact. Huang Shui's voice echoes back. If we can break that catalyst, we may be able to temporarily stabilize the lady's injuries. Zhu Ganglai abruptly raises his head, fixating intently on Gongga, his eyes searching back and forth upon him. The three-eyed law conch adorning Gongga's waist is likely the crucial catalyst for casting this spell. Observing its material, shimmering with an ethereal glow and an icy depth, the aged observer dares to speculate that this is the fabled Xianbing Pe. Zhu Ganglai's gaze fixated on the waist of Gongga. The conch shell, ancient in design, is merely the size of a palm, exuding a profound azure hue. The legendary Xianbing Pe, after countless arduous searches, now appears effortlessly within reach. This is the crucial material for configuring the formidable 9 heavens and 10 catastrophes great formation, surprisingly found upon the enemy chief. Moreover, it serves as the catalyst for the explosive resurgence of Urji's injuries. Should one disregard all else and rush to seize it? Channeling his vital energy to protect his wife's heart, Mei Zhuang is temporarily safe from harm, allowing Zhu Ganglai to maintain his composure and ponder carefully. To forcefully seize, it would mean a complete severance of ties with the Bond sect, leading to an immediate confrontation. The foundation of Fulling Mountain is still unstable, and the outcome remains uncertain. Even in victory, it would undoubtedly provoke a more frenzied retaliation from the Bond sect, potentially drawing in divine beings from beyond. The trajectory of events would fall entirely into the designs of Guanyin and Wenshu. Yet to refrain from action would leave Mei Zhuang's injuries. Zhu Ganglai, cradling Urji, felt the subtle tremors of her body, his heart wrenched with anguish. The clash between murderous intent and reason raged fiercely within him. The Bond sect's arrival is not merely for vengeance or to vent their fury. Ultimately, it is driven by self-interest. After 4 years of development, Fulling Mountain has flourished, becoming a fertile ground, presenting a fatal allure to all surrounding forces. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ganglai inhaled deeply and raised his head. In his eyes, the murderous intent was perfectly masked by a veneer of alarm. Great mage, please show mercy. The generals of Tiangi were simultaneously petrified. How could a commander, renowned for his valor, suddenly soften his stance? Is it for Urji? Zhu Ganglai's voice was hoarse, his arms trembling slightly as he held his wife. This situation, it must be a misunderstanding, perhaps instigated by treacherous individuals. My lady has been ambushed by the treacherous Yellow sect. Her old wounds have resurfaced, and if not treated promptly, Gongai's face was filled with suspicion. The pig demon's reaction starkly contrasted with the cunning and cruel image portrayed in rumors. Could it be? This fellow seeks to deceive me? The Grand Shaman did not cease his incantations, but instead focused his gaze on the female demon, who was suffering from her old wounds. After a few glances, he discerned a purifying force of the Buddhist sect within her, attempting to dismantle her demon core while he disrupted the environmental balance. The Yellow Temple? This truly bears the hallmarks of Lingshan's methods. Could it be that the pig demon has indeed fallen victim to the treacherous schemes of that band of rogues? Zhu Ganglai's face was etched with urgency. If the mage could quell his wrath, withdraw his powers, and extend a helping hand to save my wife's life, the entire Fulling Mountain would be eternally grateful. Gongga observed discreetly. The Tiangi generals were filled with righteous indignation, their faces a tapestry of conflict. He felt a surge of confidence. The pig demon may feign alone, but it is impossible for such a large group of inherently reckless creatures to maintain their charade without revealing signs. What shall you do? He inquired loudly, his accumulated magical energy no longer rising. Master, cease your actions and allow me to invite you into the cave as guests. How we compensate, how we collaborate, all can be negotiated. Everything is open to discussion. A fleeting moment of triumph passed. This pig demon, indeed, possesses a fierce exterior but is frail within. Gongga secretly scorned Bashii and his companions for bringing disgrace to the Bon religion. Such mere monsters, when faced with true resolve, instantly succumbed. Upon further reflection, He realized that the opponent had suffered a covert loss at the hands of the Yellow Sect. With a little manipulation, he might even recruit a band of henchmen. An indescribable sense of joy surged within him. Ever since entering the sacred mountain, the Bon and Yellow Sect have been entangled in conflict for decades. Now, their old rival, the Golden Wheel, was forced into seclusion, and both the Red and Yellow temples were closed off. If he could successfully subdue the recently flourishing Fuling Mountain and Yunjian Cave, then Gongga would not only gain notoriety, but might also etch his name into the annals of history, standing alongside the esteemed ancestors. Contemplating such an achievement, the Grand Shaman felt invigorated. He stroked his withered goat beard, feigning profundity as he began to ponder aloud. You, a demon cultivator, have not long been enlightened, and to possess a heart of repentance is indeed a rarity. Very well. Gongga withdrew his powers. On this side, the symptoms immediately began to alleviate, and the injury stabilized. I shall show a touch of benevolence and examine the lady. He shifted his tone, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. However, let me make it clear. In the future, your Fuling Mountain shall require my sex protection. You will share half of your seasonal profits with us. He paused, then added, furthermore, I will dispatch elders to reside here, jointly managing all affairs, ensuring compliance with our directives, and prohibiting any transgressions. Chapter 75. Dispelling Clouds and Mist. You are the expert, inciting discord. I am the master. The officers of Tianhe were in an uproar. Some openly hurled insults, only to be forcefully silenced and punished by Zhu Ganglai on the spot. What you have said is indeed warranted. Zhu Ganglai turned to Gongga, overwhelmed with gratitude. As long as we can rescue the esteemed lady, I shall heed the arrangements of the Grand Master. He took the lead, urging, quickly, please enter the inner hall to rest. Gongga assigned his men to take control of the critical checkpoints and provide support outside. He then strode into the depths with his confidants, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhu Ganglai personally guided the way, leading Gongga and a few trusted disciples into the Cloud Stack Cave. Although Fong Pai, He Zong, and others felt immense frustration, they could only suppress their tempers upon witnessing the marshal's demeanor. In that moment, they deeply missed Ba. Had that fierce individual not been in seclusion, this trivial ninth realm would surely have been pierced by a spear. Upon entering the heart of the new water mansion, Gongga's gaze was drawn to two altars enveloped in incense on the square. To the left stood a statue of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of compassion, holding a jade bottle and radiating benevolence. To the right was a statue of Manjushri, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, riding a blue lion and wielding a sword of insight. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Pig Ganglai, what instructions does the master have? Why do you honor the likeness of the bald donkey from the sacred mountain within this demon cave? Zhu Ganglai stepped forward, his face filled with trepidation. Grandmaster, I must confess, previously, when the Cloud Stack Cave was besieged, we could not withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, these two bodhisattvas manifested their divine presence and issued a decree which drove off the formidable foes. Gongga was well versed in the invasion by the Allied forces, but was unaware of the subsequent retreat of the Black Bear Spirit and King of the Golden Wheel, driven away by three powerful beings. Upon hearing this, he fell into deep contemplation. In gratitude for their grace, I dare to establish their likeness and offer incense and worship. Foolish. Gongga snorted coldly, dramatically sweeping his wide sleeves. He raised his head, gazing at the two statues with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone haughty. You mountain-dwelling spirits, with your limited insight, a few meager offerings from these foreign wild gods, and you are filled with gratitude, losing sight of your true purpose. He abruptly turned, pointing at the unconscious Mei Zhuang, reprimanding without reservation. Look, observe closely. This is the consequence of placing blind trust in outsiders. Zhu Ganglai was struck at the tip of his nose, not daring to evade, slightly bowing in a posture of humility. This sight made He Zong Fong Pai, and others grit their teeth in frustration. Just moments ago, they had received the favor of these beings, and now they were being subjected to the treachery that befell his wife. Fool! Imbecile! Utterly foolish! Gongga's voice grew increasingly audacious, reaching a crescendo as spittle flew. Do not presume that by honoring two wild gods from the sacred mountain, you can disregard the Bon religion. How could I dare? Zhu Ganglai retreated 2 steps, clutching his wife even tighter. At that moment, Mao Er had regained consciousness, subtly displaying a look of grievance, as if to say it was all your fault for misjudging people. I shall inform you. Gongar raised his hand, and a cloud materialized in his palm. Yusang is the ancestral ground of my Bon religion. Even if those Buddhas from the sacred mountain were to personally arrive, they must respectfully pay homage. The cloud in his hand transformed, at times unleashing thunder and rain, at times howling with fierce winds. Zhu Ganglai stood in a daze, struck by the scene before him, reminiscent of a dynamic miniature landscape. Who among the bald thieves of the red and yellow temples would dare to raise their heads and draw breath now? Even the arrogant Jinluan had to retreat into seclusion. Yes, the Grand Master imparts wisdom. We acknowledge our faults. Zhu Ganglai nodded repeatedly, his regret and reverence deepening. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at this secluded place. My wife and I are unsophisticated, lacking worldly experience. Henceforth, we shall wholeheartedly devote ourselves to the worship of the 5 deities of the Bon religion. You display some sense. Gonga's expression softened slightly, yet he ordered, first, topple these 2 bothersome figures. Zhu Ganglai's face revealed a troubled expression. Grandmaster, this is after all the Bodhisattva's manifestation. It requires a certain courage to Gonga's eyes narrowed dangerously, a cold glint flashing forth. Zhu Ganglai and his wife fell silent, yet did not acquiesce. Fong Pai, in a fit of rage, threatened, if you dare to make a move, we shall not be trifled with. Gonga's fury surged. Zhu Ganglai seemed startled and immediately turned to instruct his aide, Keita, to escort Fong Pai, Heizong, and the others away. However, Gonga would not allow them to depart so easily. Suddenly, he struck down upon the statue of Manjushri Bodhisattva. The statue, originally sturdy and fortified by a magical array, should have withstood the blow. Yet Zhu Ganglai secretly channeled strength to assist. With a resounding crash, the 3-zhong tall stone statue collapsed backward, sending dust swirling into the air. Gonga stared at his hand, momentarily stunned. Could it be that my recent cultivation has improved? It was astonishing that he, not a physical cultivator, could topple such a massive statue with mere flesh and blood. Keita glanced swiftly at his commander, instantly understanding, and bowed in compliance. Seizing the moment while Gonga was momentarily distracted, Fong Pai and the others were persuaded to leave. The lack of discipline was evident. Gonga's wrath was still simmering. He inquired, I have heard that your Fulling Mountain has recently thrived, amassing wealth beyond measure. Bring forth the account books. Let me peruse them, so I may estimate the contributions due in the future. Zhu Ganglai had been prepared, yet feigned reluctance. After much hesitation, he finally summoned someone to fetch the account books. Keita and the others had already made all necessary arrangements. After the passage of a brief time, a few minor demons struggled to bring forth several heavy chests, filled to the brim with ledgers. Master, please take a look. Zhu Ganglia's expression was akin to tasting something foul. Now that the situation had stabilized, he felt a sense of ease and began to engage with his counterpart slowly. These ledgers had been meticulously crafted by the old accountant, cleverly concealing the core industries while portraying Fulling Mountain as exceedingly prosperous, enough to pique Gonga's greed. They also allowed for a few subtle hints of the truth. Awaiting discovery, Gonga casually picked up one book and flipped through a few pages. The figures were staggering, even as a high-ranking member of the Bon religion. Well-versed in the ways of the world, he could not help but be dazzled, his breathing becoming labored. Gold and silver treasures, magical artifacts, elixirs, rare curiosities, even teams of slaves. What manner of place is this if not a den of monsters? This is undeniably a mountain brimming with rare and exquisite treasures. Splendid. Splendid indeed. Gonga excitedly rubbed his parched palms, his eyes glinting with fervor. You, swine demon, have a knack for devious paths, he exclaimed, only to suddenly realize his own folly. He summoned a trusted disciple well-versed in accounts to assist in the review. The disciple randomly selected a few ledgers and quickly uncovered discrepancies. Enraged, Gongga rebuked Zhu Ganglai. The Lord had no choice but to present the genuine ledger. Several experts diligently scrutinized the records. To their astonishment, the wealth here surpassed even the exaggerated figures in the false accounts. Unable to contain their joy, they celebrated. Seeing that there were no further oversights, Gongga summoned his trusted disciple to his side. Lowering his voice, he swiftly issued a few instructions. The disciple's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he bowed and promptly departed the cave. Clearly, he was tasked with returning to Wolo City to deliver the news, informing the leader and the elders of this splendid achievement in their quest for accountability. It would not be long before the entire Yusang region would learn that Fulling Mountain, this land overflowing with riches, had been successfully annexed by the formidable Bon religion, now firmly within their grasp. Ha ha ha! As this thought crossed his mind, Gongga could no longer suppress a smile. Chapter 76. The front door's foolishness, the back door's hungry tiger. It is likely that before long, the entirety of Ustang will be aware. The bounteous land of Fulling Mountain has been successfully subdued and incorporated by the formidable Bon religion. This place shall serve as a bastion for the Bon's expansion, a stronghold against the encroachment of Ling Mountain. Gongga has even begun to envision how to utilize the vast resources of this land to establish unparalleled achievements, standing alongside the founding masters, revered by the disciples. His spirits soared, filled with ambition and satisfaction. After a moment of elation, he recalled the need to attend to Sister Mao Er's ailment. The consultation process was devoid of novelty. The issues he discerned were already well understood by Zhu Ganglai. The reason for his presence was twofold. First, to temporarily mitigate the harmful effects of the Bon spells in conjunction with the 9th-grade lotus fragrance on the afflicted. Second, to ensnare him in their scheme, buying time to shield Yinzhong Cave from disaster. They were not the only ones coveting Fulling Mountain. A single thread pulled, and the entire tapestry would shift. If he came, others would naturally follow. Great Master, Zhu Ganglai ventured cautiously. How fares my wife? Is there hope for her recovery? Recovery is certainly feasible. Gongga feigned profundity. However, this is a chronic ailment, one that cannot be rushed. I shall need to summon a few senior brothers to assist. Zhu Ganglai understood all too well the methods of Guanyin. He could not resolve them, much less this clumsy figure of the 9th realm. My brothers are not as easy to converse with as I am. Perhaps I could immediately command that a golden effigy of the 5 great deities of the Bon be erected in the square. I assure you, it would far surpass those 2 from Ling Mountain in grandeur. Gongga, upon hearing this, was elated